The story begins with an incredibly fierce battle. Luna Fairy is determined to destroy anyone worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. She seeks to destroy his glory that very day. Injured, Namgunbyuk admits that he let his guard down. But having fulfilled his main goal, he is ready to die here and now. The Moon Fairy immediately launches an attack similar to a falling meteorite. Buick looks proudly at the burning layer flying straight at him and accepts his fate. The next moment there is a deafening explosion. A triumphant smile appears on the Moon Fairy's face. However, it disappears instantly. There is a flash of light at the point of impact. It's a sword. Jan appears in front of Buick, fending off the attack with his sword and saving his friend. He apologizes for being late and decides to deal with the enemy himself. Exhausted from the battle, Byuk stays put while Yeon charges. This is a true friend that you can always rely on. Luna Fairy does not realize who this swordsman is, rushing towards her under the blood-red moon. But he does not hesitate. He introduces himself as the one who will destroy her. He calls himself the Moon Swordsman. A giant silhouette of a red dragon tears her to pieces. She feels her body burn and every cell crumble to ashes. That day the heavens shot out 9 strands of sword energy. 6 years have passed. Before us is the Varion estate. A little boy falls to the ground from a blow from his stepmother. She calls him a weakling and demands that he stand up immediately. He trembles as he listens to her every harsh word. She reminds that important guests will arrive today. This time she scolds him for careless work in the yard, breaking the broom he used to sweep. "Are you ignoring me because I'm not your own mother?" she asks angrily. Bending down, he adds, "Would you obey if your mother, who left you, or your father, who stayed in the room for 6 years, ordered it?" The boy only repeats no, as if challenging her. She retaliates by hitting him while the siblings watch in silence. His brothers laughed at him, poked their fingers and mocked him. But the elder brother was not amused. His face expressed completely different emotions. Meanwhile, a luxurious chariot was moving through the forest. Rich people were sitting inside, and Nan Gong-yong was sitting calmly on the roof. This was the family whose father had fought in that battle 6 years before. The son asked, "Is it true that Uncle Jan is so strong that even you, the Sword Emperor, recognize his strength?" "Yes, he is incredibly strong," the Sword Emperor replied, and recalled how 6 years ago, Jan's technique was the perfect sword art under the heavens. "If it wasn't for Jan, I wouldn't be here now. His 9 Heavens technique is capable of countering even our Nangong clan's best techniques. But then why isn't his technique known around the world?" The father explained that Jan went into peace and did not share his knowledge with anyone. He decided it was better to tell it now to avoid any inconvenience during the meeting. Jonah had 2 wives, and he especially loved the second. Unfortunately, his second wife died during childbirth 6 years ago, and he lost the meaning of life. After that, he locked himself in the room where his second wife lived. The Sword Emperor set off to get him out of there. Therefore, when they are at the estate, it is better not to mention his second wife. At that moment, the stepmother continued to beat the child in the yard. She was distracted by a boy who informed her that Lord had left the room. What she heard surprised her. How did the Lord leave the room? He appeared right after the news that the horsemen of the Nangong clan had entered the village. Now he wants to meet them. Her hand was covered in blood, and a towel was handed to her to wipe it off. She thought John had only come out because of the news of his named brother, even though he hadn't when she had asked him to. She sternly told the little boy that he could not meet his father in such a dirty way. The boy stood up with tears in his eyes and promised that he would try to remain unnoticed. "Don't disgrace the family with your appearance. It's better not to show yourself to others," she added coldly. "You know what awaits you if you relax too much without my supervision," she threatened. She left the little one and, turning to the other children, called them her wonderful sons and daughter. The boy left, and the older son silently watched after him. It was Mubek, the eldest son, whom she called her treasure. She entrusted him with an important task: to meet Uncle Nangong-yong's daughter and be friendly with her. Mubek promised his mother that he would behave politely and remember this. Soon they were already standing in front of the gate, welcoming the guests. The Sword Emperor introduced his wife Chong Hain and son Nangong Chun. "Chun, you've grown a lot," Jan said when he saw the boy. He himself looked haggard and not at all like Chun had imagined. The mother was about to introduce her second child, daughter Nangong Yong, but noticed that she was not around. Her daughter had a habit of just disappearing from time to time. The stepmother noted with a smile that their fourth son also liked to disappear without a trace. She even asked John if he was already planning to introduce his family. Then John decided to officially introduce his wife and children. The stepmother, whose name was Baek Miju, invited them to the house. Stressing that the guests were tired after a long journey, everyone began to enter the luxurious gate. As she passed, she glanced at Mubek. hinting at him with just one look. She leaned over and quietly asked him to look around the estate and make the best impression on Nangong-yong. "Show your best self," she added with a smile. Mubek immediately agreed with his mother. At this time, the little boy was sitting under the fence, raising his trembling hands. His body shuddered in pain from the beating. He did not understand when the guests would leave, because his arm hurt unbearably, and he sincerely hoped that they would leave soon. His stomach grumbled loudly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in a while. The eyes were sticking together, and the hands were excruciatingly painful. His body began to lean to the side. He told himself that he could not fall, because his stepmother would punish him if she found out. But his strength left him, and he fell to the ground. He lay there for some time, unable to get up. At that moment, a girl in a luxurious dress came across him. Sensing someone's presence, the little one slowly opened his eyes. Seeing a stranger, he was very frightened. He began to beg for forgiveness, repeating it over and over. "Sorry, I dozed off. Didn't notice," he whispered, throwing his hands up. He even called himself an idiot. The boy was afraid that he had done another stupid thing and angered his stepmother. But when he opened his eyes wider and recovered, he realized that it wasn't Beck. In front of him stood an incredibly beautiful girl with luxurious earrings. He finally realized that it was not his stepmother. The girl looked at him as he stood on his knees in front of her, not understanding what was happening. The families have already gone inside and settled in the estate. The Sword Emperor discussed that the Varian family was worthy of becoming their relatives. He asked the opinion of John, who was sitting in silence, if he wanted a family connection with their family. "Thank you for your offer, but I think it's best that my children choose their own marriages." The Sword Emperor agreed, noting that it made sense. John added that parents should not have the absolute right to decide for their children, because their lives do not belong to them. For Beck, it was nonsense. She accused him of not helping her even though she had done so much for their children. She said, "What if our children like each other?" The Sword Emperor added that they would see each other often and have a chance to get to know each other. "Maybe I'm bending the stick, but can I ask one favor?" Beck turned to the Sword Emperor. He listened to her carefully. She expressed her wish for the Nangon clan to take their son Mubek under their wing. The Sword Emperor's wife was surprised and asked what she meant. The Sword Emperor himself did not understand. "Doesn't the Yona clan have its own advanced techniques?" John calmly added that he wanted to ask a favor himself. If possible, he also asked for help from the Nangon clan. "Is it normal that the eldest son did not inherit the Nine Heavens sword technique?" The Sword Emperor was surprised. "Our martial arts are not as complicated as the Nangon clan's techniques. I'm sure that Mubek has already mastered the technique of the Sword of the Nine Heavens," answered Yon. But the Sword Emperor didn't believe him, having seen John use this perfect technique 6 years ago. In his current state, John could not pass this art. He was about to talk about Mount Udon when he suddenly began to cough. He covered his face with his hand, but the cough broke out. In a moment, his drink spilled over the table and everyone in a panic started shouting for a doctor. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Mubek was looking for the girl his mother had instructed him to find. He was ordered to approach Mistress Yong, but he couldn't figure out where she was. Suddenly he heard voices behind the fence, as if someone was talking there. It was their third sister, a little girl who was clinging to older brother Chun's clothes and asking if he had really met and killed his sworn enemy. She read a novel where he was the azure cloud sword that destroys anyone who gets in its way. Chun agreed that his nickname was, but explained that he does not kill his enemies. This inquisitive girl was called Soya. Seeing her, Mubek rushed to her. He knelt before Chun, apologizing for his sister, but Chun assured him that she was not in his way. When Chun asked his name, the little girl tugged on his sleeve and called herself twice. "Soldier, don't forget that name." Mubek considered her behavior rude and asked her not to be rude, but Solju was indignant. "I'm always polite. You're just clinging to me." The dispute between them escalated, and Solju declared that isolation is a disadvantage. Chun found it funny to watch their bickering. He thought how wonderful it would be if his younger sister Yong was as cheerful. At that moment, Mubek took Solya's head, bowed her head, and apologized to Chun with her. He explained that Solju is always so bright and cheerful. They eventually came to the conclusion that they were both looking for Yong. Chun offered to introduce Mubek to Yong if he would help find her. Having decided to act together, they set off in search. Chun told Solju that Yong had a heart problem. Meanwhile, Yong was standing over a small boy who couldn't figure out who she was. She seemed incredibly beautiful to him. He remembered the recent events. "I remembered how my mother said that important guests would come. Her elegant clothes and jewelry spoke for themselves. She was definitely someone important. But he did not know how to act. His mother had ordered him to stay away and he was afraid of another punishment. He looked into the girl's big, beautiful eyes for a few more seconds. Seizing himself, he turned sharply and ran away, but suddenly he felt as if his body froze in place. Yang caught up to him and grabbed his clothes. She jerked him to the ground in front of her. The boy was breathing fast, as was his wildly beating heart. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he repeated twice without looking up. The girl stood silently over him, examining his trembling body. She didn't understand why he kept apologizing. He couldn't even resist, even though she pulled him easily. The bruises on his body did not look like the result of combat training. Most likely, he was malnourished. His red hair was similar to that of the moon-shattering swordsman. It must be his son, but why is he so afraid? The girl crouched in front of him, listening to his endless apologies. The fear in his eyes was obvious. She slowly reached out to him. Her hand came closer and closer. At that moment, the girl understood everything. But in the eyes of the little one, there was a completely different reality. He was afraid of every girl because he saw her as a threat. In every silhouette, he saw the image of his stepmother. Her terrible hand, which was constantly beating him, seemed to be reaching for him again. But that hand was gentle. The hand of the frail Yang, who felt that the boy was not being cared for properly. She gently ran her hand over his head. The boy opened his eyes and could not believe what was happening. At that moment, he quietly called his name. The girl repeated his name in a gentle voice. His name was Choka, Choka. She promised to protect him, running her hand from his head to his cheek. The boy began to breathe faster after hearing these words. He couldn't hold back a tear that rolled down his face. Seeing the tear, Yang gently removed her hand. In a second, the child's face was covered with tears and snot, and his cry broke the silence. The girl hugged him tenderly, assuring him that everything would be fine. But the tears flowed stronger and stronger. She repeated once more that it was okay, holding him even tighter. Then she got up and held out her hand to him. For the first time in his life, he saw an outstretched female hand in front of him. He touched her, and that hand did not beat him. Yang led him behind her, holding his hand. The boy looked back at the hole in the fence he had climbed through earlier. Then he looked at the girl. She smiled at him, and her eyes were kind, like those of a bird that had never hurt anyone. Together they approached the hole in the fence. She climbed in first, and he followed her with his eyes. For a few seconds he looked indecisively at this opening. Suddenly her hand reappeared from it, and this time the boy followed her. The girl took the child to the city, where life was bustling, and there were many people. There, she bought him delicious food, and immediately began to feed him. The child ate as if he had never seen meat or normal food all his life. From time to time he glanced at the girl, and she smiled at him all the time. Having passed further, they came across a giant man who blocked their way. Choka shuddered at the mere sight of him, but the girl remained calm. She continued to hold his hand tightly. Time passed, and the street was already dark. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor sat next to John, who finally woke up but was shocked at his condition. How could the moon-shattering swordsman be so powerless? John admitted with shame that he was sorry he didn't even have the strength to stand without passing out. "Stop talking nonsense! Focus on getting well soon! You must recover for the sake of your clan and children," answered the Sword Emperor. But Yang began a story about their clan's technique being passed down from Jushian to Xuanu. Yan felt that the connection between him and the clan's equipment had disappeared. Perhaps she was disappointed in his weakness, he supposed. He believed that the day she left him, Yan Murion had died for him. Her departure left behind a child that looked like himself. However, he thought he had no right to meet this child. He was afraid that he might hate her, although he knew that the child was not to blame for the death of his mother. He despised himself as a pitiable form of man. The Sword Emperor asked him to stop because he was not used to seeing John so weak. John got out of bed to ask for one last favor. "I know I have no right to say this, but please take care of my children." The Sword Emperor once again asked him to stop saying such things, but John did not stop. "They are poor children who grew up without parental supervision. This is my first and last request." After listening to him, the Sword Emperor finally agreed. At that time, the wives of both men were standing on the street. They were in the courtyard when two masters walked in, leading Yang, who was holding Yun Chok's hand. The stepmother grimaced with indignation when she saw this, and Yang's mother anxiously looked at her daughter, checking whether she was injured. Mother Yang saw a dirty little boy next to her daughter and asked, "Who is that?" Beck immediately ran to the boy, putting on a show of concern. "Oh my God, why are you in this state? How are you feeling?" "You know how it breaks my heart to see you like this," she continued, feigning sympathy. She thanked Yang for finding him, as if she felt guilty about him being gone all day. But Yang saw right through her. Her face showed disbelief at Bayek's false words. At that moment, Chun appeared in the yard. He walked up to Yang, saying, I thought you made it to the roof again." Then his gaze fell down. He saw Yong holding the little boy's hand. Mubek also watched this scene. He watched as the girl held his younger brother's hand. He was at a loss for words and could not say anything. The children looked tired, and Chun, noticing this, offered to come inside. Young kept her eyes on Yoon. He stayed with his stepmother, because she said that they would follow. The boy was seized with fear and trembled. The stepmother said coldly, "I told you to stay away. Do you want everyone to know that your birth mother is actually your stepmother?" The boy just repeated, "I'm so sorry." But the stepmother was already looking at Yong. She whispered through her teeth, "What's up with that little bitch?" In the 7th month of the same year, the great swordsman Yong Chan died in his sleep. As soon as he died, Baek Miju summoned the clan alliance for further action, and warriors from other clans responded to her call. The warriors of the Baek clan became known as the White Tiger Squad of Murion Manor. When Yan Mubarak went to study with the Nangon clan, the following happened. Baek Miju officially became the Lord of Murion Manor. She entered Yon Murion's annex. In this room, Baek scattered things around the room trying to find something. She made the people behind her crawl on their knees and search with her. They searched every nook and cranny of the estate, but all was in vain. Master Yan left no martial arts manual, but she refused to believe it. Baek was sure the woman was referring to some kind of advanced technology. She ordered all things related to Yon-chan to be moved to the warehouse so that nothing would remind her of his existence. "Yes, mistress," answered the man, crawling on his knees in front of her like an obedient dog. At that moment, a senior member of the squad came out to the White Tiger soldiers and ordered them all to gather immediately in front of the annex building. But Baek had one more order. "When you're done with these things, lock up that bastard," she added coldly. By freak, she meant Yon Choka. The boy was locked in a huge wooden box that looked like an old hangar or storage room. This became his new room. The man who locked him explained that it was nothing personal. He was only doing it for his own survival. The little one begged for help, but he just silently closed the gate and said, "Your father's belongings will remain with you. Consider it a way to honor his death." The boy saw the light slowly fade as the gate closed, separating him from the free world. He was left all alone in the dark. The room was cold and eerie. The whole barn was filled with unnecessary junk. Everything was scattered and lying in front of him. Some books, torn pieces of cloth. The child sat in fear, which squeezed his heart with an iron ring. Tears did not stop flowing from his eyes. No one knew how long he would stay here. This question bothered him the most. The night came, during which he, exhausted, simply fell asleep. A ray of sunlight began to break through the cracks in the wooden walls. Several planks rose to slide his breakfast. If you could call it breakfast, it was a piece of stale bread and a bowl of water. It was a holiday for him, because hunger was stronger than anything else. He ate this bread as if it were the most delicious cake in the world, but the hardness of the bread was felt with every bite. While examining a piece of bread, he noticed something flash in the corner of the shed. What could it be among this pile of junk? As it was light outside, the fear receded, and he decided to run up and have a look. But as he got closer, he saw how the glow became even brighter. He began to push away the junk that had blocked the passage. A huge, incredibly beautiful mirror with a frame decorated with blue marble patterns appeared in front of him. The mirror was covered with a thick layer of dust, and he could not see anything in it. He raised his sleeve and ran it over the surface a few times, trying to wipe away the dust. After cleaning the mirror a little, he froze, looking at his reflection. A small, husky voice left his lips. You're abandoned too, right?" He moved, and the boy in the mirror did the same. But it got creepy. When he started to get scared, the reflection looked at him with a smile. It was autumn outside. The air became cold. In front of the shed stood a guard with a spear in his hands. Some time passed, and the ground was covered with snow. The guards came to the shed, and did not know if he was still alive. But the food that was brought to him always disappeared. So they decided that he was probably still alive. The guards themselves joked that they themselves could freeze to death in such conditions. One of the guards only complained about how the portions of food for the boy were decreasing. They believed that they would soon have to remove his body, but the little one was still alive. He sat in front of the mirror and watched his reflection dance. "You're distracting me. Can't you just stand still? I'm not afraid of you anymore. Do you understand?" In fact, he did not have the strength to be afraid. He was almost dying from the cold. Hearing these words, his reflection froze in place. It seemed that the reflection was clear, that it would not be like that. It went to the corner and took a stick there. What is he doing? Why did he start dancing again? Choka did not understand, but he decided that it was none of his business. At first he was surprised, but the reflection could not leave the mirror, so he was no longer afraid. He was sure that the reflection behaved this way because he was not paying attention to it. But suddenly the movements with the stick in the hands became incredibly graceful and beautiful. Choka looked more closely and felt that these movements were familiar to him. Is this the technique of the 9 heavens? He remembered how he always watched his brothers practice. Yes, this is definitely a 9-heaven martial art. But how does the reflection know their clan's techniques? He remembered the master's words. If you use martial arts correctly, you can circulate the internal energy and generate yang energy. This is exactly what the master explained during Mubek's training. The first step in the art of the 9 heavens is to create and maintain this energy. Choka clenched his stick in his hands and began to observe. He remembered how his brothers could create warm air, even in winter. It was a chance to warm up in this cold. He raised his stick, ready to try. He clearly repeated the movements he saw in the mirror. "Don't worry, I'm not repeating after you because I want to," he whispered. He understood. If he did nothing, he would freeze. Repeating these movements was the only way out. If it really is the 9 heavens technique, maybe he can survive the cold. But the first attempt to jump ended in failure. He tripped and fell to the floor. The reflection seemed to just mock him, showing a complicated movement. Meanwhile, the same cold, piercing weather raged outside. But the little boy did not give up and continued to repeat the reflection in the mirror. His movements became smoother and more precise. Now the reflection just stood and silently watched him. Sweat was running down Choka's face. He did it! The cold was no longer felt. Following the movements of the reflection, he created warm air around him. If he continued like this, he could survive another cold day with no problem. But suddenly, the reflection began to get angry, waving its arms. It seemed that Choka no longer needed to study so hard. Fire began to appear around him. Choka sheepishly explained that he wasn't trying to repeat all the movements perfectly. He just wanted to warm up. In any case, he thanked the reflection for not freezing anymore and asked not to be disturbed. He even thought that since the reflection had become useless, it might be better to just close the mirror. But suddenly he noticed something strange. The reflection made the next move that surprised Choka. He performed this movement so clearly that it made an incredible impression. What is it? Thought Choka, because he had never seen such techniques before. But gradually it began to dawn on him. It was more than just training the 9 heavens technique. Admiring the beauty of the movements, he loudly declared that he was not interested in martial arts. "Do you really think I'm going to try to repeat these complicated, rigid movements?" he asked. His reflection smiled in response. And then it started grimacing and sticking out its tongue. It looked like a challenge. "Can you?" Choka was not going to admit defeat. He grabbed the stick to prove he could repeat the motion in an instant. Several days passed. The air in the shed was blowing so hard that all the junk underfoot was scattered in the corners from its swings. His gaze became sharp and focused. It was much more difficult than the previous movements. But if he can repeat these techniques, what will happen then? After all, the reflection was already doing something truly incredible. Choka felt sad for a moment, thinking that nothing would work out this time either. This annoyed him even more because he had no idea how to do it. And the reflection only mocked him. He threw the stick on the floor and asked himself, "I still can't do something like this?" At that moment, he felt hungry and realized that he had wasted his energy. Faith in one's own strength was disappearing. It seemed to him that all this was pointless and would not help anything. But how beautiful it was, so cool and graceful. Even so, he convinced himself that he wanted to move just like his reflection. His movements were complex, but they could recognize the 9 heavens technique he had seen before. However, these moves were far more complex and sophisticated than their clan's standard techniques. He had never seen his brothers perform such tricks during training. He was sure it had something to do with his clan's martial arts, but he didn't understand how the reflection knew about them. He tried again and again to speak to him, but only silence came in response. Then the reflection smiled as if it were small and weak. But Choka decided not to play by his rules. He thought that if he covered the mirror with a cloth and stopped learning these movements, it would be easier for him. But even when he closed the mirror, there was a small gap at the bottom, through which the reflection could be seen. "What are you doing? Are you going to teach me?" asked Choka. The reflection nodded in agreement. Throwing back the sheet, he warned, "Don't even think of cheating on me. If you try, I'll cover you again." The reflection held up a finger, as if hinting at something. Choka began to move his eyes up, down, and to the sides, trying to see something. And suddenly hieroglyphs appeared in the upper part of the mirror. Choka read the inscription, "Fairy Jusian's True Mirror." At that moment, the 900 words from the True Fairy Mirror appeared on the surface. Despite the complex content, Choka felt this knowledge pouring into his head. He understood which martial art the Heavenly Sword Torment technique corresponded to. All his life in the Yeon clan, he was mistreated and lived in misery, doomed to die in a storage room. But his fate was changed by the meeting with this mirror, the child that everyone thought was doomed to die. She began to change in the depths of her essence. He received the secret instruction on the 9 Heaven Sword technique that was not passed on due to Yongchan's death. Knowledge was transferred to him slowly but surely. Time is fair to all. Ironically, due to Choka being locked in a tiny warehouse, he was able to fully focus on learning the torment of the Heavenly Sword technique. Time passed, and he devoted every moment to training. The results were obvious. His reflection smiled more and more often. It smiled because it saw progress that was hard not to notice. And Choka answered him with the same smile. In this rhythm, 10 years flew by imperceptibly. Finally, he was able to perform the same movements as his reflection in the mirror. A cart was moving through the streets of Laoyang. After a few moments, she stopped and the door opened. After 10 years, he returned here again. It was Mubek who came home, where Beck met him at the door. "You have come back to me, my dear boy. You have become such a strong young man. I missed you so much," she said with feigned tenderness. His brother and sister were also happy to see him back. Eon Mubek grew up and really became a strong man. He spent 10 years in grueling training and finally returned home. His mother was proud of him and praised him for his successes. She rushed to hug him, emphasizing how much he had matured, and added that their estate could now surpass any clan in Laoyang. "No, we will become the most powerful in all of Hengyang," she added confidently. At that moment, guests from the Nongon clan visited them. Since the last meeting, Chun has become a famous warrior. Legends were made about his prowess, and every child in Chinch knew about the exploits of the Azure Cloud Sword. Yong blossomed and became incredibly beautiful. Her beauty resembled a plum blossom. She was young and beautiful. As the guests were tired from the road, Beck invited them inside. At the same time, she asked, "How is your father?" "He's fine," Chun answered, while Yong looked around carefully. Bayek noticed that Yong was interested in something and said, "Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." But Yong paid no attention to her and unceremoniously walked through the gate. "It's okay," Beck explained. "It looks like she's still sick. I was so worried about her." Chun reassured her by saying that Yong's condition was improving. However, Beck insisted that it was time to go inside, and they all headed for the house. Crossing the threshold, Beck turned to one of the guards. She ordered to inform the others that the leper was in his place. She was well aware that Yong must be looking for Choke, and she thought she was too stubborn to forget about him 10 years ago. The guard was wondering how best to break the news to her. No sound had come from the warehouse during yesterday's inspection. Not because Choka died, but because he was simply not there. These words seemed nonsense to Beck. She grabbed the guard by the throat and ordered to explain everything immediately. "What exactly happened yesterday?" she asked sharply. At this time, Choka was training in the same shed. The power of his blows increased so much that with one swing of his staff he created a wave that swept away everything in its path. Although calling it a sword was an exaggeration, it was an ordinary wooden stick that he used as a sword. Finally, he managed to destroy the gate of the barn, but that was not his real goal. He sought to perform this difficult element without a single mistake. His reflection in the mirror clapped his hands, but now it no longer looked like him. Choka had grown, but the reflection remained the same as before. "Thanks to me memorizing the 900 words you showed me, I managed even the most difficult parts. Now you must teach me the next, even more difficult technique." But instead of new movements, he saw something he did not expect. The reflection held a finger up again, instructing him to look up. Looking up, Choka noticed a hole in the ceiling. The rays of the evening sun broke through it. It was a sign he decided to accept. For Chok, who had spent his whole life in a cramped and shabby warehouse, the fresh breeze playing with his hair and the azure sky were like a dance of freedom that caused delight and happiness. Staring at the large crack in the ceiling, he asked himself, "Can I get out of here?" Gathering courage, he crawled through the hole. As he got down on one knee on the roof, he felt the wind in all its fullness and saw charming white doves circling the sky. The view that opened to him from the roof was like something from a fairy tale. It was then that his reflection in the mirror turned into an incredible fairy with a sense of duty fulfilled. Choka could not stop admiring this beauty that opened before him. He looked back into the barn and said happily, "Come up here with me, it's so cool up here." But now there was an ordinary mirror with the reflection of an old wooden wall. Some time passed and an angry Beck burst into the shed. She looked around the room, but there was no one inside, just a mountain of junk. She noticed a hole in the ceiling and decided that the boards had simply rotted. But how did he get there? It was a mystery. Her servants, begging for forgiveness, offered to immediately organize a search party. But Beck waved it off, believing that his escape would not change anything. Why look for an ungrateful boy who ran away from a clan that gave him food and a roof over his head despite his worthlessness? She, like everyone else, saw in him only a helpless 6-year-old boy in the body of a grown man. She was sure that he was incapable of anything, had no idea about the cruel world, and was doomed to always starve and die a painful death in complete solitude. After some time, Mubek learned about Choka's escape, but he found it hard to believe that the Choka he remembered could do such a thing. His stepmother said dismissively that the news of his older brother's success must have changed him. At that moment, Yong entered the room. She left the meal and came here in person, which caused astonishment. Stepmother immediately realized that Yong was worried about Chok. She tried to calm her down, saying that children at that age often run away from home. She was informed that Choka had gone missing 3 days ago, but the bed was empty and unmade. The room was empty and damp, which indicated that no one had lived here for a long time. Yong was smart enough to put all the pieces of this puzzle together. She ran out of the room and into the street, not listening when they tried to stop her. Baek taunted seeing Yong, whom she called a little scumbag, behaving so defiantly. Mubek also tried to understand what had happened and decided to question his stepmother. Are you sure Choka ran away of his own free will? Isn't there a good reason for this? He had never seen his older sister like this. She was nicknamed Blooming Truth, beautiful as a flower, but capable of seeing through people and harshly punishing lies. She always protected what was important to her and knew how to recognize a threat without fail. Legends claimed that no liar could deceive her. Beck was furious, feeling that her son had accused her of lying. This is not true. If that were the case, your older sister would have punished me by now. But can you tell me what really happened to Choka? Beck tried to calm Mubek down, saying that his worries were pointless. However, she admitted that Choka really did not live in that room and had indeed left the house. She confessed one more thing. Beck said she wanted Choka to be able to deal with her father's absence on her own by being left alone with his parting gifts. Hearing this, Mubek understood everything. He immediately rushed to the barn, but when he got there, he saw that Yong was already inside. She left immediately after their conversation. Now she stood silently in the middle of the gloomy room. Yong noticed that the place was heavily guarded, and the guards did their best to prevent her from getting any closer. It seemed that they were hiding something. Seeing this gloomy warehouse permeated with the smell of dirt and mold, she understood why the guards behaved this way. Realizing that it was here that Choka was imprisoned, Yong promised to report this to her father. Since Mubek was her father's foster, she decided not to let the rumors spread, but made it clear that the relationship between their families would never be the same again. Mubek did not stop her and let her go. He stood there, filled with anger, realizing that the reputation of their estate now hung in the balance. He didn't know how to fix the situation, but he understood that he had to regain the trust of the master, the elder brother and sister whom he respected immensely. Evening came and Choka walked the streets wondering how things had changed. This place was not at all as he remembered it. He couldn't find a way out to the mountains because he couldn't just wander around the estate. Walking forward, he accidentally bumped into a man, pushing him with his shoulder. Choka turned to ask if everything was okay. "Damn it, watch where you're going!" growled the mustached man. At that moment, Choka clearly remembered his face. It was one of the warriors of the Varyan estate. "I'll be more careful, I apologize," Choka said quickly, and moved on. But the warrior stopped him. "Wait, I think I've seen you somewhere before." "Hey kid, I need to check on something, come with me," the man ordered. Choka felt a panic attack come over him. He was exposed. What to do now? Going back to the barn was not an option. It was necessary to come up with something urgently. He relaxed too much, took the central road, which was a mistake. Not thinking of anything better, he jerked forward sharply. He ran as fast as he could, trying to find the gate and break free. But in a moment, luck smiled at him. The gate was right in front of him. He decided to run away as far as possible and hide so that no one would find him. The mustachioed warrior rushed after him. He ran after Choka, pushing everyone in his path. "He's fast," Choka noted. But he remembered that if he was caught, he would be back in his stepmother's power. "It won't happen," Choka told himself firmly. He ran even faster, breaking through the guards. The gates of the fortress were already closing. He needed to speed up even more. He believed that he would be able to slip through at the last moment. The mustachioed man almost grabbed him. It seemed like just reach out and it would all be over. The last step, the last breath. "Stop, you son of a dog! A few more steps and you will be crushed by the gate!" shouted the mustached man after him. But he only saw the gate come down over Choka's head. Choka thought that maybe he should have listened to himself. He froze in place, scared for his life, not moving an inch. The heavy concrete slab suddenly stopped in the air. Choka was under her, but he held her with one hand above his head. He even asked the mustachioed man who wanted to grab him, "Are you not hurt?" He, stammering, replied that he did not. "Thank God, I just didn't want to get caught again," Choka explained. Mustache muttered that he didn't even have such an intention. "So you didn't try to catch me? I must have misunderstood you," Choka said with relief. With these words, he let go of the gate, which slammed shut behind the mustached man and rushed to run on. Mustachioed, looking after him, tried to understand who this guy was, and whether he had imagined all this. It is said that in Jianghu, even a child can create incredible things. It seems that the rumors did not lie. He walked and did not have a single crumb in his mouth all day. Hunger exhausted him. Sitting down near the mushrooms, he wondered if they were poisonous, but he couldn't stand it and tore them off, thinking that he wouldn't last long without food. The mushroom seemed beautiful to him, and according to his logic, if it is beautiful, it must also be tasty. When it got dark, he continued on his way, but the darkness looked purple in his eyes. He began to feel nauseous, his stomach twisted with pain. He did not understand what was happening to him. The road seemed crooked, the world doubled and spun around. He could not even see his fingers. Everything was drowned in darkness. It was necessary to find a place for the night, but my eyes were closed from fatigue. Suddenly it seemed to him that he flew into the air and stopped feeling his body. However, the thoughts in his head were fighting, whispering, "You can't fall asleep, it won't end well." Some time passed and he began to open his eyes. Someone was talking over him. They were men who were walking along the road and came across his motionless body. They could not tell whether he was alive or dead. He was extremely weak, but his breathing gradually became deeper and stronger. One of them could not believe that there were people in the world who lived in even greater need than themselves. They came to a common decision, to choose a boy. Through his barely open eye, Choka could hear their conversation as they continued down the road. They debated whether they could feed one more mouth. Suddenly, a fairy appeared before his eyes in delirium. At least that's what he thought. But when he questioned the fairy, sharply replied, "What other fairy? To hell with you." Hearing this, he opened his eyes sharply. He was immediately asked, "Are you feeling normal?" One of the men asked how he managed to fall into the ravine, and warned that if he had not been picked up, he would have become dinner for some animal. Choka thanked them, but immediately asked the most important thing, "What is this place?" "This is the fortress of 5 mountain peaks," they answered him. They controlled the place and were bandits. "We're all like brothers here," added another, introducing himself as the other brother, Tak Gomyon. The third was called Ma Hyongdo, and the fourth was Hao Imdal. Chief among them was Poon Yoncho. Since they had saved his life, they demanded that he give full thanks. Choka asked in surprise, "What does thank mean?" They explained to him that he lived in the lowlands and had no idea how things were done here. Now he will have to learn to work hard to pay back the debt. Even the animals are thankful for the rescue. Mustache asked the chief to stop because the boy had just woken up. He handed Choksi a piece of food, sure that he was hungry. The little one hesitated for a few seconds whether to take the food or not. In his eyes, these men looked a little strange after that experience with the mushrooms. He waved his hands and said that he was not hungry, that everything was fine. Choka refused because he had no money and tried to explain it. But Poon said, "Don't worry, just eat." His words sounded like the chatter of a child unable to formulate thoughts, although he looked 16 years old. The second brother assured that Choka would be able to do the housework. They immediately identified him as a kind person and were sure that he would cope with the tasks that would be given to him. One of them grabbed him by his clothes and dragged him behind him. Others jokingly yelled at the commander to brainwash him well. Choka was dragged outside and thrown to the ground. "Please spare me," Choka begged, thinking that he was about to be beaten. Because of this, Poon thought that the boy was often beaten as a child. Choka heard the question, "How are you going to survive in this fortress?" Poon explained to him that it gave him a chance not to become prey for the beasts. With them, he would always be full. "How can someone like me become a mountain bandit? I can't do anything. I have no chance to be like you," replied the little one. He considered himself too weak and doubted whether he would have enough strength for even the simplest work. This angered the commander. He bluntly said that there are 2 types of people in the world, those who take away and those who are taken away from. "Who do you want to be?" Choka could not understand what this meant. I asked, "Do you want to spend your whole life starving? Do you want to be looked down upon, called worthless, and wiped off your feet?" The little one opened his eyes wide and began to breathe more often. Stuttering, he answered that he did not want it. Seeing the giant in front of him, he did not want to be looked down upon any longer. And then he firmly said that he would not tolerate it anymore. If everyone seeks to take from him, then he will also become the one who takes away. Poon laughed and said that this is the only way to survive in this cruel world. He ordered Choksi to turn around and pointed to several peaks. From left peak to far fifth was their territory. The sight was amazing. We are the kings of the mountain peaks. A person is not able to climb higher than steep rocks, so no one dares to look down on us. Poon sat down next to him, patted his head and said, "You will become one of us. You will become a king. Isn't that cool?" The little one couldn't say anything other than, "Cool." This word pleased the commander, and from that day he appointed Choka as the seventh brother, the new ruler of the mountain peaks. Choka called his name, and the commander liked it, but since he was now one of them, he needed to go through the initiation and accept the main truth of their brotherhood. Straining to the limit, he shouted loudly, "We bitch are the strongest!" The commander ordered him to repeat it after him. At that moment, Choka's body shuddered. Memories of his stepmother, stepbrothers, and sisters who humiliated him day after day flashed before his eyes. He remembered the tattered shed, the fear and anger he had held back all his life. These feelings reached a climax, breaking his wounded heart into pieces. Emotions burst out like an electric charge that went through every cell in his body. The 9 heavens technique dormant in his soul responded to this call. Hope for a new life appeared in Choka's heart. In his roar, he threw out everything that had accumulated over the years. His cry echoed throughout the county, reaching each of the 5 peaks and dispersing the clouds above the fortress. It was a feeling of a new beginning for Choka. Poon praised him for this shout. His voice was strong despite his thin body. But now the commander ordered him to obey his 6th brother, study and do his chores diligently if he wanted to achieve something greater. Thus began Yon Choka's life as a mountain bandit. First, he learned the basics of survival. Compared to his peers, he was very naive, because he spent most of his life in captivity, unable to communicate with people. However, he quickly adapted to his new life and attached himself wholeheartedly to the mountain bandits, who cared for him like a brother. Life was calm, but it was an incredibly unpredictable thing. They were all ordinary people. Their martial arts could not work miracles. After each campaign, members of their family returned with injuries and mutilations. However, it was always possible to obtain at least some funds, and with them and drink. After each successful campaign, they organized a celebration. They knew how to see joy in small things and enjoy life, smiling every day. At that time, Choka, born into the great warrior clan of Lao Yan, who had the advantage of birth, suffered only humiliation and beatings, all because he was the son of his second deceased wife. And here, among these bandits, he was truly loved. The irony of fate. Only when he was among lower people did he feel happy for the first time. But on that cursed day, he had to kneel. He spoke, "Commander Poon, this is bad." A person before whom everyone bowed came to them. It was a pirate-looking man who had come to look at the rumored fortress. However, he saw only a dirty shack filled with poor people, and looking them down, he contemptuously called them miserable. Alliance of the Green Forest. That's what bandits called themselves, trying to add nobility to their actions. Because of this, they were often ridiculed. But one day a man appeared, more like a monster, who called himself the Bandit of the Green Forest. As soon as rumors of his evil deeds spread, martial artists from the most famous sects tried to stop him. But no one succeeded. His infamy and incredible power grew every day. For this, he was nicknamed the Heaven-Crushing Demon Lord. He became one of the 10 strongest martial arts masters in the world. The unorthodox sects, which had long lived in the shadow of the traditional ones, admired his appearance. As a result, many Chinchu martial artists sought him out to join the Green Forest. By becoming a leader and accepting new members, he made the Green Forest stronger than it had ever been in Muriom's history. The growing reputation of the Green Forest has made them the dream of all mountain bandits and unorthodox martial artists. In the Green Forest on Mount Dabiol, the deputy commander of the fortress was a tramp in a black mask, Yom Sanchel. Another deputy was the one-eyed blood bandit Li Chungang. It was he who asked them if they wanted to join the Green Forest Alliance. They turned to Poon. "Do you think the Green Forest is a joke? Think your gang of 10 is worthy of serving the Green Forest?" Poon, crawling on his knees, assured that if 3 more people were needed, he would find them in less than a month. But the one-eyed bandit pointed his finger at Choka and said that 4 were needed because it was a child. "It may look like it, but it's useful," Poon assured, explaining that Choka was good at cleaning. But One Eye said they needed at least 10 people, hinting at their weakness and incompetence. Choka listened to him and thought, Who the hell is he to talk to our commander like that? One Eye continued. I can hire more than 10 people to guard this area, although, forget it. It was a mistake to come here. Let's assume that I was never here. Then the tramp in a black mask turned to him with a request. Let's talk. He begged One Eye to accept them into the Green Forest Alliance. We've only captured one fortress and time is running out, he said. He reminded that on the 15th, the commander will check their results and punishment will be inevitable for non-compliance. It seemed ridiculous to put numbers above everything else. But if anyone found out they recruited such a weak group, it would be tantamount to death. However, the black-masked tramp urged not to worry, pointing to the vast area they controlled. He explained that they couldn't build a fortress in Hengyang province because the big gangs are scattered all over the county. Even they had a hard time establishing themselves here. If this territory is taken over by a stronger gang, no one will ever know that they were so weak. Black Mask explained everything, and One Eye understood that they just needed to fulfill the norm. He looked at this group of bandits again with different eyes. And finally Poon heard the words he had been waiting for so long. Boys, I welcome you to the Green Forest. However, there was a condition. By the beginning of winter, they must recruit at least 10 people and cannot run away from other gangs. Their task was to protect part of the Green Forest. They all thanked for the opportunity. The bandits of the 5 mountain peaks celebrated and drank, unaware that most of the local gangs would now pay tribute to them because they were part of the Green Forest. However, the 2 martial arts masters on Mount Dabiel, knowing the weakness of this gang, thought that they would not last even 2 months. But they did not take into account one important factor that would later turn their expectations upside down. The boys set off, and Choka was only asked to make sure he didn't forget to wash the dishes. He looked at them, holding a broom in his hands. In fact, he was tired of household chores and really wanted to go to the mountains with them at least once. The only consolation for him were the commander's words that cleaning is also an important job. But even after that, he still dreamed of joining them. The first month in the fortress was spent in endless household chores, washing dishes and cleaning. The second month looked exactly the same. The third month was no different. Choka was so used to this routine that he did everything quickly and almost automatically. Sometimes he sat down to rest until everyone returned. And every time he asked himself the same question. What should I do next? But suddenly Choka had a great idea. He went to the forest, taking a stick with him. He clearly remembered the moves he had learned in the old squad and began to repeat them. So he was preparing for the day when he would be able to go on a campaign with them. If he wants to repay the kindness, he must continue his training. And one day, he will definitely thank them in full. Choka believed that he could help his brothers. At this time, Commander Poon was busy looking for 3 more new members for the gang. There were 3 candidates standing before him, and he was announcing the rules to them. The first was Lee Chulsang. He ran away because he had maimed the magistrate's son, and now he was being pursued by the authorities. The second is Chun Haidok, Chulsan's friend. He went to the mountains because there were too many mouths to feed in his family. The third was a girl named Han Cheon. She was only 19 years old. Her father sold her to a brothel in Bobon country, but she escaped. After her return, they tried to persuade her again, so she decided that the life of a mountain bandit was better than the life of a prostitute. It seemed that now Choka would no longer be engaged in household chores because newcomers had appeared. And finally, now they will be able to take it with them to the mountains. Mustache knew that Choka practiced sword techniques in the forest using a stick. Choka made no secret of the fact that he just wanted to join them. The commander explained that until they moved up in status, their rank would depend on when they enlisted. Since Chulsan was 3 months older than Haidok, he got number 8, Haidok got 9, and Cheon got 10. One of them had a question, and can I be promoted if I have a talent? He said that he studied at the Martial Arts Academy for 3 years. The commander gave him a chance to rise, but for this it was necessary to defeat one of the brothers. He immediately pointed to the thinnest boy, Choka, doubting that he was even capable of serving. The commander asked Choku whether he would fight to defend his place, or rather submit. Choka was not going to retreat, because it would take away his chance to go with the others to the mountains. He firmly replied that he would fight and stand to the end. The commander was interested to see this, and he allowed the duel to take place. They faced each other. Zdravilo warned that he was not going to give in. Choka replied, "But you, damn it, complete shit." This was the favorite phrase of the third brother, which he always used to throw himself in the direction of the commander. Choka's response made him proud of his fighting spirit. However, the big man planned to quickly deal with Choka and become one of the named brothers. Moreover, he was going to knock him out with one blow. Zdravilo did not expect that the little one would dodge his blow. Moreover, Choka began to actively act. He didn't even have a sword, but he made a motion as if he was holding it. This technique even scared the healthy when Choka waved his hands in front of him. However, without a real sword, Choka had no advantage and punched him hard in the head. Falling to the ground, Choka asked himself, "How can I attack without a weapon? I didn't learn that." The second brother suggested that the commander stop the battle because he did not believe that Choka had fought even once in his life. Choka stood up and asked loudly, "Why am I the only one being punched?" After these words, he himself hit the big boy right in the chin. Zdravilo decided that this was just an attempt to embarrass him. He hit the boy again and warned, "If you don't want to be crippled, you better surrender." But Choka only replied, "Now I'm going to kick your ass." These words seemed to the healthy person to be complete nonsense. Even the girl, Han Chayon, began to worry about Choku as she watched this fight. Zdravilo hit him several more times and shouted in annoyance. He explained it as Choka's own fault and left him lying on the ground. Approaching the commander, the man declared that he was now number 7, but from behind came a faint but stubborn voice. Who said that? It was Choka. He was not going to give up and offered to fight until the very end. This greatly surprised the big man. He began to ask himself how Choka was still standing after such blows. Even guys who were many times bigger than him ended up in a hospital bed after such fights. And this fellow has received several blows to the head and is still standing. Behind him, Commander Poon asked why he had stopped and warned the saluters that stopping would mean defeat. Zdravilo once again warned Choka so that he would not regret it later. This time he was determined to finish everything, even if it meant the death of the little one. Although Yeon Choka was proficient in the sword technique he had learned in the warehouse, he still did not know how to properly use it. Therefore, he did not realize how strong his desire to go to the mountains was, and also how much he wanted to win. This desire was enough to awaken the power of the 9 heavens within him. At that moment, he imagined that his fist was a sword. The enemy saw something incredible in front of him. He took another look at this fist, which did not look like an ordinary boy's fist. "Aren't I delusional?" thought the healer. This blow was like lightning that split a giant tree in half. He coughed violently, spitting up blood. The blow went straight into the solar plexus, knocking him out of the air. However, the big man was still on his feet. Choka even thought, "Does the technique only work with the sword?" But in the next moment, the giant body began to sway. In a few seconds, the giant fell face down with a loud thud, crashing into the ground. The second brother turned to the commander. "Perhaps we should stop Choka." In fact, no one could understand what had just happened. Everyone saw only how he rushed at Choka and then fell to the ground. No one even had time to see the speed of this blow. "Is it because of the blow of the little one?" flashed in their heads. But the commander interrupted everyone. "There is no difference. In any case, the rank remained with its owner. The 7th member of the 5 Mountain Peaks gang is Yeon Choka." Some time passed, and Choka was holding a giant sword in his hands. The second brother brought it and said it was a gift from the commander. He also informed that from tomorrow Choka will go to the mountains with them. Choka smiled broadly, thanked him, and promised to try his best. But the second brother added another piece of advice. "Don't lose your head." His fighting spirit was at its peak, but sword fights are different from normal fights. If you lose your cool, you'll just be stabbed with a sword and you won't even notice. You got scratched just because it was a normal fight. In a real battle, you would have died 12 times already. However, Choka was of a different opinion and quietly said, "I would have won easily if I had used the sword." The other brother told him to shut up and called his next move an act of mercy. He agreed to teach Choka the technique of the demon-slicing sword, asking him to watch closely. The second brother admitted that when he was young and lived in the temple, he only knew 3 movements. These moves could be very difficult for Choka, so he warned him about it. Choka agreed and said that he would listen to his every advice. Meanwhile, the other brothers were watching from the sidelines, thinking that the other brother was truly smitten with Choka. After all, no matter how much they asked to teach them the technique of the demon-slicing sword, he always refused. The next day, there were oxen pulling heavy carts in the middle of the road. They were accompanied by people. Some sat on carts, others walked alongside. One of the attendants felt anxious the day before he had hardly slept due to restlessness. He turned to Master Khan and said he was worried. Khan understood that it was because of the bandit rumors and asked not to worry. He assured that even the thugs from the Sea Dragon Fortress wouldn't dare contact him with the lightning sword at his side. Khan's words offended the man a little, but suddenly, right next to him, an arrow whistled, and he caught it with his hand. The man was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Khan was already impatiently waiting to see who dared to attack. Before them stood a group of bandits, each with a sword in hand. Standing in front of the trade caravan, the bandits announced, "This is the territory of the Green Forest, 5 mountain peaks. If you want to pass, pay the toll." Kion was surprised to hear that these 10 bandits belonged to the Green Forest. He smiled, believing that they greatly underestimated the strength of the Mansu trade union. "Little band of thugs," Khan sneered, finding their demands ridiculous. The commander assumed that this scum wanted to test their arrows, but the second brother recalled that Khan had just caught one of the arrows. The commander gave the order, "Shoot again and show them what happens to those who look down on the 5 mountain peaks." It was worth saying, "Fire," as the arrows flew towards the enemy. However, Khan continued to see them as petty bandits. He deflected each arrow with his sword, expertly severing them in the air. Small fragments of arrows flew in all directions. The guards watched in amazement as he deflected all the arrows without receiving a single scratch. The commander of the bandits already thought that this was the end of them. When did the trade union manage to hire such a strong bodyguard? "It seems that this man is a master of martial arts," muttered the commander. Khan became even more angry. He was ready to kill all the bandits with his own hands. Khan ordered his soldiers to destroy the bandits. The guards readied themselves, drawing their swords. But Poon ordered his men not to move, for any attempt to escape meant instant death. He took it upon himself to distract the enemy, and asked the brothers to flee. At that moment, Choka stepped forward and stood in front of Poon. He walked confidently, not even hearing the words of the commander, who thought that the boy had simply lost his mind. Khan took this as a sign of desperation, thinking that the bandits had sent the boy ahead to save himself. "Poor fools, do you think this little guy can beat me?" Khan said disdainfully. However, Choka kept coming closer and warned Khan, calling him Master. "You're in big trouble now. And all because our commander said, 'No one dares to mock us at the 5 mountain peaks.'" Khan glared at him, wondering if children in their day had become reckless, fearless, or just incredibly stupid. He threatened to kill him even if he was a child. Like, if he admits the lie now, he might save his life. But for Chok, these words were pure nonsense. He brushed it off and called Khan too bold for someone who was about to die. Another brother curiously asked the commander why he had taught the boy to speak like that. The commander himself was amazed by the development of events. At that moment, Khan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He warned the little one for the last time that he had asked for it himself. Suddenly, Khan pushed off the ground and lunged at him like an angry predator. In a leap, he threw his sword behind his back, preparing for a crushing blow. He did this in order to deliver a fatal blow from the swing and destroy the boy in one fell swoop. To all the brothers, it looked as if death had already reached out to him. The blade of the sword whizzed a millimeter from the boy's nose, but as soon as the sword came near, it split into 2 halves. Khan was stunned. Only the broken part of the sword remained in his hand. The other bandits looked just as surprised. Their eyes widened in shock, and neither of them could utter a word. At the same moment, the boy changed beyond recognition. A cold confidence appeared in his gaze. Khan finally realized that the boy had dodged at the last second. Not even every supreme master of martial arts can do that. What's more, he didn't even notice how the little one swung his sword. "Why did you become so dug in? You're done, now it's my turn," Choka said calmly. Khan waved his hands and begged to wait at least a minute. He asked permission to switch weapons, and the kid generously agreed, giving him a chance to bring something stronger for the next round. Choka added that the previous sword was so thin that it almost cut off Khan's head. With the new weapon, he promised to aim only at the sword. However, Khan understood that the distance for this was too great. It was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary swordsman. Realizing this, he raised his hands and, falling on his knees, began to beg for mercy. In his eyes, the boy had become a real monster, capable of using blade energy at such a young age. Choka came silently and looked at him without saying a word, and then he laughed and said, "Wonderful. Then we will take a hefty sum as tax." The rest of the gang was silent, unable to find any words. The captain came with a bag of money in his hands and asked how Choka did it. It was the demon-slicing sword technique that the second brother had shown him. Choka calmly answered the captain's question, explaining that it was this technique that helped him stop the shot. However, this caused the captain to have doubts, as the heavenly sword and demon-slicing earth techniques were considered third-rate. Cutting Khan's sword with such a primitive technique seemed absolutely impossible. The captain then asked Choka to demonstrate the technique. The little one willingly agreed. After some time, the whole gang of 5 mountain peaks gathered in the forest. They went out into the clearing so that Choka could demonstrate the promised technique in person. The boy stood in a fighting stance, confidently pointing his sword forward. Everyone, including Han, watched his every move closely. At some point, Khan realized something, as if she had seen a hidden secret. She noticed Choka moving as if in slow motion. At first it moved slowly, and then it suddenly sped up. He repeated the movement several times, spinning in place as if performing a dance. But it wasn't a pretend dance. It was a real dance fight with a sword in hand. Suddenly, he made a powerful swing, and a wave of wind suddenly jerked forward with a single swing of the sword. She was so strong that she destroyed a tree in her path, felling it with one blow. The cut was so precise that the tree fell with a crash right at the root. The spectacle was truly spectacular, and everyone present felt it. The little one exhaled, turned to them, and calmly asked, "Is that all you wanted to see?" As before, the boys were silent, unable to choose a single word. Only a moment later, someone breathed out, "Great! It was incredible." Now, every member of the gang dreamed of learning this. Some even regretted calling the little one a weakling because of his appearance. The girl could feel her legs shaking with excitement as she watched him do it. It was incredible for her, although for Choka himself it was just a normal warm-up. The second brother proudly thought that Choka was simply incredible. But the question, who is this guy in fact, popped up in the minds of those present more and more often. The 5 Mountain Peaks gang again met opponents on the road, and Choka, as always, was ready for battle. He dealt with the guards as easily as before. With almost no effort, he hacked their swords to pieces. It was enough to point your sword at their throats, and they instantly surrendered and were ready to give everything they had. Yon Choka participated in patrols from autumn to winter, but no mercenary of the trade union could withstand his blows. His portrait appeared on the walls as a swordsman and bandit of the 5 Mountain Peaks. Rumors about the gang spread like wildfire. The commander was puzzled by what was happening. However, he was well aware that all this was due to Choksi. New people started coming to them, wanting to join. If they are accepted, the number of the gang would increase to 25 people. In 3 months, the 5 Mountain Peaks gang grew rapidly. They became famous throughout Hengyang province. Their fighting spirit grew. But with it came those who had their own devious plans. Some thought about getting rid of number 7. They planned to eliminate Commander Poon and Vice Captain Tak after that, because they believed that the remaining 6 would not be able to withstand a single blow. Number 29, Huang Yomun, said that he had heard about a commander who possessed the heavenly and earthly sword technique that had been given to him by a drug dealer. The vice captain possessed the demon-slicing sword technique he had learned in the tower. This information particularly interested number 26, the swordsman from the north, Shim Yangak. However, it was surprising to him how the vice captain could use such primitive, third-rate techniques. Huang himself didn't even know what the Green Forest was. This terribly annoyed Yangak. How can you not know about the Green Forest if you are a mountain bandit? Yangaka began to explain. The Green Forest is the dream of all mountain bandits. If the beggars have the sect of the poor, then the bandits have the Green Forest. The commander of the Green Forest, known as the heaven-crushing demon lord, gained fame for his incredible strength and was recognized even by the leaders of Marima's most respected clans. That is why Yangaka left the unorthodox sect. In the Green Forest, you don't have to bow your head to the orthodox jerks, as he called them. Huang apologized because he didn't know much about Murim. However, he understood that if Yangaka was right, gaining acceptance from the Green Forest would be incredibly difficult. He wondered if the commander and vice captain with their level of combat skill could handle it. Maybe Yon Choka is even stronger than people say. Yangaka thought for a moment. He had yet to see Choka in action due to the bad weather when the patrols did not go out. However, he reassured Huang and said that it didn't matter how strong he was. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was a man who overheard their conversation. He declared that this boy was no problem for the Sword of the North, who was capable of opposing even the 5 great martial arts clans. The man brought news. The Green Forest is expanding to contain the growth of the Orthodox Alliance. Due to the lack of strong bandits in Henyan, they were lucky enough to become part of the Green Forest. Yangaka immediately understood the point. They would only nominally operate under the name of the Green Forest, but in reality would remain just a bunch of mountain bandits. The man added that ranks in the Green Forest are given according to the order of entry into the gang. For them, it was just another confirmation of their worthlessness. Yangaka had high hopes for these people. They assured him not to worry, as he would definitely get a high rank after the sweep was over. They were sure that luck was on their side, because they managed to become a part of the Green Forest without any effort. Yangaka believed that if strength determines rank in the Green Forest, then he and his brother Baek, known as the Demons of Hengyang Province, were ideally suited for the role of commander. Or so he thought. Meanwhile, in the Five Mountain Peaks gang, Khan was washing dishes. Choka prepared the meal, skillfully cutting the cabbage. The girl brought up the topic of new candidates who joined the gang and want to challenge Choka to a duel. She was particularly annoyed that they were mocking the commander, claiming that he had learned sword techniques on the street. Suddenly, the girl was startled by a loud crack. Choka cut the table in half with a kitchen cleaver as soon as he heard the insults directed at the commander. His eyes blazed with rage as he was ready to draw an explanation from them. He silently went outside, where the snow was softly falling on the ground, and headed for the novice house. His angry look was noticed by the fourth brother, Hyo Imdal. "Choka, where do you sleep at night?" he asked. Choka spoke briefly about the taunts he had heard and declared that if it was true, he would rip out the tongues of the abusers. Imdal nervously admitted that he was worried about Choka, as he could turn all the newcomers into vegetables during the rank battle. But Choka was not going to spare anyone. If they make fun of his brothers, he won't stand for it, and he made it clear. The fourth brother smiled, approached Choka, and put his hand on his back. "Don't forget that after the snowfall we still have to go back to the mountains. We will need both hands and feet." He asked Choku to control himself, or else things might end badly. The next day, at the Five Mountain Peaks fortress, the commander gathered everyone for a rank battle. Yangaka, standing among the participants, mockingly threw, "For nothing you have a rather loud tone. Want to look cool?" These words forced the commander to intervene. He questioned whether the five really wanted to prove their strength. He gave them the right to choose an opponent for the rank fight, but warned that they would have to start at number 7 and gradually move up. The commander emphasized that the match will be fair, the result will be announced immediately, and objections will not be accepted. Yangaka confidently declared that they were all contenders for the top spot. The leader of the gang, Poon, asked them again if they regretted their choice. The answer was only mocking laughter from Yangak, who smiled defiantly. He announced that his five were the demons of Hengyang province, and had nothing to fear. He said that because of this, they are not afraid even of drug dealers. The rest behind him started mocking. "Oh, how scary. They will destroy us with the heavenly and earthly sword technique." The second brother was already red with rage and was ready to rush into battle, but the commander restrained him. Yangaka continued to sneer, yawning demonstratively as if he was fed up with the conversation. Yangaka brazenly approached the commander, sneezed, and defiantly spat on the ground between his legs. "It's a bit chilly today. I must have caught a cold. Let's finish quickly," he added, with undisguised impudence. All the fighters asked for permission to teach the daredevils immediately, but the commander insisted on observing the established rules. He turned to Choka, who was standing silently behind them. Yangaka and his five stated that soon the whole world would know how much Choka's skills were overrated. Choka's eyes were burning with rage. He was ready to kill them all on the spot. His energy was bubbling, and the rage in his heart was fueling the fire, making the brazen fighters finally think, "What the hell?" He felt like he was going to explode with this maddened rage, but keeping his self-control, Choka sharply asked them, "Which of you wants to die first?" His words sounded defiant, but anyone who saw Choka understood that they were well-founded. Huang then turned to his older brothers for advice. This did not suit Yangak. "If we go first, we will look like cowards," his mustachioed friend agreed. It was better for those of lower ranks to fight first. All that remained was to decide who would be first. But as soon as it came to the fight with Choka, everyone began to refuse. Someone had a stomach ache. Someone came up with other ridiculous excuses. One of them, unable to stand the tension, pushed the boy forward. He, having lost his balance, involuntarily rushed into the attack. His instincts screamed of danger. Choka was a truly formidable opponent in front of him, and it was quite understandable because in Choka's chest bloodlust raged. But the boy convinced himself. There is no need to be afraid now, otherwise he will receive the lowest rank. "I'm Chun Ilbo," he introduced himself and offered to determine the winner in a fight with bare fists. This was his cunning plan. He knew that Choka was a master swordsman, and without a weapon, the chance of victory increased. He sincerely hoped that he would be able to win in a fist fight, even though it sounded ridiculous. But instead of winning, he received a powerful, quick, and accurate blow to the chin that knocked out several of his teeth. Together with his teeth, he himself flew far back like a doll from the blow of Choka. Yangaka and his five no longer looked like such self-confident fighters. Choka only impatiently called for the next one. He craved revenge for the commander's humiliation. The bald man's name was Yom Sawung. He also wanted to fight with his fists, but the same fate awaited him. Huang Yomun decided to pick up the sword, hoping that the weapon would give him an advantage. However, he instantly regretted his choice. Choka called for the next one again, ready to continue. Now even the elders looked at him with respect and concern. "What are you worth? Are you not going to fight anymore?" Choka asked, watching them freeze in place. The bandits began to argue among themselves about which of them has a higher rank and who should go out first. Mustachioed Baekgyo kept his trump card just in case and didn't think he would have to use it. "I will not raise my sword against a comrade," he said, and took out a battle fan. These words made Choka agree to fight with the sword. Baekgyo thought he had outwitted him. Grabbing the fan, he stepped forward. The blade of the fan glistened, turning turquoise. It was all his fighting energy that he put into a powerful swing. However, Choka simply put his hand under Beck's attack, and that proved to be enough to stop the blow. Beck continued to attack, confident that Choka would not be able to withstand the power of his battle fan. Mangaka, watching this, thought that Beck was a cunning old fox. After all, it was thanks to this fan that Beck got the nickname Demon of Hengyang Province. Fighting him with bare hands is suicide. However, Choka's hand holding the block began to tremble noticeably. It became clear that this fan is not a simple weapon. The force of his blows could split even a boulder. Beck was sure that this time the fan would bring him victory. "Hey, old fart," Choka said to him. He asked sarcastically if he knew what a fair fight was. At that moment, Choka's fist stopped right next to Beck's nose. Choka then punched him right in the ear so hard that the ringing in his head reminded him every morning of this sneaky trick. This blow sent Beck flying far back, unable to stand on his feet. The members of the gang froze in amazement again, seeing Choka's incredible power. His silhouette against the background of raised dust looked impressive and frightening. After this fight, Choka exhaled, finally calming down a bit. But there was the last opponent ahead, Mangaka. Now Mangaka could see that this little one was much stronger than they said he was. "Stop. Wait a minute," Mangaka said, spreading his arms to the sides and losing all his confidence. "It's hard to say who is stronger, me or Beck, but I don't think I should fight you." Choka stared at him and said sharply, "Remember these words and hammer them into your head. If you go against my brothers again, next time you will simply die." This was humiliating for Mangaka, and he felt hatred burning in his chest. He could not believe that now he would have to serve these idiots, as he called them, as if they were his masters. Choka waited for the answer, keeping his eyes on him. Mangaka had no choice but to answer, "Yes, I will serve you." Choka coped with all these impudents, and the brothers offered him a well-deserved reward, a delicious meal. But at the same time, Mangaka was seething inside with the desire to take revenge on this little one. He mentally planned his revenge by appealing to the merchants of Heijia, Nanyang village. Meanwhile, the boy, pushing everyone in his way, ran to the master. The master calmly enjoyed a cup of hot tea. The door slammed open and the boy reported new problems. The rumors that troubled them turned out to be true. Shim Mangaka and Baekgyo saw both of them leave the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress. Their master just laughed. "If the whole world finds out that 2 of the 3 Hengyang province demons have become part of this gang, they will rise very quickly, and then they will be unstoppable." The boy also reported that they robbed hundreds of merchants this fall alone. Lee Murion was interested and asked, "Which of them became the commander?" Pan Yancho, who possesses the technique of heavenly and earthly sword, remained the commander. "They both lost in the rank battle," the boy replied. Lee could not believe it and was convinced that it was false information. The envoy added that all of them are now lower than 30th in rank. The boy asked what they should do next, but it was great news for Lee. Lee was always bothered by these 2. He hated being put in the same line as the demons of Hengyang province. Even the thought of their names next to his annoyed him. Lee decided that he would not allow the 5 Mountain Peaks gang to continue wreaking havoc. He saw in this a chance to get rid of both the gang and these 2 in one fell swoop. Lee counted the strength. The Bandits had only 30 men, while the Nanyang Trade Union under his command had twice as many. The 5 Mountain Peaks fortress lived its own life. Everyone was engaged in his own business. Someone cleaned weapons, someone repaired armor. Choka had just been carefully tending to his sword, keeping it in perfect condition. Baldy, who had recently been defeated, brought water to Choksi. As he handed over the water, he couldn't hold back and expressed his admiration for how easily Choka had handled one of the Hengyang demons back. But the bald man wondered why Choka was holding the sword in that way. He remembered how martial artists were said to be able to cut a person with a blade. The thought immediately made him think of Choka. Choka himself had never heard of such a thing, so he just shrugged his shoulders. Baldy, realizing that he had said something stupid, awkwardly turned around and left. Choka stood still, pondering his words. He himself began to wonder if someone with such incredible power existed. If so, he would like to meet this person. Time passed. Night fell on the fortress and everyone went to sleep. One of the fighters decided to go to the fence to get some fresh air. He could hardly stand on his feet from fatigue and almost fell asleep on the move. His eyes were already closing, but suddenly he saw something in front of him. What he saw made him open his eyes wide. Fiery arrows flew into the sky, flying straight into the courtyard of the fortress. It became clear, this is an ambush. He instantly woke up everyone who was sleeping. Choka watched as several of his brothers were engulfed in flames, and the entire courtyard turned into a fiery inferno. The arrows got stuck in the places of fall, causing new fires. Damn it! Choka gripped his sword, ready to destroy whoever was behind this attack. At that moment, Punyancho opened the door and saw the horror unfolding before him. Everyone calm down, he ordered. Prepare for battle. He was warned that the fire could quickly destroy all the walls of the fortress. Poon thought. There was only one entrance and exit in the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks. If they leave the fortress to escape the fire, it will be like rabbits jumping out of their holes, right into the hands of the hunters. It seems that the opponents did not take into account that Poon is so smart. He immediately ordered everyone to stay inside and move a safe distance away from the flames. He also ordered to take logs and build an additional wall for protection. How dare you set fire to our fortress? Whoever you are, just wait, he said angrily. Some time passed, and a thick fog hung over the battlefield. Lee considered them ordinary mountain bandits, but they unexpectedly showed resilience. None even thought of running away. He stood confidently, his army lined up behind him. Lee was convinced that this did not change anything in the general plan. Hooks with ropes flew up and caught on the wooden fence of the fortress. At a signal, the crowd pulled the ropes, and the wall easily collapsed. Their plan was simple: to deal with the bandits, without making much effort. When the outer walls fell, they planned to overwhelm the gang with their sheer numbers. However, something went wrong at a crucial moment. Lee looked confused at what had happened. He could not understand what the bandits had done. Behind the destroyed wall stood another, stronger one, and they no longer had stocks of combustible materials. The strategy seemed to have failed, but Lee wasn't going to admit it. He ordered his men to calm down and declared that this was all expected. If the opponents showed intelligence, he will also act differently. One of his soldiers looked through a gap in the wall. Lee took out his axe, gripping the handle tightly. This was his main weapon, with which he had already destroyed many enemies. Meanwhile, one of the bandits noticed in the gap how a man with an axe was confidently walking towards them. He was going to attack them himself, with only an axe in his hands. Is he really planning to chop down the wall with an axe? The thugs were convinced that if he wasn't an idiot, he had a hidden agenda. Yangaka decided to personally check who this daredevil was. But as soon as he looked into the gap, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him stood Lee Murion, the famous heavenly swordsman. He realized that their opponents were the Merchants' Union, and Lee was its leader and one of the 3 great demons. However, for Choka, this news was only a cause for joy. Their main enemy was standing right in front of them. Lee was already close to the fence. He could hear the thugs behind the wall scoffing at him, calling him an idiot for walking with one axe. Lee did not believe that some wooden wall could stop him. It seemed ridiculous. A few swings of the axe and the wall will fall. He punched the wall with all his might, expecting it to shatter. But instead of the expected result, he saw something unexpected. Someone was helping him destroy the wall from the other side. It was Choka. Lee couldn't figure out who this little guy was or how he got here. Choka came closer and asked, "Are you the head of the Merchants' Union?" Lee was still in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. A child was standing in front of him. However, without further ado, they met in battle. Lee was even more stunned when he felt the incredible power this guy was using. He had to break the distance to regain consciousness. This turn of events was definitely not part of his plans as he boldly strode to the fence. Lee was still in a state of shock from Choka's single energy-infused blade. His hand trembled as he gripped the axe. He was forced to admit, this guy has incredible strength. It became clear that Choka is the same swordsman from the 5 Mountain Peaks gang, about whom there were legends. Lee had heard rumors about him, but he couldn't even imagine that he was so young. All that mattered to Choka was that Lee had set their house on fire. When Choka saw that there was an entire army behind Lee, he thought that he really was acting like an idiot. But Lee was not going to accept Choka's offer to pay for the arson. He was angry that these thugs had declared themselves masters of the 5 Mountain Peaks, robbing others to gain glory. Lee declared aloud that he had come as a representative of Hengyang Province to subdue everyone here and prove that bandits could not rule this place. Choka calmly answered, "When opinions differ, the one who is stronger will be right." You are too self-confident. Do you think you can survive after provoking me? Lee asked. I don't know who defeated Yangak and Baek, but I'm much stronger than them. Choka was just waiting for them to finally start fighting. Long talks did not inspire him. Lee changed the axe to the sword hanging from his belt. Pulling him out, Lee decided he would teach this boy the art of battle. He wasn't going to let his guard down, and he wasn't going to feel sorry for him, even if Choka was a child. But Choka heard such words not for the first time. It was even more interesting for him when the enemy did not lose his vigilance. At that moment, Lee rushed forward like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Their attacks converged in a mad whirlwind, slicing through the air and space between them. Lee was determined not to hesitate, use his strongest technique, and end everything with one blow. Lee used his strongest technique, Eternal Noon. The silhouettes of Lee began to double before Choka's eyes. For Choka, it was even more interesting than he imagined. However, with a single swing of the sword, he repelled several attacks in a row. How Choka blocked these blows was a mystery to Lee that he could not solve. Moreover, Choka was not tired at all and went forward with renewed strength. The sword swung in a wave of energy comparable to that of a dominant in this battle, cut through the air and hit Lee's body. But this attack did not kill him. Lee only bounced back. This led Choku to recognize Lee as a worthy opponent and to call his technique interesting. Eternal Noon is a technique of the MANHWA martial arts sect. Lee couldn't believe that a simple thug could block her. In a rage, Lee shouted, "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from and what techniques do you use?" Choka calmly replied that he had no past and that his technique was the demon slicing sword. He praised Lee again. "You are not bad. So far, no one has survived the second blow. Your technique is fun. Can I try to repeat it?" Choka asked with a smile. For Lee, this was an incredible insult. Eternal Noon consisted of 1,000 complex movements. But for a guy who spent 10 years in a barn honing every move, the technique didn't seem all that difficult. In front of everyone, Choka decided to repeat the Eternal Noon technique. And when he started doing it, the movements looked even more perfect and graceful than Lee himself. Murion was stunned. There are no other words to describe it. Eternal Noon is the final movement of the MANHWA sect's mysterious six-sword combination. It looked like a simple punch, but there were thousands of micro-movements hidden in it. This combination is the basis of the Blooming Plum technique, which all disciples of the main sect and even those outside of it were supposed to learn. It is not easy even for sect disciples to grasp this technique. But Lee, having studied her as an external student, became a master of martial arts and captured Hengyang province. All his efforts, which he was so proud of, were destroyed in an instant. It seemed impossible, because Lee knew that this technique could not be learned just by seeing it once. But despite the shock, he continued to grip the sword, not allowing himself to lower it. He believed that he knew Eternal Noon better than anyone, and could stop Choka. Lee thought that only one of Choka's clones was real, the one in the back. But his assumptions turned out to be wrong. He couldn't understand where this pain was coming from that was shooting through his body. It became clear that each of Choka's clones were real, and each could strike. It wasn't just an imitation level, it was a level that surpassed the original. After spurting blood from his mouth, Lee Murion fell to the ground. Choka even looked disappointed. "What the hell? You fell before I even finished the technique." However, judging by his motionless body, Lee was not going to get up. Choka came closer and began to examine him carefully. "What a pity!" "Even so, it's worth taking your head," said Choka. When suddenly Lee rasped, "Wait! I can't move! I will never come even close to the fortress! 5 mountain peaks again! Please save my life!" Lee swore on his right hand that he would never do that again. Choka decided to pardon him and advised him to keep his promise. He approached his comrades, who were already congratulating him and calling him cool. The trade union men picked up their wounded leader and carried him. Lee just turned around, not believing that this young guy had just defeated him. He couldn't fathom how incredibly strong Choka had become. Another man watched everything that was happening from the top of the mountain. There was a mask on his face and he saw everything from the beginning to the end. The commander was interested in one question. How did Choksha manage to destroy the wall that was so difficult to build? In addition to the small trading alliances of Henan province, the 3 major trading alliances had already been crushed one by one. Now it was the turn of the Mansu Trade Union and the Nanyang Trade Union, which shared Henan territory, to be overthrown as well. The balance of power in the region has changed beyond recognition. It was hard to believe that the Heavenly Swordsman had been defeated. How is it possible that some petty thug turned out to be so strong? One of the merchants told the table that rumors had already spread throughout the province. Due to this, the 5 mountain peaks fortress can significantly grow in influence. One of them thought the best option was to attack now, before they got stronger. However, there were also fears. There was a suspicion that this young thug might be the disciple of the heaven-crushing demon lord, the head of the Green Forest. How else to explain its power? This assumption sounded reasonable. He appeared just as the demon lord began to expand his influence. Everyone understood one thing. If Choka was really their student, it was best to stay away from them as much as possible. But one of them no longer wanted to listen to this delusion. He hit the table with all his might, shattering it into splinters. "Can we run from some bandits?" he shouted angrily. The leader of the Manzu trade union, Hurricane Swordsman San Muchen, declared that if they retreated, they would be laughed at by all of Henan. However, there was no plan of action because even San looked equal to the heavenly swordsman. They asked him if he had any ideas on how to deal with this young thug, but even Sun admitted that he still doesn't understand how to do it. "This kid is on another level," San Muchen muttered. He remembered watching Choka fight Lee. If he had rushed into battle then without thinking, he would have ended up the same as Murion. To calm himself, he asked to bring him Longjing tea brought from the West Lake. After a few sips, he added that it was time to head to Huguan province. He decided to remind his people that an important chance was waiting for them there. Wudan Mountain is located in Huguan province. Although San was an external student, he studied the martial arts of the Wudan sect. His mentor was the elder of the sect, the sage Chunji. This master was known as one of the strongest even by the standards of the Wudan sect. In addition, he was famous for his skill in learning. Sun was glad that his men were finally starting to think strategically. The Wudan sect is among the 10 strongest sects. The level of direct students of these schools is hard to even imagine. If the master can be persuaded to join them, it will spell the end for Choka. Even if he is truly a demon lord's disciple, he is too young and inexperienced to face Wudan's direct disciples. If Choka falls, the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks will also come to an end. Finally, their long conversation ended and a new day dawned. The table in the fortress was covered with delicious food, and all this was more like a dream than reality. Their dying wish was to eat to their heart's content, and today, it finally came true. The boys were happy to see a table covered with sumptuous food. Although everything seemed too expensive, they reassured themselves that they deserved it. After all, they were together with the strongest in Henan province, Young Choho. However, Choka modestly objected, believing that the head is still the strongest. He could not take his eyes off the expensive clothes in which he was dressed, considering them too luxurious. But the boys asked him not to worry, reminding him that it was he who earned this money for 5 mountain peaks. Everyone was grateful to him. The second brother gave them a lot of money and asked them to entertain Choka properly. He said that Choka should eat to his heart's content and wear the best clothes. "Enjoy your rest today before we get back to business," concluded the other brother. Choka noticed the girl sitting across from him at the table. He was not familiar with her and offered to get acquainted. Her name was Ha Sobag, and she only joined the gang a week ago. This cute girl managed to raise the entire fortress to her ears and became famous for her beauty even in the nearby villages. A stout man watched their conversation. Khan said that Sobek joined them because of her popularity. She ran away from a bully who was forcing her into marriage. Suddenly, a low, rough voice rang out. "I told you to call me if there were any problems!" The man approached the girls, but his attention was fixed on Sobek. He turned to her as if trying to reassure and protect her. It became clear this is the same hooligan. It was he who made Sobek run away in fear. A bald man with a scar on his face denied that he was a hooligan. "Hey, bald. I wanted to teach you at first. Maybe you'll go your own way?" Khan offered him calmly. She tried to avoid the mess and asked him not to risk his life. "So everyone will be better off." But self-confidence burned in his chest, and he considered these words nonsense. He turned to Sobek, demanding that she confirm how scary and dangerous he was. He warned her not to try to hit him again because even patience has its limits. The bald guy roughly squeezed her shoulder harder. This time, Yon Choka couldn't stand it and ordered it to stop immediately. Since he was in a good mood, he offered the bald man a deal. If he disappeared before he counted to 10, then Choka would pardon him. But, as often happens, the bigger a person is, the more stupidity and pride he has. Choka started the countdown and it was already 9. Baldy, instead of leaving, brazenly offered to run away himself. Khan calmly finished her meal, sure that the bald man would not last long. The bald man asked disdainfully, "Have you never heard of Gwakyong Chul from Hengjiang province?" Khan calmly answered, "No, they did not hear," And you don't know anything about us either. Who the hell are you to turn your nose up so high? He exclaimed in exasperation. She slowly turned her gaze to him and said, We are the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks. Perhaps the bald man understood something, but it was already too late. Choka counted to 1. He begged to wait, but saw Choka stand up. His breathing became slow, and his gaze changed to cold and ruthless. Loud blows began to be heard in the restaurant. Choka mercilessly beat the big man. Blood spewed from the bald man's mouth, and his internal organs seemed ready to burst. During this fight, another figure appeared and stood directly in front of Choka. Baldy flew to the side, losing his teeth with a footprint on his body. The new figure radiated seriousness and strength. Her cold gaze exuded confidence. He stood firm, like a rock, with unshakable confidence in his abilities. As he concentrated, all the objects around him, boards, dishes, rose into the air, enveloped in energy that glowed the same color that enveloped his body. Yeon Choka looked at him with interest. Those terrible cold eyes radiated menace and power. At that moment, a man ran up to him from behind and asked why he did not warn him in advance. This street is dangerous. I have already called the carriage. If you wait a little, we will reach the Union comfortably, he assured. It was Wooden Sect Elder Sage Chunji. He was walking forward, and the man who was supposed to meet him did not understand where the elder was going. This made my head spin. What is Chunji doing here? When the elder of the Udan sect intervenes in the matter, and not his disciples, it is already a completely different level. If people find out that the elder got into a fight with some bandit, it will be a real scandal. Rumors had already begun to spread. It was said that Sanmuchun was frightened because Lee had been defeated in one blow. The fact that Sun had managed to bring the elder himself here was an incredible achievement. Did the Mansu Trade Union always have this influence? San stood behind them and heard all this gossip. When Chunji heard this, he couldn't believe that Sun was worried about the rumors. You still have a lot to learn, said the elder sternly. Sun couldn't say anything but apologize. The sage ordered him after all this to begin solitary training to harden his mind and body. However, even the master himself was a little surprised by what was happening. After this conversation, Chunji came upon a scene where a fight was taking place. Choka was dealing with the bald man, whom he had just sent to Earth. What is that noise? San and his men did not understand anything. They were only worried if everything was okay with the master. But what Sun saw next was something he didn't want to see at all. This bastard! This is definitely a bandit from the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress. What is he doing here? He exclaimed. The boy had a strange aura, but his hair of such a rare color gave it away. San understood. This is the same little one who defeated Lee. He began to fuss and shout in Chun's direction. It's him! It's him! But Elder Chunji only pulled the hood over his face. He turned and walked away. He came here to rest, but realized that this street was restless. It was then that Yeon Choka turned his attention to him. He felt that this old man possessed powerful energy. It was obvious even to the uninitiated. Khan just sighed, clutching her head as she looked at the shattered place. The head ordered to avoid trouble in order to preserve one's reputation. Now you will need a lot of money for repairs. Ion made an excuse. The bald guy made me angry himself. I gave him a full 10 seconds to escape. Okay, forget it, Han breathed, trying not to spoil her mood. And you broke the table, Khan complained. She just wanted to eat. And what to do now? In addition, the restaurant itself suffered serious damage. After listening to all the claims against him, Yeon Choka decided to take matters into his own hands. I didn't think this bald guy would turn out to be such a weakling, he explained. Flew away from one blow. It would be surprising if he resisted, Choka added. The girls just shrugged. Khan got some money, that's all they had left. Fortunately, after paying for the repairs, there will be enough for at least rice soup. Unfortunately, there won't be enough for Sobek to buy new clothes, she added. And you so wanted to look like a real bandit. Sobek waved her hands, excusing herself. I didn't say that. Han covered her mouth with her hand and said, Okay, let's buy new clothes next time. But John suggested, we can buy clothes instead of food. I think this will not be enough. But if you're really sorry, you can listen to one request of mine, said Khan. Hearing these words, John agreed. She once again warned, just don't go back on your words later. Her request was to teach them in Sobek martial arts. Meanwhile, Chunji walked forward. San ran after him, trying to tell about Choka. But as soon as he started, Chunji interrupted him. I already know. He asked about the rumors that Choka was a disciple of the heaven-breaking demon lord. San confirmed, adding that it was because of this power that the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress was quickly recognized as part of the Green Forest. But Chunji objected. If the Demon Lord had such an outstanding disciple, it would have been known long ago. He likes to show off and would not be able to hide such a talented student. Chunji was now satisfied that he had come here. He met a real martial arts genius. It was a great luck. Really big. 3 days later, Huguan Province, Mount Wudan. The girl was carrying a bag with food and drinks in her hands. She brought it to the bearded man. No matter how much I look at this landscape, such beautiful places simply do not exist, she said, admiring the view. I brought some precious tea from the West Lake as a gift. I remember that you love him, said the leader of the Udan sect, Sage Taeho. He turned to the elder of the Wudan sect, Sage Chunji, known for his love of Longjing tea. However, Chunji understood very well that if Taeho brought such a valuable gift, then there was something important that needed to be discussed. It was all too obvious, and Chunji agreed with it. They made tea and, sitting opposite each other, began a conversation. Techo brought up the topic of serious problems with traders. Too many bandits have spawned in the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress, and the Green Forest has also become more active. Chunji remarked that if the Green Forest was really involved, things could be complicated. But Techo added, it will be difficult only if a suitable explanation is not found. The leader of the trade union in these lands is your student. By the way, he brought this tea, Taeho explained. He offered to send a disciple to protect Henan province and his own pet. Chunji understood this as a hint to monitor the activities of the Green Forest. He reminded Taeho of the time the demonic cult fairy threatened all of Murim. Luna Fey tried to use her terrible martial arts to capture Murim and the entire Central Plains. Although the Sword Emperor and the moon-slicing swordsman had protected Murim with great difficulty, their strength could no longer be relied upon. No one can guarantee that a similar threat will not arise again. Because of this, the sage was restless and did not know how long this peaceful time would last. Unorthodox sects also posed a threat to Murim. The Demon Lord, Heaven Crusher, the head of the Green Forest, had already defeated many famous swordsmen. It can be said that in modern Murima, no one is able to resist him. You want me to uproot this threat? Chunji asked. That's right, confirmed the sage Taeho. This is another opportunity to raise the reputation of our sect. Besides, if Yuden sect's influence spread to Henan province, it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After listening to this suggestion, Chunji took another sip of tea. He slowly exhaled the warm air and said that he had one condition. After that, he abruptly placed the cup on the table with a loud crash. Let me deal with the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress in person. Sage Taeho was surprised and did not understand why Chun needed this. During the 10 years that I have ruled this city, I have performed many fortune-telling and rites, Chunji explained. But what is strange, when I tried to guess my own luck, I never once drew a lucky sign. And at the same time, I never once pulled out a sign of failure. I thought I would go through life without luck or failure. But this morning something changed. Chunji believed that the encounter on the street was a great fortune sent to him by a divine teacher. The bandit from the fortress, 5 Mountain Peaks, had an exceptional talent with the sword. Although Chun did not believe that he was the Demon Lord's apprentice, he was certain that if he could be apprenticed, he would become the greatest swordsman in the world. No, he would be the embodiment of the Wuden sect's ideal sword. If that happens, Udan's influence will skyrocket. Meanwhile, Poon watched the construction being completed. A new pavilion of harmony was built in the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress. The rapid development of the fortress required new buildings, so for this, Poon invited carpenters, counselors, and their families. Everyone loved it here, because the atmosphere in the fortress was really wonderful. Children ran forward, happily exploring new places, but the head was engrossed in thoughts, which did not escape the attention of the second brother. The reason for his brooding was that, looking at this picturesque place, he remembered his past again and again. Only he began to tell about him, how they were suddenly killed. It was Hyundo looking for Choku. He had heard that Choka teaches martial arts to girls, and he wanted to ask for training, but he couldn't find him. They just went to the forest, said the second brother, pointing in the direction of the bamboo grove. Hyundo ran there as fast as he could. At this time, Yon Choka was already telling the girls about the breathing technique, explaining that first you need to memorize 300 words. He who aspires to master the energy of the 9 heavens must tame his heart. The energy of the 9 heavens is not material, but it is not empty either, said Choka. But as soon as he started to tell more, Khan interrupted him. The girls immediately began to make excuses that it was too difficult, because they could not believe that they could remember at least 100 words. But John answered, I think you will manage if you train for 10 years. He asked them to close their eyes and do as he said. Over time, everything will become easier. Since they came to study, they decided to try. They closed their eyes and focused only on their breathing. Suddenly, they began to hear a soft rustling of leaves, a sound they hadn't noticed before. Jan watched them, wondering if they were able to focus. He saw how their energies were harmonizing and realized that they were completely immersed in the process. It was the first time he had seen anyone train like this. He himself suddenly felt something new and understood it clearly and clearly. The training passed so quickly that they did not notice how the color of the sky changed. The sun was already setting, and everything around was colored with crimson shades. Khan was the first to open her eyes, followed by Sobek. But Khan put her finger to her lips and asked Sobek to keep quiet. She did this because she saw Jan sink into deep concentration. He held his hands in front of his chest, forming an invisible sphere. The energy swirling around him seemed magical. Jan was completely immersed in the process. It seemed as if he was standing on the surface of the water, feeling only the light drops falling beside him. Immediately after that, Jan began to reproduce the movements in his mind. But immediately he told himself that it was not that, and asked himself what to do to get to know it more deeply. Then he realized that he needed to calm down and focus only on the voice of his heart. At the same moment, his reflection appeared in front of him. He tried to talk to him. "Now get ready," said a voice in his head. It seemed that these were his thoughts, but at the same time, the reflection was speaking. Ion concentrated and stood in the same stance as his reflection. He moved as if they had always been one. The movements, which before seemed indistinct, now merged together, smoothly transitioning from one to another. It was a feeling that warmed the soul. A delicate aroma, similar to blooming flowers, filled the air. The flowers seemed to bloom over his body and gently touch his heart. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the flowers began to dissolve into the air. The girls, watching this, were speechless. John opened his eyes and looked at them and couldn't tell if something was written on his face or why their attention was so focused on him.
Choka, it was incredible. Can we do that too if we keep training? The girls asked enthusiastically, fascinated by what they saw.
He asked them to stop getting so excited. From now on, you will repeat these words every morning and every evening during your breath concentration practice. Training is over. Choka turned to go back and finally eat, while the girls followed him, animatedly discussing what they had seen. They couldn't stop talking about how beautiful it was. On their way, they met the head of the fortress, who was deep in heavy thoughts. It became clear that something was wrong with the commander. He stood and looked at the new building, as if he were completely alone, despite the people around him. The commander slowly turned to Choka and asked, "What should we do now?" "Sage Chunji is heading here to attack the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress," he said anxiously. Only a few faithful brothers remained. Everyone else just ran away. The commander gathered everyone for a meeting to decide how to proceed. One of the brothers suggested using the time before morning to escape. The commander did not know how to respond to this offer. He turned to Yangak. "Do you have any ideas?" But Yangak only shook his head. He didn't know any trick that would work against Sage Chunji. "So what should we do?" asked the second brother, nervously looking at everyone. But Yangak gloomily replied that the 5 Mountain Peaks fortress was already finished. He advised everyone to accept this fact and understand the following. Sage Chunji is an elder of the Wudan sect. He is the strongest in his sect and was once the most powerful in all of Hubei. His students are also incredibly strong. Challenging such a monster is the same as cutting off one's own head. Poon slammed his hand hard on the arm of the chair and told everyone to shut up. He turned to John. "What do you think about this situation?" Everyone else held their breath, waiting for him to say at least a word. But Ion stood, leaning on a wooden post that supported the frame of the building, and quietly said, "I don't know yet." They never heard a word from him again. Yangak did not stop insisting. If they stay here, they will simply die. Turning around, he began to walk towards the exit, not wanting to wait for his death. The others looked at each other hesitantly. Their thoughts were written on their faces, fear and doubt. Knowing that Sage Chunji was approaching, they decided to run now. One by one they came out, but Li Chulsang remained standing. He was asked why he didn't go with everyone, but he just kept silent, staring into space. Li Chulsang turned and looked at the girls, who were reassuring each other that everything would be fine, but their faces betrayed fear and uncertainty. Then he firmly stated that he was not going to go. His friend realized that it was useless to argue and decided to just leave. Everyone had sour expressions on their faces that evening. Only 10 people remained on the spot. The girls proved to be stronger than many of the men who decided to run away. Poon thanked everyone who stayed. He understood that, from a rational point of view, it was necessary to flee, as advised by Yangak. But there were new buildings, a pavilion and houses. The people who had recently returned to the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks could not just leave everything. Poon clenched his fist tighter as he sat on his chair. A tense silence reigned in the room. Suddenly, the wind rushed through the window. He brought with him some green leaves. One of the leaves fell right into Choka's hand. He clenched his fist, and there was a sharp clap. This caught the attention of the commander and everyone in the room. Then Yun asked the commander, "Sage Chunji, can he cut a leaf?" Poon did not believe that his power would allow him to cut a person with an ordinary blade. He considered it impossible for any person. But if his opponent is not that strong, then there is a chance to fight him, Ion realized. Yun stated this out loud in front of everyone and was even asked if he was serious. The commander had no doubt that Yeon was capable of detaining Sage Chunji. However, the words that Yang Gok said did not give Poon peace of mind and kept spinning in his head. Suddenly the figure of Sage Chun appeared before his eyes. In his mind, Poon could see Yan fighting this opponent. He realized that the only way to defend the fortress was already obvious. This plan required a risk, putting a child's life on the line. And is there another way? They came here 5 years ago. Many new people joined them this year. The pavilion flourished and much was accomplished on the day. Everyone supported John, saying he would make it. However, the commander did not want to always rely on John alone. It was about an elder of one of the 10 great sects. Perhaps he is stronger than he seems. The commander could not risk the lives of his men in such a situation. He got up from his chair and announced the dissolution of the fortress of the 5 peaks. After some time, he came to a huge fence that served as a fence for the fortress. He clutched an axe in one hand while the other trembled. For some reason, his legs did not move. It was incredibly difficult for him to take this step. Suddenly, the rope holding the log started to break. He raised his head, and not understanding what was happening, froze in place. The log flew straight at him. He closed his eyes, but nothing happened. He slowly began to flatten them. The log was stopped by his brother. He explained that there was no way to escape. All of them held this falling fence with their bodies. The closest people gathered here, those who had the courage to stay. And among them was the one whom the commander most wanted to see. Choka carried the most logs on his shoulders. Despite the weight, he asked the commander if everything was okay with him. At this moment, the commander understood what a real family is. His brothers and sisters reminded him that if the team was doomed to die, they would die together. These words made the commander smile. He realized that they were all as unruly as they were brave. Some time passed, and some were already engaged in restoring the fence. Others lit a fire and enjoyed the crackling of wood. Fortunately, there were materials left, and the wall was quickly rebuilt. Finally, it was possible to relax a little. The commander offered to be on guard duty. The enemy could attack tomorrow, but there was always the risk of a surprise attack. Everyone unanimously agreed, "Yes, Chief." Among them was Gomyon, a former resident of the temple, Mio Hayondo, who escaped from prison, and Imdal, a clever thief, Sanchin and Soban, who used to practice slash-and-burn agriculture. They trusted the head, who considered himself an insignificant man, and he was grateful to them for such a family. He said out loud that he was very lucky. However, others were not so modest and emphasized that it should have been understood a long time ago. Then Khan stood up and addressed the head. "Since we've agreed to stick together even under the threat of death, maybe it's time to hesitate and accept us as a real family." She asked the others, and they all unanimously agreed with her. It was a great idea, and the chapter liked it too. Everyone happily supported this proposal, standing up and standing in a circle around the fire, enjoying the wonderful evening atmosphere. From that moment on, Chosun became number 8, Chaeyon-han became number 9, and Sobon became number 10. The head now relied on them as his true family. For John, this moment became a key moment in his life. Even if the thugs were familiar with the formalities, their oath was only an imitation of the Peach Orchard Oath from the 3 Kingdoms. They may have been ignorant, but that was enough for them. The Oath of the Peach Orchard is an event from Lu Guanzhong's 14th century novel, The 3 Kingdoms. Meanwhile, the mighty and incredibly strong Sage Chun was advancing. He was followed by a large army, about 100 soldiers. He warned everyone that it was time to prepare for battle. Soon the morning of a new day came. The boys were still asleep, some even with saliva on their faces. Jan woke up before everyone else and decided to go outside. When he got out, he took a deep breath and looked at the bright morning sky. His sword was tightly clenched in his hand, and there was only one thought in his mind. He tried to hide his anxiety from the others, but he was worried if he could defeat someone like Sage Chunji. Ian convinced himself that he had to win so that everyone could stay together. Thinking, he felt someone's presence behind him. Instantly, he turned and pointed his sword at it, shouting, "Who's here?" Poon stood behind him with his hands raised. The commander scared him. He went on duty so that the others could rest a little. He wondered why Jan was awake. Ion, scratching the back of his head, explained that he had already slept. But his words did not sound too convincing. Despite this, he continued to make excuses, claiming that he had almost rested. Suddenly, Poon slashed Jan with his sword to test his reaction. Jan managed to defend himself without problems. After that, a proposal was made to hold a warm-up duel. At first, Jan was confused, but soon he agreed because the idea sounded quite good. They began to fight on swords, honing their blows. Their movements were quick and skillful, their swords clanging as they collided. Poon also proved to be a skilled swordsman. During the match, he suddenly asked Jan for forgiveness. Jan didn't understand what the matter was. "I feel like I always rely on you even though you're the youngest," Poon said. Jan only asked not to worry, because they are brothers. But they were interrupted by the words that came from behind the wall. "Attention! The fortress of the 5 peaks." Immediately after that, the rumble of feet on the ground was heard. It became clear. The enemy is already here. The enemy brought his army. The head of the trade union, Mansu Sanmuchun, stood in front of the fence and loudly declared that they had better surrender. Otherwise, bloodshed would be inevitable. The head did not put everything on Choka's shoulders and jumped to the other side of the fence himself. Only the one who stands in front is worthy of the title of head. Climbing the fence, he saw a huge number of enemies, but he was no longer afraid. San, seeing him, realized that the head was standing in front of him, and tried to persuade him not to put up a futile resistance. But Pun's words were not at all what the enemy had hoped for. "San Muchin, you worthless fool! Do you think Sage Chunji's help will scare us? We will not run away from the old rascal. Shut up, you bastards! We're not that easy to scare!" San's face turned red with rage at these words. And Ion, standing on the other side of the fence, was smiling from ear to ear. Chun taught San not to give in to provocations, but he was not going to tolerate such insults. He shouted loudly, his voice so powerful that it sent ripples through the air. "Chapter, run away!" Jan shouted, standing under the fence. But it was too late. Chun simply demolished the fence with his scream. It was an unexpected move. At the same moment, Chun pushed off the ground. With his sword in hand, he was rapidly approaching, aiming the point directly at Poon. At this point, Poon was in mortal danger. The fear and tension that Jan felt instantly disappeared. He swung his sword to protect his brother, causing a blinding glow. A stream of light blinded Chun. Waves of energy swept right past him. The blow missed, but was so powerful that an explosion rang out in the mountains behind, destroying half of the mountain. Even Chun realized Yun's incredible power and admitted it internally. Looking back at the ruined mountains, Chun noticed something else. It was Ion, who had already taken off into the air and was preparing for a powerful attack, swinging his sword. Chun held out his sword for protection. Sparks from the collision of their blades scattered like New Year's fireworks. The onslaught of Ion's sword became stronger and stronger. Chun made the decision to jump back to increase the distance, but his hands continued to shake. Jan lowered his sword to the ground, stood in a stance, and asked, "Who are you, Sage Chunji? I felt your power when we crossed swords." However, despite this, Jan considered himself stronger. Chun didn't want to believe that anyone could be stronger than him. He only admitted one thing. A boy of his age already knew how to use sword energy, and it was impressive. However, Chun called Jan cocky and stared at him more and more intently, as if trying to remember where they had met. Then he remembered the scene of the fight with the bald man in the restaurant. "It is good that you are a Sage Chunji. You can't cut a person with a regular blade, can you?" Jan asked. This question made Chun laugh out loud. "I've seen many talents while traveling Jianghu, but I've never met one as fearless as you." Most martial arts masters swore allegiance to him at the very first meeting. That's why Chun decided to give Yun a chance to see if he was really better than all his previous opponents. To give a chance was to engage in battle, and Chun rushed at Yun. This sight stunned everyone who watched. Even the head just woke up. The second brother carried him on his shoulders and warned him not to be surprised. He explained that right now, Yan and Sage Chun were fighting as equals. Their battle went beyond their normal strength. A sphere of energy exploded between them. Once again, they found themselves facing each other, ready for the next blow. "Unbelievable," Chun pointed out, acknowledging Yan's strength. He offered to see if Yan could continue to dodge and began to prepare another attack. The ground shuddered as Chun raised his sword up and spun around himself. But Yan responded with waves of energy that cut through space and carried destructive power. Everything happened at such a speed that it was impossible to even blink an eye. They were face to face again. Chun rushed forward first, moving in a stream of blue energy. He warned John not to let his guard down and always think one step ahead. "Seriously?" answered John sarcastically. "I know it myself." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that threw everyone around. Yeon and Chun once again stood facing each other, swords tightly clenched. But this time, Chun looked at him differently, without being too cocky. Is he really the disciple of Demon Lord Heaven Crush? Chun thought. Deciding to dispel his doubts, he asked John who his teacher was. John proudly raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. He didn't answer, but Chun already understood why the talisman had great luck. I think you will be able to master all the Wudang sect's advanced techniques, Chun said. Yeon didn't even know what it was, but he still decided to refuse. However, Chun was determined to force him to learn this technique and change the flow of his energy. His sword moved smoothly, clearly and mesmerizingly beautifully. A yin-yang symbol surrounded by magical signs appeared behind Chun. It was a Wudang sect technique that only elders could master. The perfect technique of the Taiji mystic sword. That's what it was called. But John decided that now was the perfect time to attack. Chun spread his arms to the sides, and the energy around him grew more and more. John flew towards him and felt something unfamiliar. Something he hadn't felt before. A sudden blow with the sword, and a cut appeared on his hand. He needed to focus. The old man was already starting to annoy him so much that John could barely hold back his swearing. Landing, he raised his head, but there was no one in front of him. The problem is that Chun was already standing behind him. Dodging was extremely difficult, almost impossible. The brothers, watching this, were worried, and already foresaw the inevitable consequences. Chun swung his sword, delivering a blow that could be decisive in this battle. But John managed to jump back, only receiving a shallow cut on his shoulder. Chun released several waves of energy with a swing of his sword and warned that this was just the beginning. After deflecting the attack, Yeon noticed the yin and yang symbols in the air filled with energy. Chun jumped between them, taking advantageous positions for new attacks. The chief watched this, feeling his heart sink in worry for the boy, when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The whole team ran up to him, and Khan froze in shock when she saw what was happening. Chun created a hurricane of energy simply by moving across the battlefield. His battle cry accompanied each swing of his sword. The yin-yang symbol shone even brighter, and sound waves began to form around it. A beam of energy descended from the sky, struck the ground, and caused an explosion of incredible power right where John was standing. Everyone ran, blinded and stunned by the shockwave. After completing the attack, Chun admitted that it had been a long time since he used his full power. But this time he was unable to control it due to the excitement of the battle. At the same moment, he noticed a strange glow in the sky and could not understand what it was. A huge dragon figure appeared from the cloud of dust and stone fragments. Plasma energy filled him with an incredible charge. The ground shook as the dragon charged forward, striking terror into all who saw it. Its maw radiated blinding energy, and its body was covered with strong scales. It was the embodiment of Yona Choka's energy. The western part of Laoyang, Murion district. Several fighters were training next to the tables that were already set for the guests. One of the most important people at the table was Miss Beck. She was joking with the man sitting next to her. Mubek came over and thanked the Nangon clan and the elders of the Yon clan for their presence. He remembered how much he had learned during his 10 years of training in the Nangon clan and wanted to show off his skills. Beck was pleased that her son had reached the 7th martial arts rank. Although he was not as strong as his father, it was enough to be recognized as a master. Only these thoughts swirled in her head. Mubek took the sword and began to demonstrate what he had learned. He moved with agility and grace, swinging his sword in different directions, demonstrating his skill. Those watching could not believe their eyes. The wind swirled around him, creating a mesmerizing sight. His energy and confidence in his movements spoke for themselves. He represented a great dragon whose claws tore the earth. Slowly opening his eyes, he prepared for the final movement. Just one swing of the sword from top to bottom, and everything around became magical. 3 energy streaks rushed forward, cutting open the space. The power that was felt at that moment amazed everyone present. No one could say a word. Everyone just stared in fascination. They watched as the 3 claws left deep marks on the solid flagstone of the courtyard. Some even jumped over the table to get a closer look at these tracks. Miss Beck smiled slyly, watching the reaction of those present. The boy proudly put the sword back on his belt. At this time, another dragon was making an impression on people on the battlefield. But there it was not for a show, but for a real fight. This dragon was summoned by Ion. He stood directly in front of Chun. The energy around John glowed yellow, and there were loud sounds similar to lightning explosions. Then Yoon addressed Chun in a completely different, confident voice. "Have you really been hiding your power?" he asked. "Are you still underestimating me?" He warned the old man that now he would have to go all out and show all his strength. Chun's response was nothing but loud laughter. He did not hide his admiration. Unbelievable! In his opinion, a worthy opponent should have this kind of power. Wasting no time, he rushed into battle to put an end to it. Yan swung his weapon, meeting the attack. His eyes were colder than an icy iceberg, but the heat from his attacks was felt even from a distance. With the crackle of flame that accompanied each of their blows, they moved steadily forward. They came face to face, and suddenly, Chun was momentarily confused. 3 claws cut through the stone beneath his feet, and he felt their heat against his body. He was lucky, because he was between these blows. If he had been in their way, he would have been gone. Chun recognized the technique, and Yan reminded him, "Didn't you tell me not to get distracted a few minutes ago?" Gathering himself with new strength, Ion prepared for a decisive attack. Chun had almost no internal energy left. He struck a blow, which he called his last. They, like 2 balls spread in the air, hanging for a moment. But Chun still wanted to hear the boy's name and asked him to give his name. Yon Choka came from the lips of the boy, illuminated by the light. Chok means crimson, and Ha means west. Crimson West. That's how Ion deciphered his name. Everything became clear, but his lips were already bleeding. His hand weakened, and he gradually let go of the sword. In a moment, the sword slipped from his hand and flew down. At that moment, his consciousness transported him into a memory. Chun understood everything. In the same second, his strength left him, and he fell to the ground. San now urgently needed to come up with a plan, because his strongest master was defeated. Yan stood proudly over Chun's body, leaning on his sword. He wanted to say something to the head. He turned to his comrades, who could not believe their eyes. "Yon Choka has won!" they exclaimed, almost dancing with joy. The girls couldn't hold back the tears of happiness that filled their hearts. John himself did not notice how he found himself in a horizontal position. He realized that he was sitting on the shoulders of the leader who congratulated him on his victory. "Hooray for the Fortress of the 5 Peaks!" rang out triumphantly over the entire yard. He raised his hands high and rejoiced as if the world belonged to him. He himself did not know where to turn from his emotions. He could not believe that his teacher had been defeated. And he also fell on one knee before his enemy. Sun immediately ran over to Chun, worriedly asking if he was okay. He could see that the teacher's wounds were serious, and he needed a doctor's help. Chun exhaled slowly, trying to stay calm. He turned to San. "Did you see this? I saw the sky above the sky today. He cannot be conquered unless the Emperor himself gathers an army," he admitted. He described this guy as someone who was dangerous to even approach. Rumors of Sage Chunji's defeat quickly spread and caused much controversy. In the southern region of Henan Province, men sat at a table discussing the news. Some were in disbelief while others confirmed that it was true. Chun had indeed lost. Nearby, at another table, Li Murion was sitting and personally stated that this guy could defeat even the elders of the Wudan sect. He said this as someone who had already faced this young warrior's sword, and remembered his movements, which were really impressive. Now they only guessed who could become his worthy opponent. A few more men approached, but he also destroyed them with one blow. After that, the Mansu Trade Union was defeated, and the whole province of Henan knew that no one could break the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks, for the sake of the reputation of the trade union and the Wudan sect. Its leader, Sun Muchun, tried to suppress the spread of this news. But despite his best efforts, rumors had already spread throughout southern Henan. The 5 Peaks Fortress has gone from an unknown group to the strongest community. The sage's defeat was initially considered false. At the same time, legends appeared about 10 heroes who defended the fortress. Among them, one name attracted the most attention. In the Fortress of the 5 Peaks, there is an outstanding martial artist named Yon Choka. According to rumors, only 10 defenders were against hundreds of warriors of the trade union and the Udan sect. Now they are called 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks Fortress. This information was reported to one man. The one-eyed man and the man in the black mask received these reports. They agreed to take the group to the Green Forest if they gathered enough people. Among them was one of the 12 demonic generals. He ignored all pleas to enter the Green Forest, and hoped that the nameless fortresses would be gone by the time the meeting was held. The meeting was less than a month away, and he decided to personally see if they were worthy of becoming a part of the Green Forest. A bird flew to the Fortress of the 5 Peaks with a note on its paw. In the Pavilion of Harmony, a man sat on his knees, begging to be taken back, because he had nowhere to go. He swore to the chapter that he would never betray them or run away again. The head asked him to get up. He stood up, waiting for punishment, and his premonitions were not in vain. The head waved his hand. He closed his eyes even tighter, waiting for the blow, but the head only put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Welcome back." He joked that he was so scared and thanked him for believing in him and coming back. This guy's name was Plut. He did not hold back tears of joy. He thanked and promised that he would repay the kindness, after which he ran in the other direction. The second brother thought that the head was being too gentle with them. If it is so easy to accept everyone, the fortress can be considered weak. He insisted that only those who would remain even in the face of death should be selected. The head explained that they have not yet been recognized as part of the Green Forest. After the expansion of the organization, dozens of new fortresses appeared, which the old ones considered just gangs and did not recognize as their own. The second brother thought and realized that no one had come to help. Hopes for the name of the Green Forest turned out to be in vain. The chief didn't want to rely solely on John anymore. He wanted them to be officially accepted into the Green Forest. But the second brother had no idea how to achieve this. The chapter had a plan to demonstrate at the upcoming meeting of the Green Forest that they could not be written off. If they are recognized, they will be able to use the support of other fortresses. This requires people who can protect the fortress. The second brother finally understood the intention of the chapter. It also meant that now more people had to be fed and worked even harder. Meanwhile, Choka went in search of the old man. The bird has already flown to the place with the note. She sat right on Chun's arm, and he took the note. Sitting on a rock, Chun began to read it. The note read, "I heard you stayed in the Five Peaks Fortress. The long absence of the sect elder sets a bad example for the younger ones. I hope for your quick return to the Udan sect." Not even an hour had passed when Yoon appeared behind Chun. He was the one he was waiting for. John came up and asked, "Uncle, are you going to go?" "Why should I leave? I haven't rested in a long time, so I want to enjoy some peace before I go," Chun said. "Why are you staying here? You could just go to the trade union," Yan asked. Chun explained that he was waiting for a response from Yoon himself. That is why he is still here. John tried to guess what he meant. Maybe Chun wants him to take him on as an apprentice? But Chun objected. In fact, he meant something completely different. The complete opposite. "I was called the strongest follower of the Udan sect. I collected inner energy faster than anyone else, and mastered the most complex techniques. It's been 30 years since I started learning the Tai Chi mystic sword technique. No matter how much I practiced, I was never able to overcome the limit of 3 limits," Chun added. This story was something new for John. He did not understand what the 3 great limits meant. Chun decided to explain in a simpler way. He wanted to become Yoon's student. It sounded incredibly strange, just as absurd as possible. Yeon was indignant. He couldn't teach the technique of the demon-slicing sword because Brother Gomyeon had only given it to them. Chun asked her to calm down and explained that learning the technique was not necessary. He will be able to learn just by watching. All the streams of energy merge into one stream, Chun said. It meant that he could learn even this way. Getting up from the stone, Chun suddenly lunged at Yeon with his fists. Chun stopped his fist right in front of Yeon's face. The airflow was so strong that it raised his hair. The force of the blow was such that even the bamboo trees behind Chun were blown to pieces. John wondered how he did it. Chun offered a deal. He would reveal the secret, but on one condition: if John helps him with advice and points out his shortcomings. After all, despite his strength, Ion has not yet learned to use it to its full extent. Chun suggested that the reason was that Yan did not understand the basic theories of martial arts. As he masters the basics, his skill and understanding will grow. After explaining this, Chun extended his hand to Yan. Soon they were already training. The training lasted for hours. They sat under a waterfall practicing with swords. It looked especially impressive against the background of the full moon. Once, while walking along the road, they met a group of children running past with sticks. Chun looked intently at one of the boys. The little one also looked at him carefully, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly the child handed Chun a flower, calling it a gift. Chun took the flower and promised to protect it. Yan, noticing Chun's behavior, emphasized that they had grown quite close. He hated children, but Chun couldn't understand how he could not love such young and innocent creatures. It was clear why John didn't like the younger ones. His past had taught him that kids could bully and make fun of you. Chun explained that at Five Peaks Fortress, everyone is kind, regardless of age. He had no idea that the other Green Forest Fortress was the same. He called his entire past a misconception. The sunset colored the sky in a delicate crimson color. At this time, a woman's hand was deftly tying a log. Khan prepared a few bundles of firewood and assessed them, deciding if it would be enough. She threw some logs on her shoulders. It was time to go back. She was stopped by Chun, who took some of the wood and offered to help. She called him uncle. It was unusual for her to see a sect elder on such a job. But Chun also had prejudices against mountain bandits. He didn't find an answer to her question that made him change his mind. But he was sure that the Five Peaks Fortress was a good place. The girl agreed with his words. This fortress is different from others. In other fortresses, bandits were once thieves. And in the Five Peaks, the majority fled from poverty. She said that she also ran away because they wanted to sell her to a brothel. And as long as Choka protects us like a guardian god, Khan said, the fortress of the Five Peaks can remain as peaceful a place as it is now. Chun wondered how Yeon Choka got to the fortress. The girl did not know all the details, but she heard something. She was almost unaware of his past. However, she knew that the head had saved him when he was on the verge of death. Now it's no wonder that Ion defends the fortress so zealously, even risking his life. For Khan, this was only one of the reasons. More importantly, he considered them all his family. That warm conversation under the sunset helped Chun understand Yan better, but it was time to go back. Meanwhile, in another place, the atmosphere was completely different. Someone was suffocating under someone's pressure. The woman spared no one and had just strangled the man standing in front of her. A masked man stood nearby and said, "Congratulations on reaching the rank of Grand Demonic General." She smiled and replied, "Finally the time has come." The rage she felt 20 years ago still hasn't faded for a moment. She was impatient then, but now things are different. The Sword Emperor, the moon-slicing swordsman, and all the Janggu sects, they will all fall before me, she declared. But so far she only said it to those who stood in front of her, under the guise of the Moon Fairy. The infamous demon from Henan Province, also called Double Evil, because it is difficult to stay alive after meeting him. Behind his sinister smile hides a deadly sword, hence the nickname Northern Match, Shim Yangak. Suddenly, a serious problem appeared in his life. Ancient Heya. It was here that the following events took place. The boys finally got here, and they were very worried about hunger. In short, they were very hungry. Sitting down at the table, they immediately began to discuss how tired they were of these rumors. Everywhere you go, everyone says how powerful the fortress of the Five Peaks is. It seemed incredible, Shim thought. He thought that if the sage had intervened, the fortress would have been destroyed long ago. He believed that the rumors of the sage's attack were just lies. Sage Chun would surely destroy the fortress of the Five Peaks, along with the insolent Yeon Chokha, and together with his adopted brothers. If that happened, the Five Peaks fortress would be empty. Nothing but the name of the Green Forest would remain. And in the absence of the leader of the fortress, Shim planned to appear there as a hero, to become the new head, as he had intended. But damn it, everything didn't go according to plan. Now he was clutching his head thinking about it. Suddenly he heard a man behind him discussing the 10 heroes from the Five Peaks fortress. They continued to sit in the back discussing their power. This infuriated Shim even more. The food was already served on the table, and at the next table they continued to discuss that they had even returned everyone who had escaped. However, sitting at the table with Shim, the mustached man did not understand what to do next. Because the fortress of the Five Peaks really stood, Shim still believed that those bastards from the Mansu Trade Union must be bluffing when they talked about Sage Chunji Da. And who would believe that the older sects would take part in arresting bandits? The boys did not know what to do, because Shim had promised them that they would become the top of the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks. Then he became angry with them and, threatening, ordered not to make him guilty of everything. "It's not like that," the other objected, and began to recall the words Beck had said. If they are able to return to the fortress, they will not accept the fugitives back. That's why they trusted Shim and followed him up to this point. He just hit the table hard. If you believe those guys at the next table, that the fortress of the Five Peaks welcomes even those who once left it, then that's wonderful, he said. They would be able to return, and it seemed better to them than trying to return to the All-Wind Keep. Yangak Shim heard the appeal from another, with the question, "Isn't Yeon Choka scarier?" and with the assumption that John would not accept them. Shim continued to invent theories, reasoning that no one in the fortress of the Five Peaks knew anything about the sea except him. He came up with a plan to get back. Meanwhile, in the Five Peaks fortress, claw marks remained on the ground. These tracks looked really scary. Anyone who passed by could not fail to notice these traces. At the same time, unusual guests were noticed. They were the first to escape from the fortress. Yangak and his boys had of course caused outrage among the people. They had left the fortress, and now they seemed to have no shame in coming back. They walked forward towards the fortress, and every look they met on the way was full of condemnation. Ian tried to reassure his boys, asking them not to pay attention to it. He assured them that they just needed to meet with the head and tell the truth. They did not abandon the fortress. Although his boys thought more realistically, no one would believe them, and they looked like criminals in the eyes of others. But Ian repeated that there was no need to worry. No one would say anything to your face anyway. Suddenly, he came upon 3 huge bands lying right in front of him. Everyone began to think, and came to the conclusion that probably some idiot tried to level the ground in the fortress. But Yang Gak clearly understood that these traces were left by someone who knows martial arts. Only one person in the fortress could create such a thing. Even though Yan looked like a monster, the demon-slicing sword technique could not leave such marks. While they were thinking, someone suddenly came up behind them and loudly called Yang Gak's name. He turned indignantly, asking who dared to talk to him in such a tone. "I dare you, bastard," answered the stranger, holding the axe behind his shoulder. Li Chulsang stammered out his name, Yang Gak. At this point, they began to argue about which of them had better connections with the chapter. "I may have been gone for a little while, but the whole hierarchy fell apart right away, didn't it?" said one of them. These words made others mad. Chulsun couldn't stand it, and suggested that Yang Gak greet his elder. At that moment there was a loud knock on the door. Shim Yang Gak, Huang Yomen, and several other men were standing under the door. Going to the head, one of them reported that these people had returned to the fortress. The second brother immediately became angry. Yangaku did not lack impudence. He turned to the head and asked if he was at least going to accept them. Whatever the reason, he was the first to leave the fortress, failing to lead the others. The head nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with his words. But still, Yang Gak was strong enough to make a name for himself in Henan, and maybe he would be useful. However, the second brother pointed out that the fortress had become much stronger thanks to Choka's training. And now there are probably a few people who can beat Yang Gak or Baek. But the head still remained unsure of this. Although 2 of them were completely defeated by Chuk, this old man showed remarkable martial arts skills. At that time, Chulsun was waving at old Shim on the street. He suggested that he taste his fist and realize that he is no longer the same Li Chulsang that he was before. Of course, this was insulting to the old man. He immediately rushed into battle to put him in his place. They approached each other, fists clenched. And a second later, Li's punch missed, and Yang Gak hit him right in the arm. It was unusual for Yang Gak that someone was able to take his attack. But Chulsen didn't stop, continuing to mock him. Then the old man could not stand it and flew back. One of Yang Gak's men watched the battle, not understanding how this was possible. Chulsen was still strong before, but he was clearly not up to Yang Gak's level. In the entire Henan province, there were few who could compete with him. And now a logical question arises. How was he able to grow so much and in such a short time? Yang Gak had already realized that his opponent had made considerable progress after training with Chok, but despite this, he still managed to dodge and grab him by the head. He tried to prove that it was too early for him to fight against him. The old man hit his head straight into the ground. It was painful enough, and Chulsen felt the ground reverberate with pain on his body. This old man was really annoying him. He continued to hold Chulsen's head and ordered him to stop getting on his nerves. But Chulsan wasn't going to lose to someone who ran away humiliated. He quickly turned around and, with all his might, tried to attack. But this blow passed. Chulsan continued to try to overcome him despite the defeat. Then the old man decided to put an end to it. But suddenly another person appeared and stopped him with just one finger. It was Sage Chun who immobilized this cowardly fool, and only one finger was enough to touch his forehead. Chulsan didn't even realize what was happening, but he couldn't move anymore. Chun didn't know who was standing in front of him, but he understood that he shouldn't use deadly techniques here. Chulsan wondered who it was that stopped his attack with one finger. "Is this another Choka-like master?" Chulsan then asked Chun to not interfere, as he himself wanted to teach this fool a lesson. But understanding the difference in ability is also a skill, and Chun explained to him that this old man was several times stronger than him. Chulsan, wiping the dirt from his face, declared that he had not yet taught him his lesson. When Chulsan addressed him, he said his name was Sage Chunji, a name Yang Gak was familiar with. He then realized that before him was the elder of the Wooden sect, Chunji, and at that moment it seemed incredible to him. What's left here, he thought, still reflecting on the fact that the rumors of his defeat were not a lie. But why is the elder of the Udan sect in the Green Forest Fortress? Moreover, he's not even part of their fortress. To their question, Chun answered briefly, "What's your business?" And at that moment, another person appeared that Shim didn't want to see. It was Yeon, who explained to Yang Gak that if he wants to come back after everything he's done, he has to be ready for the consequences. This place is one of the 5 highest peaks. Yanggak rose, thinking of how he once held the entire province of Henan under his control, and even children cried at the mere mention of his name. Now he was humiliated to the edge. This thought pissed him off. He was sure that it was all John's fault. Events that happened 2 hours ago, it seemed that he was about to die from impotence. It was all the fault of John's greeting, who greeted him generously with his fists. Things got to the point where John even broke his arm. Now, left alone, Yanggak swore to himself that one day he would definitely get his revenge. But suddenly a strange pleasant smell caught his attention. There was more and more blue light around. The light went ahead, but there was no one there. Only an elusive energy. As he moved on, Yanggak saw Sage Chunji. Across from him, John rushed forward with his sword at the ready. They had a training session where Chun helped Yeon improve his weak points. Ion jumped high into the air and launched an attack. Chun's hand swirled with energy, but he reached for his sword. He was convinced that he had already surpassed John, and even apologized before attacking. "Dream! This is impossible!" John answered sharply. At the same moment, a powerful wave swept through the forest. Yanggak, like a mouse, watched it, not believing his eyes. What kind of trouble is going on here? Elder Udana is fighting some brazen bandit. If the Orthodox sects find out about this, they will simply burst with indignation. The energy with which they fought broke all the limits of what was possible. Everything around was destroyed by their blows. If it's just training, it's scary to imagine what they've come to. What will these guys be able to show in real combat? Training with such a strong opponent in such circumstances makes you grow incredibly fast. It's a pity only the forest that they destroyed during training. After another blow, a giant wave of dust rose up. Yanggak began to tremble, barely understanding what he had just seen. How can an ordinary aura have so much power? Flashed through his head. It looked like the end had come for Chun Yun after the punch, but he continued to stand, not going to give up. Even Chun was surprised by Yeon's resilience, and it wasn't the first time. But Ion only raised his sword up. He admitted that it was indeed dangerous. He realized that he would no longer be able to block attacks with the demon slashing sword technique. Now it's time to get serious. Yanggak watched in disappointment, hoping for a quick end for the boy. He held his breath as he waited for Chun's next attack. Chun braced himself, drew his sword, and said he was ready to continue as he was just warming up. But instead, he jumped up to use the Nine Heavens art, second formation. The light grew brighter and brighter, covering everything around. John swung his sword using the Dragon Ascension technique. At the same moment, the forest shuddered from a powerful explosion. The wave of energy was so strong that Yanggak could barely stay on his feet. The sky became thick with smoke, and it almost disappeared from view. The best Chun could do was jump back. The attack was so powerful that it even cut through the clouds. John himself did not expect such a result. He understood that he only became stronger because of Sage Chun. "Let it fall on me, and I would surely turn to dust. You continue to amaze me. Hey, stop pretending to be a weakling. I know you haven't shown everything you're capable of yet." But Chun saw no point in continuing. He didn't want to lose what little confidence he had gained so hard. He held out his hand to Jono and thanked him for having learned so much from him. Yeon is a little upset. Everything just got interesting, and Chun stops. "How can you be so petty?" Chun apologized but could not continue. One wrong blow, and nothing will save him. In addition, he had to maintain his reputation as a Udan elder. The time spent here has become a real blessing for him. Both benefited immensely from 3 months of training together. For Sage Chunji, who aspired to rise to a new level, it was interesting to watch Yeon's growth. When the travels are over, he will wait for the day when Yeon appears in the world of martial arts. At the beginning of summer, Elder Udana quietly left the fortress. Yanggak watched from behind the tree, realizing that he should probably forget about his revenge. The fortress grew stronger and stronger, and after a few months something unexpected happened. A man walking through the forest came across a giant bear. He guessed that it was the mother of the cubs he had killed on his way. The bear roared louder and louder, blocking his way, but it all ended quickly. He killed her with his metal claws, a deadly weapon on his fingers. The Lord of the Green Forest, the Demon Lord, shattering the heavens, is Sok Mu. He gained fame as one of the strongest men in Murima, but he was once an ordinary worker at the Shaolin Temple. Wanting to master martial arts, he went there. However, he absolutely did not want to shave his head. His innate physical abilities and skills quickly attracted the attention of those around him. However, his life principles were far from Buddhist ideals. One day, in an abandoned temple warehouse, he found a Buddha statue forgotten by everyone. At that moment, his fate changed forever. Hoping to gain approval and the opportunity to learn martial arts, Sok Mu decided to thoroughly clean the statue, but he tried so hard that he accidentally broke it. However, luck smiled at him. Inside the statue lay ancient scrolls, the sacred scriptures of Asura's dark sky. Having studied them, the future demon lord went on a journey. Soon he headed the Bandit Union and shook the whole world of martial arts. Sakmu selected 12 of the most talented disciples and imparted knowledge from the Asura dark sky sacred scriptures to them. The power they obtained amazed even the elders of the 7 great sects and the 2 schools. Thus appeared the 12 demonic generals of the Green Forest, known as Grim Reapers. In those days, the fortress of the 5 mountain peaks. A cat was lying on the path, enjoying a rest, but he had to get up because of a sudden scream. This cry was heard very close by. "Is the head of the 5 Peaks fortress located here?" The newcomer called himself the messenger of the Green Forest. He also claimed to be the disciple of the demon lord, Sakmu. Poon rushed to meet him. He was shocked to say the least when he saw who had come. In front of him stood a giant with a flask of alcohol. It was one of the 12 demonic generals, the Wind Lord. He demanded to be greeted with due respect, even though he was already well drunk. Without hesitation, he walked over and sat down on the chair, just like at home. Then he continued to drink, as if he always had enough. Alcohol dripped down his beard and mustache, and he wiped his mouth with his hand. He had long metal claws on his fingers. The one who watched him understood. He did not come as a guest. To tell him the whereabouts of the boy he had come for was to invite great trouble. Everyone just hoped that everything would end quietly. She had to say that he was gone now, which made the newcomer quite angry. The chief listened attentively to his every word. If the mountain bandits were only engaged in debauchery and drunkenness, the trade union, the 7 great sects, and the 2 schools would have dealt with you long ago, he said. He urged them to behave with dignity so as not to dishonor the name of the Green Forest. Poon promised to remember his words. He assumed that the guest was tired from the journey and wanted to offer something, but he refused. His face was already burning from alcohol. He pointed his finger at Han and another girl, asking them to introduce themselves. The head called them the 9th and 10th sisters and offered the guest a snack. But the man was more interested in these 2 beauties. Saliva was running down his face. Something had to be done, and the head kept repeating that the guest must be tired and hungry. However, after what he saw, he was not in the mood for food at all. Then Khan herself turned to him. "What brought you to this humble place? Do you have an important business?" Hearing her voice, the man only started drooling even more. "Yes, I have something important for you," he said, still drooling. He rose to finally announce the purpose of his visit. He wanted to make sure that they were indeed worthy to bear the banner of the Green Forest. If not, he was going to kill everyone. But now I saw that their fame in Henan province was deserved. Then he officially recognized the 5 Peaks Fortress and invited them to the Green Forest tournament that would be held this October in Gangnam. The branches of the Green Forest spread across many regions, but were unable to demonstrate their true strength. The tournament was supposed to unite them so that even the 7 great sects and the 2 schools would bow before their might. It was a recognition of their strength. Now they officially became part of the Green Forest, which made the chapter incredibly happy. Having finished with official business, the man offered to drink together with his brothers and sisters from the fortress. As soon as he said this, the chief promised to give him the best reception of the evening. They were invited inside the living room of the Hetsia settlement nearby, and it was luxurious. The head quietly asked where John was now. "Still asleep," explained the other brother. The plan was simple: to get out of here as soon as possible. Get out of here before Jan wakes up. After all, he was still lying in bed and peacefully drooling in his sleep. Some time passed, and the alcohol was already pouring into the glasses. The table was overflowing with delicious food. The mere sight of the dishes instantly whetted the appetite. The head and the second brother, mesmerized by the food, asked Yingya how he was doing, but Yingya acted as if he was worried about something. There was only one thought in his head, about those 2 beauties he imagined when he was drinking. He could see how they affectionately called him Cat Lord. The fantasy was not a joke, but the girls in front of him were completely wrong. Because of this, he suddenly hit the table and declared that everything was terrible. "It won't work like that," he grumbled, enraged by the situation. He demanded to immediately bring 2 beauties from the fortress. The second brother realized that their plan had failed. He heard them whispering and urged them to comply more quickly. The chief tried to explain in a softer way that those girls would not come even if they were called. They are still children. But the newcomer angrily threw the dishes and pounded on the table, insisting that they should come when he called them personally. "If they are not going to go, I will come to them myself. If I don't see them today, there will be no 5 Peaks Fortress tonight," he threatened. It seemed that the guest had some problems, either with girls or with beauties in general. At that moment, the girls woke up from the voice that woke them up. Loud shouts rang out from under the door.
Get out quickly!
The girls went outside to see what was happening. There, everyone tried to restrain the man so that he would not break through to them. As soon as he saw them, his face turned red again, and he began to order them to come to him. He demanded that the drink be brought immediately, even though the girls weren't even fully awake yet.
Refuse! Prepare to die!
The general continued to threaten. The head gently placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Please, master, don't do this, the head asked in a calm voice. For the general, the very fact that he was touched was humiliating. He took it as a challenge to his patience. The general slowly reached for the weapon hidden in his inner pocket. He put on his metal claws, which were immediately enveloped in dark purple energy. The chief almost cried as he pleaded and explained that they were doing everything for his comfort. For my comfort? Asked the general sarcastically. Definitely not for me.
Absolutely not,
both swore to him, standing in front of him. The general continued to get angry, accusing them of not wanting to give him the girls. Saliva was flying from his mouth. The head again tried to explain that everything was not as he thought, but everything was clear to the general. This man is just looking for death. He was already swinging to hit the head. The head just watched helplessly, realizing that he could not do anything. But suddenly the general's hand was stopped by the words that rang out in the silence. What kind of lesson in the middle of the night? People want to sleep, was heard. The two brothers almost cried when they realized what was happening. Trouble came in the form of Jonah, who woke up and went out, standing in front of everyone. John immediately asked, "How can you behave like this in someone else's fortress?" The general turned his gaze to the girl, but she quickly began to make excuses that she did not say it. The general warned everyone that he was not in the mood for jokes now. "Jan, come out. Today you will go to hell," sounded his challenge. The girls, seeing John, understood that the real battle was about to begin. John came out without even changing his clothes, right in what he had slept in. The boy's self-confidence made the general think, who is standing in front of him? He decided to ask directly. But John just yawned widely, covering his mouth with his hand. The general perceived him as a local fool who did not understand who he was talking to. He was also surprised by the reaction of the girls. He expected them to pull John to the side, but they stood still. "What, frozen?" I asked. "How are you going to send me to hell?" John asked. The general's head almost exploded with rage. He decided that this guy was either being bullied or crazy. Killing him was the easiest solution. But the general remembered his position in Murima and the Bandit Union. Deciding that it was best not to associate with this fool, he turned around and said, "Okay, forget it. Just get me a drink." But John wasn't going to let him go so easily. "Are you scared?" he threw after. The general was seething with indignation. In a rage, he swung and sent 2 energy waves at John. The head and the second brother tried to save the situation, but everything went awry. The chief was most afraid of John killing the general. The young boy looks at his enemy with undisguised excitement. The mustachioed man clearly did not expect this. The fight has begun. The boy is surprised that his enemy is so weak. Send him to hell? The male bares his large claws in preparation for an attack. Maybe the mustached man didn't seem strong before. But now he aims to fight seriously. Now he will show why he is called the Crazy Cat Lord. The boy carefully watches the movements of his enemy. The girls were worried about the old man, and worried that everything would be fine with him. Men think maybe they should be stopped. But they can't do that. The mustachioed man continued to strike the boy hard. He could not resist it in any way, so he just endured it. The man reminded that it is as easy as breathing to make a head. A second later, he swung his clawed hand again. He would not let this young man die so easily. He will do everything to ensure that this young man dies long and painfully. But it turns out that this young fellow was not serious about his enemy until he crossed the line. Therefore, our hero is not going to tolerate it anymore. The man was shocked that the boy had ripped off his collar so easily. Now he was going to start the fight in real earnest. The full moon illuminated the street where there were many people. How did this mysterious guy get away with such a powerful attack so easily? It was really easy for him, but the mustachioed man is sure that his technique is exactly up to the task of this young man. His technique would surely kill most masters in a second, but not him. Maybe the man was a little drunk, but his technique was still impossible to block so easily. Is it because of him that the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks became famous? It turns out they don't specifically stop him. They don't stop him because they simply won't be able to because of his power. This only interested the man. Finally, he found a worthy opponent to enjoy a duel with. At these words, the young man laughs loudly. The old man laughs at this man's name. It sounds like it was invented by some perverted dog. Is he really called a lecherous lord? The man clearly does not like that he is so brazenly laughing at his name. He is going to defend his honor and pay for such insolence. After a second, the enemy rushes at the young guy without thinking and swings. But our hero did not even move. His face showed indifference. The abomination uses the Mad Cat Lord's special dead claw technique. The main character is still just staring at his opponent. A second later, he folds 2 fingers. After that, he brings them closer to the self-confident, mustachioed man and touches his claws with his fingertips. From this, everything around begins to explode. Dust is rising. Those who were watching this quickly covered themselves with their hands so that the attack wouldn't touch them. The abomination fell into a stupor. How is it possible to stop this attack with just 2 fingers? The situation is hopeless. The teacher told him not to use this technique. But he has no choice, and the man decides to use the Asura's Dark Sky Punch technique. Throughout his life, the man experienced a lot of pain. This was in order to learn this technique from the heaven-destroying demon lord. When he learned it, he never lost to anyone. She is so powerful that she can subdue the elders of any sect. The man could not even think that one day he would use it on such a young opponent. But since there is no choice, the man decides to act. He gathers all his strength and energy for this blow. But something seems to have gone wrong. The boy calmly touched his hand. The young man introduced himself with a smug smile. His name is Yeon-joha. The man fell into a stupor from such indifference of his enemy. Is he some kind of psycho? A second later, our hero finds himself even closer to the man. After that, he swings and clenches his fist. Yoha is going to teach him a lesson and take revenge for his friends, because they are not his toys. If the youth hits the Green Forest Messenger now, they won't be able to join them, and that will be bad. Then his friend shouts loudly and asks him to stop. But is it too late for that? A second later, there is a loud explosion. A large golden dragon appears before the messenger. He opens his mouth wide, causing him to freeze in fear. Will he lose? In a second, everything changes before your eyes. He sees an unknown person on a boat.
Is this Death with a scythe? Maybe he's already dead?
But after a second, the Lord opens his eyes and sees a fist in front of him. Yoha stopped his fist a few centimeters in front of his face. But a strong wind arose from such a force of the attack. The mustachioed man's whole life flashed before his face. In front of him was a young man who still managed to defeat him. The abomination falls to his knees before him and realizes that he is facing a real monster. If it weren't for the boss, the young man would definitely send this bastard to hell itself. Therefore, he can consider himself lucky. The man's hands are still shaking from fear. The mad cat lord in Gale has yet to give his all, but he lost all will to fight. The pressure he felt from young Joe was something he had only felt from a demon lord before. The man apologizes for his act, justifying everything by saying that he drank too much. The man really admits his mistake. The young man admonishes Ingale to behave properly next time. Our hero wants the man to say goodbye to everyone and leave. He doesn't seem to know much about the hierarchy of the Green Forest. Joha wasn't going to take it anymore. He was very annoyed anyway. Seeing his rage, the man immediately obeyed his order and said goodbye to everyone. After that, he quickly rushed away. Thanks to the main character, the status of the 5 peaks was not affected. Because of this, the majority decided that Yoha was stronger than even the Demon Lord. Therefore, respect, envy, and trust in him grew to the maximum. At this time, Ingale quickly ran away without looking back. Before, the man could not even think that such a monster was hiding in the 5 peaks. If he shows up at a Green Forest meeting, his existence will cause real chaos. At this time, someone blocked the way to the trade union. The sun will soon set, and the union is still on the way. This unknown person wanted to check something, but the man was not going to give permission for this to some stranger. The man continued to insist he must do it. But the head of the union was still not going to give in. The head did not like the brash tone of this stranger. The stranger's nerves were on edge. Why do they blow up an elephant? A man threatens his daughter's life. But the head does not take his words seriously because there are many of them and he is alone. This is his last chance to leave quietly. The stranger has no choice but to kill them all. Then, the head orders to start an attack and bring him the head of this scoundrel. 20 years ago, people would run away if they saw a person in black. The unknown passes through the Alliance soldiers without any difficulty. He slits their necks, cutting off their heads. The main mission of the warriors was to protect the messenger of the chapter. But it was difficult to do because the stranger was a real master. No one could resist him. Suddenly, the head of the union and his daughter disappeared somewhere. Enemies continued to attack the boy. The boy continued to strike. He easily passed their security. The men looked at their opponent in shock, cowering in fear. The messenger of the chapter threw his men to their deaths without thinking. He seems to have figured out who they are. According to his witnesses, they have what the person they need is looking for. And what he needs, the messenger most likely took with him. He doesn't need the others, so he can just kill them. The warriors cursed with fear. Their enemy is like a beast of prey. At this time, the messenger and his daughter were running away from there. The guards who were with them wanted to go back and help the others, but the messenger forbade it. They won't do anything, even if they come back. The man mentally apologized to his subordinates. He promises to go to hell for them when this is over. But now he has to survive. Must, even at the cost of the lives of others. He remembers the terrible monster that hung over people. He remembers how the elder handed him something. It was some kind of casket. The thing that he protects so much should not get into their hands. There was some seal and layers inside. This thing can't get to those bastards. A silver moon rose above the mountains, flooding the path with a cold light and paving the way through the darkness. The warriors raced without stopping, realizing that their main goal was to run before the dangerous mountain range. The girl turned to her father, begging for a break. She could no longer run, but she knew that stopping meant a mortal threat. She explained that they had been running for quite some time. It was time to rest, because the strength was at the limit. Her father sharply rejected her words. He couldn't stand that she was wasting her time again with a high-level master chasing after them. This pursuer is Master Qinggong. If they relax even a little, their heads will be under his blade. The boy alarmedly turned to the owner, warning about a suspicious figure that appeared ahead. The old man sighed excitedly. It became clear. They were surrounded and there was no way out of the trap. Awareness of danger bound everyone with fear. The old man prepared his men for battle, ready to defend himself to the last. He ran, hoping to protect the 8-beaded bell, even though he knew that their alliance had lost everything. He could not easily fall into the hands of the enemy. He had to warn the great sects about the threat of the cult of Jonah. A repeat of the nightmare of 20 years ago cannot be allowed. They made every effort to survive, but danger was still looming. A shadow appears on the horizon. The darkness of the night hides what they feared most. The warriors gripped their swords tightly, preparing to defend themselves against these bastards. A boy by the fire was roasting a chicken and almost choked to death watching the foolish antics of these fools. The old man sharply turned his attention to this fire, realizing the danger. If this young man is not wearing black clothes, then who are they really? The stranger calmly repeated the words of his boss about how he almost choked. The old man had only one thought. To which orthodox faction did they belong? If the heavens are still on their side, they can get out of here safe and sound. But first, let's recall the events of 3 days ago in the Five Peaks Fortress. They discussed the plan of how to remain unnoticed among the enemies. After all, there will be many suspicious people at the meeting of a large group. To reach Mansipan, they will have to travel through villages and cross the territory of the Namgun clan. Nothing good will come of it if they incur the wrath of the 10 great sects. The Namgun clan has one of the strongest leaders in Murima. Even if the orthodox factions are busy hunting down the demonic cult, they will attack them as well once they find out that they are mountain bandits. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard this. The old man must have forgotten that the Five Peaks Fortress could easily destroy these scum. In addition, their path leads to the officially recognized territory of the Green Forest. Trouble can be avoided even from 10 sects. But these fools behave too arrogantly. Do they not understand? The Namgun clan is one of the 10 strongest sects with powerful masters. The boy complains that they can't speak so disparagingly of the sage Chunji. The Five Peaks Fortress should be respected and reckoned with its strength. Suddenly, girls appear on the horizon and approach the boys and ask what happened. They agree with all the plans, but they also need to prepare. It would be nice to travel without too much trouble. Warriors pay attention to girls. Technically, there are no rules forbidding anyone but orthodox factions to wear such a uniform. One of them jokes, "The girls are so cute, and they also look luxurious in such clothes, like birds that decorated their feathers." At this moment, our hero appears. He put on a new outfit and is not sure if he did it right. He has never worn such an elaborate outfit and doubts whether it looks right. The hero wants to know if everything looks as it should, at least on the outside. When everyone saw him, their mouths fell open in surprise. He looked incredibly beautiful. The boys became jealous because the girls now paid attention only to him, as if he were the son of a noble family. The next day it was necessary to take care of the security of the fortress. Local residents had to fend for themselves while their warriors were away. The boy believed that everything would be fine and they would return with good wine. Huang Emyong swore on his life that he could rely on them. He will protect the fortress at any cost. He only wanted a safe road for them and was sure that there would be no problems in the fortress. All hope is in the monks. Despite their martial arts prowess, the reason for the masking was not only the threat from the clans. Although the Jinan trade union seemed peaceful, If it learns that the defenders have left the fortress, it will certainly attack. Their faces are too recognizable, so camouflage was necessary to avoid detection. You need to be careful when meeting with a trade union, because there is a great risk of exposure. What is the problem? John Hawk explained everything wrong. It is actually a good thing that they disguised themselves so carefully as an orthodox sect. No one even looks like himself. Even he doubts that anyone will recognize him. If someone asks what he does in life, what will this boy answer? He thought, because he himself did not know what to say. They walked through difficult mountain ranges, overcoming obstacles. The boy stated that they were following the bending path because they were students of the Flying Dragon sect. On their way, Yang Henan meets the ambassador of the trade union. He offers to go together. The boy asks if they are from the trade union. If so, then it is better for them to go their separate ways. The old man did not even have time to say where they were going, but he was already pushed away. The boy realized that he had screwed up and glanced at his brothers, who were looking at him reproachfully. The old man decided to continue the dialogue. There are reasons to go together, even if they don't see it. The trade union seems suspicious to them, and the situation seems more complicated than they would like to know. They don't want unforeseen problems. Therefore, it is better not to waste their time and move on. The warriors simply turn and walk away, doubting that this ambassador is capable of helping them. The sage thinks, the Flying Dragon sect. This is the first time he hears about such a thing. Analyzing them, he felt that the inner energy of the students was quite strong. Their aura radiates confidence. He was especially interested in the boy. He had never seen a young man with such incredible strength. The old merchant understands that the sun is setting. It is only a matter of time before they are caught and killed. His soldiers can barely stay on their feet. It will be difficult for them to resist even in the weakest fight. He had no choice. He pulls out a bag of gold and apologizes for not being able to tell the details. It was an unexpected request for them, which made them think. When the old man opened the bag of gold that shone in his hands, he sincerely asked for help. He promised to pay the full price and do everything to ensure that their help would not go unrewarded or insulted. The money was huge, but even that did not convince them to accept the merchant's offer. The team, with sadness in their eyes, experienced the rejection of such a large sum. It was a great opportunity to make money, but the boy did not understand it and refused them. Poon Yancho refused because the offer sounded too good. Nothing in this world is free. The trade union does not act to its own detriment, and this proposal seemed suspicious to him. In addition, the man asked to take care of some strange object. Pun Yongcho was not wrong, especially trusting his intuition. They did the right thing by refusing. The old man was tormented by the thought that with this money, they could travel without fear and worries. For some, it seemed like a bargain. It would not be so difficult to protect the merchants on the road in the other direction. One of the monks could not stand the hesitation. The decision had already been made. Even a good offer doesn't mean they need it. They did not want to get involved in other people's problems. In addition, the trade union escort could increase the risk of conflicts. They looked like Chen Fu's heroes, but now they needed to focus on the Green Forest. These words were wise and caused concern among some members of the team. Continuing their way, they realized that the merchants had been attacked. If they passed here, the enemies are close. Thinking about the possible connection between the traders and the attackers made the situation seem even more dangerous. We had to leave immediately. Gathering around the fire and checking their belongings, they prepared for a new transition. The girls bustled about making sure all their things were packed. One of them noticed things near the tree. She decided to look around to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything. The men watched with a smile as she dragged a bunch of different things behind her. When the girl bent down, they felt embarrassed and looked away. One of them, Cheolson, decided to help by taking over her belongings. He already imagined himself as a noble, caring gentleman, but his eyes widened when he suddenly saw the ninja was rapidly approaching them with his sword at the ready. This warrior met their gaze. He finally found his purpose. The girl had no idea what was about to happen. The killer had nothing against them, but asked to die here so as not to cause trouble. Cheolson realizes the danger and immediately rushes to help the girl. He pushes her aside, protecting her with his own body. The assassin's sword cuts into him. The blade cuts sharply through his body. Drops of Cheolson's blood fall on the girl's face. Everyone froze, their mouths wide open in horror. What they didn't expect was to see their comrade Cheolson hit with a sword. He realizes that things have gone too far and falls to the ground, bleeding. The killer sees no point in resistance. Everyone here is doomed. But he did not foresee what would happen next. Our hero's leg crashes into his face with incredible force. A powerful blow accurately hits the opponent's head. The blow sent the killer flying to the side with incredible speed. The hostess looks at Cheolsun, trying to find a way to help him. Instead of helping, she scolds him, calling him a fool for rushing to block the blow. She would still come back. Cheolsun apologizes, explaining that he wanted the best. The owner approaches him and thinks about what to do next. But when he looked closely, the terrible truth hit him. The wound was deep and very dangerous. They urgently need to find the nearest village to take Cheolsun there for treatment. The monk suggests that we quickly pack up and leave before more trouble starts. But on Yoha's face, it was already clear that the trouble was not long in coming. There were many masked enemies, and they were already waiting for them. They sat in the trees and stared with cold, merciless eyes. The owner glanced at them, trying to count, and realized that these people were extremely aggressive. Because of this cursed trade union, they now have a lot of problems. First, you need to get to the village. Yangek and Homer must help Joey, but the young master asked everyone to leave. He assured that he could handle himself in this situation. They ran, hoping to reach the village in an hour. But will they find a doctor at such a time? She looked back at Yoha, worried if he was going to be okay. All they had left was to believe in him. They know that he is incredibly strong. Although it is embarrassing to always rely on him, there is simply no other choice. No one knows how many more enemies there are in Black. If these killers catch up with them, trouble is inevitable. The sudden attack knocked Cheolsun down with one blow. This opponent is clearly not one of the simple ones. Perhaps all other enemies are experienced and dangerous warriors. For Yoha, this task is not easy. It will not be easy for him to deal with them. He asks everyone to leave so as not to put them in danger. At that moment, a blow from one of the ninja hits the ground. Our hero turns around and asks who they are. The answer is silence. No answer to his question. He grabs the opponent's mask and yanks it sharply. Swinging his fist, he asks again, "Who are you?" His powerful blow hits the enemy in the face. From this blow, the enemy crumbles to pieces, as if to ashes. The ninjas look at this with shock, and our hero bursts into the very center of their squad. He cuts one down with a powerful kick. The second, stunned, stands with his mouth open in surprise. But it is he who gets the next hard blow. A relentless kick hits him squarely in the head. An army of black-clad warriors from behind look on in shock, thinking that this guy is out of his mind. One of them stops the whole army, because he realized that this young man is extremely dangerous. A strange upstart stands in their way, and now they need to think of a plan of attack. Our hero picks up the sword lying on the ground and coldly questions these damned bastards. "Who the hell are you?" he angrily exclaims. "Why are they silent?" If they continue to ignore him, he will have to keep killing them until he gets an answer. The warriors took his harsh words as impudence, considering him nothing more than an insolent brat. They decide to destroy him to shut up this brat once and for all. At this time, the team tried to reach the nearest village as soon as possible. The only question left was, were they really moving in the right direction? It was getting harder and harder for their friend, and he had to endure as long as he could. Pun Yongcho understood that they were not in time and the consequences could be catastrophic. But he did not give up. Everything will be fine. The bleeding will be stopped in time. Suddenly the old man smelled blood in front of him. He ran forward and stopped abruptly. He also stopped the entire team with a signal. He asked everyone to shut up and not make any sound. Yangak tried to come up with a plan. Time was short, but he could sense a large group of people nearby. Most likely, these were the merchants they met earlier. Sneaking closer and looking down, he saw that the merchants had been brought to their knees. The road to the village now ran through them. It was a real problem. The trade union warriors lay bleeding, calling the ninja bastards. The ninja leader didn't seem to care how many lives their plan would cost. Is anything worth such great losses? One of the killers asked. What's another thing? There are people who walked 1,000 miles for her. What they are looking for is more valuable than the lives of all these people. It is better to give the thing voluntarily. The blade of one of the ninja was already pressed against the mistress's neck. Maybe the old man will think about his daughter's safety and do the right thing. The owner realizes that these bastards will not spare anyone. He is not stupid enough to fall for their blackmail. They will never get what he is hiding. The killer realizes that this old man is not as simple as he seems, and decides to try a different approach. The killer insisted. He would continue killing until he got the item he wanted. The leader of the merchants understood that these scoundrels were truly cruel, and he was filled with fear. The soldiers held the merchant's daughter tightly so that she would not run away. The old man didn't even have to think about any tricks. His daughter was already held hostage. Every step had to be measured. Suddenly, a silhouette appears behind the killer and coldly asks what he is doing. The killer turns around in fear, not understanding why he himself came. The silhouette looks at him and tells him to do the job properly. Are you crazy? You haven't tasted blood in 20 years? He says, the rage in his voice soaring. Why hasn't this item been brought yet? His anger is about to explode. The warriors surrounded their leader, preparing for any order. The strong impact of his foot on the ground shows incredible strength. The warriors bow their heads before the great demon general. It was the legendary demon of illusions, Unyagwi. The old man from the mountain watched everything that happened below. He began to worry because he did not understand who these people were. He didn't expect to meet someone so powerful. These warriors with strange weapons radiated an incredible aura. And this man who had just appeared was extremely strong and terrifying. The monk asked Yangak how much longer to wait, but he asked to remain silent in horror. Are these people so strong that even Yangak is afraid of them? If Yangak is right, the situation has become even more dangerous. They could be far more dangerous than anyone they had faced before. Yangak, though from an unorthodox sect, has seen a lot in his life. But for the first time he was so nervous. The energy of these warriors was incredible. There was almost no choice. It is necessary to join forces with the trade union for joint resistance. But one mistake, and they will all die. Until they reached Yoha, death could befall them at any moment. The trade union warriors raised their swords, ready to defend their master. They tried to do everything possible to save the young hostess. With weapons at the ready, they charged into battle with the demon. Yangak watched from a distance, trying to understand the situation. The demon looked at these desperados as if they were fools with a smile. He took something that looked like dynamite out of his pocket and lit the wick. Then, with contempt, he threw the explosives in the direction of the soldiers. Suddenly, an incredible wave of power burst ahead. Explosive shrapnel appeared in the air and fell right at their feet. Dark, ominous energy began to radiate from them. They felt themselves falling into an illusion, not understanding what was happening. It was a terrifying force they had never encountered before. It was as if they were being pulled into a dark abyss that opened under their feet. As if through a portal to hell, they disappeared before our eyes. The demon looked at it coldly, not even blinking as he destroyed them. The merchant leader was shocked. Yangak and the monk, seeing this, could not believe what they saw. They had never seen anything like it, and could not even imagine such a terrible power. He was not just a warrior, he was a real monster. He pulled out another mysterious object, pointed it at the merchant leader, and coldly asked where the casket was. But the scariest thing is, what kind of creature is this? Meanwhile, our heroes dealt with the killers after a grueling battle. Enemies threw weapons in his direction, trying to somehow stop him, but he skillfully evaded any attacks. Maneuvering his sword as if dancing, he destroyed one by one. No one answered his question. Everyone just meanly tried to stab him in the back, but his reaction was lightning fast. His skills seemed incredible, as if he was anticipating every move. For the warriors, this was an enemy they had not encountered before in these lands. His cold sword was causing their bodies to shift into another form of existence. One of the criminal leaders became angry, not understanding why his men were not attacking. Yoha remarked, "If the leader is so unhappy, why doesn't he attack himself?" Suddenly the leader got close, closing the distance to a minimum. The bright blade of his sword radiated an incredible aura. The warriors did not even have time to blink at this terrifying sight. He activated the 9 Heavens technique, the first formation that made everyone shudder in terror. In the dark night, a powerful burst of energy erupted, filling the entire forest. The Flying Dragon technique echoed throughout the forest, bringing destruction with it. As he ran the technique through these bastards, one by one they fell to the ground. He expertly twirled his sword as he made the final decision. To prove his skill, he elegantly caught the sword in his hand. Hitting the ground with his sword, he stopped, allowing himself a short rest. It was a sign that he had exhausted his strength. But all targets were destroyed. He never found out who these bastards were, but there was no time to think. The enemies managed to hit him in the shoulder. They turned out to be quite strong. If there were more of them, the boss would be left with the rest, and his comrades could be in mortal danger. Yoha had to hurry. He stands up sharply, ready for a new fight. He doesn't care who these attackers are. If anyone dared to threaten his family, they would pay for it. Regardless of who he is, he takes it upon himself to wipe them off the face of the earth at any cost. The situation was critical. The boy was bleeding profusely, and the wound was very deep. Everything looked terrible. The two stood on the edge of the mountain and excused themselves by watching a little longer than usual. One of them returned and reported that he had looked around. No other ways were found. You can only go here. There is another route, but it requires a huge detour, and Yoha might lose sight of them. The situation became complicated, and the commander decided to go to investigate the situation himself. He came to the edge of the mountain and stood next to the two observers. His sudden appearance startled them, and he sharply asked what they were doing. The boys shuddered in fear. Their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. The fact is that these bastards were using martial arts they had never seen before. Their power was terrifying. The boy glanced at them, assessing their strength. He saw how the demon once again demanded to give him the item he needed. The leader of the merchants angrily asked to kill him, because he was not going to give himself up for anything in the world. The demon wondered why this man was so stubborn. After all, this item is not worth sacrificing the entire trade union. Does he know how to use the 8-bead bell? The cult had to deal with everything. But how did anyone manage to survive and learn this fact? The demon looked at his daughter and wondered how much longer this old man would hold out. He made it clear that he was ready to order his men to play with his daughter. This enraged the father, who cried out that he had better be killed at once. The demonic bastard wants to see 20 of his warriors play with the merchant's daughter, and how her father will look on. He orders his soldiers to begin the abuse. They grab the girl who's crying incessantly. She begs to stop. She is not guilty of anything and does not deserve this fate. The father cannot stand it and suddenly stops everything that is happening. The demon mockingly asks, "What happened? Have you changed your mind?" The merchant agrees to give the bell, if only they will stop this horror. It seemed like a wise decision for the demon. He asks where this item is hidden. The merchant replies that it is hidden nearby, buried in the ground. One of the soldiers pulls out a box from under the ground. It was hard for the merchant leader to admit it, but he had no choice. It looked like it was going to end. The demons would get this cursed item. These demons are already terrible, but with this thing they will become even more powerful. The nightmare of 20 years ago may repeat itself. The merchant realizes that there is no other way out, and asks him to take this thing and disappear. The demonic leader looks at the box that contains the treasure. He feels the energy of the sacred object emanating from the casket. The merchant's plan was not bad. If he killed it immediately, it would be difficult to find this item. But the demonic leader is not so simple. Now the traitor will pay a high price for the trouble caused to him. He turns to his army, the Corps of Black Shadows. Let them run away, but before that they play with the girl. She must pay for her father's sins. The girl is aware of her difficult fate, but does not fully believe that such a thing can happen. The merchant exploded with hatred. This son of a bitch tricked him even when he made concessions. He cried out in despair, calling the demon a beast in human form, and asked if he was not afraid of heavenly punishment. The demonic leader only smiled, declaring that he was a punishment from heaven. Either way, his daughter will die, so let him at least make everyone happy before he dies. The girl screamed for help, bursting with despair. But if she hadn't called for help, no one would have come to save her. And suddenly a cry rang out from the mountain. "You are all bastards and beasts!" The demon turned his head in the direction of the scream. A boy appeared on the horizon, who declared that they have neither conscience nor honor. The leader of the traitors looked at him and shouted, "Get your paws off my daughter!" The boy drew his sword from its sheath. Throwing it on his shoulder, he rushed forward, not tolerating the abuse of other people's families. The girl and the old man did not even have time to wake up, as he was already rushing into battle. It was Pun Yongcho, one of the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks, the strongest warrior of the Flying Dragon sect, who was going to destroy all enemies. It became difficult for the observers from the mountain to decide what to do next. The demonic leader noticed the new guest and declared that there was a rat race here. He didn't care who it was. He ordered his soldiers to kill him. The warriors suddenly charged like predators. They tried to stop Pun Yongcho by blocking his path. But Pun Yongcho was confident in his strength. It is not so easy for them to deal with him. Clenching his sword, Pun Yongcho charged it with energy and began to use his techniques against these bastards. The demonic warriors tried to prevent him from breaking through their formation, but Pun Yongcho was confident in his strength. "I will never lose to trash like you," he exclaimed. Warriors received devastating blows without even having time to defend themselves. Those who saw his power understood without a doubt. He is incredibly strong. Why then are these warriors still hanging out with him? Where's the demon general? It was necessary to deal with him quickly, because he was here alone. Suddenly an arrow flew from the mountain and almost hit one of them in the leg. She was a girl who couldn't stand by and watch her friend figure things out on her own. If their boss got into this kind of mess, none of them would be left out. They don't care who is in front of them. Everyone comes forward to fight for him. Only one girl stays by Cheol-sun's side to take care of him. Others have to enter into a serious battle. A monk joins in this deadly sword dance. Pun Yongcho felt guilty for getting everyone involved in this fight, but there was no other way out. He could not just stand and watch this horror. All of them will support Pun Yongcho, covering his weak points. Now they faced an army of demonic bastards. Retreat nowhere. This battle will not be for life, but for death. The number of opponents was huge, and there were doubts about victory. The monk thought it was better not to think about it at all. Whatever decision the boss makes, they must support it. They rushed after him into battle, not looking at anything. The battle was gaining momentum, and their support was becoming even stronger. The sounds of clashing swords pierced the air on the battlefield. They were quite skillful in holding and striking. These demonic cult bastards will pay for everything. One of the warriors wanted to kill those who interfered with their plans as soon as possible. Using dark energy, he tried to aim at the monk. This force was extremely dangerous, and the situation looked very bad. Suddenly an old man appeared who had been watching the battle all this time. It was no secret to him that their opponents were strong. He understood. To defeat these demons, you need to invest all your strength. There can be no mistakes. With a powerful kick, he cut down one of the demons and saved the monk. The monk sighed with relief. Yangak always comes to the rescue. You can rely on him, but now is not the time to relax. Winning this battle is almost impossible. They need to hold out for at least 15 minutes. Yangak did not understand what the boss was thinking when he charged. It is impossible to retreat. Their lives are at stake. The archer's arrow flies towards the enemy, adding chaos to the battle. He fires arrows one after another without stopping for a moment. The arrows hit the targets like lightning without missing a single shot. Demonic warriors clearly do not like this. Their main task now is to kill the archer. But the archer is not going to become easy prey and does not put himself in danger. Demonic warriors have many mean tricks up their sleeve. The girl rushes into battle to protect the archer. She will not allow someone to harm her family in front of her eyes. Her sword cuts one of the demons in half. The archer was sweating from such a sudden turn of events. But you can't relax. As soon as you lose your vigilance, you will die immediately. They must move forward. She goes into battle, and he continues to cover her with arrows. The situation suddenly changes. One of the demonic warriors grips his sword, eager to kill the merchant leader for all the trouble he's caused. If he escapes, it will lead to serious consequences. But Pun Yongcho comes to the leader's defense. He heard the words about the envoy of the trade union and acts like lightning. The merchant leader opens his mouth wide in surprise. Pun Yongcho's sword instantly hits the demon in front of him. The leader of the merchants is confused and does not know what to do next. Pun Yongcho realizes that time is short, but now the question is for the merchant. Pun Yongcho asks which of his people know medical techniques. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and fierce skirmishes took place on both sides. The sounds of clashing swords sounded even louder, echoing across the battlefield. The demonic warriors had a numerical advantage. Fighters who lost their vigilance immediately became victims of their attacks. One of the soldiers was hit and fell to the ground without getting up. The monk was aware that the situation was going too far, and things were not going well. Their warriors are exhausted, and there are still plenty of demonic bastards left. Worse, they use non-traditional martial arts. Some of the demons appeared out of nowhere, adding to the chaos of the battle. Now everyone was waiting for a decision from the boss. What to do next? Why did Pun Yongcho get into this mess in the first place? It was not like him. After all, the first thing he had to think about was the life of his family. Now he acted recklessly. If the monk dies, then after his death he will constantly reproach Pun Yongcho for that day. The demonic warriors sensed the weakness of their opponents and saw a chance for victory. The situation on the battlefield was becoming critical. Many soldiers could no longer hold their swords. Suddenly, a strange sword appeared in front of the demon army. They did not understand what was happening. It was Pun Yongcho who charged into the battle with renewed vigor. He is a great warrior who came to knock all the crap out of them. One of the demons mockingly declared that Pun Yongcho is a weakling who doesn't even understand the fury of the tiger he attacked. It looks like he is racing towards his death. They clash fists, feeling each other's strength. The demonic warrior's fist cracks and shatters into pieces. The demon's advantage disappears. Pun Yongcho breaks through his defenses and punches him right in the face. The demon flies off to the side, only being delayed for a few seconds. One of the demons notices that their boss has been in action all this time. There is no doubt, this is incredible power. Such power can only be possessed through natural talent and training from Yoa. Now this talent is visible to everyone. Pun Yongcho notices that there are doctors among the merchants. He orders that Cheol-sun be brought to them immediately. Doctors immediately provide help, and now you cannot worry about it. Pun Yongcho apologizes to everyone for his rash action. He tried to forget everything and live an ordinary life, but he remembered his wife and children, who remained in his hometown. As a father, he could not remain silent and calmly watch this horror. He felt that he had acted selfishly and had no right to do so. He had failed as a fortress boss and as a senior comrade, but he could not watch these atrocities without acting. He knows he is asking a lot, but they will have to risk their lives for him. The monk, sensing the sincerity in his words, was surprised. He had never heard of his hometown. Others did not know about his family either. They hoped he would tell more after this fight. They are all family, and if they die, then together. It is unnecessary to ask them for this. They are not going to die today. They will fight to the end. Maybe they have forgotten who they really are, but it's time to remember it. If they hold out a little longer, their guardian of souls will arrive and settle the matter at once. Poon Youngcho looked around and felt the joy of being supported by his comrades. Everything that was said is pure truth. He raised his sword towards the enemy. Victory would be theirs if they held on a little longer. The demonic general watched everything from the side. He did not want to interfere personally, considering it a minor problem. One of his soldiers thought his intervention was inappropriate, but the general dismissed the doubt. His ward's body craved fresh blood. With his scythes in his hands, he rushed into battle. The thought of despair on the faces of his enemies gave him excitement and pleasure. One of the Flying Dragon warriors was seriously wounded in the shoulder. An old man rushed to his aid and tried to save him. He was aware of how bad everything was, but he could not stand aside in a dangerous situation. The battle continued and blood flowed without stopping. The warriors fell one by one. One of the demon warriors noticed that these guys were too strong for a normal patrol. They were waiting for the arrival of a combat unit, but suddenly they received news. The information was shocking. Someone had killed their entire combat unit. This meant serious problems on the battlefield. How could one man destroy all? It was hard to believe that these soldiers were capable of such a thing. After all, the battle squad consisted of elites trained to destroy the 9 great sects. If they were killed, there is no chance. Their commander was enraged. He considered his warriors pathetic and a disgrace to the Dark Shadow Corps. One of the soldiers looked in horror at the captain who hated his own squad. The commander swung his melee weapon and without hesitation killed his subordinates, who, in his opinion, deserved to die. Now he charged into the fray, ready to begin the bloody game. The monk saw the commander kill his allies. It was a real madman. Poon Youngcho threw a hateful look at his face. You're a real scumbag, unworthy of existence. If you don't value human life, what else can be said about you? The commander looked at him and decided that he would be bored if he killed the strongest one at once. He walked past him as if not noticing him. The commander is distracted and does not notice the arrow flying straight at him. However, skillfully evades, realizing that opponents do not want to fight one-on-one. The girl runs up with a sword and asks Poon Youngcho not to fight the commander on his own. This time, their numerical advantage may work in their favor. The commander looks at them in disgust, stating that this looks like the beginning of a wedding. He repels a blow from a girl who does not seem dangerous to him at all. The impact sends her sword crashing into the sand. The commander mockingly looks into her eyes, calling her useless and weak. It's a shame to kill you right away, he whispers ominously. He punches her, knocking her back. The archer sees how the blow hurts her and is filled with rage. The demonic commander turns his attention to the archer, who has caused him a lot of trouble. He throws his spinning sickle like a boomerang, flying past the archer. The sickle crashes into a tree and gets stuck in it. Poon Youngcho realizes that this bastard is a real master. He swings a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it, but misses. For the commander, these are only small movements that he easily evades. He plans to behead their leader to intimidate the others. The monk manages to parry the attack, causing the sickles to fly away. A little more, and Homer would not have made it. He wouldn't let that bastard talk so confidently. The brigade prepares to attack, but doubts how long they can be so daring. Suddenly, a demonic captain flies over the head of one of the soldiers. With a kick, he breaks his jaw, causing him to fall unconscious. His eyes are burning with hatred. He continues to sow evil around him. The warriors cannot keep up with his blows and receive mortal wounds. Their bodies are dissected, and for the commander it is just another prey. He was sure that all these orthodox warriors were just pathetic idiots. They try to look like heroes, but in reality they are weak. Poon Youngcho sees his friends, Myonghendo and Imdal, seriously injured. The demonic commander pulls his scythes from the tree and prepares to deliver the final blow. Are the strongest left for last? He asks sarcastically. At this moment, the old man suddenly bursts into battle. If you think you see through us, look again. The strongest of all is me, Northern Sword Himelyengak. Pushing off the ground, he attacks the demonic commander with all his might. But the commander easily evades, as if playing with him. Yangak seethes with hatred. How much longer can this bastard dodge? The demonic commander admits that this old man is not so simple anymore. He is really strong. It seems that his assumptions were correct. The commander attacks with his sickle, and the old man narrowly blocks the blow. From a powerful blow, Yangak flies to the side and crashes into a tree. If it weren't for the tree, he would have been pushed much further. This blow even touched the pride of the demonic commander. He planned to cut Yangak in half, but Yangak was still on his feet. Looking around, the commander notices that their fighting spirit has begun to disappear. They are almost exhausted. The commander looks them in the eyes and asks, "Do you regret your actions?" Hearing this, Yangak laughs loudly, as if challenging him to an even bigger fight. It was unbelievable for a demonic commander to laugh in such a situation. He must have gone mad. But Yangak stood up, wiping the smile from his face. The commander did not understand what exactly was changing. Suddenly, he felt an incredible power that began to build up. Fear arose in his heart. What is this? The energy was so powerful that it seemed like it would tear apart everything around it. One thing could be said. The advantage is now on Yangak's side, and this demonic commander will soon be a corpse. The demonic commander did not understand what the hell was going on, and why Yangak suddenly began to act so confidently. The team saw that Yoha had returned. Finally, he is here. Now they understood. Victory is near, and their enemies will soon be corpses. The monk breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see Yoha back. This meant that he had coped with his task. Even in such a hopeless situation, a ray of hope appeared. The demonic commander saw how everyone relaxed and realized that this boy was really strong if they believed in him like that. He looked like a fighter who possessed a high level of martial arts. If Yoha can kill the commander of one of the 12 Dark Souls assassin warriors, it will tarnish the name of the Yeoman cult. Yoha instantly bursts into battle, not letting the enemy say a word. He lands behind the commander like a shadow. Yoha asks if it is him. "Did you hurt my family?" repeats Yoha with cold fury. The commander of the Dark Souls sees a cheeky brat in front of him. How dare he behave so brazenly in front of him? Swinging a demonic weapon, the commander prepares to teach him. But when he strikes with the sickle, Yoha runs his hand across his wrist in a flash. There is a crunch. The commander's bones are breaking in the place where the sickle is grasped. The surprise attack was so fast that the commander loses his vigilance. He flies away from the fatal blow and cannot fathom what power is driving this guy. Falling to the ground, he sees the face of his leader. The general. He cannot allow the general to see him so humiliated. The commander's pupils narrow sharply. He gets to his feet, trying to maintain a fighting stance. He admits his mistake. He let his guard down, and must now focus and act immediately. The general watches him, realizing that he may have underestimated him. The commander pushes off the ground and runs forward, charging his strike with demonic power. He puts all his rage and strength into the sword. Yoha calmly looks at this enemy. Whoever harmed his family will pay for it in full. No one has the right to touch his loved ones. They rush towards each other like madmen. The commander realizes that he is one of the 12 demon warriors and his power is incredible. Even the elders of the 9 great sects feared him. How can this guy be on his level? He doesn't understand. Hitting him, the commander loses one of his blades and tries to grab Yoha with his hand. Yoha coldly says, "People on the verge of death always talk too much." At this moment, his sword is lightning fast towards the commander. The general sees that his commander is clearly not on this guy's level. The general rushes into battle, protecting his subordinate. An incredible explosion occurs from the collision. The warriors who are nearby cover themselves from the blinding flash. The air is filled with the vibrations of the power of 2 powerful opponents. Yangak, as he suspected, understands. This guy with a strange technique is really incredibly strong. With the appearance of Yoka, everyone froze. And when he entered the battle, the tension reached a peak. The general was horrified to realize that his force had been turned aside. He didn't have time to come to his senses when Yoa's punch came flying towards him, cutting through the air. How is it possible that this young man is capable of such resistance? The general looks at his opponent and is forced to recognize his strength. With incredible agility, he dodges Yoha's powerful blow. He begins to use his illusionary techniques. The general realizes that Yoha is a worthy opponent and uses his demonic shadow soul destruction technique. Just the name of this technique raises the tension. The demon checkers fall to the ground and begin to emit energy. Yoha realizes that they haven't even touched him, but dark energy starts to come out of them, covering the space. Yangak, who has seen this technique before, understands the danger. He shouts at Johi to run as it is deadly to stand there. But for the demonic general, it is useless. The trap has worked. Zoha was already in the center of an illusory magical field. He tensely feels how the dark energy begins to squeeze him from all sides. Black energy surrounds him from all sides, like a hunt for prey. The commander stands behind and laughs evilly at Yoka. This is the result of his audacity. He is sure that no one survives this technique. Looking at Yoka, the commander understands that this is his end. At the place where the checkers fell, a huge spherical vortex was formed, an incredible destructive technique. Having found himself in this sphere, Our hero felt that he could not breathe normally. His body became heavy, as if he had fallen into a swamp, and he did not understand what was happening. All his attempts at swinging his sword failed. He couldn't release his power, as if something invisible was squeezing him from all sides. The great demon general Unjegwi, during his Tsenku travels, faced many challenges, but none could stand against his techniques. His technique, shattering shadow souls, was extremely powerful, capturing a person's shadow and extracting their soul. This technique earned him the title of one of the 12 demonic generals. People said he had no equal. His power only grew over the years. Standing at the top, he believed that no one could withstand his technique, which never failed him. Joha was taken by surprise. Being in the center of this technique, he felt himself falling into impenetrable darkness. His eyesight was failing. His eyes could not see anything. For the first time in a long time, he thought he might die. Helplessness bound him. He could not understand what was happening, and no matter how hard he tried, there was no way out of this darkness. The forces slowly left him, gradually fading away. His master always said, "Encountering non-traditional techniques is the reason why brute force alone is not enough. You need to know the basics of fighting against sorcerers." The master had taught him that, while he could hold his own against many powerful techniques, he had to be especially careful with sorcerers due to his lack of experience. The master warned, if you fall under their technique, it will be very difficult to get out. "What to do then?" asked Joha. The master replied, "Usually they need training before using the technique. If it was not possible to interfere with the preparation and you are already under the influence, all that remains is to break the basis of their technique." No matter how hard it was for him, he understood that one of these sorcerous techniques that the master had spoken about was being used on him. He remembered how 4 smoke bombs were planted in the ground around him. Now he realized that these strange stick-like objects were connected to the technique that bound him. He was sure that this guy's power was hidden behind the strange smoke they were emitting. But in this state, he couldn't destroy them directly, because he couldn't feel anything. So he decided that if he destroyed the ground beneath them, maybe he'll get a chance. Not even understanding where the ground was, he attacked from all sides using a groundbreaking technique. The sphere that surrounded Joha was growing incredibly fast. His companions thought that this was the end for him. No matter how they shouted, Joha did not hear them. It was a damn strange technique. The general never thought he would use this technique against some low-level guy, but he realized that this is a really interesting guy. The commander decided to apologize to the general, feeling ashamed that he had to enter such a big battle. He couldn't use his right hand, and didn't think the situation would go this far. The commander asked, looking at the girl, to finish it. He wanted to make them pray for death. The general, looking at him, wanted to say something, but he was stopped. Suddenly, an earthquake started, caused by unusual machines. He looked at his smoke bombs, and he saw that an earthquake was destroying the earth. He couldn't believe his eyes. This technique was disappearing before his eyes. Everything around began to shake on an incredible scale. Rays of light began to destroy the sphere. The sphere began to dissipate due to the rays of light penetrating inside. An incredible blast wave covered all eyes, darkening everything around. There was a large-scale explosion, equal to the power of a bomb. Everyone could not look away from this incredible sight, but some had no doubt that Joha was a real monster. His sword cut through that sphere as if it were made of paper. He got out of it, debunking all doubts. When he was released, he felt like he was reborn. He looked at his opponent, and his technique was completely powerless. The general looked on and couldn't understand how Yohei was able to destroy the Shadow Soul technique. No one in the world could escape her influence. But this young man demonstrated something impossible. Not only did he survive it, he destroyed her. This will definitely enrage the great demon general. And even the commander can witness the manifestation of his incredible power. The commander hopes that now the power of the general will overshadow everyone and become so strong that it will burn everything around. But the general opened his mouth in shock. It was clear that they were probably all just trapped, and he had no more tricks up his sleeve. You witnessed something that you couldn't even believe. Something incredible and terrible is happening right in front of your eyes. They froze in horror looking at this monster. How can such a creature even exist? The young owner turned to a magician or sorcerer, not knowing what to call him. But even thanks to his grace, he experienced the worst, most disgusting feeling of his life. Now it's the general's turn. He will answer for the fact that he dared to anger our hero. The demonic general looks frightened at the young man and grumbles with surprise that in front of him is only a 20-year-old slut. However, this jerk single-handedly broke the demonic art of destroying shadow souls. The young master turns to the general with a cold look. At this moment, the general's unsure voice trembles. Black Shadow Corps. How much longer will they just watch from the sidelines? Let them go ahead and stop this scoundrel. The commander looks at the general with horror, realizing that he has lost his mind. Attacking this madman is certain death. If even the general could not, then what can they? But there is no choice. This is his duty. The commander turns to the corps and gives the order. Kill this bastard immediately. They rush into battle without thinking, trying to somehow influence the situation. Jaho notices their equipment and realizes that they plan to outnumber him again. But for him, all these warriors are just helpless toys. He strikes the general and his soldiers with a single stroke of his sword, causing them to tremble in fear, almost panicking. The soldiers suffered a crushing defeat. The general does not understand until the last that he has faced a real monster, and that the chances of victory are 0. He knew that Qian Hu was a top-level martial artist, but he had never shown his strength before. The general has only one way out. He clutches the bell in his pocket, realizing that this is his last chance to carry out the order. The general realizes that if the traitors survive, the world will learn of the existence of their cult, which will lead to disaster. He needs to destroy the envoy of the trade union, who knows exactly about their secret. He reaches for his hidden trick, the last trump card he has left. He is ready to use the bell, but the commander realizes that the situation is getting out of control. The general shouts to the commander to take the bell. It's the last thing he can do to help, and he drops some weird thing. This item flies right into the head of the merchant leader. He understands that he cannot evade or save himself. He takes the blow with his whole body. His daughter, seeing this, rushes to her father. The messenger realizes that everything has led to this very moment. Jaho observes the situation and looks down on the mage who caused so much trouble. He meets his gaze and coldly declares, "Forget about escaping from here alive." At that moment, Jaho throws everyone in his path and flies at the general with lightning speed. The commander orders the Black Shadow Corps to fight to the death. The deserters will not survive. If they do not stop this monster, they will die at the hands of the commander. The young master does not pay attention to obstacles. He sees only possibilities. After jumping over the opponents, he uses the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Death Gaze technique and releases an incredible power that has no equal. An incredible thing happened that day. The legendary technique of the 9 heavens, which everyone thought was lost, was revived. Those who saw her froze with their mouths wide open in surprise. Thanks to the trials, our hero reached this level. The technique lit up the sky more brightly than it had 20 years ago, and 9 beams of pure energy crashed down on the enemies. This powerful martial art became a real terror for his opponents. The Black Shadow Corps and Yom Gung, a squad of assassins created to destroy the 9 great sects, were helpless against this technique. The captain, one of the 12 demon warriors, fled in panic. Few of the assassins survived, and those who did ran like locusts. The great demonic general, the strongest in the cult, left the battlefield stunned. His confidence in his own power was destroyed. He was humiliated by a young man who was not even among the top 10 martial artists. It's just that the slut got in his way. Meanwhile, Jaho suppresses his anger. He wanted to pursue the assassins who harmed his family, but he realized his friends are in a terrible state. He decided to take care of the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks. It was more important. Poon Yancho was glad that Jaho had dealt with the scoundrel, but noted that everyone had suffered because of his stubbornness. Words about heroism did not comfort Jaho. He regretted being late. The memories of his childhood, where he was not loved, were still too fresh, where the abuse was so brutal that it was difficult to open the eyes. He's been through hell, and now he won't let it happen again. The 10 heroes of the 5 peaks became dearer to him than anything in the world. They were the only ones on his side, and he realized that for the first time, he had failed to protect them completely. Jaho swore to protect his loved ones, no matter what it cost him. The messenger was seriously wounded. His daughter could do nothing to help. Before his death, he wanted to thank the heroes who saved him. The daughter insisted on helping, but the messenger left the trade union warrior and was ready to die if necessary. He wanted to call everyone to him. He could not find the words to thank. If it weren't for them, the trade union, his daughter, they would all be dead. Even 1,000 gold would not be enough to thank them. But he promised that the trade union would reward them as soon as it could. They have been a huge help. He asked for one more favor: to protect his men until they reached their destination city. After a severe wound from the demon, the messenger died. A dozen heroes decided to fulfill his last request. One reason was that the trader's path coincided with their goals. In addition, everyone was injured and needed treatment. But there was another reason that no one talked about. It was she who became decisive. They soon moved on. Punyongcho warned that their path leads to the Fortress of Death. But there was no other way out. A large gathering was waiting in the mountains. The only way to shorten the path is to go through these dangerous areas. Yangak had a bad feeling. She stood among the snowy mountains, hidden from human eyes. The demonic general arrived at the main council. He put his hand to the Stone of Knowledge. A gate in the rock opened before him and he stepped inside. The demonic leaders noticed that the general was late. He became a great general only recently, and such an attitude is disrespectful. The general apologized, explaining that the situation turned out to be more difficult than he expected. He was ordered not to be late again. AGMs are rare, and he needs to maintain his reputation to avoid similar problems in the future. He was to bring a bell with 8 beads. Although he made an effort, he could not deliver it in one piece. Now they have 7 bells with 8 beads. The Demon Queen was pleased. The fighting power of the cult had increased significantly. Considering his success, they decided to appoint him as the next great general of demons. One of the leaders was against it. Do they need a 7th demon lord? He believed that 6 was enough. Considering the Heavenly King's Soul Prize Festival, it would be foolish not to take the chance and use the bell. They collected 7, and it would be nice to find at least 3 more. But another voice objected. Finding 3 more bells is not easy. The demoness smiled, declaring that they were joking and told her not to worry. The decision to appoint the 7th Great General was approved by the supreme head of the cult. However, while he is absent, there is no need to rush to the Soul Recruitment Festival. Soon the 7 demon lords must use the bells to increase their army. The fun begins when they invade Xianhu. With the power of the 7 demon lords, they would easily take over this era and conquer Qianhu just as the head had planned. But the general interrupted them, noting that it would not be so easy. Their biggest opponent turned out to be some snot. Even the captain of a corps of 12 demonic soldiers was destroyed by one of his blows. This guy is not just a magician. The general was sure that defeating him would be simple. But the young man turned out to be terribly strong and destroyed his technique. The demoness thought it was a joke. If it is not about one of the 10 strongest masters, then defeating the great demon is impossible. The general explained that his task was to retrieve the sacred artifact and retreat. But even with a pure heart, he doubts that he could defeat that boy. He had never seen such a technique. The boy turned 9 times in the sky, and his blade released energy that shot down like lightning. It was incredible, and they should believe it. The demoness could not believe his words. The energy of the 9 blades has been considered impossible for many years. If this is true, they need to figure it out. In the mountains of Polgon, one of the soldiers shouted, "These scumbags are too confident!" They climbed the mountains like rats. They must have nerves of steel. This was heard from the side of the fortress. The Holy Blood Axe warned that anyone who approached these mountains would belong to the territory of the Green Forest. If they want to pass alive, they must pay 200 gold for each person. Punyongcho realized that it was too expensive, since there were about 20 of them. Yungak warned, "These thugs check everyone. If they give in, they will be trapped, and there is very little time left before the Green Forest Assembly." One of the merchants said that they could not pay that much. They had already been robbed on the way here. It was clear that they had even lost their vans. She begged to let them through. The leader agreed that the situation was difficult. He himself was in a hurry to attend a large meeting, and the extra coins would not hinder them. The girl assured that they have nothing more. Then the leader declared that they would be destroyed. He himself wants to make sure that they are really poor. At that moment, the vice chairman appeared and said that they had enough to search their pockets. It seemed better to pay. But Yangak reminded them that these were only bandits of the Green Forest, and the trouble was just beginning. Punyongcho didn't know what to do. If they come closer, their faces will be remembered at the meeting. If they don't pay and join the battle, it will cause even more problems. The hostess whispered that the boy with the axe had a face like rat-bitten mold. Their only hope was a miracle, that they would be let through. Punyongcho did not want to give the money, but if they anger Jaho, the consequences will be catastrophic. One of the thugs shouted that their leaders had completely lost their minds. The vice chairman noticed their taunts and threatened, "Do you want to die?" The situation escalated. They got the money, but the bandits realized that they had been cheated. The girl could not stand it, and declared that this money does not belong to the trade union, so she cannot give it back. This angered the bandit leader. He grabbed his sword, thinking it was a cheeky joke. The vice chairman said that they themselves are to blame for their troubles. Now they will not be able to leave alive even if they give everything. One of the girls laughed, making the thug even more angry. "What's so funny?" The vice chairman shouted furiously that they were idiots who did not understand the seriousness of the situation. How did they even get here alive? Now, having met him, they naively hoped to avoid execution. Unable to stand it, someone threw a bag of gold right at the head of the vice chairman, knocking him down and knocking him unconscious. Youngak looked into the bag and saw that the gold was gone. The leader of the bandits was embarrassed, seeing how his partner was cut down. He was nervous, not understanding what had happened, because he did not even feel the approach of the attack. Then it dawned on him. There is a martial arts master among them. Pun Yongcho realized that the situation was now at an impasse and they were trapped. Jaeho threw up the thread, and looking at the bandit with mold on his beard, coldly said, "You are too rude." What he said or didn't say didn't matter anymore. Jaho was sure that no one would dare touch his family. At that moment, the gold coin hit the bandit leader right in the forehead. Behind her, several more coins flew in different directions like bullets, crashing into his army. Pun Yongcho advised everyone to cover their faces, hoping they would be forgotten. But it was too late. Jaho openly attacked, and they will definitely not forget this. Meanwhile, there was one day left before the gathering of the Green Forest. In the fortress, bandits robbed travelers to impress the gathering. Everything was going well until Yon Jaho stood in their way. All the leaders of the Crimson Death were knocked out before the gathering. It was a complete rout, and they will still regret having behaved so insolently. A dispute breaks out in the demon's lair. One of the demons cannot understand how some young jerk managed to resist the great general, and her doubts cause a storm of emotions. The general explains that he left the battlefield because his main goal was to take possession of the sacred artifact, and that took precedence over everything else. He emphasizes that he has never seen such a fighting force before, which is able to surprise and frighten so much. This young man, the general recalls, spinned in the air several times and fell on me like lightning. However, the general doubts that the elders will believe his words because it sounds almost like fiction. He wonders if an energy like 9 blades is possible at all, and if it doesn't border on legends. Meanwhile, the moon fairy Zeria sits clenching her fist in concentration, thinking deeply about what she heard. She recalls that the technique in question was considered lost, because the master who owned it died many years ago. Despite this, even for experienced warriors, the use of such a technique is extremely rare, an art that cannot be learned in one lifetime. The general stubbornly assures that it was a young man who looks 15 years old, maybe even younger. He has red hair and behaves like a true master of orthodox schools. It turns out that that master could have had a son, and the probability of this is quite high. 26 years ago, the head of their cult built the Ponton Kanami Temple. Then a boy from the Namgong clan appeared along with a mysterious warrior who impressed everyone with the martial arts the general had mentioned. That temple was destroyed, and the young warrior from that time was nicknamed the Swordsman Who Destroys the Moon. The thought still haunts her and annoys her every time she thinks about it. Back then, she was one of the 12 demonic soldiers, but now she has the power of a great demonic general. Meanwhile, the team discusses that when the cult decides to operate in Qianhu, it will be payback time for taking these young men. Joka's maneuver caused different reactions. Some were enthusiastic, others considered it a foolish act. Somewhere near the village, a new threat was brewing. The events that took place shocked ordinary residents and sowed panic. From all the fortresses in the Green Forest, gangs of various types began to flock to the village. Fortunately, the mutual distrust between the factions kept them from rioting. The old man and his powerful companion walked through the village, carefully looking around. They analyzed everyone who came across their path. The fortress seemed to grow even larger by looking at these rascals. Did these idiots really gain recognition from the Green Forest? There were different jokes. Maybe they were chosen for their pretty faces. As they passed through the village, they noticed that the bandits had disguised themselves as a trade union. If a fight breaks out, victory will be easy. The soldiers from the side looked incredulously at the hero's team, thinking that they were invited only for a showdown, and they would fall from the first blow. But such thoughts could be fatal for partners. This recklessness will lead to an early death. If he wants to survive and live a long life, he must avoid fighting the redheads at all costs. And one should not look down on the lower sex, because having crossed their path, he risks a life even worse than in hell. Darkness came, enveloping everything around in a thick haze of night. The Montepin area has turned into a chaotic camp with tents where bandits have settled. Those gathered around the Green Forest Fortress did not appear to be particularly powerful or dangerous. However, it was necessary to stop and get my things for the night. Some even wanted to express their respect to the leadership of the fortress because they were able to go this far. One of the monks sighed in displeasure. He did not understand why he was in a hurry, because meeting them was inevitable. Tired, he just wanted to rest. Yoha moved away from the group and lay down on the grass nearby, staring thoughtfully at the night sky and the silver disk of the moon. Soon, he was found by a lady who reproachfully asked what he was doing here, because she had been looking for him everywhere. She couldn't understand how he could lie there and do nothing while everyone else was sorting through their things. Yoha explained that he had come here to think things over. There are too many thoughts running through his head. He noted that the girl had always been close to her friend Chen, but now they were walking separately. Maybe they had a fight? The girl was embarrassed and quickly denied this assumption. She explained that Chen has been busy lately and spends a lot of time with Choho-san. This makes her feel redundant when she is around them. However, she was glad that there was no quarrel between them. It was obvious that she wanted to keep Josie company. They decided to take a walk in the forest. The girl was surprised how Yoho could remain so calm in any situation. She talked about his power because she had never heard of him living anywhere before coming to the Five Peaks Fortress. She really wanted to know his story. Yoha tried to remember his parents, but he does not even remember their faces. His mother died immediately after his birth, and he saw his father only once. He was 6 years old then, and it would be amazing if he could remember him. But he remembers well the person he hates the most in his life. This is the person who once tried to kill him. The girl shuddered at his words. She didn't know if this was a real story of his childhood or just fiction. His face showed no traces of the horrors he had experienced. Maybe he's even from the royal family. "Is this person still alive?" she asked. Yoha answered confidently that he did. She offered to find her and take revenge. After all, now this woman would not be able to resist even against a young shepherd. But everything is not so simple. It's not just a woman. It's his aunt. This information stunned her to the core. Yoha continued to tell his story, but the girl remained silent, unable to utter a word. She knew that he had his own difficult fate, but even among the sad stories of the fortress, this one was particularly cruel. The boy looked younger than her, but his life was much more complicated. All this seemed like a mockery of fate. She understood how powerful his power was, and how difficult it was for him to acquire it. Yoha did not deserve such a brutal past. She tried her best to cheer him up, or at least help him in some way. Young Yoha, who was the envy of everyone, was actually not as simple as he seemed. After telling his story, he asked if she was bored. But when he saw her reaction, he noticed something else. She suddenly began to cry uncontrollably. She apologized, because she did not know that he had experienced so much pain. He also apologized, saying that maybe he shouldn't have told her that. She shouldn't be burdened by it. And yet, under that moonlit night, something between them changed forever. There is a conversation going on in the warrior camp. One of them reminds that according to the rules of the Green Forest, fortresses should not interfere in the affairs of other fortifications. The leader of one of the groups, with his forehead cut open after hitting a coin, said that some guys from the trade union decided to attack them. It was revealed that those masquerading as merchants were actually members of the Green Forest, hidden among the warriors of the Five Peaks Fortress. The Great Assembly of the Forest has almost begun. The leader believes that violators cannot be left unpunished, so he asked for an audience. He understands that the Fortress of the Five Peaks is still young and inexperienced. The leader notices that this idiot is trying to get his point across, but the head of the Green Forest doesn't take him seriously. He had just seen the incompetence of the Crimson Death Fortress, and now he is trying to criticize the power of the Five Peaks just because he feels resentment for his own defeat. After these words, the commander thought, not finding a worthy answer. The advisors standing nearby understood that everything pointed to the Fortress of the Five Peaks. The commander was sure that this was the work of the same scumbag. It was one of the 12 demonic generals, the Mad Cat Lord, the same bastard who doesn't care about any respect. He is not interested in the hierarchy of the Green Forest. He does not recognize either seniors or juniors. This is exactly the bastard that he remembered the most, Yan Yoha. Just thinking about him made me want to destroy him. The leader of the Green Forest glanced at one of his advisors, whose hands were still shaking. He ordered the head of the Crimson Death Fortress to leave, and he meekly accepted. Shaking with fear before the leader of the Green Forest, the man confirmed everything that was said. He realized his mistake and immediately left the hall. The leader then turned to the demonic cat lord who came with a sword, and belonged to the Five Peaks Fortress. He remembered that this impudent young man was quite young. The Demon Lord confirmed that he was not yet 20. This cheeky kid. The leader of the Green Forest heard this and was indignant. So the disciple of the heaven-shattering Demon Lord was defeated by some boy while he was drunk? His companions began to mock him, implying that he had not drunk that much. Furious, the leader of the Green Forest slammed the table as he made his final decision. This gesture attracted the attention of everyone present. If this boy shows up at the gathering of the Green Forest, then this will be a great opportunity for the demonic Lord Ingheim to join him in battle and demonstrate his strength. If he claims that he lost only because of drunkenness, then let him prove himself in action. If he was defeated by this child again, it would be a great shame for the Green Forest disciple. If defeated, he would leave his post as Demon General and return to his studies for another 10 years. Ilheim understood. 10 years is an eternity, a real hell. This humiliation and horror, which he did not want to experience again. The leader of the Green Forest noticed the fear in his eyes, the fear of losing to this slut again. If he disobeys his teacher, the consequences will be dire. Ilheim, clenching his fists, declared that he would not lose this time. He bowed to his teacher, affirming that he would fulfill his every wish. But in his thoughts, he realized that everything was bad. If he had to fight that guy again, defeat was inevitable. We urgently need to come up with a cunning plan. Some time passed, and in the palace, Punyancho greets the pride of the Green Forest, the Mad Cat Lord, who has appeared before them. They ask him what brought him here. He had heard that the warriors of the Five Peaks were supposed to be here, but he couldn't find them anywhere. If they called me, I would come without hesitation, he replied. Punyancho invited him to the table. Come in, brother. We haven't seen each other for a long time. The young warrior felt the familiar aura of the Cat Lord he had met once upon a time. The Cat Lord looked at this bastard with contempt. If not for that mistake, he would never have sat at the same table with him. Sebek greeted him with a warm smile. She was happy to see him with her friend. He'd grown older since they last met. The Cat Lord was embarrassed by the compliment. Was she implying that he had gotten fat? But the girls quickly explained, you became the brother of 10 heroes, and therefore our brother too. Everyone knew what happened that night. The Cat Lord thought that it was good that he was already being called a brother. Actually, the reason for his late arrival was different. He wanted to make sure that there would be no mistake in the schedule of the Green Forest gathering. His suspicions were that there might be some confusion. The boys did not understand what he was getting at. Everyone looked at him intently and intently. The Cat Lord continued. The list of participants of the gathering includes representatives of the Fortress of the Five Peaks. In his thoughts, he realized that his words sounded like complete nonsense. Now, everything depends on the reaction of others. Punyancho asked why he needed this, since everyone already knows their situation. Only one person, Yoha, did not listen or pay attention to what was happening. He ate calmly. Yoha did not even feel that someone important had come to them. For him, this impostor was not worthy of attention. Ilheim raged in his mind. This little fool was behaving exactly as he had expected. If he cannot defeat him in battle, he will at least try to convince everyone that Yoha has no right to participate in the gathering. It was his sneaky plan. The Supreme Leader's shout echoed throughout the assembly hall, attracting the attention of the entire Green Forest. From this day forward, we will no longer be just a bunch of bandits! His voice thundered like a thunderstorm. We will surpass the 5 great sects, he announced with determination in his eyes. We will become the strongest organization in the world, orthodox or unorthodox. No one will dare to underestimate us again. These words raised the spirits of every warrior and inhabitant gathered in this place. The Green Forest is preparing for a 1,000-year reign. His face was full of determination. Everyone should learn about this, he announced to the crowd. With these words, the meeting of the Green Forest officially began. The crowd erupted in chants and loud slogans, their voices merging into a single battle cry. Thus began the first great day for the Green Forest, a day that would change everything. The meeting of the Green Forest had one main goal: to identify 10 guards and patrolmen. They had to become a new force that would protect order in their lands. A flag flew over the castle, symbolizing the start of the competition. People carrying flags went through trials that remained secret. Suddenly, groups of warriors started jostling and shouting, "What are you idiots doing?" Insults rang out. They called each other haughty bastards. No one understood why the fight started on someone else's territory. They will have to take part in at least one category of competition, but for now, they just make fun of each other. Yoha looked at these bad lots with undisguised disgust. One of the commanders asked the soldiers, Who wants to compete in the first category of secret martial arts? Suddenly, a silhouette rose from the crowd. He spun in the air like a spinning top and landed gracefully on his feet. His look radiated readiness for everything that fate had in store for him. People whispered in surprise, amazed at his appearance. "I am Limian Ru, head of Mount Yemna. Anyone want to teach me a lesson?" He called the crowd to a fight. Suddenly, a giant entered the arena, whose heavy steps made the ground tremble. Limian Ru squinted as he stared at him. It was Yamak, the head of Mount Bebon, ready to teach this self-righteous brat. Limian Ru gave him a disdainful look and threw the wanted poster right in his face. Yamak tore the poster from his face and roared with rage. "No one has dared to defy me so brazenly." His voice thundered like thunder before a storm. Lava watched these fighters and laughed loudly. What fun. This rude giant is sure to make Limian Ru regret his audacity. Limian Ru maneuvered like a dancer, parrying the blows of the huge sword. But suddenly he was entangled in heavy chains, and a huge axe flew straight to his neck. A green-eyed phantom slayer was summoned next, ready to teach Limian Ru. And after him, another warrior, the deadly Murion, entered the battle. The skirmish had now turned into a fistfight, with each one swinging away as best he could, throwing punches with incredible speed. They all knew that the Green Forest needed new warriors to expand the territories, and they took everyone indiscriminately. The advisors were shocked and ashamed of this street fight because one of the participants was the 9th demonic general, the Ghost Monk. Wine flowed like a river, the glasses were filled, and the lips of the soldiers were covered with foam from the drinks. One of the drunkards laughed merrily as he watched the spectacle. The Phantom Monk was looking forward to the battle between the Cat Lord and that young man from the Five Peaks Fortress. He asked his friend how much more he was going to drink, or if he had already learned the secret technique overnight. But this man only smiled mysteriously, hinting at something more. Last night was special, a secret night. It was then that he mastered a fatal technique, thanks to which he dealt a devastating blow to the self-confident warriors of the Five Peaks. Looking at them, he understood that their days were numbered. After all, just last night he told them that they were obliged to take part in these competitions. Yoha also decided to join the fighting. If he really comes, they will be sure of their victory. But the Cat Lord was against any risks and did not want to bet everything on Yoha. These competitions are not just a test of strength. The winner will receive an important position for the Green Forest. If Yoha proves himself, he will get the guard position. Sounds good, but there is a problem. This position requires constant patrolling of the fortress. This means that Yoha will not be able to return to the Five Peaks Fortress after the competition is over. The Cat Lord confirmed this. Exactly, and I'm sure the boy wouldn't agree to such a proposition. The Lord had no doubt. They had passed many tests. But who knew how long Yoaf would be forced to be absent? Without him and 10 heroes, the fortress may not hold. This means that his brothers will have to return while he fulfills his new duties. For Joka, it meant separation from her family. It was an incredibly sneaky move on the Cat Lord's part. Everyone understood that this cunning man hit the most painful point. His goal was clear, to come here and intimidate the strongest among them. Pun Yongcho understood that this could lead to irreparable consequences. But he also knew that what was said was not entirely true. Yoha sharply hit the table with his chopsticks. Everyone paid attention to him. "If you want me to jump into the flames, I will," Yoha said firmly. But finally he found what he was looking for so long. He found a real family to take care of. If he becomes a guardian, he will have to part with them. It was a real trap, a lie that upset them all. Pun Yancho didn't understand. Yoha hadn't even become a guard yet, and everyone was already acting so cocky. This made Yoha think and change his point of view. The monk realized that their leader really took the matter seriously. All these Selyuks from the Five Peaks dreamed of becoming guards and patrolmen. Let them not dwell on the little things and just enjoy the opportunity while they have it. Yoha was sure that this was indeed the case. Pun Yongcho sincerely regretted that Yoha might not become a guardian. The Cat Lord listened to their conversation and smiled. His plan had worked. His cunning tactics pierced their hearts, sowing doubt and fear. He continued to drink and laugh, convinced of his victory over everyone. The main leader looked reproachfully at the Cat Lord, who was acting too carelessly. But behind this frivolity, there was an insidious thought. His gaze fell on the Five Peaks' young Yeon Joha, and he was clearly up to something. The duel of one of the strongest warriors who demonstrated the Iron Head technique began. He quickly hit the enemy with his head. The opponent flew to the side with a broken forehead, not even having time to regain consciousness. People watched it, and whatever the warrior called his technique, for them it was just an ordinary headbutt. Yoha watched this action with boredom. He began to fumble, clutching the hilt of his sword as he prepared to leave, but the contest still continued. He tried to watch until the end, as his friend asked. However, the urge to relieve oneself became unbearable. At that moment, he left the competition area. But why did he take the sword with him? This question left his friends in awe. The old man understood that this was a refusal. And most likely Yoha went to the forest to chop trees. To the monster who had defeated Sage Chanja, these contests seemed like child's play. Yoha was in no mood to watch them. Young Hak once called Yoha a monster, and they saw his power. When he used the fire dragons, the eerie energy emanating from him was truly like the power of a monster. Sebek was outraged by their rude words and the fact that they call Yoha a monster. She was angry with the boys, but they did not understand why she was so protective of him. In the end, they decided to cheer themselves up with bets. Who will bet on the bald one, and who will bet on the hairy one? Sebek realized that no one understood her. These guys keep saying Joha is a martial arts monster. Sebek was worried whether Joha would be able to keep up with the others, and that worry only grew. As soon as Joha left the competition, really serious fighting began. As if the warriors were just waiting for him to leave. One by one, the warriors entered the arena. These were no longer just ordinary participants. Real fighting blood flowed in their veins. The battles reached the maximum of adrenaline and turned into a real action. Every opponent's weapon was sharpened for victory. The bald warrior stared intently at his opponent. At the same time, they pushed off the ground and flew into the air. Spectators held their breath watching this legendary duel. This battle will remain in their hearts forever. The hairy warrior, attacking his opponent, gathered all his strength to strike. He put all his rage and despair into this blow. In his movement, one could feel the soul, full of the desire to win. But his incredible power, the opponent skillfully blocked with his sickle. Sparks flashed in their eyes as they collided. None of them wanted to accept defeat and were not going to give up. They fought to the death no matter what. Spectators in the stands were amazed by the brutality and desperation of this battle. Some chanted, cheering on their favorites. Some warriors watched their best leader proudly. It seemed that this duel between the brothers from Devil Fortress was more or less normal, but the old man asked in surprise, "Why do you call it a duel?" In his opinion, it was complete nonsense, doomed to failure from the very beginning. He wondered if the boys understood the consequences of this fight. At last they parted, and one of them fell to the ground. Pun Yongcho turned to the old man. "Are you saying that the winner was predetermined?" The old man explained, "None of them are going to lose. One of the fighters is a disciple of the Demon Lord. It was one of the 12 demonic generals, Red Eye. His opponent was quite strong and skilled. The leader of the Green Forest watched their match and doubted the capabilities of the head of the fortress. His opponent turned out to be much stronger than it seemed at first glance. Who would have thought that Red Eye would have such a hard time?" At that moment, someone loudly hit the table. This attracted the attention of the elders. He wanted to convey an important message. He was worried, but the elders took their time to calm him down. They knew that this fighter always swings for a long time and loses at the beginning of the fight. In fact, the competition is just beginning, and it was worth just watching and relaxing. The Phantom Warrior knew that Red Eye should not forget who he really was. The Green Forest gathering was intended to have all 12 demonic generals participate. The bald warrior exhaled as he prepared for battle. As the head of the Devil Fortress, he faced an opponent who couldn't have asked for a better time to warm up. These words were incomprehensible to his opponent, but the bald man was bored. Their duel reached a new level and was to end with one decisive blow from his side. The master watched this bald madman in amazement. His energy began to flow from the sickle, weaving into an incredible flow. "Bloody strike of the 1,000 vipers," shouted the bald warrior shrill. His energy spread across the battlefield like poisonous snakes. She flew towards the opponent with incredible force, carrying the threat of death. Spectators in the stands could not look away from this powerful blow. The opponent froze, as if in the face of his own death. His advisors shouted to him, "Run away from there immediately." It seemed that the end had come, even for the head of the fortress, Devil. Baldy unleashed his devastating Viper Strike on him. At this moment, the stands froze in anticipation of the result of the shot. The ghostly advisor watched the battle with excitement in his eyes. An incredible number of blows continuously rained down on the opponent. The old man understood that this spectacle was difficult to surpass. Just think. The head of a remote fortress forced the Demon Lord's apprentice to use his ultimate technique. He can become a famous warrior, although he is still far from Yoha's level. The madman's claws pushed off the ground. Like a cat, he glided through a cloud of dangerous maneuvers, swinging his sickle at his opponent. The bald warrior radiated demonic power as he charged forward at breakneck speed. The blow hit where his opponent was, creating a huge storm of dust and debris. Even Yoha, who was watching from afar, felt the force of this explosion. Choka turned his gaze in the direction of the explosion with interest. He's only come here for training, but it's already starting to rain here, though the sky remains clear. What is it? However, this did not bother the young master. It is much more interesting for him to feel the power of this forest, touching the trees with his palm. He decided to use the tree as protection, as if it were an umbrella. Throwing his sword aloft, Yoha deftly catches it with both hands. He swings his whole body, preparing to strike. He understands that he will strike now, but he knows that he must control himself. A minimum of speed and energy is required. This will allow you to perform the technique with skill. But suddenly the words rang out from behind the tree. Did you decide to cut the tree in half? Yoha stopped abruptly. He didn't expect anyone to be behind the tree. He tries to soften the blow because the boy was right in front of the sword. Fortunately, he managed to speak. Otherwise, he would have lost his head. Now Yoha hesitates whether to thank the boy for the fact that everything happened. Or perhaps it would be good to reprimand him for the fact that he almost brought death upon himself. In his thoughts, Yoha is surprised. He did not feel any presence. He suspects that this is one of the mountain bandits. But why is he here and not in the arena? The boy turned and asked, "What are you, young head of the fortress?" Therefore the boy was clearly bored to stay at the meeting. Yoha couldn't figure out what was wrong with this weirdo. The boy indifferently declared that he was disgusted by the green forest and the mountain bandits. He came here just to take a nap, but he almost died. Yoha was surprised when he called him the young head of the fortress. He returned and explained that he had nothing to do with any fortress. The stranger looked at him with interest. He hoped that Yoha was a strong and tough fighter because he had never met a stronger one. The boy said that his boss could not be described by ordinary martial arts. But his patience wore thin and he sharply told Josie to stop stalking him and act like a man. The stranger explained that there were too many old people among the elders of the green forest, and he wanted to befriend someone young like himself. Yoha quietly leaned over to him and grumbled, "What kind of delusion are you on? It's not even evening yet, and you're already drunk." The guy snapped, "Brother, you're completely stupid." He wanted to explain that his friendship meant something else, but instead, it was difficult to understand anything from his words. Suddenly, he took a leaf and threw it in Joha's direction. The leaf flew like an arrow, aimed squarely at his head. Choka dodged, but understood that things were bad. It was clearly not a brother. He grabbed his sword, realizing that this bastard was aggressive. Yoha finally understood what kind of friendship this brat was referring to. Despite everything, Yoha did not mind. He was ready for any development of events. This young master looked quite elegant and even girlishly beautiful. But so far in this manga, he positions himself as a guy. I'm sorry. I don't understand if it's a boy or a girl. Perhaps we will find out already in the next chapter. The young man looked at Choka with excitement, his eyes shining with the anticipation of battle. "If only so, then I don't mind," he said defiantly. Then he added that he was a little disappointed. But even so, Choka's power seemed quite exotic and unusual to him. It's great to meet someone who can repel an attack with a normal leaf. The young man said that Yoha was delusional. He was sleeping under the tree, not Yoha. Waving his hand at such conversations, he added, "With such abilities, you should appeal to the elders of the 5 great orthodox sects." He leapt forward sharply, aiming his attack at Yoha. With a swing, he raised a whirlwind of leaves that swirled around. "The elders will definitely not be disappointed with you," he said with a smile. The young man readied himself for his black heavenly flower strike and launched it at Yoha. He was glad to meet someone capable of accepting this challenge. Yoha jumped forward, ready to block the attack. His sword cut through the opponent's technique, shattering its strength into smithereens. The boy watched in horror, not understanding how Yoha had destroyed his flower flow. Like a shuriken, Yoha destroyed the enemy's equipment, making him doubt his own strength. Now Yoka's blow flew straight at the young man. With a cold gaze and a shining sword in his hand, Yoha confidently charged forward. The young man looked a little disappointed that Yoha had failed to meet his expectations. He couldn't believe that Yoha was fast enough to destroy the flower, hiding the weapon in just a second. Apart from his father and the 12 demonic generals, no one had yet succeeded in breaking through this technique. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Green Forest Gathering, the bald warrior ended his battle by defeating his opponent. He proved that he was at least equal to the level of a disciple of the 5 major orthodox sects. He towered over them all, his red eyes shining with triumph. He apologized for taking up so much of his master's time. The leader looked at him with pride in his eyes. Some elders were also pleased with the battle they saw. But when they squinted their eyes, they saw a strange picture. The boy was surrounded by dark energy and could not move. One of the advisors on the podium shouted to Red Eye to focus. The duel was not over yet. His opponent was on his feet, barely holding on but not falling. Incredible energy burst out of him, moving like a spider. The boy's eyes glowed with rage, and his smile said that he wasn't upset that he didn't end the fight in one blow. This boy survived the attack. He demonstrated that he is the real boss of this fight. Using the ultimate technique, Spider Goo Venom, he rushed madly at his opponent, giving him no chance to distract himself. The bald man pushed off the ground, rising into the air. But even if his blow was sustained, it didn't change anything for him. The fight continued, and the bald man tried to block another sneaky blow from his opponent. The boy, like a spider, felt the thrill of every encounter. His demonic energy surged forward, heading straight for the bald man. Suddenly, the bald man realized that he might lose this fight. The boy towered over him, laughing haughtily in his face. He thanked him for the wonderful fight, scoffing at his title of demonic general. Baldy could not understand how this fight turned into his defeat. An incredibly large poisonous spider, generated by the enemy's technique, dealt him a devastating blow. The general flew to the side, struck by the fatal attack. He left the arena in disgrace, disgraced in front of everyone. Everyone knew that his time in this fight was over. He fell to the ground like a broken warrior. Meanwhile, the winner hid his sword, showing who was the real boss of this fight. The crowd froze, closing their mouths in astonishment at what they saw. The people could not hide their surprise, but the young commander stood there, feeling his first place. The leader of the Green Forest could not understand what this powerful energy release was. The elders near him could not believe their eyes. How could this happen? The disciple of the Demon Lord, destroyer of the heavens, was defeated by the head of an unknown fortress, but he was still alive and moving. The old man noted that Joha did not seek to kill his enemy. The opponent remained alive. However, if this guy was using a cultivation technique, it was something the old man hadn't seen in a very long time. He was left with a lot of questions, not understanding what the hell was going on here. It was obvious that something big was planned at this gathering of the Green Forest. Something was about to happen. Looking around, he noticed various flags flying over the arena. A powerful demonic energy emanated from one of the representatives behind them. He stood there with a smug smile, rejoicing that his candidate had won. This mustachioed man was delighted with the fight and could not hide his pleasure. The events that took place on the battlefield brought him real satisfaction and strengthened his confidence in his abilities. The leader of the Green Forest began to move his hands, releasing purple energy. He cupped his palms together in a meditative gesture. An energy ball gradually formed in his hands. All this was done in order to heal his student. Counselors and students stood aside, watching this process carefully, unable to utter a word. The bald warrior felt incredible guilt before his leader. He was healed, he got better, but his shame did not leave him. One of the advisors approached the master. He asked why the leader had personally transferred the energy to the bald man, since the task could have been delegated to them. The leader, disappointed, replied, "Don't you see? Our young apprentice didn't have the strength for a duel, so he lost. There was no other choice for the great teacher, who still had a full supply of energy." Everyone bowed their heads as a sign of respect, but the main reason was that leader wanted to make sure by touching Red Eye's damaged energy. Perhaps he wanted to know more about the personality of the head of the fortress, Deeble. But what was wrong with this personality? Bald continued to speak, feeling ashamed. "I understand it's a shame for me, but the art that warrior used, it was either a blood swordsman or a Mujin technique. Mujin is an incredible technique, which strikes fear into the hearts of even the strongest opponents." When Yoha jumped over him, the bald man saw all the sharpness and mysticism of this technique. The mere memory of her made him tremble. One of the advisors admitted that the Devil Fortress has been working with them for many years. They perfectly understood the significance of this gathering for the Green Forest. But their leader personally came out and humiliated Red Eye in front of everyone present. This should not be taken lightly. Was he really crazy to defy the authority of the top of the Green Forest? If that is the case, then perhaps the 5 great orthodox sects are behind them, and they have decided to use dirty methods to keep the Green Forest under control. However, no possibility can be ruled out. Maybe it's just a coincidence, and they didn't use combat to achieve their goals. The head of the Green Forest decided not to think further. He created a purple ball of energy in his hands, in the center of which a spider symbol appeared, attracting the attention of all the warriors. They couldn't tell what it was. Was it a poisonous spider? The leader removed the remaining energy from the ward's body for analysis. Similar techniques are used only by one Murimu faction. It was the demonic cult. The leader realized that they still had not given up their destructive ambitions. Somewhere far in the mountains, hidden from human eyes, Luna Fairy was listening to her representative's report. It was reported that Li Mu-jin had done a great job in the duel. The Demon Lord's disciples had been defeated. However, she was interested in the condition of the other demonic soldiers. She was informed that according to the list, 4 more soldiers will take part in the battles. One of them, a warrior from the Three Blades Fortress, known as the Cold-Blooded Demon Sword. Another one is the boss from Buri Fortress, who has incredible power. He was able to catch a wild boar with his bare hands. And not just one boar. He carried a whole prey to his herd. The Flower Butcher will also take part in the battles. Next up was a representative from Dawn River Fortress, a warrior with incredible potential. He is so strong and charismatic that his presence frightens and fascinates at the same time. He does not eat his victims. He drinks their blood. He is called the Blood Eater. Another member is a lone demon from Rika Jance's fortress. He possesses a hidden technique prepared especially for this gathering. In addition to them, 5 more soldiers patrol the territory and guard it. But is this sufficient protection? Luna Fairy laughed, as if mocking. She even finds it amusing to imagine the Green Forest leader's face as the 12 demonic generals stumble in front of the 12 demonic soldiers. However, the Yemoon cult clearly wants to use the Green Forest as a base to attack other Murimu forces. The leader of the Green Forest is advised to take immediate measures, but he reacts to it unexpectedly sharply. He shouts, asking why his faithful man Rajesh is still not here. No one had seen Rish since the start of the duel, and everyone wondered where he had gone. The leader understood that something was wrong here. It is urgently necessary to find him, because it seems that Rajesh has chosen the wrong path. This confirmed the dastardly plans of the demonic cult. Meanwhile, in the tent of the Five Peaks Fortress, the warriors discuss the last battle. Does their fortress really have that much influence on the Green Forest? They were worried about who visited them. It was the same young man that everyone looked at with suspicion. Joha couldn't understand why this guy was following him, but he just looked at him mysteriously and smiling. This boy behaved mysteriously, not letting his true intentions be known. Joha was amazed at his audacity. The boy approached their squad's hidden supplies. After looking at them, he suspected that someone might get poisoned and die. Joha did not understand where this thought came from, but the boy seemed to be hinting at something. After a good fight, guys only need 2 things. The first is to keep fighting to the death. These words caused alarm in the squad. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see what would happen next, because his silence only fueled the intrigue. Punyancho turned to Joha. "You must have guessed that I'm going to ask you?" Joha just smiled. "What's the second thing?" he asked. Hearing this, the cunning boy instantly poked his finger at Joha, interested in his reaction. Then he took him a little aside, as if keeping a secret. Of course, he was interested. His gaze was alert. He did not stop looking at Joha. Without saying a word, he reached for the large jug of wine. Picking it up, the boy began to drink in a gulp. It was impressive and a little rude of him. The second thing he had in mind was to share stories over a glass of wine and become brothers in spirit. Joha did not understand what this boy meant by becoming brothers. Despite everything, Joha admitted to himself that among all the people he met here, this boy aroused the most interest. But that didn't mean he trusted him. Watching his reaction, Punyancho suggested that they would have to handle everything on Joha's older brother's behalf. Although it was their first meeting, they openly declared their intentions and gladly accepted the challenge. Suddenly, Punyancho jumped up and threw himself into the boy's arms, greeting him like an old friend. They haven't had a drink in a long time. Seeing the wine, the soldiers immediately began to grab jugs and pour for themselves. Joha watched with amazement as his friends lashed out at the wine. They shouted to the young master not to stand aside, for their guest had treated them as lavishly as any other. They wanted to sit more comfortably and drink to their heart's content. Joha eventually agreed to join them. Then the boy found out that his name was Yoka, and asked about the names of his other brothers. His playful flirtation did not stop. Sebek noticed that this boy was up to something and was behaving strangely, but her friend suggested going for snacks. However, Sebek did not stop closely watching the boy. She was sure that he was up to something. Meanwhile, the wine poured in a river from all sides. The soldiers got drunk to the point of madness, clinked glasses and cheered loudly. They praised the wine, saying it was simply incredible. Its aroma captivated and lifted their spirits. But the old man suddenly felt something strange in the aftertaste. This expensive and fragrant wine was too suspicious. But the warriors began to break away in full, because the wine turned out to be incredibly tasty and refined. There was plenty of it, and this boy took care of everything. He urged the soldiers to drink all night without a break. However, the old man could not get rid of his suspicions. The boy looked younger than 20, but he could afford to bring so much expensive wine. Pouring wine into his glass, the old man pondered. What was he up to? However, as he drank, he could not deny that the wine was indeed excellent. Since there were no duels tomorrow, they decided to drink to the bottom. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, the warriors were running away in panic from something unknown. They ran up the slopes, but an obstacle suddenly appeared in their path. The leader of the Green Forest watched these losers with disdain. Riesh's whereabouts were still unknown, and he was getting nervous. The counselors apologized for not being able to find him. They searched every tent, but there were no results. And suddenly, a person appeared on the horizon and reported the find. It was the Cat Lord Ingheim. He had done a thorough search and found just the right person. Ingheim explained that Riesch needed wine. The father, hearing about a special wine that his son was interested in, wanted to know where he was taken. The common soldier who transported the wine confirmed that it was delivered to the Fortress of 5 Peaks. The leader of the Green Forest was alarmed after hearing the words. He understood that the Fortress of the 5 Peaks was the abode of the same Yoha, about whom there were many rumors. Why was the wine delivered there? This made him even more interested. The Lord was tired of hearing only the name of this fortress since the arrival of these scoundrels. One of the ghost advisors realized that their teacher was getting angry. He speculated that if the spies of the demonic cult infiltrated the Green Forest, does it not seem to the Lord that the Fortress of the 5 Peaks is the most suspicious? Their behavior, strength, and even their charms were all too unusual. These words made the Lord even more angry. The 5 Peaks Fortress has been haunting him ever since their arrival. After listening to the advice of his disciples, the Lord of the Green Forest realized that his only daughter was now under the control of demonic cultists. Sensing a surge of his energy, the students became very worried. They begged him not to worry, explaining that all the chapters were present at the meeting and no one would dare to act rashly. Then what do you propose to do? Volodar asked coldly. Since there is a lack of information, they decide to rely on Riesch and continue the observation. If word got out that one of the 12 demonic generals had infighting at a large gathering, it would damage their reputation. Their main goal is to increase the reputation of the Green Forest. If they make a mistake, everything will go to waste. The owner admitted that such a possibility exists. One of the owners, deep in his thoughts, could not understand what was happening. What are these guys up to? He remembered the moment when he was among them. As Joha calmly watched everything that was happening, he remembered their faces and mannerisms. In his mind, these guys simply couldn't be demonic spies. He did not believe in it, and categorically disagreed with the suspicions. The energy these young men radiated was more like that of an orthodox sect rather than a demonic cult. Due to the Ghost Monarch's hasty accusations, wrong conclusions were drawn. However, Volodar understood that he could not simply state his position. Any misunderstanding could cause problems. Suddenly he decided to turn to Ingheim. He wanted to hear his opinion because he had met these guys before. It was a turning point for Ingheim. Teacher, we agree with the words of the elders. I think there is a point in what they said Ingheim. In his thoughts, he hoped to deal with these stabs without too much effort. The Lord of the Green Forest wondered why Ingheim had come to such a conclusion. But Ingheim remembered an important detail. Red Eyes mentioned the head of the fortress, Double. Then he felt a mystical energy rising like yeast in wine. He well remembered the energy emanating from young Yun Joha that day. If the Mad Cat Lord was right, then they needed to deal with these people immediately. The Lord bowed his head considering the situation. Others supported this position. If there is even the slightest suspicion that these people are spies, it is necessary to save Riesch as soon as possible. Everyone began to fuss, the situation escalated, and it seemed that there was no way out. But the Lord could not come to terms with these assumptions, because no one could guarantee that it was true. Small suspicions crept into him. The Phantom Monarch's words ignited something that should not have been touched. It was anger. Not the anger of the Demon Lord, the destroyer of the heavens, but the anger of a father worried about his child. The Demon Lord was known throughout the world for his unwavering fortitude and excellence, but when it came to his only daughter, he was turning into an infinitely loving father. For him, the safety of Sokrai's daughter was above all else. It was more valuable than all his achievements and victories. At that moment, the place where the wine was being drunk was chaos. And if it is necessary to cut all Murion with his own hands to protect his daughter, he is ready to plunge the Green Forest into a whirlpool of problems. Riesch was a sufficient reason for such a decision. She was already drunk and lying down without strength. Sebek did not even suspect that it was her. She thought that the boy simply did not know how to drink. Sebek didn't understand why the sight of him made her so angry, so she tried to lift her up and offered her another drink. Soon, a feeling of a strange atmosphere appeared on the street. The young master came out to see what was going on. From far away, from the mountains, a powerful demonic energy emanated. It was incredibly strong and covered a huge space. Yoha looked ahead and saw a powerful force radiating from a distance. The Lord of the Green Forest gritted his teeth in anger. The Phantom Monarch hesitated. Should we go right now? As soon as there is an order, he is ready to destroy them. But the leader was seething with hatred and wondered if they really wanted him to join them right now. The Phantom Monarch apologized for his short-sightedness. He just wanted to make sure his daughter was safe. If all goes well, then they'll leave her alone. After all, if it turns out that she was not harmed and he attacks his own, it will be a shame for the Green Forest. He tried to keep his sanity. He asked his disciples, "Why don't you understand? I don't care what fortress they are from, or whether there is a conspiracy. They were all only trying to disrupt the Green Forest Grand Gathering. It is expected that their actions will become more and more provocative. They will begin to openly use demonic techniques and will no longer hold back their powers. If they manage to destroy one of the 12 demonic generals, the reputation of the Green Forest will be pulverized. If they attack their own without reason, terrible rumors will spread. Will other fortresses continue to trust them? Because of their reckless actions, they may lose authority, and the unity of the Green Forest will fall apart. Enemies are already plotting, and they also allow themselves to think foolishly. The demonic advisors were still hesitant about what to do next, but they understood that they needed to go all out to raise the reputation of the Green Forest. Now you can't make any mistakes, you can't lose. It's unacceptable. They must win all their next matches. And it doesn't matter exactly how they do it, because those who win will be on top. And inexplicable silhouettes appear on the horizon. Some elders began to worry about important points. What will happen if the Fortress of the Five Peaks does not participate in the duels? Suddenly the Lord, feeling that he had said something wrong, realized that they probably would not participate in the competition, although he had already tried to adjust them to sports, but he did not want to share these doubts with his colleagues. One of the elders felt that this was only his assumption about the attitude of the boys from the Five Peaks Fortress, because it was just entertainment for them. They don't care who wins or loses in duels. Those who called them, with all their might, sought to fight for the title. At that time, the Fortress of the Five Peaks watched the competition until their hosts arrived. Come to think of it, who can they partner with? I have a guess, but I'm sure that if they don't participate in battles, it will be difficult to prove if they are practicing demonic arts. Cat Lord realizes that even if they enter the competition, neither of them will use demonic arts. And when he planned his plan, he didn't think about this. If it turned out that they didn't have a single drop of demonic energy, he would immediately be suspected of lying. The Phantom Monarch asked why these suspicious people would not participate and what they could do. The Cat Lord kept thinking that he could handle them without any problems, but as a result, the situation has become much worse. And now he does not know how to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Five Peaks camp, the boys enjoyed the taste of the wine that their master had mysteriously brought. This wine was first class and a real pleasure to drink. Pun Yongcho had never tasted such an expensive wine in his life, and for him this gathering of the Green Forest was a real big celebration. But what is the purpose of this guy treating them to such expensive wine? Suddenly, silhouettes appeared from behind the bushes, watching them. They were the boys from the mountains who suspected Pun Yongcho and his team to be spies for the demonic cult. They resort to such tricks, and if their plan succeeds, they will spring into action right now, coming out of the bushes to enact their revenge plan when no one expects it. And now there is an incident that will force Yoa to make an important decision. Looking around, Pun Yongcho didn't notice anything suspicious at first, but something invisible hung in the air, and he didn't immediately realize that someone was preparing to attack him. Suddenly, the dirty hands of the attackers threw a handful of fine sand directly into his face, blinding and confusing him. The young owner did not even have time to blink as he lost the chance to find out who these mysterious scumbags were who suddenly attacked him. Meanwhile, Choa, sipping the tart wine, suddenly felt that his boss was shouting loudly from outside, as if calling for help or warning someone. At this moment, Risha, barely able to stay on her feet from the hops, stubbornly insists that she is not drunk at all and can easily continue drinking, denying the obvious. Joha assures himself that it must not be anything out of the ordinary, and for nothing he worries about Pun Yongcho, thinking that it's all just his idle suspicions. But in the meantime, a strange, unknown conflict is growing on the street. in which disorder and danger are intertwined in a mysterious tank of death. Punyeon-cho, meanwhile, backs away from the nasty attackers, trying to escape their sudden aggression, which leaves him confused. They brutally touched his body, pressing on the acupuncture points, depriving the young man of the opportunity to resist and move freely. Considering the fact that Punyeon-cho was drunk, the enemies were easy prey, because he could barely concentrate and act clearly. However, their leader warned his men, this is not the time to relax, because if they make a noise, some dangerous guy will appear and they must hurry. The leader of the 9 Mountains had already raised his heavy axe over Punyeon-cho, preparing to send the helpless boy to a place where no one would hear his screams. In the next moment, the blunt blow of the axe seems to tear apart the space, creating an inevitable turn of events that will leave its bloody mark. That's when Yoha comes outside, looking around intently, trying to figure out where his friend has gone and what the hell is going on. He doesn't understand where Punyeon-cho has disappeared to, and why there is a tense uneasiness in the air, as if something sinister is lurking around the corner. Time passes. The events are transferred to the harsh mountains, where the cold wind howls over the steep rocks, hiding dark affairs. Near the transparent river, the leader of the 9 Mountains sighs with satisfaction, confident that they have traveled far enough to act without unnecessary witnesses. They bathe Punyeon-cho in cold water, hoping that he won't die before their long-planned cruel game begins. If he died now, they would be extremely bored, because they need entertainment, and his torment must be long and painful. One of the attackers plunges Punyeon-cho's head underwater, trying to deprive the prisoner of breath, as if drowning the miserable creature. But as soon as the young man emerges, he greedily swallows air, like a drowning man who hasn't seen the light and hasn't heard the sound of his own breathing for too long. One of the scum mockingly compares Punyeon-cho to a rat helplessly waiting in the water, not understanding what's going on around him. Surprised and annoyed, Punyeon-cho cannot figure out who these people are, why they are helping him to sober up, and they are also pressing on strange points. But then the thought dawned on him that this brotherhood was from the Crimson Group, infamous for its harsh methods and lack of honor. Suddenly, one of them, wearing a mask, raises his leg and mocks, "How can you call them brothers when they humiliated his boss?" Furious to the brim, Punyeon-cho clenches his fists, ready to strike back at these scumbags for daring to meddle so shamelessly in his life. He slashes one of the Crimson soldiers in the back with one lightning movement, putting all his indignation and fury into this blow. The leader of the attackers feels a panic fear arise in him, because the strength of the enemy has turned out to be unpredictable. After all, he threw away their fighter with one blow, demonstrating superhuman strength and the ability to deliver devastating blows. An angry Punyeon-cho seethes with hatred because these scum got him into a ridiculous situation and deprived him of peace. If the owner of this fortress planned such a trap, then he must be preparing to receive a good blow on the head from Yoha when everything becomes clear. And the leader of the Crimson Death now seems confused, because his victim turned out to be much less drunk and weak than he expected. In the hierarchy of the Green Forest, their fortress had recently entered the system, and they did not know who now stood at the very pinnacle of power. Punyeon-cho doesn't understand how this worthless bastard dared to treat him like that. But now he doesn't care. He has to act. If he wants to fight, let him fight the one who caused all this. Because Punyeon-cho was brought to him instead of Yoha, and now there will be payback. However, the leader reminds that Punyeon-cho is the head of the fortress, so he is also responsible for what he has done, and cannot avoid punishment. They must have been afraid of Yoka, and chose an easier target for their attack, hoping to overcome it without much difficulty. These words sting the leader like a poisoned arrow, and anger rises in his soul, as if he had encountered unjust insolence. In the end, they came here for him because they thought Punyeon-cho was an easy prey, able to give them victory without tension. After these statements, the leader of the Crimson Forest falls silent, and the confidence that burned in him begins to fade. Just a moment ago, he was tauntingly mocking, calling the Crimson Fortress a pitiful den of losers. Now he sees that real power can appear where it is not expected, breaking old ideas. One of the attackers, having noticed this force, turns to the leader, assuming that he is only pretending, and should not be frightened beforehand. In response, Punyeon-cho shouts to the attackers not to delay, but to attack altogether if they think they are brave. Enraged, the leader of the Crimson Forest calls Punyeon-cho a shameless bastard for daring to defy him so brazenly. He brings his axe over his head, determined to beat the crap out of Punyeon-cho and prove who is the real boss here. Punyeon-cho saw that they were bluffing, but without weapons, it was difficult for him to use his secret tricks and techniques. However, he has a hidden trump card, a power that his enemies do not even know about, and he is preparing to use it. The detractors think that Pun Yongcho will lose, but they are wrong. Because his power is not so easily trampled into the mud, it is difficult to explain the true essence of Pun Yongcho in ordinary words. After mentioning Yang Zhoha, he hints at unique abilities. Among his many abilities, there is one that is beyond human understanding, hidden deep within him. This heaven-given gift transforms Pun Yongcho into a being capable of surpassing the usual laws of strength and resistance. And now, a huge stone, as if it had been torn from the rock, rushes forward, hitting one of the soldiers with a devastating roar. Before the leader's eyes, a stone crushes his henchman, turning his last seconds into a bloody moment of terror. Making eye contact with the leader of the Crimson Forest, the young master calmly reminds him that now only he is left. The commander feels the madness in the eyes of his opponent, and anxiety bursts from his heart because he faced a wild beast in human form. Pun Yongcho repeats his words, as if asking if there is more to prove, or if the enemy will finally understand the obvious. The leader begins to stutter, slurring his words, trying to pass it off as a misunderstanding, but fearing the supernatural power surrounding Pun Yongcho. He wanted to name the real reason for their appearance here, but suddenly, a mysterious figure appears at the top of the slope. This creature, endowed with incredible power, happened to come across an interesting sight where the head of the Five Peaks was displaying rare abilities. The stranger declares that he will be merciful, and this time turn a blind eye to the mess going on here. Seeing the silhouette, the attackers would have no idea why such a powerful creature appeared right here, in this wild mountainous area. He is one of the 12 demonic generals of the Lord of the Phantom Heavens, known as the Phantom Monk, whose glory frightens even the bravest. He turns to Pun Yongcho, wondering where he got his superhuman strength and what secrets lie behind this burst of power. The young man replies that there is nothing extraordinary in this. He was simply born stronger than other people. To the Phantom Monk, such an explanation seems weak. He does not believe in the simplicity of the origin of such power. He cannot close his eyes to the dark energy visible only to his inner sense, and ignore the danger. Pun Yongcho notices the Phantom Monk charging at him at breakneck speed, ready to test his strength. Swinging his sword, he cuts through the air and releases a powerful wave of force aimed at the unarmed youth. With a powerful, brutal blow, the monk covers everything around with blood, trying to deal a fatal blow to Pun Yongcho and erase him from the horizon of life. The final day of the Green Forest meeting has come. The atmosphere was tense, as if before a storm. Everyone was waiting for the decisive moment. One of the members of the gathering gave a loud speech, emphasizing the significance of this event. His words sounded like a challenge that awakens the hearts of warriors. He addressed the fighters, who were soon to enter the arena, urging them to fight. The stage was covered with a wave of anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the warriors. Their eyes were burning, and confidence and strength were tearing the space around them. Some skillfully mastered the techniques of close combat. Others skillfully handled swords, demonstrating indomitable strength. But the biggest impression was made by the fact that 4 people entered the arena at once. Their appearance was like thunder in the middle of a clear sky. A mysterious observer was standing on the balcony, carefully watching the events from above. His figure radiated a dangerous calm. The head of the Three Blades Fortress, a cold-blooded sword demon, gripped his weapon tightly as if preparing it for a deadly battle. He began to speak, emphasizing that the number of fighters from the nameless fortresses did not matter. His words seemed like carved blades, each a challenge to his enemies and a call to his own. He focused attention on each of the fighters, emphasizing their strength. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a man named Seok Moon, who sped up the conversation, heating up the atmosphere. Seok Moon pointedly questioned whether the head was really ready to offer something meaningful. The answer was, without hesitation, of course, yes. He turned to the 12 demonic generals frozen in the shadows like statues. His demand was simple and defiant: to allow the fighters to demonstrate the prowess of the Dark Heaven Asura art in a deadly duel. Their gazes filled with disdain. All they saw in front of them were demonic cultists fleeing into the Green Forest, trying to attract attention. The meeting is full of distrust. They are accused of the fact that these strangers seek to steal not only the time, but also the honor of everyone present. Seok Moon pointedly remarked that they were too loud for those who had just come to drink. His words struck like lightning in a storm. Snow covered the yard abundantly, adding a gloomy atmosphere to the events, like a scene before a drama. People slowly climbed the cliff above the village, leaving footprints on the snow-covered slopes. The second brother is overcome with anxiety. He was worried about the one who always came for breakfast, But now he was gone even after dinner. People were shouting, looking for the boss. A thought flashed through my head. I had to go look for it right away without wasting time. Yeon Jung-ha felt guilty, convincing himself that he was reckless, thinking that nothing bad would happen. Suddenly he turned and saw a figure under the tree. His heart fluttered. The boy shouted, asking who it was, eager to hear at least some feedback. Under the tree sat a bearded man, ragged with disheveled hair. He coughed, muttering something along the lines of, "You bastard, wake up already." The second brother did not hesitate to order to seize him, and the people rushed forward like an avalanche. The bearded man threw the one who was lying under his feet and quickly ran in the other direction, leaving everyone in suspense. Yeon Jung-ha pulled out his sword and swung it, trying to stop the escapee. But the bearded man possessed incredible strength. With one kick, he felled a giant tree, showing how dangerous he was. The opponent suddenly falls to the ground. The tension dissipates, but there is a hint of danger in the air. The thugs freeze, trying to understand who this man is, and come closer to look at him. Approaching, they recognize the head of the Crimson Death Fortress. His appearance causes surprise and alertness. He explains that he ran away thinking a tiger had appeared, but it turned out to be just them. His words confuse everyone. Mustache, clearly annoyed, begins to ask why he is hanging around their camp. He suspects that their enemies have done something. The man speculates. Perhaps one of their enemies could not overcome the insulter, and decided to take out his anger on the head. Yeon Jung-ha gets angry after hearing this. The idea that someone would dare touch their boss infuriates him. Begrovii calmly assures that he did not even think of causing harm. On the contrary, he almost died from 3 of them. But Yeon Jung-ha doesn't hold back and rushes towards him with a weapon in hand. His sword almost touches the ground as he delivers a powerful strike. Crimson dodges at the last moment, saving his life. At the moment of evasion, he suddenly shouts that everyone is in danger and asks to follow him immediately. Those words make Yeon Jung-ha freeze. Their feet sink into the wet ground, over which water flows. The path becomes difficult, but they persevere forward. Everyone rushes as hard as they can, seeing a body lying motionless in front of them. Their head lies in the water, his chin covered in blood. The picture is terrifying. Who could do it? Who inflicted such cruel wounds on him? The barely audible breathing of the head confirmed that he was still alive. Their first impulse was to carry him back to camp to save him. Yeon Jung-ha gripped his sword tightly, feeling excruciating pain and rage at what he saw. His thoughts were torn between revenge and helplessness. He decided to leave the worries of the chapter to his comrades, and he himself focused on only one thing: to find the culprit. All his thoughts were now directed at the offender, who had to answer for it. The head of the Purples told about the attacker, whose blows he saw with his own eyes. He described in detail how the sword had cut open their leader's body and remembered who had done it. The picture of the blow came to life in my memory. Merciless, skillful, and cold-blooded. He also delivered words to the fortress. If anyone asks about what happened, they must know the truth. The attacker, the great demonic general of the Green Forest, the Phantom Monarch, challenges. Tomorrow he will be waiting for them in the arena. Yeon Jung-ha left the care of the camp to others and set out to find whoever had done this, his determination blazing like a fire. Last night, the Phantom Monarch, a demonic general, learned of the infiltration of a demonic cult into the ranks of the Green Forest. His thoughts revolved around how deeply the enemies managed to take root. He was troubled by the thought that one mistake could destroy the fragile bonds of trust that held the Green Forest Alliance. This made him, unlike the other demonic generals, keep a close eye on the Five Peaks Fortress. In the course of his observations, he witnessed a battle between Pun Yong-cho and members of the Crimson Death Fortress. His doubts vanished like mist before the sun. The man behind him confirmed. The people from the fortress recognized the newcomers as part of the Green Forest. Although they had been nothing before, now great things were expected of them, even if swift destruction seemed inevitable. When the monarch met them again, he noticed a striking change. They seemed to be different people, radiating a completely different energy. He wondered how they were able to make such progress in such a short time. Even if they trained in the dark heaven Asura art, even the most gifted masters need years to achieve such achievements. What kind of technology allowed them to become so strong? There was only one way he knew of, the heaven and earth sword technique, and this way took over his thoughts. The Phantom Monarch approached Pun. He barely had time to turn around, feeling his presence. The monarch didn't know that Yeon Jung-ha had taught Pun a rare martial art, the Nine Heavens technique. This difficult situation was an ideal field for misunderstandings. And it was this misunderstanding that became the core of the subsequent conflict. Events quickly turned into a problem that began to confuse the allies of the Green Forest. In the end, this problem gained a large-scale impact, capable of changing the balance of power in the Green Forest. Now the KO has questions. Why did the Phantom Monk suddenly attack the Fortress of the Five Peaks? The misunderstanding broke out due to the fact that the monk herself did not announce her arrival. If so, she also needed to explain her actions. However, the Phantom Monk was famous for his attentiveness and caution. Why did he take such a radical step during the important meeting of the Green Forest? When Sok Rishi finally reached the arena, her instincts immediately took over. She could almost feel the reason for such behavior. She watched the battle in the arena. Everything was merciless and brutal. Killing enemies, this person was smiling from ear to ear. Sok's instincts told her that there was danger. Watching the blows, one could easily guess the danger. This case could not be described in words. More than just defeating the demonic generals, it was something more. It was ruthless, to say the least. To put it mildly, it was brutal. Blood flowed continuously. They fought like hungry wolves, full of strength. The generals froze in inaction, as if they were bound by an invisible force. Tension hung in the air, and everyone was aware of their powerlessness before the enormity of the events. Their eyes reflected shock mixed with a silent cry of fear. Even breathing seemed risky. Suddenly, one of the generals was thrown into the wall, smashing it with a powerful blow from the back, as if it was made of paper. The cracks spread like a web, causing chaos. Before them stood a majestic green forest and the demon lord himself, who seemed capable of shattering the heavens with his power. His figure was legendary even by Murion's standards. At that moment, he also shuddered. His gaze filled with tension, and he watched the chaos in silence, as if contemplating an invisible plan. The shouts of the crowd tore apart the space. Spectators roared with delight, hailing the boss as the best of the best. Their energy lived a life of its own. The main hero of the green arena, unshakable and confident, stood, attracting everyone's attention like a magnet. He was the embodiment of a real challenge. Meanwhile, some observers could not understand how these insolent scoundrels could even dare to behave so insolently. Their behavior was stirring. A great crisis, like a storm cloud, hung over the Green Forest. It felt like something terrible was about to happen. In the midst of all these events, the girl watched silently, her eyes shining with an understanding of something greater than others saw. No one understood how this situation could be related to the Five Peaks Fortress, but the unknown had already captivated everyone present. The man spoke solemnly, asking, "Has the Yomon cult always been this strong?" His voice sounded like a challenge. He was suddenly interrupted by Yeon Jung-ha, who suddenly appeared and threw him into space. "Why is everyone here so excited?" Standing behind the girl, he coldly added, "This makes me want to kill everyone here and now." His words hung like a sentence. Mala, startled, turned and asked him to calm down, explaining that they did not know what was happening. However, Yeon Jung-ha warned her sternly, "If you stand in my way, you will be split in two." His gaze pierced like a blade. After these words, the girl lost the desire to argue. Fear reigned in her eyes. His legs confidently strode up, leaving behind the weight of tension. The four held their breath as they watched him, stunned and confused by what was happening. Even the public was impressed. No one knew who this brash man was and how he dared to disturb their boss's moment of glory. Shouts flew from the stands. "Get out, bastard!" Stones flew down, trying to stop the uninvited guest. Yeon Jong-ha fixed his eyes ominously on the offenders, and a deadly threat could be felt in the space. A bright yellow flash flew in different directions, breaking the atmosphere of tension. This flash not only destroyed the stones, but also knocked back those standing in the arena, leaving chaos in its wake. His sword, like an extension of his will, was directed at the crowd. The tension reached its peak. The blade was like a question. Who is the Phantom Monarch? An answer was needed immediately. He ignored all but one, the Phantom Monarch. His anger boiled over and he screamed for this rascal to come out. One of the attendees, getting up from the ground, was already yelling furiously at Yeon Jung-ha, calling him a crazy bastard for daring to cause such chaos. It was the Ghost Monarch himself who accused Yeon Jung-ha of being a spy for a demonic cult who infiltrated the Green Forest gathering and finally revealed himself. Seok Moon watched this scene in amazement, not sensing any demonic energy from Yeon Jung-ha. Her mind flashed. What kind of delusion is the Phantom Monarch carrying? The Ghost Monarch himself suddenly admitted that he was the one who called Yeon Jung-ha here to take revenge for all his misdeeds. "Today you will pay with your life," the silence thundered. Instantly, he pushed off the ground like an arrow fired with determination. Yeon Jong-ha, raising his sword high above his head, dashed forward, aiming straight at the Phantom Monarch. At that moment, their eyes met. The Ghost Monarch's eyes were filled with anxiety, while Yeon Jong-ha's gaze was filled with icy confidence. As Yeon Jong-ha's sword came down with force, he was filled with hatred. But luck suddenly smiled on the Phantom Monarch. He managed to jump sharply to the side, avoiding the line of attack. The impact took place a few centimeters from him. He instantly understood how confident and dangerous his opponent was, who gave no chance for error. Suk Moon watched the battle in awe. Realizing that a young fighter like Yeon Jong-ha exuded incredible strength and confidence, she held her gaze as he caused a storm on the battlefield with each swing of his sword. Yeon Jong-ha moved as fast as lightning, dominating the battle, while the Ghost Monarch only focused on defense. The Phantom Monarch hoped to use one decisive blow, relying only on his Dark Heaven Suras. His hope was that this strike would be able to stop the boy who seemed to be flawless in his attack. The Phantom Monarch continued to underestimate Yeon Jong-ha, seeing him as an ordinary brash young man who only waved his sword around wildly. But at that moment, he unleashed his main trump card, the Phantom Soul Cut technique. The strike shot up like purple lightning that tore through the sky, striking in its speed and power. In the stands, his supporters smiled ominously at the sight of the legendary Heavenly Sword. They admired that this technique was considered to be one of the most powerful among all the ultimate techniques of the members of the Green Forest. Everyone was sure that no one would survive this blow, and they only dreamed that this insolent upstart would finally be destroyed. The blow landed directly on Yeon Jong-ha's sword, and he had to hold back the furious onslaught. His hands were shaking from the tension, but he held back the force of the incredible blow with the last of his strength, not letting himself give up. The Phantom Monarch was happy as he watched Yeon Jong-ha literally shudder from the effort. Then he raised his hand and sent another powerful stream of energy straight at the opponent. Sparing no strength, a bright flash cut through the space. Another powerful beam flew in the direction of Yeon Jong-ha's sword. The thunderous explosion seemed to tear the sky apart. Luna dismissed everyone around her, even those who were standing on the sidelines watching the battle. The girl screamed at the Phantom Monarch, begging him to stop, but her voice was drowned in the chaos. The Phantom Monarch clearly understood that he could not stop, and mentally refused to even consider such an option. Refocusing, he began to advance, devising a new plan to finally destroy his enemy. The Phantom Monarch pondered what to do after the victory, already imagining himself a triumphant. His thoughts were full of self-confidence. Meanwhile, only steam, smoke, and dust rose above the arena, obscuring everything around. As the chaos began to subside, the outlines of the battle became clearer. It is not too late for you to reveal who you really are and what your fortress is. If you do, I will spare you, the Phantom Monarch addressed Yeon Jong-ha. But he, without hesitation, gave a completely different answer. Raising the sword in his hands with unwavering confidence, challengingly asked, "Is this all you are capable of?" His words pierced the air like a challenge. Until now, Seok Moon had believed that it was simply impossible to block the Ghost Monarch's heavenly sword with a normal weapon. She was certain that even if the Phantom Monarch was not as skilled as her father, he was still the second strongest in the Green Forest, and only the strongest Mura masters could stand up to his technique. But Yeon Jong-ha and the mysterious Five Peaks Fortress turned her idea of the limits of the possible upside down. A question arose in her head. Who the hell are these people? Her doubts grew. Everyone has been praising your technique so much that I'm wondering how strong this sword is. Yeon Jong-ha snapped in a cold voice as he addressed the Phantom Monarch. He didn't seem to believe that he could defeat his boss with such skills. At that time, the Phantom Monarch, not understanding what kind of unusual energy it was, remarked, "It was not at all similar to demonic energy." But his brief confusion turned out to be a fatal mistake. He did not have time to think. Yeon Jong-ha kicked him sharply with his knee, knocking him off balance, and then delivered a precise sword strike directly in front of him. This attack was accompanied by a warning. "Old man, it's time for you to leave. Be responsible for beating the boss," Yeon Jong-ha added, his voice cold and determined. Hearing this, the Ghost Monarch's face contorted in anger and powerlessness. He felt that the game was nearing its end. At this moment, Yeon Jong-ha decided not to waste time on the ceremony and activated the fourth formation. His sword began to spin rapidly in the air, creating a powerful vortex. This maneuver was aimed at completely neutralizing the Phantom Monarch's attack. But as soon as Yeon Jong-ha launched his storm, it became extremely difficult for the Phantom Monarch. It was obvious to everyone. His distorted face from fear and effort left no doubt. The whirlwind absorbed everything. Suddenly, Yun Jung-ha gave a commanding shout. Fire! His hands burst into flames that surrounded his sword and powered up the technique. This deformation created unbearable pressure for the enemy, forcing them to lose control. With each passing second, the Phantom Monarch was losing more and more strength, unable to withstand the onslaught. When Yeon Jung-ha performed the wheel technique, the sound of it cut through space, reaching even those standing outside the arena. From the stands came shouts from other villains who began to shout that it was time to step in and deal with the situation. However, their attempts were in vain. They were scattered only by gusts of wind coming out of the arena. They began to be indignant. How did it happen that at the moment when they almost became the main stars of the gathering, this insolent upstart spoiled everything? But at the same time, they couldn't understand what kind of force it was that made even standing still with enormous effort. This question remained unanswered for them, and the chaos only grew. The only thing that was obvious was that the streams of energy created by Yeon Jung-ha had deprived the Phantom Monarch of even being able to hold the sword normally. At this point, Yeon Jung-ha decided not to waste time on the ceremony and activated the fourth formation. His sword began to spin rapidly in the air, creating a powerful vortex. This maneuver was aimed at completely neutralizing the Phantom Monarch's attack, but as soon as Yeon Jung-ha launched his storm, it became extremely difficult for the Phantom Monarch. It was obvious to everyone. His distorted face from fear and effort left no doubt. The whirlwind absorbed everything. Suddenly, Yeon Jung-ha gave a commanding shout. Fire! His hands burst into flames that surrounded his sword and powered up the technique. This deformation created unbearable pressure for the enemy, forcing them to lose control. With each passing second, the Phantom Monarch was losing more and more strength, unable to withstand the onslaught. When Yeon Jung-ha performed the wheel technique, the sound of it cut through space, reaching even those standing outside the arena. From the stands came shouts from other villains who began to shout that it was time to step in and deal with the situation. However, their attempts were in vain. They were scattered only by gusts of wind coming out of the arena. They began to be indignant. How did it happen that at the moment when they almost became the main stars of the gathering, this insolent upstart spoiled everything? But at the same time, they couldn't understand what kind of force it was that made even standing still with enormous effort. This question remained unanswered for them, and the chaos only grew. The only thing that was obvious was that the streams of energy created by Yeon Jung-ha had deprived the Phantom Monarch of even being able to hold the sword normally. John's blow was so powerful that it seemed as if the Phantom Monarch had been hit on the head with a metal club. The monarch fell to the ground, trying to feel at least a drop of life under his hands. But all he could feel was the blood running down his fingers. Above him stood Yeon Jung-ha, whose figure in the dim light looked more like a ghost than a human. Yawned coldly through. Remember your loud declarations? In reality, you didn't turn out to be that strong. The Phantom Monarch walked on, oblivious, and yelled back. If you want to kill me, do it. I won't ask for mercy. But for Jonah, the truth was obvious. His decision did not depend on the words of the enemy. Even if the monarch had been silent, Ion would have done the same anyway, raising his sword for the final blow. At that moment, the girl tried to stop him, raising her hand and shouting for him to stop. Suddenly, a wave of energy shook the space, piercing the air, radiating incredible power. Her power was so great that she smashed through the wall in her path, leaving ruins in her wake. Was it Jonah's sword strike? A moment of tension gripped everyone. An invisible weight of restrained power consumes him. His energy, like an imprisoned storm, hides under the mask of calm, but every moment threatens to destroy this fragile balance. His gaze cuts through the crowd like a blade. The scars on his face become silent witnesses of battles, giving him an unshakable majesty and menacing seriousness. There is tension in the dark passage to the arena. Each step is accompanied by a growing sense of inevitability, and the silence promises a storm. Pun Yoncho froze in a state of half asleep. He doesn't understand where they are, or even if they've arrived, the confusion rolling in waves. His brother, without stopping, calls for silence. The weariness and urgency in his voice suggest that every second counts, but the words seem too heavy. Another brother, bearing the burden of responsibility, grumbles about expediency. He insists on the need to get to the doctor, but the boss's order to go to the arena seems absurd to him. The girl reminds with dignity and determination that the boss does not tolerate objections. All roads lead to the arena, and to ignore his order would be tantamount to self-destruction. A loud explosion breaks the silence, like thunder in the clear sky. One of the brothers, mustachioed and stocky, almost loses his balance, swaying under the stream of vibrations. A jolt of energy, like a wave, penetrates everyone. A sense of tension builds, causing hearts to beat faster, and thoughts to circle around possible danger. Finally, in front of the gates of the arena, everything becomes clear. Behind them, a real battle unfolds, the sound of which resembles the roar of the elements, which promises chaos and the unknown. As soon as the Demon Lord stepped into the market, the crowd froze as if time had stopped. His appearance was a rarity, and his personal participation promised disaster. People froze in anticipation of the approaching storm. He became famous as a bandit who mastered the sword, turning every blow into a work of deadly art. His fame struck fear even among the most experienced. To stop the dangerous enemy, the Demon Lord, known as the one who moves the heavens, personally entered the arena. His determination turned this confrontation into an event of epic proportions. The absurdity of the situation caused a wave of incomprehension among the audience. It was as if the slight movement of a butterfly's wing suddenly caused a tornado that threatened to engulf the arena and destroy all control. The duel between Yeonjoa and the Demon Lord was to become a legend that would be passed down by word of mouth in the Green Forest, adding new, even more impressive details. Filled with cold confidence, the Demon Lord motioned for John to stop fighting. His words sounded like a warning, behind which a hidden threat hid. Like a teacher instructing a child, he reminded Jonah of his duties. Behind the Demon Lord sat his disciple, the Phantom Monarch, a silent witness of these events. "If you wish him dead," said the demon, "I have no choice but to intervene." His words split the silence of the arena like thunder. It sounded like delusion to John. Teacher and student? It meant nothing. He remembered the Lord's own words. The Green Forest is one big family, and only smiled bitterly. In fact, the demon only cared about the special ones, forgetting that they were the first to attack John's relatives. This betrayal was unforgivable. Jan remembered. These people had dared to attack his most precious ones first. And now he stood here, ready to avenge his family. The demon tried to convince John that he should not be expected to make mature decisions. But even for a child, his behavior was unheard of. He put himself above others. The demon hinted, "You don't even understand who you're dealing with. One of the 10 strongest martial arts masters, head of the Green Forest." But this did not impress John. Jonah was not interested in the glory or status of the Lord. It didn't matter to him. He saw in front of him only the one who stands in the way of his justice. Ion raised his sword. His movement was ruthless and precise. He was ready to destroy anyone who tried to harm his family, even if it was the Demon Lord himself. The Demon Lord quickly realized that the conflict cannot be resolved with words. It's time to act. He drew his sword, clutching it tightly in his hands, ready for any eventuality. The demon blade was aimed straight at John, who was rushing towards the enemy with incredible speed like an approaching storm. But at the last moment, John suddenly jumped, breaking off the ground like a bird of prey, ready to strike from above. His 9 Heavens sword, second formation, absolute exaltation, dragon technique filled the air with formidable energy. Song Moon met the attack calmly, preparing his deadly technique, the Dark Heaven Asura strike. In the moment of truth, their swords came together in a single movement, as if 2 worlds had collided in an epic battle. A loud clang echoed through the arena. Sparks flew from the clash of swords, illuminating the battlefield with bright flashes. Both warriors were tense, their faces betraying incredible effort. The blow turned out to be heavy, both physically and mentally. The swords did not retreat. They dug into each other more and more, creating more and more tension between the opponents. Their colossal energy exploded, creating a wave that swept through the arena like a storm. For the audience, it was a sight they will never forget. Such a fight was beyond imagination. The force of the collision was so great that even the girl could not stay on her feet. She was almost swept away by the flow of energy. Stronger than Sage Chunji, these thoughts flashed through Yeon's mind as he felt the extent of his opponent's strength. Indescribably powerful. A warrior whose strength seemed insurmountable. This is how Ion assessed his formidable opponent. Song Moon threw his arms out as he loudly called out with a sneer, "Is that all you can do?" His words were filled with contempt and self-confidence. John didn't answer. The atmosphere around him thickened, filling with a deep purple glow that seemed ominous and mysterious. Everything changed in a moment when John pushed off the ground with incredible force, flying high into the air like an arrow cutting through the heavens. The girl, full of excitement, shouted loudly after him, her voice drowned out by the screams of the audience and the roar of energy. But Aion was already several meters high, suspended in the air, as if he himself had become part of the storm that was unfolding around him. However, Yan's strength was not enough to face Song Moon this time. The demon's immense energy forced him to retreat. John collided with the wall of the arena, his back hitting the fence with a loud thud. He fell right under him, trying to gather his strength. Watching the battle with the Phantom Monarch, Song Moon concluded that this energy had nothing to do with the demonic cult. But at the same time, he realized that Aion did not resemble a pupil of orthodox sects. His strength was absolutely extraordinary. Song Moon wondered, could this power be something new? Aion's energy seemed incredible to him, frightening, like something he had never encountered before. The observers were already cheering the chapter's victory, convinced that some young man would never match their master. Their confidence was unwavering. Meanwhile, John was slowly coming to his senses, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze beginning to fill with determination. As soon as his eyes fully opened, he instantly pushed off the ground, as if a new charge of energy had engulfed him. He quickly changed his position, jumping in the other direction, like an arrow looking for a new flight path. This move was not random. John was looking for a safer place, assessing the strength of the enemy and admitting that the chance of losing was very real. Finding solid support under his feet, he gathered all his strength, preparing for the next step. And suddenly, instead of defending, Aion jumped forward straight towards the opponent. At first glance, this seemed like a rash move, but it was a cunning maneuver. The Nine Heavens sword technique awakened a gigantic golden dragon, full of destructive power. The eighth formation is the death of the 9 dragons. His technique caused a terrible power that covered everything around. The observers were filled with different feelings, but they were all united by the fear of the unknown that was coming. Like a storm descending from the sky to the earth, John moved relentlessly forward, sword in hand, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The golden dragon moved across the land, destroying everything in its path. His power was devastating, as if nature itself had united against Song Moon. Song Moon looked up at the grand scene with confusion, as if it were a dream rather than reality. In less than a second, the loudest explosion of the evening tore through the air, causing the earth to shake. However, Moon's agility saved him. He managed to dodge, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and sparks. But at that moment he realized that this battle would be decisive and could end fatally for him. What power lies in the hands of this young man? Song Moon flashed through his mind as he assessed his unwavering gaze. John's gaze exuded unwavering confidence, and his actions were flawless, precise, and decisive. Moon tried to rise into the air, but Yan sent a new shockwave at him that sliced through space with stunning force. Once again, the dragon charged at Moon, its mouth wide open, its razor-sharp teeth threatening to swallow everything in its path. Moon was right under the dragon's mouth, which was so huge that it could fit 10 more of his kind. Song Moon's disciples watched in horror at what was happening. Their faces froze in alarm. They were paralyzed with fear, realizing that their mentor's life was hanging in the balance. Will the commander die like this? This thought entered the hearts of each of them. Even his daughter, who was watching the fight, was terrified, imagining the worst. But Song Moon suddenly had a smile on his face, as if he knew something that others couldn't understand. Song Moon said quietly, but with a hint of mockery, "Aren't you afraid of the head of the Green Forest at all? I like such crazy daredevils." As a sign of respect for his opponent, he decided to fight seriously, showing the full power of his skill. Song Moon activated his most powerful technique, Dark Heaven Asura Supreme Strike. His sword glowed, and purple energy condensed behind it, filling the space around it. His daughter immediately understood what was happening. She knew this technique, which only her father possessed. It was a secret technique of the Green Forest, the Dark Heaven Asura art, which only the strongest mastered. The use of this technique required a colossal reserve of inner strength, available only to units. But Song Moon had enough energy to summon Asura. In the arena, the golden dragon Jonah and the purple Asura faced off in an epic confrontation. Both warriors put their best into the battle. Their swords were instruments of absolute determination. The forces came together in a fierce duel. Asura tried to grab the dragon with his giant hands, but it writhed and broke free, carrying destruction. Spectators pointed their fingers to the sky, shouting, "Look there! This is something impossible!" The picture that unfolded looked like a scene from an ancient myth, a supernatural sight that fascinated and frightened at the same time. Among all those that John had encountered on his way, since the moment he began to study martial arts. This opponent was unmatched. Moon's strength, his technique, and flawless movement made him the strongest warrior John had ever faced. Each of Moon's punches was heavy, almost impossible to parry. Was anyone stronger than him? The question remained unanswered, but John already knew. He had never met such an opponent. Song Moon, acknowledging Yun's strength, said with admiration, "Impressive. It's really incredible." His words sounded sincere despite the tension of the battle. Yun gritted his teeth, feeling alarmed that his opponent didn't have a scratch on him despite all his attacks. If there was anyone else in Song Moon's place, he would hardly have been able to withstand Yeon's powerful blow. That much was obvious. But even acknowledging Yun's strength, Moon warned him, "Never forget that there will always be someone stronger than you." His words reflected the thoughts of John's stubbornness, his fearlessness and limitless power, which fascinated even such an experienced master as Moon. Moon smiled. This boy reminded him of himself in his youth. The incredible similarity caused sympathy. Moon liked Yeon more and more with each passing moment. They were both fearless warriors, each unique in their own way. But Yeon didn't care about Moon's words, coldly replying that it was just vanity. He was interested in only one thing. He demanded that Moon give him the person who injured his mentor. He was seething with rage that could not be stopped. At the moment of Yona's attack, Moon unexpectedly agreed. He said, "Okay, but this fight must end here and now." Their figures, the dragon and the Asura, like lightning, headed straight down to the ground where the fate of the battle was to be decided. They fell like bullets, compressing the air and leaving behind bright traces of energy. Heading toward the ground, their figures glowed like two opposing stars, ready to collide and cause another explosion. Even those standing far beyond the courtyard could see a dazzling beam of light breaking through the sky. It was followed by an explosive wave of incredible power that scattered everything around like a powerful hurricane, sweeping away everything in its path. People flew in different directions, unable to withstand the wave of energy that erupted from the epicenter of the battle. They were tossed around like toys by a force that shook the earth itself. The stands shuddered, and some structures almost collapsed under the influence of this incredible force. The arena was on the verge of collapse. Everything around, from the leaves on the trees to the smallest objects, rose into the air, as if obeying the magnetic force of the blast wave. The blast wave from their fall to the ground was so powerful that it caused dust to rise for several kilometers around. A veil of dust covered everything, hiding from the audience what was happening inside this battle of the Titans. But even after all this, their swords remained clasped, like a symbol of endless confrontation. They did not lie on the ground, despite their exhaustion, but continued to stand, holding their weapons firmly in their hands. Their faces showed how exhausting this battle was. Each stroke required incredible effort. Both fighters had already spent a significant part of their strength, but remained indomitable, continuing the fight to the last. Even in this state, they did not give up, calling each other bastards and maintaining their fighting spirit. And then suddenly a new character appears above John, Shim, who was holding a head on his back. It seemed that he was a messenger of peace. Landing on the ground, Shim carefully lowered Poon onto his back, causing astonishment and tension among the onlookers. Gasping for breath, Poon still found the strength to say, "I think this has gone too far." His words sounded difficult, but sure. He wanted to convey a simple truth to John. It was time to stop while still in control. John froze, seeing his boss in front of him. His resolve wavered, and he pondered the words he had heard. Poon came to reassure Yoon that he was fine and that his wounds weren't as critical as they seemed. Shim, although he grumbled about having to carry the head, actually held himself with dignity, although his indignation was visible. Others supported Shim, calling him the best old man and encouraging him that he really could handle it. Yeon listened carefully to Poon's words, starting to calm down and assess the situation soberly. However, Songmoon did not stop swinging his sword. His fighting spirit did not fade, and he was ready to continue. "Why are you frozen?" Moon threw, hinting with all his appearance that Yeon should continue the battle. His words and actions called for action, but John took it in a completely different way. John's gaze changed. He was determined, but not about fighting, but about protecting the chapter. Yeon abruptly stepped aside, not responding to Moon's calls, and headed towards Poon. He ran over to the head and Shim, who were kneeling, losing interest in the fight. Now he was only concerned about the health of his mentor. Yeon anxiously checked Poon's condition, insisting that the wound looked serious and he couldn't move. But the head only reassured him, saying that everything is fine with him and there is no reason to worry. Even Poon could not understand exactly what the monarch was aiming for when he struck, but he did not touch the vital organs. The mere mention of the monarch ignited John's anger. He exclaimed that he had to be killed to avoid further trouble. But the head tried to calm him down, saying that it is not necessary to create new conflicts. Let's examine the situation and hear their version of events, he suggested. The words of the chapter came as a real shock to John. He did not expect such a turn at all and did not understand what it was about. John tried to explain to the chapter that he almost died because of that jerk who caused this whole situation. To calm him down, the chief gently put his hand on Jonah's head and stroked it, as if trying to calm him down. Smiling lightly, the head called John a scoundrel. He thought that the boy had already grown up, but now he saw the same child in him again. The head came here to personally reassure John that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. This patting on the head looked touching even from the side, causing a slight smile in the observers. At that moment, Song Moon turned to another member of the assembly whose vote decided everything. This was the person who officially announced the end of the Green Forest meeting, calling everyone to calm down. For many present, especially those who sat in the stands, these meetings became incredibly difficult, both physically and morally. The battlefield was completely destroyed. Even if someone wanted to continue the fight, it would be impossible. The wounds remained not only on the bodies, but also in the hearts. Moon's daughter put her hand on her chest, feeling mixed emotions. Relief that it was over and respect for the courage of the participants. She considered them lucky that her father had intervened and settled the situation. However, the thought that Ion had survived her father's technique troubled her. Her cheeks reddened because she had never seen someone so strong and determined before. At that moment, her father turned to her, his gaze kind but penetrating. Realizing that her father noticed her blushing, the girl felt uncomfortable and, to hide her emotions, grabbed her head, trying to avoid his gaze. Without smiling, the girl suddenly turned around and started running in the other direction, trying to hide her emotions. Song Moon, watching his daughter, noticed something unusual in her behavior. Just like the young guy who had just performed a real miracle on the battlefield, he saw something special. He followed up with a sly tone, "It's not what I'm thinking, is it?" But John decided not to answer anything. Instead, he silently took Poon's arm to help him up. Song Moon turned to his men with an order. "Quickly find a doctor and take care of the head of the Five Peaks Fortress." "Yes, master," answered all his subordinates as one, and immediately ran in different directions. Such was their determination that they were even prepared to dig up the doctor's grave and bring him here if necessary. Rumors about the Fire Dragon, as John was now called, would circulate among them for a long time. It was said that the Demon Lord surrendered not because of defeat, but because he did not want to beat the child. However, whether this is true or not remained in question. At this moment, Moon spoke loudly to everyone. His powerful voice caused everyone present to freeze, attracting everyone's attention. He spoke of the chaos that now reigned and called for order. "We will determine the winners of the meeting and reward them later. Enough chatter about today. Disperse and mind your own business." These words instantly stopped all discussions. The crowd quieted down and everyone knew it was time to wrap up. What went through these people's minds after the Demon Lord's words remained a mystery. However, it was pleasant and unexpected to hear such a thing from the Heaven Breaker himself. That night, in the camp of the Five Peaks Fortress, the atmosphere remained tense, but at the same time full of wonder. Someone was very impressed by what happened earlier that evening and discussed what they heard right in the palace. Poon was in a state of surprise and confusion when he learned that someone suspected them of collaborating with the Yomung cult. At this time, the doctor bandaged his wounds, trying to ease the pain as much as possible. In front of Poon stood the Phantom Monarch, who tried to explain his actions, even though he knew it sounded like an excuse. The monarch admitted his mistake, explaining that he did not expect such incompetence from the Crimson Death Fortress, which should have previously informed about the current situation. To many this sounded strange, because it was hard to believe that someone could know about their plans in advance. In order not to complicate the situation, Poon unexpectedly suggested to leave everything as it is and move on. This decision came as a surprise even to the Phantom Monarch, who seemed confused by this reaction. Poon's team was shocked. The boss couldn't just give up like that. It seemed like something unbelievable. But Poon, calmly pointing his finger at the Phantom Monarch, declared that he now owed him his life. The Phantom Monarch, one of the 12 demonic generals, solemnly swore that he would not forget his debt. He expressed immense gratitude to Poon, calling him a man with a noble heart. Hearing the words about the noble heart, Poon only smiled and asked not to exaggerate. He noted that the misunderstanding had been resolved and suggested that everyone have dinner together. However, even at dinner he was confused as to why the Demon Lord had addressed John. Does he really want to finish their unfinished battle? After a while, John walked over to the Demon Lord sitting at the table, and their eyes met. John, addressing Yu, directly asked, "What did you want to tell me?" The Demon Lord replied leisurely, uttering the important words, "Green Forest Chief Patrol." He announced his decision. John will become part of his organization. This proposal sounded like an order, but at the same time as a sign of great trust. John realized that new horizons were opening before him, and now he had to decide if he was ready to accept the challenge. John turned his attention to the thing lying on the table in front of him. His gaze rested on her, but he did not linger for long. He refused the offer, saying that he did not want to take on this position, because it obviously entails a lot of problems. Pushing the sign back, he made it clear that he was not interested. "Who told you such nonsense?" asked the Lord of Demons with surprise, looking directly at John. John admitted honestly. He heard it from one of the Lord's students, a cat lord who must have been drunk. "He must have just gotten drunk and said something stupid," Jan added with a shrug. But even if it wasn't, John remained incredulous. He was not interested in positions, duties, or the main patrol of the Green Forest itself. The Demon Lord replied, a little annoyed. "This is not a master patrol or a bandit lie. I am the head of the Green Forest and one of the strongest martial arts masters." "You don't even know your teacher?" asked the Demon Lord. John calmly replied that he did not have a teacher and never had. This answer made the Lord think that in front of him was a brash and self-confident boy who needed to be taught manners. But John even more brazenly noted that at his age, overexertion could lead to problems, and called the Lord Old Man. It turned into a small fight. They grabbed sticks, trying to prove their point. In the midst of the battle, the medallion they were hunting for flew straight to the entrance of the tent, where it was caught by a woman's hand. "What are you doing here?" asked the girl in a gentle voice, looking at them with a slight smile. John slowly turned his gaze to her, clearly intrigued by her sudden appearance. The girl began to explain to them their problem. They eat meat without liquor, which, according to her, was simply unacceptable. The Demon Lord wondered to himself how such a fragile girl could drink every day. Then she turned to John, calling him her brother. This word confused John, because he did not understand at all what it was about. She presented him with the locket and remarked that it was unwise to turn down such a rare opportunity. But John had no idea who she was and why she was so close to him. "Why are you acting so aloof even though we've been drinking together all night?" Her question sounded, and John was even more shocked. He still didn't understand what it was about, but he began to wonder if it could really be her. "Is it really Rishi?" John glanced at her face, but it was nothing like what he remembered. It was only after a few seconds of thought that he was able to gather his thoughts. She was so elegant and beautiful that she did not at all resemble someone he might have seen before. The girl turned out to be the daughter of the Demon Lord, named Black Petal. Now everything became clear when the father himself officially introduced her. This explained why everyone treated her with such special treatment. However, John immediately began to point out her weak inner energy, comparing her to those he thought were strong. A loud quarrel quickly broke out between them, filled with mutual reproaches and retorts. Meanwhile, under the tent, the other brothers were trying to understand what was happening, and comprehend that the daughter of the very Demon Lord Heavenbreaker was standing before them. Now everything became clear. What seemed strange and incomprehensible before finally made sense. John remembered their first meeting, when he had only said hello to her. At that moment, he even doubted whether she was a girl or a boy, because she presented herself as a boy, which surprised him. Then she noticed the token that was hanging on John's belt and asked where he got it from. The token glittered, drawing attention to the hieroglyph engraved in the middle, which gave it a special meaning. She remembered, "Didn't you say before that you didn't want to leave the fortress for the patrol? How did it happen?" Right now, John couldn't help but agree with her words, albeit reluctantly. The girl explained that the main patrol is responsible for solving serious problems facing the fortress, and these tasks are often dangerous. She gave an example. "What if one of your friends gets seriously injured on the way to the fortress? What if the enemies take advantage of this opportunity when no one can help them?" Ion listened carefully to her words, realizing that they had weight and logic. The girl added another argument. "No matter how skilled you are, will you and your family be able to return to the Five Peaks Fortress safely?" Her words made John think, and she herself plunged into memories of past dangers. The second brother also agreed that they had already faced problems on the way here, and those difficulties were serious. Shim noted that this should have been realized a long time ago. If the enemies start acting smart, it will be extremely difficult to return without incident. Influenced by these arguments, Ion finally decided to accept the offer. He slowly put the token on his belt, demonstrating his decision. John remembered Risha's words when she assured him that no bandit would dare to harm them. On the contrary, they would all seek to serve the head patrol. Suddenly there was loud applause that echoed throughout the camp. It was Poon sitting on the carriage and applauding, looking proud and happy. The second brother and all the others turned their heads to him, not understanding what caused him such emotions. Pun, with tears in his eyes, explained, "A great and powerful member of the Green Forest's main patrol was born in the Five Peaks Fortress. This is a real holiday." These words made everyone think. It was really worth considering everything well. And when everyone thought it over, they agreed. The boss was right. John had just become a member of the main patrol of the Green Forest, and it was indeed a celebration that caused everyone to rejoice. People who heard this news put their bags and luggage on the ground, rejoicing with him. Jan wanted them to move on already, but everyone had so many questions that they were delaying their departure. And then a woman's voice was heard. "Hey, Chief Patrolman Ion!" Everyone suddenly turned around hearing those words, trying to figure out who it was. It was Risha in her green outfit. She would wave from the second floor of the house and loudly shout, "Hey guys, next time we meet, let's drink for 3 days and 3 nights in a row." John winked at her and waved back, thinking, yes, of course. Someday we will definitely meet. And so their adventure ended. They went on with their chariot, heading for new challenges. Rishi, unable to stand boredom, was already dying of boredom, although not much time had passed since John's departure. At the same time, she was filled with a desire to ask something very important from her father, who was standing behind her. She was only interested in one thing: when he would give the main patrol his first task. She guessed that John would become the sword that would cut apart anyone who dared to disrupt the great gathering of the Green Forest. Her father used to think that she only spent her free time having fun and drinking. But now it became clear that she was aware of everything that was going on. Rishi hugged her father, joking with hearts above her head. "Of course, you are my father!" At this time, John was already looking forward to the moment when they would return to the Five Peaks Fortress, preparing for new challenges. They moved on, leaving the camp behind, and the night enveloped them in its peace. A man on a horse galloped ahead, covering the path with incredible speed. His target was the gate that led to Namgung's family, a place that awaited the resolution of old conflicts. In the meantime, the slow breathing of the girl who was standing on the side lay with a slight warmth on her delicate lips. She was incredibly calm, but at the same time, her beauty and mystery created an unparalleled image that impressed everyone who looked at her. The water slowly flowed through the man's mustache, adding a strange comic effect to the picture. His interlocutor, sitting across from him at a long table, calmly advised him not to rush, so as not to accidentally suffocate. The man put his glass down on the table, looking away from the serious conversation that was about to begin. He explained that he was rushing as much as he could due to a situation that could not be delayed, and he sincerely apologized to the head of the Namgong clan. However, the head of the clan reassured him, explaining that everything was fine, and even asked him not to be ashamed. Despite internal hesitation, the man, considering it somewhat shameless, still turned to the head with a request. His purpose was obvious. He was talking about a girl known by the nickname Flower Telepath, a beautiful flower that can see through a man. He wanted to ask for her unique abilities for the good of the flying school. The head of the clan liked to be praised. Although the girl had shown amazingly accurate readings on several occasions, he still thought of her as an ordinary child. The head of the clan put his glass on the table and said, "It is impressive that the head of the flying school personally visited our clan. And of course I will listen to you because we both belong to the orthodox factions." The man smiled widely, thanking the head for his kindness and understanding. His student, the swordsman scholar Ding Cho, had already become a well-known figure in Jianghu, gaining respect for his talent and skill. 3 days ago he set off, saying he was heading to the flying school, the man explained with a serious face. But something terrible happened. The student disappeared without a trace, and no one knew what happened to him. The news came as a surprise even to family head Nam Gun, who noted that it was too early to draw conclusions about the disappearance. However, at the same time, other events began to appear that caused even more concern. As soon as it became known about the disappearance, strange rumors began to spread through the streets. There was talk of a new school, the Flying Palace, which allegedly went to the flying school to help. Head Namgun had never heard of this flying dragon school before, which made him suspicious. The man hit the table with force, shouting, "We didn't ask anyone for help! And why did they appear exactly when our student disappeared? Isn't that suspicious?" The rumors about the flying dragon school really looked strange, but Head Namgun still doubted that his daughter would be able to help solve this case. However, the man continued to insist, pleading, "Please help us. If you help, we will be in your debt for life," he added with sincerity in his voice. After much persuasion, the head of the clan finally agreed, but asked to wait a little. Meanwhile, the young man approached the door, clearly determined. He knocked on the door, announcing his arrival with a confident hand, and a voice was heard behind the door which allowed him to enter. His sister was sitting at the table. Her gaze lingered for a moment, but she already guessed that it was her brother. She gradually turned to him, listening intently. The brother informed her that her father had called her and suggested that it had to do with a request to help the flying school. He warned his sister, "If something seems strange, it is better to refuse to avoid problems." Her brother also reminded her that her safety was his most important thing. But when the door opened, he was confused for a moment, and then quickly regained his composure. His slight confusion was short-lived, and he regained his composure. Young Mistress Yan was already standing in front of them, ready to listen to what they wanted to say. The head of the flying school thanked her for giving them her precious time, expressing his sincere gratitude. The brother asked him to explain the situation, so that the sister could understand how to help. The head repeated his story, describing everything in detail, although at times it seemed that he was taking too long. The brother quickly understood what was the matter, and drew his conclusions. The head once again asked about the position of the Orthodox Union, and received an affirmative answer. But he did not stop there, continuing to explain his fears. He pointed out that the School of the Flying Dragon is either newly established or has an evil intention, trying to pass itself off as an Orthodox school. "I hope with your help we can find out their true intentions." Finally, he added, "If it's going to be difficult to uncover the truth about this school, I at least want to know if Ding Cho is alive." The understanding between the masters was always at a high level, but what happened next caught everyone by surprise. Suddenly, Yan stood up, and her brother did not even have time to understand where she had gone. She silently left the room without explaining anything, just closing the door behind her. Her sudden departure left everyone with many questions and bewilderment. Her father suggested that when she heard of the urgency of the matter, she rushed to act without delay. The brother added with a light smile, "She's like that with us. Maybe she's not very wordy, but she always finds a way to solve even the most difficult situations." This caused smiles among those present. Even the head of the school could not refrain from laughing. He traveled a long way, guided only by rumors and the hope of the flower telepath. But now it looked like she might just be a charlatan, or so it began to appear to him. Soon a woman approached the brother and sister, pleading with them to save and find her son. The boy assured her that they would do everything possible and asked her to tell everything she knew. Yan listened carefully to her words. 3 days ago, a student of the floating school, swordsman scholar Ding Cho, suddenly disappeared. His name suggested that he was a brave young swordsman with outstanding skills. For someone like him to disappear for 3 days without any news was strange. Most likely he had to enter into a dangerous battle. The reaction of the mother, who was grieving for her son, was quite understandable. Even Brother John noticed that the situation was becoming more and more complicated and confusing. From her words, it was also possible to learn that another monk had disappeared, which made the events even more mysterious. Yan suggested that her brother go to a hotel in a nearby village, hoping to get more information. The brother's reaction was a little strange, his face showing surprise. He still did not fully understand what it was about, but he decided to trust his sister. After some time, they reached the hotel and went inside. At the entrance, they were met by a man who stood with his back to them. His figure seemed calm but mysterious. The boy approached him, intending to ask or say something. He began, "A young swordsman scholar appeared here 3 days ago. Have you seen him?" Yan listened attentively to the conversation, closely following every movement and word. The man who was addressed answered as if in passing, saying that the question was asked just in case. However, instead of answering his brother, he turned to Yan and began to share his story. "To be honest, I don't even want to remember those events." He sighed, and his story began. He described the battle, during which the entire hotel was completely destroyed, leaving it in ruins. It sounded much more interesting than normal conversations, and caught Yan's attention. The brother and sister immersed themselves in his story, listening carefully to every word. The man enthusiastically described the battle, which left a strong mark on his memory. A strong lightning strike with his hand on the table blew it to pieces, he recalled, as if reliving the events. Ion, as if transferred to those events, felt herself a participant in that battle. She imagined the boy covering his head with his hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Then the swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction appeared in front of him. Hwang Yom-dong, a bald big man who immediately attacked him. Hwang exclaimed that the flying freak had decided to stand out and he didn't like it. But Ding Cho calmly replied that he simply came to this village to investigate the monk's disappearance and did not want to conflict with the heavenly schools. Hwang, however, rejected all explanations, calling the case bad. His aggression only increased. The problem was that Hwang Yom-dong, just seeing someone from the floating school, immediately felt his blood boil. Ding Cho, although he wanted to resolve everything peacefully, realized that force was not the way to go. He sternly told his enemy not to behave like a frightened dog waiting to be struck. But to Hwang Yom-dong, such behavior seemed even more insolent, fueling his aggression. They entered into a fierce battle without wasting time. Both rushed at each other, full of determination. Their swords cut through the air, sparks flew in all directions, creating the impression of a real battle of titans. Ding Cho originally thought that as a student of the Orthodox school, he should have helped in the monk's search. But instead he only created obstacles. It would be logical if Hwang didn't want to help. Then at least he didn't get in the way. But the bald man did not think so. He was annoyed by the indifference of the flying school. The situation heated up when Ding Cho called him a damn moron and delivered another powerful blow with his sword. The blow was lightning fast, but Hwang managed to dodge by crouching and avoiding a direct collision. He stepped under the sword and struck the boy squarely in the chin, forcing him to retreat. The fight grew faster and harder, each attack more dangerous than the last. Ding Cho found himself on the ground after a powerful kick from Hwang. The bald man jumped down, intending to finish him off, placing his knee on his chest, but there was no one under his foot. Raising his head, Hwang asked, "Tell me, what is so important about this missing monk?" Hwang Yum-dong curiously asked why Ding Cho would risk his life for some missing monk. Meanwhile, other people were sitting in the cafe, watching their fight. Among them was Shim, who already foresaw the victory of the bald man. Although he had thoughts of interfering, the leader of the bandits allowed him to do whatever he wanted, even with instigation. The leader of the bandits, confident of Hwang's victory, placed a chicken leg in his hand on it. Shim just smiled because he knew that the boss likes to make such bets. But it looked a little strange. Suddenly, a coin flew into the air, which flashed in the light of the lamp, rotating several times. The coin struck directly at the sword that Hwang Yom-dong was holding, causing a sudden blow. After that, she flew into the wall with such force that everyone present froze. The blow was so fast that the sword in the bald man's hands began to tremble and he almost dropped it. This stopped the fight for a moment and caused both warriors to look around. Hwang asked loudly to the whole hall, "Who did this?" At that moment, Yan walked over to one of the pillars in the room, drawing attention to herself. She reached out and took out the coin, examining it carefully. Then she asked the bar owner, "Who did this?" To which I heard, "It was some black-haired boy." The boy, who looked like a schoolboy, complained that he was not even allowed to eat in peace. However, everyone wondered where he came from and what kind of boy was so clever. The bar owner remembered that he called himself a student of the Flying Dragon School. "I'm from the Flying Dragon School," the black-haired boy said, confirming his words. Brother John immediately remembered that this was the same school that the leader of the floating school had spoken of, a school that was considered suspicious and undesirable to return to. Yeon wondered, could Ding Cho's student join the Flying Dragon School that the head had warned him about? The man who was telling the story continued to speak. Although he was unsure of many details, he still remembered the events that happened next. Bald Hwang Yom-dong was indignant that some jerk dared to interfere in the affairs of another school and ordered him to know his place. But the boy remained silent. Then he slammed his fist on the table and 3 coins flew into the air. The coin struck Hwang in the chest and shoulders with incredible precision, causing him searing pain. The pain was so unbearable that the bald man fell to his knees, realizing that this boy, although young, was incredibly strong. This attack made Hwang realize that underestimating the black-haired man was a grave mistake. "What, do you want to continue?" asked the boy calmly, looking directly at the enemy. "You brat, consider yourself lucky," Hwang gritted out, trying to hold on to any remnants of pride. He turned and walked away, but his trembling was visible to all present. The man continued his story. "They didn't go far. They just went their separate ways. The fight ended very quickly. I can't say what happened next. Yeon looked at the coin in her hands and wondered how strong this guy would have to be to stop the two orthodox schoolmasters. But what was more important? Why did Hwang Yeomdong attack Ding Cho with intent to kill? Yeon knew that the relationship between their schools had always been strained, but Hwang had to understand that by crossing the line, he might invite intervention from the Murion Union. Because of this, Yeon formed her own guess about Hwang's motives and intentions. Suddenly, her brother shouted her name loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around. He yelled because Yeon suddenly went the other way, leaving the bar owner to at least buy a cup of tea next time. Soon they were walking along the dirt road, continuing their search. Thoughts of Hwang swirled in Yeon's head. She assumed that he harbored a grudge against the flying school. But once he saw the students of the Flying Dragon School, he must have known that they weren't traveling with Dean Cho. If so, then a logical conclusion arose. Hwang could have stayed nearby, waiting for Dean Cho to track him down. Din was probably following the same road where Hwang Yeomdong was already waiting for him. The bald man suddenly appeared, drawing his sword, and rushed at him from behind. Ding Cho was killed mercilessly, quickly, and in cold blood. At this place, only blood splatters remained, testifying to a merciless massacre. Ding Cho didn't even have a chance to make even a sound or try to fight back. It happened in a flash. Suddenly, walking along this road, Yeon stopped and pointed her finger at the bushes. Her gaze rested on the branches that had traces of blood on them. Her brother immediately turned his attention to the bushes and froze at the sight of blood. He was greatly surprised to realize that this could be the key to Dean Cho's disappearance. "Yeon, stay here!" shouted the brother and rushed forward headlong. He ran to the bushes and began raking the leaves, looking for the source of the blood trails. What he saw next filled him with horror. In front of him lay a sword covered in blood and the body of a student of the flying school. Since his nameplate and money were nearby, it became obvious that this was not the work of bandits. The brother couldn't understand. Could Hwang Yeomdong really do this? But if it turns out that Hwang killed Dean Cho, the consequences will be catastrophic. Yeon gave a clear answer. If this is true, then the battle between the Heavenly Sword Schools and the Soaring School will definitely begin. She added, "The Heavenly Sword School is not strong enough to go against the Orthodox Union. If they dared to do such a thing, then someone is behind them." Also, Dean Cho's headless body was strikingly similar to the incident 12 years ago, adding to the ominousness of the whole situation. All this suggested that something really creepy was lurking here. At this time, Hwang was standing in front of a round table where 7 shadowy figures were sitting. "As you requested, I brought you his head," Hwang said coldly as he entered the room. It was a Yeomung cult, and bringing Ding Cho's head was a condition for joining it. "I didn't expect much, but you turned out to be not so useless. You are worthy to become one of the 12 demon soldiers," said one of the figures, looking approvingly at Hwang. This was spoken by a girl with a cheeky smile sitting on the throne. Her words betrayed her willingness to keep her promise to Hwang. She powerfully spoke about the world of Murion. "This is a place where the weak die and the strong survive. The weak are only prey for the strong." She added that their cult plans to turn the world upside down in the near future. At this time, the heroes of the 5 Peaks passed through Xfei and finally returned to their fortress. Due to the fights, all the food was covered with dust, which caused dissatisfaction, although laughter among the comrades. Even the boss sighed, agreeing that things were out of control. "There is no greater satisfaction than to return to your fortress, where you can finally lie down and drink in peace," said one of them. But suddenly a strange question sounded behind him. "When Sage Zhongji came to us, you were the first to run away, and now you call the fortress ours?" The brothers pricked him. In his excuse, he jokingly said that he just missed the fortress, which caused even more laughter. "Especially after going to the Green Forest meeting with you. Now I have the right to call the fortress my own," he added. But the conversation was cut short when 2 swords appeared near his neck. The swords crossed right at his throat, and the people holding him accused him of crimes. Northern Sword, Gumil Shinyanggak. It was a shock for his comrades. They could not understand who attacked their brother, especially since these people stood behind him and declared that he would die today. "What this time? Who are these people?" Yeomjong asked indignantly, turning his head towards them. His voice was full of anxiety and irritation, and the situation was getting more and more tense. The second brother, full of curiosity, also wanted to know who the strangers really were. The strangers introduced themselves unceremoniously as members of the Orthodox Union from the assault squad. They apologized, explaining that they had been hunting their target for 5 years and accidentally met her here. Poon decided to take the initiative by introducing himself first. He was from the Flying Dragon School of Henan. He also explained that the one being held is not the criminal Chim Yang-gok, but old Ben Ton, an assistant at their school. Then he turned to the detainee, clarifying whether he was really old Ben. The old man confirmed it. When the members of the union heard about the School of the Flying Dragon, they thought about it, because they had never heard of it before. At the same time, looking closely at new acquaintances, they did not feel the usual energy of orthodox arts. However, they clearly felt a different, unusual, powerful aura emanating from each of them. Only one thing stood out from the general picture. The energy was not coming from the old man who was in their hands. However, they had no doubt. This is one of the three great criminals. It simply could not be otherwise. Lee Sang-mun, who knew the face of the criminal, was sure that this was the cunning ferret. The situation annoyed the old man, but at the same time caused a light laugh in all those present, a comedy of the absurd. The union tried to convince the Flying Dragon School representatives that they had been tricked, and the old man was definitely Shim. The blade of the sword was almost touching the old man's throat. The tension was growing to the edge. Ion watched every movement carefully, as if trying to unravel the hidden truth. Poon decided to intervene immediately, assuring him that the old man was not at all like the description of a cunning ferret, and was more suitable for helping out at school than for crimes. The second brother sarcastically added that the most the old man could do was hold a broom. Others confirmed it behind his back. The old man, feeling the blade at his neck, agreed unconditionally with every word they said. The blade began to slowly move away from his throat, but the tension didn't let up. Suddenly, an old scar appeared on his hand, an unexpected clue for those present. Union members instantly recognized the sign, as Lee himself had left it 5 years earlier. Shim realized that the situation was becoming catastrophic, and the expressions on the Union's faces confirmed it. He was sternly warned. If others cover the criminal, they will become his accomplices and suffer punishment from the Orthodox Union. Shim Yang got bitterly realized how unlucky he was to meet all these people here. To avoid conflict, John had to do something, but decided not to jeopardize the safety of the Five Peaks Fortress for the sake of the old man. It was at this moment that Ion suddenly spoke. He scolded the Union for talking too much, and insisted once again that they were only dealing with old Ben Ton. It was a complete surprise for the old man. He clearly did not expect such protection. Lee repeated the warning. If they continue to cover the criminal, they will become accomplices. John, with a contorted face, sharply asked what other the hell accomplices they were referring to. Bratki tried to explain that they are from the Orthodox Union, and he should understand the seriousness of the situation. But Ion, already tired of their chatter, was not even going to listen. He warned that their accusations would put both sides at an impasse. In his hands the sword shimmered as if it were alive, displaying a skill that was hard not to notice. The blade seemed capable of slicing through anything in its path, and even Shim in their hands could barely contain his panic. Orthodox representatives found themselves in a dead end, realizing that something clearly went wrong. In front of them was not just a person, but the embodiment of a devilish aura of power. It was like a punishment from which there was no escape. One of them suddenly opened his fingers and the sword fell from his hands. The blade fell slowly to the ground, leaving a dull thud that echoed in the silence. Only the strongest in the world could demonstrate this, but John possessed this power. Where did this young man have such incredible abilities? Lee still tried to speak aggressively, but his partner had already recognized the situation. He said that he believed Jonah, which put the final point in the tension. On closer inspection, the old man looked nothing like Shim, and it finally became apparent. He admitted that there had been a mistake, and the second brother, full of energy, rushed to take Shim away with the boss. He carefully pushed away the sword that was still hanging over him and began to slowly move forward. Lee, not understanding what had happened to the captain, once again pointed out what he was supposed to see. But the captain's face did not radiate confidence or enthusiasm. He looked somewhat agitated, even sweaty. Lee thought that the captain was simply confusing the enemy and waited for some signal. The gaze fell on the inscriptions that the captain had quietly left with his foot on the ground, and Lee hoped to decipher them quickly. But the sign said, "Shut up, we're leaving." This was not at all what Lee expected. Before he could shout an apology, the captain grabbed his arm and pulled him so hard that Lee hung like a sausage in the wind. Their departure was truly spectacular, albeit quite chaotic. Shim thought this was the end of him. But the situation quickly changed. The question of why the Union appeared here was logical, but only the second brother thought about it. Rarely does the Union send people to the provinces. The meeting between the dozen heroes of the Five Peaks and these two on the way to Hefei became much more important than everyone expected. This event marked the beginning of a new era when people realized that the Orthodox Union, governing all factions, had started a new movement. The brother and sister soon brought Dingcho's body to his mother, filling her world with pain. The angry crowd demanded Wang Yomdong's head, blaming him for all the troubles. That scum only smiled slyly, as if enjoying the chaos. People accused him of insolence, claiming that he had defiantly encroached on their territory. The clash between the Soaring School and the Heavenly Sword School was boiling like a volcano ready to explode. At that moment, the door began to slowly open. The battle froze, as if someone had paused time. To curb the conflict, the Orthodox Union intervened. Their appearance was full of powerful energy that filled the hall. Huang Yomdong stated that the death occurred during a fair duel and was not a premeditated murder. In the end, to avoid escalating the conflict, the Union decided that the Heavenly Sword School should pay compensation to the Soaring School. For Orthodox schools, the decision of the Union is an indisputable law. Even if their decisions seem unfair, it's useless to argue. They had no choice but to obey. One girl played an important role in this decision, and her words influenced the final verdict. Her name was Nam Gun-yeon, known as the Flower Duck. Seeing this bald scumbag live, she immediately felt the disturbing truth. The sinister, repulsive energy of the demonic cult emanated openly from him. It turns out the cult penetrated into Orthodox schools. She turned to her brother Chong, sensing that the situation was becoming dangerous. She shared her suspicions that the Yomung cult might be re-emerging in Murion. Chong immediately offered to report this to the Orthodox Union to avoid the threat, but Nam Gun-yeon stopped him, pointing out that it would only seem like baseless speculation that would only ruin their reputations. She proposed first to find strong evidence of the penetration of the cult into the schools of Murion. For this, she decided to return to Hefei. After all, she knew who would be able to reveal the truth. Their father was the only one who possessed all the secrets. Meanwhile, their father was training, honing the Boundless Heavens technique, Fifth Formation, Crescent Strike. His confidence was unwavering and his skill impeccable. The wooden mannequins shattered into pieces under the impact, demonstrating the power of each movement. Meanwhile, the brothers and sister returned home, determined to find out the truth. Having just saved Shim from death, they joked on the way, realizing what mistakes they had made in their youth. He was called Ben Tan, and the name seemed to have stuck with him forever. However, due to the widespread influence of this accursed union, he lived a quiet life. Ben said that in a past life, anyone who dared to call him that would have died instantly. When asked by the girl if the union is really that scary, Shim Yang-gak admitted that he won't lie. They really are scary. At the same time, he added that he stayed here not because of this, but because of the idea that mountain bandits suit him. He even planned to stay in the Fortress of the Five Peaks for the rest of his life. It annoyed him that the old man always kept the last word to himself. But even he himself laughed at himself, thinking that he was superior to these young men in arguments. Meanwhile, the second brother decided to share his memories of the fortress's past. Once their fortress was weak and helpless, without martial arts skills. It was difficult to survive, and getting beaten up was commonplace. Now that they had expanded, they had a magnificent pavilion, and the status of the fortress had greatly increased, especially with John becoming part of the main patrol of the Green Forest. The second brother even embraced John, rejoicing in their future and envisioning a carefree life. However, John explained that the reality is different. With a badge on his belt, the responsibility only increased. This plaque, which he received from the chapter, became a symbol of new obligations. Poon urged everyone to stop talking and break camp as it was getting dark. Someone was disappointed. Someone wanted to talk more. But everyone understood that it was time to rest. Everyone got down to business, and soon the camp was broken up. But Jan couldn't find a seat, crouching off to the side with a sad or perhaps pensive expression on his face. Poon, watching him, assumed that Jan was in deep thought. When everyone else fell asleep, tired from the day's events, Poon walked over to Jan. They sat next to each other and both raised their heads, looking at the full moon hanging in the sky. The moon shone brightly, adding even more peace to the silence around. John broke the silence with important words, addressing the boss. He asked if he remembered what he told him when he first picked him up. Poon began to think back to the moment when Jan had just joined their group. John echoed his words. There are two types of people in this world, those who take and those who give. These words deeply affected John, remaining in his heart as an unforgettable imprint. Then he promised himself not to lose anything more and to live together with his comrades. He trained diligently every day to ensure a peaceful life for everyone. However, Poon didn't understand what Yun was leading to, or if something had changed in his thinking. John replied that now he was not just fighting to get what was theirs, but using the tablet to make people tremble and obey his words. It caused him a certain nostalgia, like a memory of how it all began. Nostalgia for Ion was far from pleasant. She reminded him of the absolute power of the strong over the weak, something he had always despised. John began to wonder if he himself had become like those he hated. Poon listened attentively, looked at him with understanding, and gave him the opportunity to speak further. John admitted that while he likes the new life they gave him after escaping, he sometimes wonders if he's on the right path. Back at Waryong Manor, at that time, Baek Mi-ju convinced many merchants to join her business, thanks to her shrewdness. It began to restore its former glory under the leadership of John Mubek. The authority and money gained from protecting merchants allowed her to build up considerable power. With this power, eager to glorify her family throughout Murion, she set her sights on one of the fortresses of the Green Forest. Her goal was the Fortress of the Five Peaks, a place that has already become a legend due to its power. Meanwhile, Captain Ion was told that a bandit skilled with a sword had settled in one of the fortresses of the Five Peaks. They believed that the situation should be investigated. John immediately heeded this advice. He was surprised that an ordinary bandit had acquired such a formidable reputation. He offered to visit the fortress, saying it was time to show the Green Forest what Waryong Manor was capable of. In the Fortress of the Five Peaks, guests were already welcomed, offering them a safe way to the point of sale. But instead, they asked to pay for the fare first, supposedly to support needy neighbors. One of the merchants, confused and frightened, began to fuss, but avoided answering. One of the thugs raised a hand to his ear sarcastically, mocking his trembling voice. "How do you even trade with such a whisper?" At that moment, the merchant was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder. It was Captain Yan Mudo who decided to step in and speak for the merchant. He addressed the bandits, hinting at their insolence, but they took his words without much fear. The thugs only asked to pay and dump, while they generously let everyone go good. At the same time, in Waryong Estate, the situation was also getting worse. In front of his mother sat her son, indignant that she had sent 2 newcomers to accompany the trade union without consulting him. But the mother had her excuses. She didn't care when those newcomers joined, because all the members of the estate need to be trained to work out their food and place. She firmly believed that newcomers should immediately learn to cope with tasks and not sit idle. Although her son tried to explain something to her, she just waved it off, not wanting to listen. She relied on Yan Mudo's skills, believing that there would be no problem with him. But her son was smarter, and foresaw otherwise. If anyone found out that even green rookies were being sent on such important tasks, there would be rumors that the estate members were being used for profit. The son warned his mother that they were talking about territory under the control of the Green Forest, and asked her not to think that the Orthodox Union was responsible for all Murion schools. However, it didn't matter to the mother. For her, all the people from the Green Forest were just mountain bandits. She saw this as a great chance to send her people to escort them to their lands. The task required minimal effort, but promised immense opportunities. Joining the 9 great schools and glory for the Waryong Estate as the ones to destroy the Green Forest Fortress for the first time in 20 years. Meanwhile, Captain Yan Mudo was trying to find a solution to the situation he found himself in. Both sides conferred among themselves, trying to assess their chances. In the end, Captain Mudo, approaching the bandits, apologized for the delay and offered an explanation. "Unfortunately, there was a problem on the way, and we can only pay half," he said. For the bandits, it sounded like complete absurdity, and they were already ready to call him a brazen liar. But Mudo added, "Or I won't pay you anything at all." These words caused indignation that almost exploded on the spot. The captain even openly stated where they were from and to which estate they belonged. The bandits quickly became enraged, drawing their swords. Mudo, adding fuel to the fire, called them rats who rob merchants. This insult overflowed the cup of patience of the bandits, and they rushed at them, deciding to capture the newcomers. Suddenly, one hand rose, stopping the movement of the merchants. Mudo waved them off, telling them not to worry, and told them they could continue on. Meanwhile, he calmly began to draw his sword, but did not even have time to draw it. The first elbow hit the bandit right in the chest. Mudo then stabbed directly at his opponent's head, showing that he didn't need the sword just yet. 9 Heaven Technique, First Formation, Soaring Dragon. These techniques caused real terror in the bandits, forcing them to freeze in place. But Yan Mudo did not stop. He came even closer. He warned his opponents that it was too late to be surprised, and moved on to the next attacks. The sword, slicing through the air, circled with incredible speed, reaching its goal. After each blow, it returned directly to Mudo's hand, as if obeying the master's will. Finally, he raised the tip of the blade directly to the head of one of the thugs. And with an impudent smile he said, "Now can we just drive through? Mountain rats of the 5 Peaks?" The bandits, stunned and completely defeated, could not utter a single word. Clenching their teeth, they only silently swallowed the insult, not daring to answer. Bandits, although forced to allow not to pay this time, threatened to meet again. The merchant, rejoicing as if it were his birthday, defiantly mocked the bandits, saying that they could avoid shame if they immediately agreed to a peaceful passage. Yonmudo wondered how such weak individuals became so famous, and did not miss an opportunity to make fun of them. He mocked the bandits, not being ashamed of his superiority. But one of the bandits answered, "Even if you win today, next time the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks will be here." For Yonmudo, this was just another useless intimidation that he had heard not for the first time. None of those who threatened revenge were ever able to follow through on their words. Soon, Shim and Yeonjung were running towards a building that could barely be seen in the distance in the pouring rain. It annoyed them that they had almost reached the 5 Peaks mountains, but had to endure bad weather. Their whole gang ran with them. The weather was so bad that it was impossible to go any further. Everyone was drenched and had no change of clothes. Poon tried to calm everyone down, stressing that there was nothing you could do and you should spend the night here and leave tomorrow morning. The place scared the girls. It seemed that a ghost could jump out at any moment. But Shim, smiling, threw them. When you hit 50, you will understand that people are scarier than any ghosts. In such rain, you will not even hear the screams of those who are dying nearby. His words only increased their fear, and they immediately thanked him with several blows on the back, so that he would not speak more nonsense. The argument between the friends dragged on while Yoon was just shaking the water off his clothes after the rain. His thoughts revolved around how the fortress coped in such conditions and with such stress. He could only guess what might have happened there. The sky was torn by strong lightning, adding to the drama of the evening. At this time, in the middle of the forest, a group of people in dark clothes and masks were carrying strange bags on their shoulders. Like a lightning strike, this scene fell into John's field of vision. Noticing them, he immediately asked his company to keep quiet. Everyone got ready, drawing their swords, and watched warily. Their eyes were riveted on every movement ahead. Attentiveness was vital. Meanwhile, one of the doors suddenly opened from the impact of a foot. The men in black burst in, rushing forward. They carefully looked at every corner, looking for someone nearby. But on their way, they encountered an unexpected surprise. Their eyes met. The two groups froze, standing opposite each other. But John felt something strange when his eyes fell on the bag. He clearly saw the bag move, and that changed everything. "Who are you?" asked the masked man, his voice full of distrust. The second brother immediately replied that it was actually their question, because they were not the first to appear here. His eyes fell on the bags, and he wanted to know what these people were up to. Meanwhile, John had the worst possible thought about what was hidden in those bags. The second brother kept insisting that they were kidnappers, and began to knead his hands in preparation for action. The boys were silent, but their stern looks spoke louder than any words. In the silence, their seriousness turned to action as swords appeared in their hands. The thugs were confused for a moment, not knowing what to do, and turned their gazes to their boss. In front of everyone, Yongchong confidently stepped out, his entire group standing behind him, ready for battle. The group of opponents immediately realized that these people were not simple. They immediately formed themselves into battle order. Looking at the red-haired John who radiated powerful energy, they felt that they were not ordinary opponents. Suddenly a question was heard from their side. "What is your name?" John sarcastically replied, "And what is your business? To write on a plaque and hang it as a memory? Let's finish quickly, I want a rest." His words sounded defiant, and the opponents, outraged, immediately went on the attack. Yeonjung only watched as the enemies rushed towards him one by one and kept his unwavering composure before the battle. The bandits looked in awe at John's speed and skill. Eventually, the swords crossed and the combatants came together, facing each other. The battle began to drag on, but the tension only grew. It became more and more difficult for the people in masks. They clearly began to lose strength. More and more swords hung over one of them like a death knell. The fight continued. Each blow was reduced to a struggle at the limit of possibilities. The situation grew into something more. Now it was not just a struggle, but a real horror for people in masks. They just wanted to find shelter from the rain, but suddenly came across the monsters as they had imagined. This picture looked terrible in their eyes. The enemies were too strong. Poon stepped forward, exhaling deeply as he prepared himself for a powerful strike. His technique allowed him to inflict incredibly strong blows with his sword. He could kill an opponent with one move. But this time he only wounded the enemy and pushed him back, leaving a chance to escape. Shim, watching the fight, suddenly remembered something. The masked men reminded him of those they had fought on the way to the Green Forest meeting. Shim remembered those bastards who used strange martial arts and unusual techniques that did not fit into the tradition. Their masks were painfully similar to the ones he'd seen before, and that couldn't be a coincidence. Frosty energy, a specific style of wielding a sword. You don't come across such things every day, and you definitely don't confuse them. It was clear that both groups belonged to the same organization. Standing next to Shim, Poon realized that he hadn't fully recovered if he couldn't defeat even such a weak opponent. But Shim kept the memory of the last battle when their group barely managed to survive. Then they were on the verge of death. The second brother, noticing Poon's condition, urged him to withdraw, but Shim continued to assess the enemies and realized that they had become much stronger since last time. The second brother, going forward, threatened the enemies that they should not count on survival. At this moment, Shim thought that such a rate of development could allow these people to catch up with even the man who had conquered all of Henan. Suddenly, in a flash, the sword was right next to his forehead. It was clear that they were aiming at him. One of the opponents was holding a sword with an unusual button on the handle. After pressing it, he activated the mechanism. 3 more blades came out of the sword. Shim realized that he had weakened his defense and made a critical mistake. The result was instantaneous. Blood flew from his face. The old man coughed, spitting out blood, but he didn't even think of giving up. The Bratva saw Shim fall, covered in blood, and a wave of anxiety swept through the group. All the other thugs, with raised eyebrows, stared at him in silence, not understanding how things had gotten so far. They watched as the stones flew under Yoon Jong's feet, as if struck by an invisible hammer. A powerful beam of energy surged forward like an inexorable wave, and the man in the mask, finding himself in her trajectory, fell as if mowed down. Enraged, Yeonjong kicked the ground with all his might, knocking one of the enemies off his feet, while the rest barely kept from falling. It seemed incredible to the bandits, a devilish attack, a powerful martial art that made them wonder, who is this guy? Yeonjong was enraged that they not only kidnapped people but also dared to hurt someone in his family. This became a signal for him. It was time to act without pity for the enemy. Looking at John, you could understand one thing. The enemies were going to go all out, because he was ready to show them what true power meant and beat them to half-death. Shim, watching Yeon, understood. The enemies will have to give their all if they want to even survive. His mind flashed. This guy really deserves to be a part of our family. John attacked the scum relentlessly, destroying everything in his path as if no obstacles existed. He was merciless, seeing nothing but his goals, and plowing through everything that came his way. At that moment, it became obvious how deep a mess his opponents were in. One of them met John's fist, which was approaching with incredible speed, directly with his gaze. It was clear they were absolutely no match for this boy with red eyes who radiated unprecedented power. His team began to feel relief. Victory was close. On the other hand, the masked people, feeling hopeless, ran away saying, "We'll be back. Just wait." They shouted something like, "We will flay you." But it looked more funny than scary. The boss walked over to the bag the masks had left with curiosity, trying to figure out what was in it. He was surprised. Who in modern times dares to engage in kidnappings? Carefully untying the bag, he opened it. A bearded man suddenly came out of it. Everyone froze, amazed by what they saw, not understanding what it meant. The first thing that came out of the mouth of the rescued man was Amitabha. It immediately became clear that this was a monk. In a few minutes, he and his companion were thankful for being saved. They said that monks started disappearing in the district, so they came here to investigate, but almost became victims themselves. Poon looked at these two, not understanding why they were kidnapped, because in front of him were just a monk and a Taoist. The Taoist explained that they also did not know the kidnappers' motives, but expressed great gratitude for foiling the criminals' plans. The girl behind the boss quietly reminded them that these kidnappers were very similar to the ones they had recently fought. The second brother confirmed, it is not just a similarity. They are clearly from the same group. He recognized the feeling, even though he couldn't tell exactly who they were. He was 100% sure that these types were involved in something dark. The Taoist and monk felt it their duty to bring this story to the Orthodox Union. But the second brother and the boss did not like this proposal at all, who immediately looked at Shim Yangak. The Taoist even wanted to glorify the names of his saviors, but Shim stopped him, saying that they were just random people who helped once, and that was enough. Let them just pray. His modesty made the saved think that before them stood someone close to nirvana, a true ascetic who had renounced the lust for fame. But here, too, they were wrong. Before leaving, the monk and the Taoist thanked each other again and offered to meet again if fate crossed their paths. Shim took a deep breath, trying to calm down after everything that had happened. The whole company, united, went on their way, leaving this skirmish behind. However, this incident made them think that there are clearly dark things going on in the world. That was why Poon asked the perceptive Shim Younghak if he had any guesses about it. "I have some suspicions, but there is one but," Shim replied. This mysterious but sounded restless, and everyone was anxiously waiting for the continuation. Shim took his time, taking a long pause until he finally said, "Is it proper for mountain bandits to worry about the world's troubles? We'd better think about how to get back to the fortress as soon as possible and continue our usual lives." The guys agreed. Really, why should they, ordinary bandits, worry about the fate of others? The second brother imagined how they would return to the fortress and live a more peaceful life than before. Especially since during this trip, they trained a lot with John and strengthened their skills. However, the boss, as befits a leader, warned them, "Don't turn up your noses too much. So far, we've been lucky to defeat our enemies, but who knows what will happen if Jonah isn't around." These words forced everyone to restrain their pride a little and come down to earth. That is why the boss turned to Yun with a request. "Can you teach us the next formations of the Nine Heavens technique?" Everyone had seen Yon getting stronger and stronger after training, and each of them now wanted to train even harder, aiming to reach his level. John took a deep breath as he thought about the training request. With a smile on his face, placing his sword on his shoulder, he replied, "Looks like we're definitely not going to sleep tonight." All as one took swords in hand, ready for training, waiting for new challenges. In just a few minutes, they were practicing, honing the moves that John was showing them. Their actions mirrored his every gesture with almost perfect precision. A clear posture, deep inhalation and exhalation. Everything was done in a disciplined manner. Even the air around them seemed to suffer from the force of their movements. But one question hung in the air. If Yun is so strong, why does he keep training? Yeon Sonbek asked him the same question. John replied seriously, "Training should never end. The body and mind need constant improvement." He explained that he still lacked inner energy, and his skills were far from the level of the elders of the 9 great schools. At that moment, he pushed off the ground, displaying a technique that made everyone gasp. "If we follow Mother's plan and mess with the Green Forest and its fortresses," he continued, "the day will come when we will have to face serious opponents." His words became part of the lesson for the younger brother, explaining the importance of continuous improvement. Some believed that they were just ordinary mountain bandits and there was no cause for concern. But Mubek understood that underestimating the Green Forest is a fatal mistake. It is not for nothing that they are compared with the orthodox schools of Murion. Pointing his sword at the enemy, he ordered, "Take out your sword and start fighting!" Soon they were already standing together, training as equals. Meanwhile, Yeonjung was training with his men. He demonstrated clear and precise movements, explaining how to perform them correctly. The bandit, who possessed a perfect sword, was so skilled that he was able to defeat even the elders of one of the schools. Mubek was well aware of this, so he felt he had to become even stronger than he was now. Yeonjung worked with the same passion for improvement, striving to surpass himself. The journey to the gathering of the Green Forest, full of adventure, heroism, and battles, has finally come to an end. The 10 heroes of the 5 peaks returned to the fortress along with Yeonjung. Everyone was worried about the boss, whether he had suffered too much in the skirmishes. But now that they were together, full of anticipation of a better life, the worries were left behind. 2 months have passed since the return. A fight for the ring began in the fortress. The guy with the sword on his shoulder didn't want to take responsibility if his opponent got hurt. However, the other continued to train, demanding that Yeonjung speak for himself and prepare for what was to come. It all came down to the fact that while they were at the meeting, they were conducting intensive training on Brother Yeomjong. Yeomjong charged in using his Infernal Blade, first formation technique. But for his opponent, this was not a problem at all. He stopped the attack with just one swing of his sword. The blow was so strong that the opponent's equipment was blown to pieces. He didn't even feel this attack. He almost cut off his opponent's sword with one blow. Cracks appeared on the opponent's blade, which soon spread and the sword splintered. It was a clear hint. Go and practice some more. When the first one began to cry loudly for his hell blade, it caused a wave of laughter among the others. Everyone wondered, what is happening? Have skills really changed that much since they arrived? It was noticeable that after his return, Yeonjung radiated a completely different aura. An incredible, almost superhuman strength. He trained every day. But it seemed that loneliness was hidden behind this persistence. One of the men insisted that this situation was completely wrong. He tried to convey his thoughts to Master Shim. He was infuriated that none of the heroes or even the boss had committed a single attack or robbery since his return. Everyone was just training day after day, and the fortress still wasn't functioning properly. But Shim, lying down, only muttered something under his breath, not giving an intelligible answer. Then the man started talking about the people from Waryong Manor who had defeated them while dozens of heroes were gone. Shim, hearing this, asked if he had already told the boss about it. Of course, he answered and began to describe how it happened. He admitted that he himself had initiated the ambush plan to wait for the Waryong brats and show them how terrifying the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks were. The plan was to kick their ass and double the fee to teach them a lesson once and for all. But when the boss suddenly ordered to retreat and leave everything as it is, it caused him many questions and misunderstandings. There won't be any problems if you miss a couple of these types. The second brother supported the boss's opinion, urging not to inflate the problem in an empty place. The boss and the other brother continued to discuss the situation, while the boy remained listening silently, trying to understand their arguments. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and turned to Shim. "You're the boss of the fortress. What kind of reaction is this? We have a lot of mouths to feed here, and with this attitude, everyone will just starve." He even suggested a rank fight to remedy the situation. The suggestion was for Shim to challenge Yoon by testing his strength. He was convinced that this would be the beginning of a new phase that Shim did not want to acknowledge. Shim had seemed too cautious to him last time, refusing to fight. "Now you have to go all out," he insisted, making Shim wonder if he was getting it right. Shim remembered his battles. Elder Wudan, Sage Youngji, and even the one called the Demon Lord was his opponent as the heavens trembled with their battle. "Now you want me to challenge John?" Shim thought, feeling that they really had high hopes for him. But the guy seemed to be serious and offered to start immediately. Shim's answer was unexpected. A slipper right in the boy's face was the first blow in this fight. "Understand one thing? With such ideas, we all die, and you with us," added Shim, mercilessly kicking him out of the shed. It was a clear hint. Both the fortress and its people are on the verge of survival, and this is not the time to play rank battles. But now the boy began to wonder why Shim seemed to be on the side of those against change. Does he really care what happens to Five Peaks Fortress? Shim understood that the boy who was offering nonsense hadn't seen Yoon-joon in combat since then, and was blissfully ignorant. Meanwhile, the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks, learning from the monster that was Yan, were growing at an incredible rate. Their progress was beyond imagination. Shim knew this better than anyone else, and clearly understood who these people were and who their boss was. John was so strong that in training he could split a tree in half with one blow. They trained until sunset, when concentration was at its peak. Back at the 5 Peaks Fortress, everyone devoted themselves fully to training and development. In a short time, they made an unprecedented leap in martial arts. Shim honestly admitted to himself that even the boss was not up to him now. This life, full of challenges and struggles, seemed incredibly difficult to him. Meanwhile, the team has already moved on to dinner. At dinner, one of the boys approached the boss, mentioning that he wanted to let the people from Waryong go. He doubted whether this was the right decision. "Isn't that why we're here to ask you to teach them when they come back?" he added. The boss turned to the others and asked if they supported the idea. The girls were silent. The boys were afraid to hear that the boss would decide to forgive them after such humiliation. One of the girls raised her hand, but seemed unsure whether to voice her opinion. The girl, gaining courage, said that she no longer wanted to engage in robbery. Her words struck other bandits. How is that possible? A thug who doesn't want to rob? However, the other two also supported her, admitting that they no longer wanted to continue such a life. The question arose, if they refused to rob, how do they plan to survive? The brother admitted that their personalities were never suited for gang life. And now it was obvious. The girl sincerely admitted she wants to use her power to help people, not take from them. She recalled how, pretending to be an Orthodox school, she often thought about how people were helped while traveling. She only joined the gang before because she was too weak to defend herself. But now that she's become stronger, the girl began to doubt whether it would be right to continue the gangster life. The other brother just smiled as he listened to them realize their true nature and decide to change. He understood only one thing. They no longer want to be who they are now. Then Poon turned to the third and fourth brothers. "Do you want to remain bandits?" They unanimously answered yes, noting that they were engaged in this even before entering the fortress. They added that regardless of the boss's decision, they would follow him in any case. All eyes turned to Poon, waiting for his words. And then he said, From this day forward, the third and fourth brothers will rule the fortress. For them, it was similar to an earthquake. The ground seemed to go away from under their feet. But they didn't know the worst yet. What the second brother suspected became a reality when the boss added, "From now on, I am no longer the head of the Five Peaks Fortress." It was an unexpected and incomprehensible decision for everyone. But the boss had previously warned that he had a wife and children who were left without support. "Is this the final decision?" they asked him again. "I'm not sure yet. I thought I was protecting them by going my own way, but I didn't have a choice and started a gangster life. I don't know if it makes sense to go back after all these years," he answered. It became clear that this decision was difficult for him, although he forced himself to continue the raids. However, the boss paused a bit, adding, "I don't regret the time I spent in the fortress one iota." He recalled how they had gone through many hardships together, and even won the recognition of the Green Forest. "The days spent with you are the best moments of my life. This is a precious time that I would not trade for anything." His words brought warm smiles to everyone present. But now that the position of the fortress was strengthened, he felt that he was able to overcome himself and grow as a person. One of the brothers suggested that the head began to think about the abandoned family. It was true, and the boss did not hide that thoughts about them occupied more and more space in his heart. The fourth brother accepted this wish, although he could not understand why he became the successor. "There is Gomyong, the second in seniority," he expressed his surprise. Then the boss explained, "I am an orphan, and my past has left a deep mark. I know how difficult it is without a family, so I think that the fortress needs a person with a different experience and perspective." "Don't have a family? It just so happened that I met the boss and suddenly we became close like brothers," the second brother explained. Then the boss added, "He decided to come with me." These words shocked everyone. "You two are going to leave without even talking to us? Aren't we family?" they exclaimed. The boss admitted that he had wanted to tell for a long time, but could not bring himself to do so. "I can't take everyone with me," he said regretfully. The second brother tried to reassure the others. "Don't be upset. The boss just brought it up first, but we all seem to have already thought about changing our lives. Isn't that right?" He turned to Sobek, who had previously said that she wanted to open her own tea house. Chen admitted that she dreams of her own hotel business. Cheol-san was obviously planning to help her with this, and the boss understood without saying a word. He, scratching his head, agreed with him, adding, "Well, it's not that being a bandit is bad, but..." The third and fourth brothers wanted to hear that he was staying with them, but Cheol-san explained that now his desire to train and achieve greater strength outweighs his desire to engage in robbery. "If I train even more, I'm sure I can become the strongest waiter in the history of Murion," he joked. These words caused everyone to laugh, relieving the tension. However, he seriously added as he stuck his sword into the ground, "I want to train more than rob." The boss smiled and repeated his actions, adding, "That's why I'm leaving the fortress now. I want to hand over my post to fully focus on training." His decision caused mixed emotions, but at the same time inspired everyone to think about their own path. Sobek bowed before the boss, accepting his decision. She also decided to go her own way if the 10 heroes disbanded, because there was no point in staying without Yeonjeon. The head also did not want to say goodbye, but each of them had their own goals in life. He believed that now everyone is motivated to challenge themselves. Smiles began to bloom on the faces of each of them, as a symbol of a new beginning. The second brother couldn't believe that the moment had come when they were seriously talking about such a thing. He remembered how much they had changed since John had joined them. The fourth, laughing, said that he thought they would rob until they died, but the third was ready to support him in any decision. But the boss had another important message. "Even if we all go our separate ways, remember, we are family. If one of us is in trouble, we will drop everything and give our lives to help." Everyone as one agreed with the boss, sincerely swearing in this. They made a promise from a pure heart, united in this oath. Their spirits lifted, and they all sang a joyful song together to celebrate the moment. But their singing was suddenly interrupted by a boy who ran to them and shouted about a problem. With a gasp, he ran over and said it was about Mr. Shim. "Stop him!" he exclaimed, panting, causing alarm in everyone. The boy's words seemed meaningless, and no one could understand who exactly he wanted to stop. But after several attempts to explain, it became clear. He is talking about the old man who is now standing next to John. John, sitting on a stone, did not understand why Shim came to him. "Had lunch?" suddenly asked the old man, as if this was the most important question. Jan, a little surprised, replied that he had eaten with the boss a few hours ago. And if that was all, he asked the old man to leave. But suddenly Shim shouted his name loudly, making Yoon pay attention. Teach me martial arts. The old man's request sounded strained, as if it cost him a lot of effort. It was clear from Shim's face that these words did not come easily to him. Icon shrugged and suggested that they not waste each other's lives on what was already lost. But Shim began his story by telling about the years he spent doing disgusting things. Beating people, taking everything he wanted from them, and even killing without mercy. He admitted that he joined the fortress only because of pressure from the Orthodox Union. Martial arts for me were just a means of suppressing my own weakness, that's all, he said. These words made John think, and something that looked like sympathy appeared on his face. Shim continued. You Yeon, the day we came to the fortress, you destroyed my excessive mood once and for all. I have watched a lot of what other members of our family use martial arts for. I saw that the power was given to help people and do righteous deeds. It was so right, so beautiful that I couldn't help but think. Shim continued, admitting that he wanted to learn more about the new world of martial arts that had opened up to him. Yeon wondered if all old men were so difficult to express their thoughts, or if it was just Shim. Why complicate things if you just want to learn something new? He thought, barely suppressing a sarcastic smile. But for Shim, this approach seemed more logical and serious. Standing up, Yeon began to explain the essence of the Nine Heavens art. It's radically different from anything you've learned before. There's a risk of distorting your inner energy if something goes wrong. However, Shim replied that he was willing to take the risk, even if it meant losing all of his inner energy. Even if I have to say goodbye to my power in the end, I will accept it, said the old man with unwavering determination. His words sounded very serious, and it made John think. In the end, John agreed to teach him, but added sarcastically, Only if you remain a corpse, please don't come to me in my dreams. The old man, who recently complained of back pain, was standing in front of his boss. His words seemed almost a joke, but the shadows under his eyes showed weariness. There was something hidden behind these complaints. Exhausted but indomitable, the old man dragged the heavy bag, climbing straight up the rock. Every step he took shattered the stones under his feet, but he did not retreat. A young Yeon walked confidently ahead, pointing the way. The height of the rock seemed limitless, and the final goal was drowned in the clouds. How much is left to the top? The young man tried to warn the old man about the important nuances of training. His face was focused, and his words sharp. One warning. If you use this art even once for entertainment, and not for a noble purpose, you will be personally pulverized. The words fell like thunder from a clear sky. The young man answered seriously that he knew better than others how dangerous the old man was, and did not even think of breaking the rules. After hearing these words, Yeon walked on, feeling a little more calm. The responsibility hung over him, but he was ready to continue. Eventually they made it to a place where training could begin. The air around seemed saturated with magic, and the stones underfoot seemed sacred. In order to master the Nine Heavens art, one had to learn the Jushin Xuanyu divine spell first. Something grandiose was beginning. Stand on the path of learning the art of the Nine Heavens, said the old man. His voice sounded like an order that could not be denied. Clear your mind, drop your emotions. No thought should disturb your consciousness. Those words echoed in the wind. When the heavenly flower blooms, the fish will turn into a phoenix. The goal was so high that even words seemed overwhelming. They haven't had time to start yet, and the old man has already uttered 300 words of the spell. Others barely reached 100, and that's on the first try. His results were impressive. He surpassed even the strongest students, showing considerable talent. The sun's rays penetrated the cave, reminding us that every moment counts. Training had just begun, but the atmosphere was already heating up. The sun was breaking through more and more, filling the cave with bright light. The atmosphere was filled with a special feeling of change. John stopped, surprised at the sight of the old man who looked like he hadn't slept all night. Looking at his energy, Jan realized that the old man had spent the whole night studying. It was incredible, but also disturbing. The more he delved into his training, the more he cleared his mind. Engrossed in the process, Ion did not even notice that morning had come. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a dark stain of blood that appeared on the ground. Jan became wary, realizing that this could be something serious. Blood flowed from the old man's nose, and he did not even realize what was happening to him. The old man's body was overcome by weakness, and he staggered, not having the strength to stay on his feet. The old man started to fall, but Ion quickly caught him, preventing him from falling to the cold ground. The boy tried to bring him to his senses, holding his body tightly, but the old man looked completely powerless. The old man continued to cough, each time letting more blood trickle down his lips. Internal energy rebelled, destroying the body from the inside. John understood. The art of the 9 heavens was incompatible with the techniques of the old man. It was necessary to act immediately. Jan struggled to find a way to save the old man, fighting his excitement. But every movement only intensified the coughing, and the old man began to lose even more blood. The situation was becoming critical. Is it too late? Ion realized with horror that if nothing changed now, the old man could die. John quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. He grabbed the old man by the shoulders, deciding to act immediately to save his life. The young man could not let the old man die. There was determination in his eyes, and his heart beat in time with each step. Running up the steep mountainside, he held his breath as he assessed the risks. Without hesitation, he bent forward with the old man lying limply on his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, Ion leapt down, gliding swiftly down the slope like a whirlwind, despite the danger. He landed from stone to stone, balancing each movement as if walking on the edge of a knife. Every jump, every step was aimed at reaching the foot of the mountain as quickly as possible and saving the old man. John didn't care if it was a steep slope or loose stones that literally melted under his feet. He moved forward even if the mountains were against him, and the way seemed endless. But the height remained merciless. They were too far from the nearest fortress, and time was playing against them. But despite all the difficulties, an unexpected smile appeared under the thin gray mustache of the old man. "Quite an original way of going down the mountain," said a voice from under that very mustache. John stopped abruptly, asking the old man not to forget the promise. If he hunts him even in his dreams, the young man will leave him here. The old man answered calmly, assuring that he remembered the promise, because he was a man of his word. John breathed a sigh of relief, joking that if the old man had the strength to speak, he would have the strength to hang on a little longer. John gritted his teeth and warned the old man to hold on tighter. Gathering all his strength, he rushed forward at full speed, racing against time. The sun was already in the afternoon. The shadows were getting longer, and their path was becoming more dangerous. The sharp sticks dug into the old man's skin, piercing it as the treatment reached its peak. His body went through all possible procedures, but the consequences were irreversible. All 8 additional meridians were found to be severely damaged. The doctor announced the verdict. For the old man, given his age, recovery was almost impossible. Upon hearing this, Poon couldn't help but be angry, his indignation directed at the doctor who seemed to give up earlier than the old man. The doctor, however, explained that he was not talking about death, but about the loss of martial arts. This will undoubtedly affect health, but if the body is not overloaded, it will still be able to live. Poon calmed down a bit, realizing that the situation was not as dire as he had first thought. Without wasting any time, Ion set out to prepare medicine for the old man's internal wounds, ordering him to move as little as possible until his condition stabilized. Poon still couldn't contain his anger, chastising himself for his decision to train an old man at such an age. His thoughts were burning with indignation and doubt. At that moment, John went outside for a breath of fresh air to distract himself. He remembered the words of the old man who had once spoken with a twinkle in his eye about wanting to know this new world of martial arts. These words made me think. The old man devoted his whole life to training, and now he risks losing it forever. The loss of the arts meant more to him than just defeat. It was tantamount to death. The old man might never again see the beauty of the world as it was revealed through art. For many, martial arts is the meaning of life, and its loss is difficult to accept. Some time has passed. Shim sat on a rock, looking thoughtfully into the distance. Ion approached him. John sat down next to him, and the silence was interrupted by the old man's question. Had he been training here all this time, only because he was afraid that the old man, left unattended, would kill himself? The old man added another question, what Jan thought of his current state, for he looked truly terrible. John answered honestly that he had aged a little, but he simply could not find other words. For Shim, this spring, which usually offered hope, now seemed bitterly cold. The students, while training, were looking forward to returning to classes. Their excitement grew day by day, although it was fueled by questionable methods. Training was, to put it mildly, too realistic. Blow by blow, they honed their skills using people as targets. Each blow had precision and power that left no chance. One was hit with a powerful kick in the forehead, the other with a hand. Their movements were ruthless. Seeing no other way out, the students scattered their opponents in different directions, resolving their conflicts by force. Now that the old man was in such a miserable condition, the disciples looked for a way to avenge the humiliation. At this time, the old man slowly wiped his face, silently accepting what was happening. He was beaten. And although he did not resist, everyone realized that he had indeed lost his martial arts. It was inconceivable to them how the legendary northern sword, Shim Yangak, could have reached such a state. "What's a helpless ant in a fortress to do now?" the students asked with disdain. "Know your place and fail!" they shouted until John suddenly appeared behind them. He came to see who raised so much dust in the morning. With just a few words, he made them feel real fear. The students did not even have time to answer, as they immediately began to run away as if they had seen a ghost. The events unfolded strangely. The fear of John was obvious, but the situation became more and more tense. The old man was in even worse shape than anyone could have predicted. His weakness amazed even the most indifferent. Pain pierced not only the old man's body, but also his soul. Defeat cut his heart harder than the blows of his opponents. John listened carefully to everything the old man had to say, letting him speak. Only now did the old man realize what he hadn't noticed before. When others were punished mercilessly, it seemed like a small thing. But after his own humiliation, he began to understand how painful it was. Jan noted that growing up comes late, but asked the old man to stop feeling sorry for himself. He invited him to go along to show something important. The old man tried to get up, but the pain in his back almost paralyzed him. He could not get up on his own and reached out for help. At that time, everything was going according to its order in Waryong settlement. The guests arrived there. The steward of the Yan family, Yan Jinwoo, and the junior master of the family, Yan Yiseon. They were met by Yeon Mubek, Waryong's young master, and his younger brother Yeon Seonbak. The meeting took place on a high note, where everyone showered each other with compliments, calling each other handsome. That exchange of pleasantries over, they headed inside for some serious talking. Inside, everyone took their seats, ready to discuss important issues. Meanwhile, Yan Jinmu stayed outside with the landlady, finishing the conversation. After the conversation, they mounted their horses, preparing to leave. The father asked his son what he thought of Yeon Mubek, analyzing his impressions of the young master. A perfect and talented young man, that's how Yeon Mubek described Yan Jinwoo. Not only did Yun become a first-class swordsman at a young age, but he also inscribed his name on the list of Luoyang's top families. Even Yan Jinwoo did not hide his admiration. For Yan, Mubek was an ideal candidate for the role of a life partner for his daughter. Everything looked perfect, but Yan's son was still worried about the arrangement. Lady Beck, the current head of Waryong, aggressively expanded her influence, causing gossip and rumors to spread, which were not always pleasant. However, Yan Jinwoo believed that marrying a young master would solve the problem. With the arrival of his wife, his mother would no longer be able to act as the head of the family. It was obvious that the father was satisfied with the future union. At this time, Mrs. Beck looked extremely pleased. She imagined how their beautiful daughter would be able to strengthen the family's position. Due to the blood alliance, their family could rise to the level of 9 great families. The mother and the youngest son rejoiced at the blessed fate of the middle son, considering him extremely lucky. But he himself sat with a displeased grimace. Mrs. Beck noticed this and reminded him of the upcoming wedding, which would be an important step for their family. He did not know how to explain his true thoughts to his mother, but he remained silent, trying not to aggravate the situation. His mother did not even try to listen to his explanations, assuming that he was once again worried about small things. She asked him to stop worrying and focus on the wedding because the time had come. "My opinion has never mattered. We do as you wish, mother," he answered quietly, hiding his bitterness. Her son's words made Mrs. Beck think. She remembered her daughter, Solya, and wondered where she was missing, because she had not seen her for a long time. The younger son cautiously asked if she knew about the noble warrior of Chang'an province, young Solju. Mrs. Beck just smiled skeptically, thinking it was nonsense. She had no idea that her daughter was nicknamed so solemnly. However, the son explained that everyone on the streets was only talking about this warrior. He tried to avoid a direct answer until his mother pounded on the table and ordered him to tell the whole story immediately. The son began. "A lot of lawlessness has recently returned to the Green Forest. Raids and thefts have become more frequent, and Luoyang has also become a victim of these troubles. The robbers acted brazenly, entering wherever they wanted and demanding whatever they wanted. Even those who paid for protection were left without help. Sales fell, contracts were broken, and owners could not find funds. The robbers did not care. They were only interested in money. They did not hesitate to go to extremes, even threatening to sell their daughters so that they would bring the required amount. There was a lot of disorder in the city, and the government could not do anything. The merchants were left to fend for themselves, having lost all hope of help. The situation seemed hopeless, until suddenly a girl entered the room. She came to teach a lesson to insolent bastards. Wielding the 9 Heavens sword technique, she displayed the first formation, causing everyone to freeze in fear and admiration. In these stormy times, the star of the 5 heroes of Luoyang appeared. She was known as the Soaring Dragon, and among the 5 heroes she was called the 4th Flower. Yeon Solju is the 4th heroine from the legendary Luoyang 5. The girl stood in front of the robbers, holding a sword in her hands. Her posture was confident, and her gaze was a challenge. To them, she seemed like an insolent brat, and they could not understand who she was at all. Solju looked at them with slight disdain, as funny guys trying in vain to look scary with their pitiful looks. Pointing her sword at the enemies, she summoned them to attack with the whole pack. Her name is Yeon Solju, and she doesn't really care how dangerous they are. She said that she is not afraid, but is even interested in what they are capable of. The largest of them stepped forward, a look of fury on his face. He decided to teach the girl for making a heroine out of herself. It seems he wanted to show her how cruel the world is by launching a frontal attack. But another guy appeared behind her with a sword in his hands. Friendly relations could be seen between them, although their humorous remarks were quite sarcastic. "It's beautiful," he told her, to which she replied, "That's what makes it fascinating." Despite the danger, they found time to talk, even when the big guy was already bearing down on them. But he did not have to fly for long. The boy rushed forward with lightning speed and left a very deep blow. Very deep is putting it mildly. The blow was so powerful that the big man was left without an arm, which flew straight into the crowd. This guy was the first of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. His name was Hwang Dong-yob of the 8 Immortal School, and his skills spoke for itself. The other robbers, seeing what was happening, finally decided to rush into battle, although they looked pitiful. Meanwhile, another boy appeared behind the enemies with a confident expression on his face. Another one was going downstairs, merrily discussing with a friend whether Yeon Solju was late because of another adventure. They were the second of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, Oh Jun-san from the Great Nature School, and the third, Song Sangik from the 7 Suns School. They charged into the fray, scattering the bandits like feathers, leaving them no chance. Their ease in battle was so striking that they smiled broadly, even as they chopped off the heads of their enemies. What can you say about the faces of the thieves? There was not even a hint of a smile left on them. It was the end for them, and fear took hold of their souls. The girl wondered how her friends managed to find her again in this confusion. She believed that she could handle all these scum on her own without help. But knowing how much her fellow 5s had accomplished, she couldn't stand back and just watch. That is why she tried to the last, proving with every blow that she is worthy of her place among the heroes. But the more people learned about her, the more they began to condemn her methods. However, her fighting skills and determination commanded respect. People admired how she always took the initiative in her own hands, and this is what made Yeon Solju one of Luoyang's heroines. After this story of her son, Mrs. Beck gnashed her teeth in displeasure, hiding her true emotions. Mrs. Beck was annoyed that her daughter had plunged into the world of martial arts instead of preparing for her wedding. For her, these were frivolous games. Furious, she started yelling at Seon Beck, accusing him of knowing and letting Soljae do it anyway. Sonbaek raised his hands and tried to reassure his mother, saying that he had good reason to think it wasn't so bad. After hearing about the reason, my mother immediately wanted to know what it was. He explained that everything was related to the 5th of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. It was because of her that the heroes of Luoyang became a topic of discussion throughout the region. Lee Soman, a girl from the Heavenly School, one of the 9 great schools, was the 3rd daughter of the head of that school. Hearing this, my mother was instantly alarmed. The mention of the daughter of the head of the Heavenly School made her raise her head. Sonbaek confirmed her guess. It was about her. Lee Huijon, a Heavenly Blade Elder, one of the 10 strongest martial artists, was her grandfather. His beloved granddaughter, Lee Soman, became famous for her exceptional swordsmanship. She left behind chaos, scattering enemies in different directions. She simply had no equal. Lee Somin is the 5th of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, a representative of the Heavenly School. Her legendary battle, where she defeated all enemies, became a symbol of her glory and raised the blood in her veins. Sonbaek asked his mother to think, wouldn't it be great to have a good relationship with the Heavenly School in the future, expanding the influence? At that moment, Seonbaek looked closely at his mother when she called him a fool and tried to understand her anger. She knew her daughter well and did not believe that Solju was capable of living peacefully without challenges and adventures. Beck asked her son to think about who his sister was, and that her boldness could cause a lot of trouble. It was obvious to the mother. Because of his audacity, Solju can drag the 5 heroes into dangerous situations that will not bring anything to their family. Beck always thought only of profit. Accusing her son of frivolity, she reminded that he does not understand responsibility at all. At that moment, the brother imagined his sister in a completely different way. The older brother decided to intervene. "You can't control her life," he declared. Unlike him, the young owner of the estate, Solju should have the right to choose her own path. The younger brother looked confusedly at his mother, then at his older brother, not knowing how to express himself. This angered Mrs. Beck even more, and her anger became uncontrollable. She yelled at both of them, ordering them to stop talking immediately and bring Solja back before she caused more trouble. She also ordered the older brother and Sunbike to accompany the younger one. Meanwhile, in the 5 Peaks Mountains, old Shim remained saddened by the loss of his martial arts. However, during his conversation with Jan, he hid this, stating that Murim's world has always been like this. Only the strongest survive and the weak perish. John was glad that the old man didn't seem broken at first glance, and asked him to take it as a lesson or even a punishment. To the old man, this thought was both ridiculous and true, but he agreed that it made sense. Jan asked how he was doing with his energy circulation, worried about his condition. The old man continued to gasp, unable even to regulate his breathing properly. His condition caused more and more anxiety. John asked if he remembered the last part of the spell. When the sky flower blooms, the fish turns into a phoenix. Jan remembered how he had once trained with the sage Jongderzi, who had asked him what he thought would have to happen for a fish to transform into something new. John now asked the old man the same question, hoping to hear his thoughts. The old man shrugged his shoulders, believing that people like him could not know the answer to such riddles. But it was at this moment that an idea popped into his head. He suggested that body transformation might be the only way to achieve such a result. John recalled that the other students could barely learn 100 of the 900 words required for a divine spell. This was their maximum, and even this achievement seemed incredible. And the old man, on the other hand, learned 300 words in just one day. This explained the overtension of the meridians, which caused severe pain. His age only increased this effect. John reasoned that if the chaotic energy could be purified and controlled, the old man could become 3 times stronger than any of the students. Jonah's words awakened hope in him. The old man began to believe that he had a chance to regain control of his inner energy. Moreover, there was an opportunity to become much stronger than before. John was worried that the old man might not live to this, dying of old age and never regaining his strength. But now everything looked different. The old man began to believe otherwise. If the heavens themselves allowed him to master 300 words of incantation, it means that there is still a chance. "You are a former bandit, and do you believe in the will of heaven? Live and learn." Ion threw the old man, not holding back his sarcasm. These words seemed strange to the old man, because for such a young man they sounded too premature, although they touched him very much. After finishing his speech, John waved his hand, indicating where to go down. The old man sighed and began to complain that John was treating him rudely, dragging him through the mountains like some boss. At that moment, John took out his sword and made a spectacular move that looked like a fine art. The horizontal strike smoothly changed to a vertical one, demonstrating excellent weapon handling technique. It was just a short training exercise that the old man often observed, but he hadn't even thought that there was anything special about John's movements before. Shim now decided to turn to Jan, unable to hide his thoughts. Jan stopped, looking around in annoyance. "What's up again, old man?" His patience began to melt. "I think your martial arts are more suited to a sword than a saber," Shim said calmly. These words struck John. They penetrated his heart, making him think about what was obvious, but still not said. Joha is very surprised that even though he is old, he is not a hardened bandit, but believes in the will of heaven. The gray-haired man believes that it is too early to tell. The boy offers to go down because the head will scold him for speaking rudely to the old man. The old man watched Joha's training quite often, but he didn't even think that his movements seemed somehow strange. He simply couldn't see everything because of his immense strength. Finally, it reached the old man. He realized that Joha's martial arts were more suited to the sword than to the saber. But the young man at first does not understand whether there is any difference between a sword and a saber. The old man is a bit surprised to hear that Joha doesn't understand the difference between such obvious things. Sword and saber techniques are as different as heaven and earth. Therefore, when Joha uses the sword technique with the saber, he cannot fully reveal his power. Yoha got this sword from the boss when he first joined the fortress. None of the brothers used swords, so Joha was given a saber. If Yoha was able to defeat Youngji even with a saber, then there is nothing to worry about. After a second, the old man wondered what power Joha would gain if he did change his saber for a sword one day. Yoha noticed the old man's strange and watchful gaze on him. Meanwhile, in the tea house, the day everyone was waiting for had arrived. Huang Donyub asks if everyone has written their letters. Oh Junsen and Song Sang-kyuk nod. Yan Solju and Lee Samin also nod. The 5 heroes of Luoyang are from different schools from all over the province, and they decided to travel together. Soon, the children sent letters to their families. Everyone reacted more or less calmly, but the woman from Waryong Manor was furious. Somin understands very well that Yan Solju's mother will be angry. Is she not afraid? The girl wants to show her mother that her intentions are serious. The woman wanted to give her in marriage and tried to take her away from the sword. If Sumin were to travel around Jianghu so openly, gossip might spread because she was from one of the 9 major schools. Somin also doesn't like the idea of getting married just because her father said so. Somin, though, to manage her own life. The boy tried to calm them down a little and reminded them that they should get together because they were leaving soon. If they don't hurry, the families will definitely chase after them. They are already adults, but, unfortunately, not in the eyes of their parents. Danob says that now they will go to Mount Pindon, to the Crimson Wind Fortress. There are several well-known bandits with the nicknames Hell Bandit and Slaughter Bandit. Yon Solju laughs at their poor nicknames. They plan to join a trade union that is going through the mountains. If the bandits find out about their appearance, they will immediately hide in their fortress. A second later, the young men grabbed their swords. This was their first step into the free world of Jianghu, and they were ready to take it. This is how the 5 heroes of Luoyang began their ascent to conquer the fortress of the Green Forest. After the many fortresses they had overcome, everyone expected to meet the bandits from the 5 Peaks Fortress. Meanwhile, in Nanjing, word is out that last year a group of traitors were wiped out by robbers dressed in black. The man assumes that these are people from the core of Dark Shadows. Has this demonic cult appeared again? But the people who were there say that these strangers were called the Flying Dragon School. Even assuming they are a small school, the man can find no mention of them. If we take as a basis the words of those who survived, then among them there is a young swordsman who stood out in particular. It is hard to believe that the young man is capable of destroying the entire body of Dark Shadows by himself. A person who is capable of such a thing must be at least one of 10 stronger martial arts masters. It turns out, some unknown boy is already at this level. Many years ago, thanks to the powers of the moon-slicing swordsman and the Sword Emperor, the main forces of the cult were destroyed, and the Orthodox Alliance was able to put an end to the Yomun cult. For special tasks, then there were 4 small squads, each of which could destroy a small sect. Demon Slayer Squad, Destruction Squad, Victory Squad, and Pursuit Squad. Right before the start of the war with the remote control, the Victory Squad sent a letter where it was said that they were chasing the teacher, and after that, the whole squad disappeared without a trace. The people who destroyed the Victory Squad, then, are the Dark Shadow Corps from the Yomung cult. If such a strong cult was able to destroy the young swordsman, it means that he is very strong. It turns out that this stranger can become a headache for the Alliance. After all, the companions of the demon who destroys the heavens presented themselves as an orthodox school, and this gives them hope. The question remains, what to do with the Yomung cult? To date, about 100 monks and nuns have been kidnapped in Henan alone. Did the Yomung cult really prevent sacrifices? With this, they want to achieve a special power that will allow them to exceed the limits of ordinary martial arts. And this can only be achieved if they make a sacrifice. If the cult really knows how to go beyond the limits and has continued to operate all this time, that's too bad. Over the years, they could already create a whole flock of masters who received this special power. If they are behind the disappearance of people, then the words about sacrifice make sense. The man is thinking about asking the Victory Squad to investigate the case. The mustachioed man really doesn't want to lose them a second time. In that case, you can ask other units to send reinforcements to Yuzhou. Do they have no other choice? If this sacrifice is necessary for the peace and life of others, he is ready to make it. The Yinga Pavilion was located in a remote, deserted place. It seems that a meeting was held here. There was news that something was wrong with Svetla's estate. They make many sacred offerings, and the Power Demon is sure that it is in order to gain the status of Heavenly Demon King. The Pavilion Master is sure that they will not be able to get even one step closer to the Heavenly Demon King. Although they all use the same bells, there is a big difference between them. Only one person knows the Heavenly Demon King's soul summoning spell. Therefore, no matter how hard they try, they will not succeed. Do they think that the head of the claws is not there just because he is sitting somewhere in prison? If that was the case, would they be able to connect him, the demon soldier, and the great demon general? Men were cursed by such words. Of course they won't succeed.
No one can defeat the general!
The subordinate still asks not to ignore his words. The boy's suspicions are not out of thin air. The moon sage cannot be underestimated. Then, the general orders his subordinates to go and find out what the demon of light is doing. Suddenly, another guy runs into the room, shouting loudly. There is news that the Orthodox Alliance and Loyang Masters are currently within the pavilion. If this has already happened, then there is no point in hiding. They are ready to fight. Suddenly, something strange begins to happen to the sky. Red moons appear. It looks like a double crimson moon, a phenomenon described in old books. In the books, it is said that the double crimson moon is observed as a harbinger of large-scale events that decide the fate of entire countries. Suddenly, a man appears amidst the dust and smoke. The girl immediately thought that it was her father. She called her brother and said that their father was in danger now. The boy looked back at his sister's scream. She shouted loudly again that her father was in grave danger. The man, meanwhile, also sat in place, watching the crimson sky. Meanwhile, in Hugon Province, Mount Wooden, Sage Zhongji is sitting at the table. The bearded man understood that this prediction was clearly a bad sign. The last time such a prediction appeared was 20 years ago. A disaster seems to be brewing. In the main fortress of the Green Forest, they also did not understand what was happening to the sky. The girl has never seen such a sky before, so she does not understand what is happening at all. What they see means the imminent arrival of a bloody storm. It was the same on the Judgment Day 20 years ago, but the girl still does not understand what it is about. There was a fierce struggle on the Inha River. People's limbs were literally cut off. There were many corpses on the ground, people who will never rise again. The mustachioed man killed his enemies without mercy. The real cruel battle between people is not for life, but for death. The captain orders the subordinate to flee. He must survive to tell the Orthodox Alliance about it. The subordinate must escape. He asks the team to hold on until he calls for help. But the enemies are not going to let the man go so easily. The enemy does not understand why these cowards are running away, if they themselves wanted to meet with them. The man, like a monster, smiles and says that from this day, everything will be much more interesting. The man shouts loudly and approaches them, feeling like he's a real monster. A second later, the man struck the one who wanted to run away. Meanwhile, Hefei Namgong Estate, a man is shocked to see a double crimson moon. Is the country in danger? Soon. Unknown people came running to the yard. The evil sign has already caused enough anxiety, and now we still have to deal with the guests. The man is going to defend his land to the last. A woman's voice rang out. She remembers this aura pressure. No fear, even when the man is surrounded on all sides. It is not for nothing that they say that proud people do not live long. A gorgeous woman was coming to him. The man immediately realized that it was Lisa Wishan. What is the reason for their side's hostility towards the Namgun family? Has she become so old that she no longer understands who is standing in front of her? These words touched Lisa. Another woman appeared. This is a moon fairy. She noticed that the man had not changed at all in 20 years. The man is shocked to see the moon fairy here. The woman came back from hell itself. She came back to repay the debt. The moon fairy is full of rage and thirst for revenge. Now the man will pay for all the bad things he did to her. The man is proudly ready to accept her challenge. A second later, he too draws his sword and heads towards her. And so very soon their swords cross with each other. The force was so great that an explosion occurred. At the same time, there were also problems on the approaches to Hefei. Nangong Yong is very worried because she realizes that her father, mother, elders, and their students are in danger. We must return to Hefei as soon as possible. Sooner or later, everyone will face their enemy. This cannot be avoided. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Palgon, the fortress of the Crimson Death, the bandits met the travelers, from whom they demanded money to go further. These were the 5 heroes of Loyang. Those who need to meet will definitely meet each other, be it enemies or relatives. Pan Yoncho could not imagine that the sky could be so red. The old man is not sure what this sky means, but he has seen something similar before. 20 years ago, when the moon-chopping swordsman and the Sword Emperor were able to lead the Orthodox Alliance to victory. Muram's most terrible battle in which many people died. But the girl did not know what the Yomung cult was. This is a horrible cult. If they hadn't been stopped then, Muram would be hell now. Tak Gomyeon was still young at the time, but he had heard that the Yomung cult held the entire Jiangho in awe. The girls were very frightened when they heard that this cult was making sacrifices. The old man thinks that the people they met on the way to the Green Forest and those who kidnapped and carried in the monks' sacks are related to the cult, and if so, that was just the beginning of all the problems. The young men ask Old Man Shim not to scare them, because they are very scared. Although these are only his thoughts, but they may turn out to be true. Swordsman cutting the moon, and the Sword Emperor is already old. The Bloodstorm is a catastrophe of such magnitude that Murim may be destroyed to its foundations. But no one is too worried about this, because they have Yoha, who will definitely protect them. Everyone hopes and believes in him. To prevent this from happening, if all the heroes of the Five Peaks stand side by side, they will definitely be able to win this battle. No matter what problems and troubles await them, Yoha swears that he will protect all his friends and relatives. Yoha will not allow anyone to treat his family badly. The guy doesn't care who will be against him, but he has a duty to protect his family. The carts were accompanied by soldiers who kept pace. But unexpectedly, they were attacked by some strangers with weapons. The girl with a completely calm and relaxed face looked at their aggressive guests. After a second, the enemies blocked their way. The vice commander of the Red Wind Fortress, who was nicknamed the Butcher, named Yeo Bom, reminded that in order to go further, one had to pay. Yan was in no hurry, so he was ready for a conversation and more. Yang Mugi, the captain of the Divine Doctor Squad, was eagerly waiting for the guests to teach them. From the news that they were expected, the detachment fell into a stupor a little. Every time Yang thought about the fact that they would have to pay, he felt angry. And today, these scoundrels will pay for all the money they ever received from him. His subordinates think that it is not the best idea to show his anger like this. But he does not care. The head of the Red Wind Fortress, Zhang Hanwei, was very angry that they had humiliated them like this, and did not appreciate their kindness at all. Then the head raised the fare. Now they owed them 100 nyang for it. One of the men said that he was finally able to see the head of the Red Wind Fortress, Zhang Hanwei, in his eyes. 5 young people who, it seems, were not at all afraid of these insolent and, it seems, evil strangers. Zhang Hanwei could not understand what was wrong with these people. Why are they not afraid of him? A second later, the young men put out their swords and introduced themselves. They are the 5 heroes of Luoyang. Their goal is to deal with the rats of the Green Forest that have settled in these mountains. My husband had heard about them before and knew that they were traveling around the Marima. The eldest of them is Huang Donyob. He is also a student of the School of 8 Immortals. Junsen from the Great Nature School and Song Songik from the Seven Suns School were also here. The man understood that if they lost, everyone would make fun of them, and there would be a lot of problems if they got hurt. But it seems that his stupid subordinates did not understand at all what the problem was. The 4th girl's name is Lee Sumin. She is the first student of Heaven School. Hearing about this, the men began to whisper among themselves. A second later, the angry man asked her what her grandfather's name was. Lee Somin did not understand why such an unexpected question, but answered. His name was Ijon. Is she the granddaughter of the very highest heavenly sword, one of the 10 strongest martial masters? He is interrupted by a heel. She was from Waryong Manor. The man did not wait, and after a second he began the attack. The heroes of Luoyang definitely did not expect that the enemies would start their attack so quickly. Suddenly, the swords of the people from the Green Forest broke into small blades in just a second. No one could understand how it happened. Although the man works for the Green Forest, he has great respect for the master of the Supreme Heavenly Sword. He is incredibly angry that these fools would dare to raise their swords against the granddaughter of such a powerful man. The man runs away, saying he's only making the exception because of her grandfather, after which he wishes him a safe journey. The chief flees, leaving his subordinates shocked. The girl from Waryong Manor is very angry that these thugs dared to interrupt her performance. Yeon Solju was so angry at this disrespect that she was ready to start a fight right now. She swears that she will never forgive them. The enemies, seeing how much they had angered this girl, immediately gave up and rushed away from her. Seeing such a reaction from these wimps just made me laugh. Still, the Wyong Trade Union was very lucky to meet the 5 heroes of Luoyang on their way. The thugs escaped before the 5 could do anything, all because of the influence of the Soman family. Thanks to Soman's reputation, the trips to Jonggu will end without their intervention. But Yeon Solju seems to be annoyed by this. Grandfather intervened in their conversation and said that the 5 Peaks Fortress was different from this one. The man heard that Sage Jung-ji had already gone to them to tame them, but decided to stop and returned home. The boys immediately understood that it was about the legend of the Udan School, about the Sage Jung-ji. But Soman and Yeon Solju didn't believe it. The girls think it's nothing more than a normal rumor. The captain was greatly inspired by the young men and their strength. He had a desire to go straight to the 5 Peaks. At the same time, some kind of fierce fight was going on in the Fortress of Five Peaks. The young man and his sword radiated incredible energy and power. All this was observed by an elderly person. The girls were going to go get drinks at the foot of the mountain when they set a clear goal and started training. It seemed as if everyone was trying harder and as if they were burning with this business. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, they heard shouts that the Huayang Trade Union had forgotten what fear was. They teamed up with a group of 5 Luoyang heroes and went against the people from the Green Forest. The girls came to these cries and sat down in the bushes to listen to the details. But the 5 heroes of Luoyang were going to find out whether they were weaklings or not during the fight. It seems that a serious fight is brewing, which the girls will witness. Before this, people from Waryong Estate came here, but they all looked down on them. But this time, the people from the Green Forest are going to show all their strength and power. The girls want to climb the mountain to tell about what is happening here, but there is no time. After a moment, they rush at each other. Now they will perform their first feat as the 5 heroes of Luoyang. Many talents gathered in one place. Suddenly, right in front of them, with great force, the sword plunges into the ground. It is not clear how, but the same red-haired boy who was training on the mountain a few minutes ago ended up here. Yeon Solju was aggressive because this stranger prevented them from expressing themselves. The girl could not understand how her friends managed to come. It turns out that they heard the commotion, so they came to see what was going on. They arrived just in time to stop the fight before it started, but one of the young men cannot understand who they are and where they came from. But the captain didn't care, and still behaved defiantly, even though his subordinates thought it was a bad idea. He confidently said that they had come here specifically with the new warriors and their travels in Jianghu. The red-haired boy was interested and surprised when he heard about the Jianghu travels. All of them are disciples of famous masters who destroy thieves, traveling the world with the goal of becoming famous throughout Jianghu. But why did they choose the Fortress of the Five Peaks for this? Although the old man already knows how everything will end, for the sake of politeness, he offers everyone to introduce themselves. The black boy with the shine introduces himself once more. He is the first of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, a student of the School of 8 Immortals. But after a second, the redhead gets tired of listening to this because he does not understand why grown men present themselves as minors. Yeon Solju instantly flares up with anger, feeling that they are not being taken seriously. The girl immediately draws her sword, preparing for a fight. She's going to put this arrogant bastard in his place. Just a second later, Yeon Solju rushes to him to show him how this world really works. But the self-confident boy does not even take this picture seriously. The girl is very angry and ashamed of this, but she is not going to back down. She uses the first form of the 9 Heavens sword technique called Flying Dragon. A second later, Yeon Solju delivers a powerful blow to the enemy that sends even stones flying. But to his great surprise, the boy managed to dodge such a powerful blow with ease. Despite this, the young man was very surprised when he saw that the girl used such a blow. The girl is not going to give up, and immediately after her attack, she turns to the opponent. Everyone present was fascinated by Soya and her strength. But, in fact, this was only the beginning of a brutal struggle. The boy had to find out what kind of girl this was, because he did not understand how she knew this technique. This gives Yeon Solju confidence as she begins to think that the enemy is afraid. She flies right at him and introduces herself. Her name is Yeon Solju, and she is a swordswoman from Waryong Manor. Hearing this, the boy's face takes on an expression of great surprise. The other lady also cursed when she heard about Waryong Manor. Yeon Solju has almost reached her goal. The sword is aimed clearly at the enemy. The guy changes dramatically when he realizes that this drawing is from the Waryong estate. Then, the young man instantly remembers his unhappy childhood. The childhood that this girl, whose name is Yeon Solju, already had. The one who constantly mocked him and caused great pain. The boy forever etched in his memory this cruel, childish, supercilious look. Thus, he remembered this disgusting feeling that he had experienced throughout his childhood. These memories instantly made him feel revenge. Now he is ready to fight with a new goal. Yeon Solju couldn't understand where the enemy got such strength. She could not resist such a blow. She flew several meters to the side and hit the ground. Those present cursed when they saw that this stranger had managed to harm Yeon Solju. The girl tried to get up, but could not because the pain from the blow was too strong. Yeon Solju couldn't understand what she just felt. There was a very powerful energy coming from him, as if he was at a much higher level. Finally, Yeon Solju managed to get to her feet, but she was still shaking badly. "Are you afraid?" The boy recalled how in childhood he was bullied because of his poverty, how they threw stones and laughed. He asked them to stop. The little boy did not understand why he was being treated so cruelly, but none of them stopped. Everyone just kept laughing and insulting the little boy. After these memories, the boy felt an even greater sense of revenge. A second later, he charged. Yeon Solju couldn't keep track of his movements. He seemed to have turned into lightning, into the wind, into something elusive. The boy threw a small pebble into the air and then swung his sword. He remembered with what a satisfied face this little girl threw stones at him. A second later, he did the same. Absolutely exactly repeated her actions in childhood, but 100 times stronger. Blood boiled with rage. The stone hit Yeon Solja clearly, causing her to fly back a few meters and could not even stand on her feet. The audience could not move when they saw that Yeon Solju was clearly losing. After that, Yeonjoa turned his gaze to the audience who were closely watching the fight. However, Yeon Solju is not going to give up at all. She picks herself up and uses the second form of the Nine Heavens sword technique. She uses an absolute dragon kick, but Yeonjoa stops it with one hand, taunting her. A second later, he delivers a powerful blow with the hilt of his sword right into her stomach. From such a force, Yeon Solju barely stays on his feet and coughs loudly. Joka's friends immediately understand that today his fight is particularly brutal, as if he is not the same as usual. Normally, the guy only uses 10% of his strength when they work. But this behavior of his was quite expected, because he had spent a whole 10 years in the storeroom of the Waryong estate. After all, his enemy from the Waryong estate. He warns this abomination that he will fight seriously and will not hold back. A second later, he starts throwing stones at her again with terrible force. The stones were flying at such a speed that it seems that Yeon Solju will not have time to dodge. Fortunately, Somin comes to her aid and cuts the stones and stops him. In order to defeat this upstart, they need to work together as a team. But Joha does not accept this in any way, because he understands that nothing good will come of it. He wants to deal with this abomination himself and doesn't want anyone to interfere. A second later, he attacks that bastard Somin who dared to interfere in their fight. The girl feels incredibly strong pressure from this attack. It feels as if it could cut off his head. And the worst thing is that she can't even take a step. It was all the guy's plan. He just needs no one to interfere in their duel. It seems that it is necessary to intervene in the battle, but it is against the rules of Zhonghu. If they intervene in the battle, they can spoil the whole meaning of their journey. Suddenly Lee Salmon starts to move, saying that he is not going to obey some thug. Yoha, I bet the girl was smart if she stopped moving, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all. A second later, the young man hit the girl hard, causing her to lose consciousness. Everyone was surprised that even a student of the Heavenly School could not defeat this bandit. When the captain sees such a result, he realizes that everything can be much worse than he thought. If things have come this far, the people of the Five are not going to watch it silently. The captain of the Five gives the order to save the girls. Joha is very annoyed that everyone is trying to interfere with their fight. In this case, he must first deal with these insects, and then with his main enemy. Friends try to stop the boy and ask him not to go so far. If the boy seriously harms these scoundrels, then they will have to fight with the schools of the victims. His friends strongly ask him to think at least a little about the consequences and restrain himself. At this time, something seems to have started to dawn on Yeon Solju. She noticed that she and this guy have the same hair and the same last name. But she cannot be distracted by some trifles, because every second is important. This is what the rising of the Absolute Dragon turns out to look like. A second later, the boy continues his attack. The youth uses the second form of the Nine Heavens sword technique, Absolute Dragon Rising. The light and power of this blow affects absolutely everyone present. After such a force, no one could stand on their feet and everyone just fell to the ground. And the captain decided that everyone should flee, because they would not be able to resist such a force. But before them rose the people of the Green Forest, who said that no one would go anywhere until they paid. Yeon Solju was still shocked and still didn't understand what kind of stranger was in front of her. It seems that the girl never remembered him. Then Joha called her sister. When the fight finally ended, Yoha sat on the edge of the cliff and watched the sun sink below the horizon. The young man was clearly thinking about something. Suddenly, a friend came to him, who understood everything immediately when he saw the martial arts of this swordswoman. It is hard to believe that Joe's martial arts originate from Waryong Manor. Then, the boy tells about the origin of his name. Yoha. That's what his father called him. His name means Crimson Sunset. He wanted to ask his father why he called him that, but he died, so the young man was forced to live with his mother and half-brothers and sisters. Yeon Solju is his half-sister. In Waryong Manor, this scoundrel was constantly taunting him. After the story, it became clear to Yeoncho why Joha behaved more emotionally than usual in the fight with this girl. The trade union gave them as much as 500 nyang, and the 5 heroes of Luoyang were now sitting in their fortress. Yuncho says that he really resigned from the post of chief. He realizes that among the many heroes of the Five Peaks Mountains, no one will be able to stop Yoha no matter what he does. So the guy can do whatever he wants with them until he's satisfied. Just thinking about it brought a predatory smile to the boy's face. The young man quickly wanted to return back to the fortresses so as not to waste time. Night came. All their warriors gathered in one place. Soon, the same 5 heroes of Luoyang appeared on the square. They looked pretty nasty. Everyone laughed at them. Yoha could not understand why the young people looked so exhausted. It turns out that this is all Yomyong's handiwork. The man blocked their acupuncture points so that they could not use martial arts. In addition to this, they were given an energy-dissipating poison, and after all that, they got this result. A second later, these bastards were ordered to their knees. Soman asked to let them go, because they had already let go of people from the trade union. The Jokas agreed to let them go, only on the condition that they pay them the same as the people from the trade union. If they want to go free, they have to pay 500 nyang. But the company did not have such money, but Joho was completely indifferent to this. If necessary, they can ask their families for money. Soman shuddered at the thought that this scoundrel really wanted to blackmail their families. The 5 had to run away from their homes to travel around Jianghu. If rumors spread that the 5 were caught and bought from bandits, then they will be doomed to Jianghu.
Yoha is really incredibly cruel.
Soman doesn't give up and tries to use his grandfather's reputation, saying that if he finds out, he'll blow the place to pieces. But everyone does not care about such threats, because they can simply run away at any moment. Therefore, before the arrival of the enemies, they will no longer be here. A second later, they brought their swords to their necks. Choka, with a broad smile, says that he is capable of cutting off their heads. But before doing so, he asks a question. How much do they think they are worth? The black guy starts first. His family is not very stable, so collecting 500 nyang will be quite difficult for them. Yoha does not think for a long time and takes it as an answer. Then, all subsequent people begin to name an amount even lower than the previous one. The young man does not care what amount they call. Somin names the amount as 100 nyang. And so, finally, the turn comes to the girl from the Waryong estate. Without thinking for a long time, the girl also names the sum of 100 nyang. But, surprisingly, this does not suit the boy. Yeon Solju thinks she will have to pay 300 nyang, but even there she misses the mark. The girl is not going to guess anymore and asks how much money he wants for her life. Then Yoha demands a whole 1,000 nyangs because the girl encroached on his life. Everyone was shocked to hear such a large amount. It sounded like complete delusion. The girl could not understand why she should pay more for everyone? Her family doesn't have that kind of money. If the girl can't pay him this money, let me marry Yomyong right now and do the housework. Hearing this, the mustachioed man smiles widely. He is clearly not against such an idea. But such a schedule does not suit the girl, and so, when the prices were determined, the young man ordered them to write letters to their families so that they would send money. The subordinates discussed the fact that Yoha was born not only with the talent of martial arts, but also with the nature of a bandit. I wonder what this will lead to, because now their enemy is not just children, but their families. But it seems that our hero is not at all confused by this. On the contrary, he has one now. Very soon, all the letters were delivered to the right addresses. At this time, at Waryong Manor, the mother was yelling at her sons for not being able to find their sister. Alas, alas, there were no signs, except for a group of Crimson Death Fortress bandits. The brother was very angry with his sister because now he had to deal with these problems himself. Suddenly a subordinate bursts into the hall, who has news for them. In his trembling hands, he held an urgent letter for the mother of this estate. She grabbed the letter angrily, saying that if it was a lie, the man would pay with his head. After opening and reading the letter, the woman was shocked. She wanted to kill Solya for the trouble she caused. In despair and anger, the woman threw the letter aside and fell to her knees. One of the brothers began to calm the mother, and the other, meanwhile, read what was in the letter. It is written here that all 5 heroes of Luoyang were captured, so the brother thinks it is necessary to contact their families and discuss everything. But the angry woman knew very well that this would not help them in any way. 1,000 nyangs will not just fall on their heads. The boy recoiled from his own mother from such a fierce cry. The woman was boiling. She was tired of solving all the problems for Jonah. She does not have a quiet life. Soon another letter arrived, summoning all the families of the 5 Luoyang heroes to gather at the Heavenly School. Thus, the families of the 5 heroes of Luoyang gathered under the roof of the Heavenly School. An awkward silence reigned between them. No one dared to violate it. Yeon Solju's mother was the first to break the silence. She tried to understand what they should do next. The man says that the children's safety comes first, so they should probably pay the bandits. The woman calls them frivolous, because everyone present had to collect only 100 nyings, but they had to collect a whole 1,000. No one in the heavenly school can scatter money so easily. Another woman interjects and says that this is quite expected since Yeon Solju's temper is quite unbearable. Obviously, everything came to this, because her daughter probably wanted to fight with bandits. Either way, this family was going to pay for their son. Other families supported the couple. The safety of their children was also a priority for them. The woman was very indignant that these fools were going to go after the bandits. Soon, the head of the heavenly school named Lee Yannick enters the room. He asks not to panic. First, you have to ensure the safety of the children, and then attack the bandits and teach them a lesson. But will they be able to attack? It seems that among the bandits, there are masters capable of defeating all 5 heroes of Luoyang. The man asks to choose a representative from each family. He will be the representative from the Sky School, and they will go to the Fortress of 5 Peaks. Everyone is shocked that the head of the Heavenly School personally sent them to attack the bandits. But the woman is only satisfied with this, because if one of the strongest masters joins them, then the bandits will definitely be defeated. At this time, the letter about Soman's kidnapping also reached her grandfather, the Supreme Heavenly Sword, Lee Ijon. One of the brothers was riding a horse to the Heavenly School. People for the raid group had already been recruited, so the boy did not understand why he was called here again. The boy does not understand why he should also attack the bandits if the head of the Heavenly School is with them. But the woman obliges her son to go there too. The woman wants her son to show his skills in battle and impress the head of the Heavenly School. A woman sees a benefit in this. The problem is that all the elders are now working away from the estate, so he's the only one who can teach the lessons. The woman has absolutely nothing to do with this. The woman is not taken by any arguments. In any case, the head of the Heavenly School will want to meet the boy again. The boy admits that he will never be able to surpass his mother in arguments. The man who met the boy immediately understood that he was from the Waryong estate. He greeted the young man and invited him to come inside. The chief was already waiting for him there. In the room, he saw people who were not among the 5 heroes of Luoyang. They are all from other famous families in Luoyang, but why are they here? The head of the Heavenly School finally notices the guest. A second later, the boy introduced himself. His name is Yeon Mukeb, and he came from Waryong Manor. Last time, the head of the Heavenly School did not look at the boy because he was busy trying to calm his mother. The man called him here because he wanted to discuss something. The head declares that he is not going to go to the Fortress of the 5 Peaks. The man has something important to discuss. This information is highly confidential and must remain between them only. Everyone instantly fell silent and concentrated. Last night, the chief received word that the Yomung cult had reappeared in Morima. This news greatly surprised everyone because the Yomung had fallen 20 years ago. The man managed to find out details that can confirm that this news is true. They tracked the forces behind the recent events, and thus entered their base. Their warriors set up an ambush, but they didn't even have time to start the battle when every single one of them died. The sword techniques used to kill their men were 100% Yomung cult. That is why the orthodox factions must come together and fight back. The reason the chapter doesn't raid is because they don't know when the bastards are going to start, so you have to be ready. That is why the man decided to gather a squad right now to defeat the enemies again. Mukeb perfectly understands that this is really more important than the Fortress of the 5 Peaks. But if none of them go to the 5 Peaks fortress, how could it end? Meanwhile, Somin and Yeon Solju were walking down the street at night. They were constantly followed by a supervisor. Somin is sure that the families will send money soon, so we have to hold on a little longer. The girl is worried about how they will later repay the debt in such a large amount. Yoha ordered to feed the girls less so that they would not take so long to go to the toilet. This annoyed Yeon Solja because they only gave them 1 dumpling a day anyway. But Yoha did not think that this was enough, because there are people in the world who eat much less. However, Yeon Solju did not believe that they really existed. She needs proof. It is expected that the girl did not believe in this. Yoha remembered his childhood. Even if he lets this bastard go, money alone won't satisfy him. He will cut off the Waryong estate's earnings so they can never pay off the debt. But the girl does not believe that some bandit is capable of such a thing. Yoha reminds that he is part of the main patrol of the Green Forest. Hearing about this, the girl screamed in shock and surprise. Any trade union that is protected by Waryong Manor warriors will have its entrance to Henan closed. If this guy was really telling the truth, then the future of Waryong Manor was in great danger. Strong knots dug into the skin like snake rings, denying the warriors any chance of freedom. Their arms and legs hung limply, but their eyes remained steadfast. Once they were given dumplings for everyone, but now they were happy with at least 1 a day. Did these scoundrels decide to break their will with hunger and cruelty? The girls' conspiratorial whispers became the nub of the truth. They eventually realized that there was a reason behind the evil that made their executioners act as they did. The girl bursts into tears from helplessness and anger. There was only one thought in her head. This damned bastard had dashed their hopes and plans. The dead silence of the room is broken by a long creak. The door slowly opens as if opening the way to a new challenge. A sharp flash of light hits the eyes, making the warriors squint. Their bodies freeze, ready for the worst. A man with a haggard face is standing in the doorway. His look shows understanding and compassion. At last their captivity was over. The 5 heroes of Luoyang step over the threshold of the cage, inhaling freedom, their souls spread like wings. Leaving the village, they look back, remembering every detail of this place that has become their hell. There are 5 chests of gold lying on the ground, shining under the sun, reward for suffering and trials. Their new journey is just beginning. People stood amazed, as if enchanted. Everything that was happening before their eyes could not be a coincidence. It looked like part of a grand plan. The ransom was so large that it was personally delivered by high-ranking officials, adding even more solemnity and tension to the event. The 5 clans, the Elders of the Heaven Sect, the Princess of the 7 Sauces, the 8 Immortals, all gathered to ransom the heroes. The atmosphere resembled the finale of a great epic. Due to the absence of Yon Mubek, the Tavaran clan introduced Yon Sobek. However, the tension in the crowd increased. Everyone was expecting the first one. The brothers, who had not seen each other for years, were finally reunited. Their embrace was filled with the power of time, which could not destroy their bond. Looking at the assembled group, the Sage of Heaven realized that before him was a gang that managed to withstand all the tests. But for him, they were nothing special. One of the heroes felt the dust fill his nose and barely restrained himself from sneezing. The moment of tension hung in the air. As soon as he made a sound, everyone immediately turned to him. The tension in the hall jumped to the sky. His comrade, wasting no time, grabbed his sword. It was felt that this could be followed by an explosion of uncontrolled aggression. But the man who caused the fight had no idea why everyone was suddenly so worried. Pun Yangcho and his friends burst out laughing, realizing that the entire reputation of these legendary warriors rests on ordinary rumors. Officials watched this with amazement. Had Aaron really only sent a child here to solve such a difficult situation? One of the men, holding onto his sword, cautiously asked Huang why he had drawn his weapon. The reaction was instantaneous. Swords flashed from their scabbards in the hands of others. Looking at his relatives, the boy realized that time had not changed their habits and characters at all. In the far corner of the room, like a shadow, lay a bound woman. Her appearance caused anxiety and sympathy. Together with their friends, they moved forward, feeling that the long-awaited return home was very close. Their bodies still bore the marks of the cruel bonds that still remained as painful reminders of their captivity. Their appearance was mutilated and emaciated, and their eyes radiated unhealed pain. Solju and the others looked like they were left with only shadows from their power. Their bodies were exhausted, as if the last drops of energy had been squeezed out of them. They were broken, but not broken. The heroes looked as if they had never known the taste of satiety. Starvation and torture left their mark, but their spirit remained indomitable. Pun Yongcho noted that the heroes look extremely exhausted, but they have not lost their spirit. Even in such conditions, they remain indomitable. The elder asked in surprise why they were kept captive without food. Was it a manifestation of ordinary cruelty? It's not about hunger at all, someone remarked. The horror of the situation lies much deeper. Yunjoha brushed it off. Why blow the issue? No one died of starvation. The elders are annoyed, but they started the topic themselves. One of the elders sharply replied. These brats, the heroes of Luoyang, stormed into us with drawn swords and wanted to harm my family. He added, why should we be polite to those who have only brought chaos and menace? But we still felt sorry for them, he exclaimed. We could just blow their heads off, and they still complain. Yonjoha, with sarcasm in his voice, suggested that those who are not satisfied with this should come to him and say so to his face. Although, looking at you, soon there won't be half of you left. In his mind, the elder acknowledged the strength of this brash boy, but knew that the battle squad would soon ensure the safety of him and his children. In the end, he decided, let their children go. Let it all be over. The chests were opened, and there was so much gold inside that it exceeded all their expectations. Pun Yongcho, noticing how things were going according to plan, joked that he even started to get attached to the situation and wanted to stay here a little longer. However, he felt the weight of the decision. Sighing, the boy drew his huge sword. Smiling, he said, "Well, we'll have to let these scoundrels go." The elders looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding his actions. But Pan Yongcho swung sharply and got into a fighting stance. His sudden actions shocked everyone present. No one understood why this aggression. He swung his sword through the air in one motion, touching the bodies of the 5 heroes. The heroes were sure that this was their end. But instead of death, he cut the ropes that bound them with the precision of a surgeon. What he did with such a huge sword looked incredible. It was a true triumph of skill. Yan Yoha demonstrates an incredible talent that remains a mystery to everyone present. His actions are stunning. Breathless with excitement, he laughs in their faces, radiating defiant confidence. The warriors look at him in confusion, not understanding what exactly causes this laughter. Suddenly, he swings his huge sword again, coming towards them. Everyone wonders, has he decided to kill them or is he just mocking, testing his capabilities? With one blow, he hits them in the back, sending them flying forward like pawns in a game that only he controls. Their bodies fly into the air like wooden spoons thrown by a strong wind. It was his show of strength, saying that those who dared to oppose him would suffer the same fate as his sisters. The girls begged him to stop this cruel abuse, but their voices were drowned out in the chaos. His new punch sent them spinning in the air as if they were helpless toys, flying in all directions. Their friends rushed to catch the bodies that were chaotically flying towards them. Every movement strained them to the edge. Thanks to their skill, they managed to catch a few of them, maintaining at least some semblance of order. The elder watched all this with anger and powerlessness, realizing that he could not do anything. He could only silently watch the humiliation of his people. One of the bodies, falling, ended up right in the arms of the older brother, creating a scene of almost absurd chaos. Negotiations for the redemption of the 5 heroes of Luoyang have finally reached a conclusion, but the tension has not disappeared. Bitterness remained. They could not forgive the insults they suffered during this humiliating process. This became a spark for a new conflict that was to flare up in great flames in the future. Freed from captivity, the warriors felt humiliated, as if their pride had been trampled and left in the mud. Their condition resembled those who had been scorned, leaving only the shadows of their former strength. One of them couldn't stand it, and snapped at the girl, blaming her for everything that happened, even calling her a fool. She tried to justify herself, apologizing and realizing that her mother's wrath would await her. She knew that her mother would not just be angry. Her rage would turn into a real storm, and everyone would be in trouble. However, he cooled down, realizing that she also got it. He decided that thinking about the consequences would wait until they returned. One of them turned to the elder, apologizing for the situation, hoping that her father should have come instead. The old man joked with a smile. "Why should you be sad that I came? Maybe it's even better." It was revealed that the sect leader had sent her father to an urgent battle with Yumi's cult. Due to the acute situation, the father was forced to leave and could not visit the fortress of the 5 Peaks. So the old man came. The old man reassured the girl, assuring her that her father was one of the strongest warriors, and nothing would happen to him. He also hinted that after defeating the cult, it would be the turn of the mountain bandits. The girl believed in her father's strength, knowing that he was stronger than her enemies, in any case. She was already waiting for the day when the bandits who kidnapped them would receive the well-deserved punishment, because her father would soon return. Yan Joha, suffocated by the dust that rose up around him, sneezed loudly, breaking the silence. His family was happy today, having received a huge amount of money, for which they planned to organize a celebration. However, one more thing remained: to solve the issue with the captives, so that peace would finally reign in this area. Despite the tense situation, the mountain landscape was incredibly beautiful and majestic. After a while, they scanned the river, trying to find any traces or clues, but both upstream and downstream turned up nothing, no visible tracks or clues. The leader of the victorious Shaolin squad, Manbeck, ordered the search to continue, confidently declaring that he could sense the presence of the enemy nearby. Master Hanbeck was aware that the previous squad had been defeated right here, which added to the tension of the situation. However, even Hanbeck, despite all his prudence, could not estimate how strong Yumin's cult was. Homyoung pointed out that even the moon-slicing swordsman and the Sword King of the Namgun clan could not defeat the cult's fairy, and 20 years had passed since then, and the cult had only grown stronger. Perhaps the same fate awaits this detachment as the previous one, and this thought sent cold fear down the backs of the monks. Upon hearing the words of possible defeat, the monks became tense, realizing that every one of them could die at the hands of the human cult. Thinking about their fate and probable death filled their hearts with anxiety, but escape was impossible. "Well, that's fate," one of them repeated, accepting the inevitability of the situation. However, the elders urged not to be afraid. Nerves are the enemy's weapon. Their goal is to win, not to be afraid of words. "The heavens themselves determine who will live and who will die," said the senior monk. "It is better to die, but destroy evil, than to be afraid and lose honor." The master confirmed these words, emphasizing that their duty was to destroy the cultists at any cost. He reminded them that he was their leader and would lead them even into the darkest abyss, if need be. "We are already in the predator's lair," he added, and his son, standing on the sidelines, thought about completing the task his father had failed to complete 20 years ago. At that moment, the monks brought news for their teacher, and this caused everyone to quickly descend. They discovered a suspicious building that stood out among the others with its gloomy atmosphere. At first they thought it was a galactic residence, but they were wrong. Running inside, they found themselves in absolute darkness, which absorbed everything around them. Not a sound, just a feeling of anxiety that grew with each passing second. The man in the building immediately understood. The master of the Orthodox Alliance had sent another squad. "They haven't learned anything," he whispered. "How many more times will they dare challenge me?" The demonic warrior was informed that 56 people had arrived at their lair, including monks and the leader of the heavenly sect himself. They undoubtedly believed in their invincibility. Upon hearing of the sect leader's presence, this demon's eyes lit up with pleasure. "Great," he thought. "Right into the heart of the lair come those who dare to challenge." He ordered his soldiers to assemble, promising that all guests would receive a warm welcome. The rest were to be destroyed, and the monks were to be left alive. The soldiers enthusiastically accepted his order, ready to carry it out at any cost. However, he warned, "If Lin Incom remains alive, I will deal with him myself. Don't touch him." Lin Incom stood in front of the door, staring at it with unwavering determination. As soon as he touched the handle, there was a long, screeching sound that seemed to fill everything around him. Warriors from all sides rushed forward like a pack of hungry predators. Soon they reached a building that looked scary and otherworldly, as if darkness itself had gathered here. The atmosphere was suffocating, the aura was gloomy, and the situation was permeated with a sense of danger. If this is indeed a galactic residence, then its gloom only confirms it. One of the boys promised himself not to be afraid, even though his nerves were on edge. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. It meant that the enemies were leaving. Demonic warriors appeared on the horizon, moving with menacing determination. They began swinging their projectile weapons, which glittered in the darkness. One of the leaders ordered his men to retreat to regroup. The leader saw that his son, numb with fear, remained in place without moving. Despite his fear, the boy managed to pull himself together and repel the enemy's projectiles. The projectiles were flying at breakneck speed, but his reaction was incredible. Mr. Yen showed incredible skill, parrying blow after blow. Today he was at his best. The warriors were grateful to their protector, realizing that his skill had saved them. However, there was no time for rest. It was necessary to move forward, despite all the dangers. Twisting his sword, the warrior deflected the enemy's attack, stopping his sickle in midair. But suddenly, an enemy shuriken hit him in the back, causing him to wince in pain. He used the power of his scythe, countering the dark energy of the opponent's weapon. This collision turned into a brilliant whirlwind. The impact reverberated and the energy swirled in the air, creating an incredible spectacle. The enemies were temporarily neutralized, but the battle was not yet over. He mustered all his strength, generating a heaven's roar, a powerful energy that flowed around his body. His sword cut through the air, sending enemy weapons flying backwards. The enemies retreated, returning to the premises from which they came. But something unexpected met them there. The young master demonstrated his strength, striking even the strongest fighters. The monks, watching this, realized that they now had an advantage. This day will be a historic one, as the successor of the moon-slicing sword has proven his talent and indomitable fighting spirit. His father, watching this, felt proud of his son. But he warned that if their enemies continued to test their strength, they would have to pay dearly. He called loudly, "Stop hiding, you demonic bastards! Show yourself!" In response, loud laughter echoed from the room, mixed with shouts of disdain. Behind them appeared one of the strongest warriors, who sarcastically assessed the leader of the heavenly sect, recognizing him as better than his predecessor. It turned out to be an ambush. A huge number of demonic warriors appeared around, surrounding the heavenly sect squad. Demons burst forth from all sides, storming them with incredible speed and strength. A squad of 56 soldiers was trapped, Cornered, with no chance of retreat, the leader of the demonic bastards turned to Lion Ink. "Bow your head if you don't want to die a painful death." Lion Ink smiled as he replied, "Only one of us will have a head on our shoulders. And it definitely won't be you, you bastard." The young master's sword swings were impressive with their power. Each blow left behind traces of victory. Enemies fell one by one as if their numbers did not matter on the battlefield. Although the demonic army was numerous and threatening, their onslaught could not break the air. His strength and skill surpassed this pack, which looked like helpless dogs next to him. Their attempts to overwhelm him with numerical superiority crashed against his sword like waves against a rock. Seeing him disrupt their plans, the demonic warriors decided to kill the inheritor first. However, the Heavenly Alliance warriors were too strong to allow this to happen. Using a single sword strike technique, the inheritor dealt a powerful blow to the enemies. His attack was so devastating that the demons lost their fighting spirit but continued to fight. The demons supported each other, urging them not to back down and fight to the last breath. The Orthodox faction was smaller in number but significantly superior to the enemy in terms of strength and strategy. The dignitaries watched the battle, marveling at the strength and skill of the moon-slicing swordsman's son. Thus, Gomyun noted that the young successor stands out among all, despite his young age, demonstrating skill at the level of veterans. The father watched his son with pride, but reminded himself that one cannot give the enemy time to regroup. The number of enemies only increased, and delay could be fatal. The demon leader hid behind his guards, using them as a shield. The ruler made a wise decision: to strike and break the enemy on a single front. If they act quickly, it will force the demonic leader into battle and find out once and for all. The warriors began to attack, gathering all their strength for a decisive blow. Using the 72 mighty Shaolin arts, they struck a blow that changed the course of the battle. The fists of the heavenly sect warriors mercilessly fell on the demonic opponents, breaking through their defenses. Swords, hands, and staffs fell like unrelenting blows of fate, forcing the enemies to retreat. Every blow sealed the fate of the demonic bastards, robbing them of any chance of victory. At one point, they even seemed to regret daring to attack the heavenly sect. The strength of the heavenly sect, known in all regions, manifested itself to the fullest extent, causing the enemies to panic. They stuck together like real brothers, fighting not only for their own lives, but also for a common goal. As a result, their discipline and unity provided an advantage that tipped the scales in their favor. But the leader was troubled by one thing. The demonic warriors looked too relaxed, as if they were up to something. Their calmness hinted at a trap or covert maneuver they were planning to execute. One of the demons decided that now was the perfect time to counterattack and directed his attack at the monks. The warriors watching the battle decided to intervene, sensing that the situation was escalating. The leader of the demons watched the developments with excitement, full of confidence in his superiority. Waving his hand, the demonic bastard laughed at the haughty Orthodox warriors. "Try metal if you can match the ghost," he said as he released the deadly weapon. The metal flew straight at the monk, who did not expect such a powerful blow. However, relying on his skill, the monk sensed danger and dodged at the last moment. The metal bounced back, but instead of stopping, it began to cut off the heads of the demonic warriors. The deadly weapon turned against its own, causing chaos among the demons. The heavenly sect elder watched in amazement as the metal did its terrible work. But his attention was diverted only for a moment, and he saw the metal flying straight at him. The metal sickle hit the old man directly in the neck, and blood flowed out, flooding the ground around him. He fell, but his body was immediately grabbed by a demonic warrior who laughed at his suffering. "Did you seriously think you could destroy the dark sect with your pathetic martial arts?" asked the enemy mockingly. "Your decision was stupid and short-sighted. You will all go to hell." Watching the old man die, his friend could not stand it and could barely contain his anger. "These bastards have gone wild," he thought, seeing their audacity and lack of fear of Shaolin's wrath. But can we talk about the anger of Shaolin when the dark sect confidently leads to victory? The demonic bastard looked the monk straight in the eyes, sneered. "Take your time. You'll still be killed right after him." His words, full of abuse, only increased the horror of the situation. The hungry metal had already pierced the old man, and the enemy was preparing to strike the last blow. One of the demons raised a weapon, ready to cut off his head. But at this moment, a fourth form warrior from the heavenly sect intervened, preventing the enemy from completing what they had started. His sword, imbued with the power of the elements, struck the demonic enemy with all its fury. A powerful cyclone of wind and fire swirled around the sword, sending a blow towards the demon. The demonic warriors experienced a fierce opposition that exceeded their expectations. "That cheeky little guy is ruining all our plans again," muttered one of the enemies, furious at the intrusion. The warrior managed to free the old man by cutting the scythe that held his body. Freeing it, the warrior turned the enemy's melee weapon into a chain reaction, sending it back to its owner. The metal returned to the demon's hand, but now it was turned against him. The monk's blood on the demon's hands became a symbol of what they would pay for. The warrior swore that he would not allow the enemies to carry out their plan and gain victory. How can you think that the dark sect is weak when you have a first-class master standing against you? He then turned to the leader of the dark sect, challenging and obliging him to battle. The sect leader, noticing the serious preparation of the Orthodox faction, realized that it was time to act. "Disperse. Your time is up," he said, and the battle went to a new level. The leader of the heavenly sect took a step forward, and everyone understood that this would be the climax of the confrontation. The time has come for a grand spectacle. A true spectacle of the destruction of the dark sect. Everything depended on the duel between Lionink's sword warrior and Chikjingong's chaotic sword. This duel will be decisive not only for the fate of this battle, but also for the future of one of the factions. Everyone present held their breath. The tension in the hall reached its limit. In the center of the gathering came the main leaders, who now stood face to face. Their eyes met, filled with hatred and determination. The demonic sword seemed to say, "It's been so long, and now I see you again." He had been waiting for this moment all his life, and now before him stood the sword of war, his old enemy. "Finally, I have a chance to match you with strength," Chokjingon thought. The leader of the Orthodox faction, Ilyich, was confused. He did not understand who this demonic bastard was, and he did not remember him. This reaction infuriated Chokjingon, who resented the lack of recognition. "How can you not remember me? Look at my face," the demonic sword said with hatred. Ilyich once again looked into his face, but could not remember anything significant. "You probably aren't that important if I forgot you," he suggested coldly, angering his opponent even more. Chokjingon seethed with anger. "How dare you talk to me like that? I'll make you remember me!" At that moment, Ilyich smiled to himself. He knew that Chok's character remained the same, and even mocked it a little. Chokjingon jabbed his finger at him, shouting that he would make him remember this moment once and for all. The leader of the Orthodox faction realized how far Chok had come, becoming the leader of the dark sect, who recruited him into their ranks. It will be a difficult battle, he thought, preparing for the decisive match. But today I will bathe my sword in his blood. We are now equal, and this time I will win. With frantic speed, he directed his strike using his incomparable blade. His attack was lightning fast, causing Chokjingon to react instantly. "My opponent is very fast," Chokjingon admitted to himself, as he prepared to counterattack. With a quick movement, Chokjingon brought his sword to his opponent's neck, trying to gain the upper hand. However, the heavenly sect leader blocked the strike in a flash, forcing Chok to take a step back. Now they stood close together, and the leader immediately recognized his opponent. "Chaotic demonic sword," he said. "How dare you, pathetic mountain bandit, stand up to me and wreak such havoc in the world of martial arts?" The leader's powerful blow sent Chokjingon flying to the side, as if he had been picked up by a hurricane. His son watched in shock as the chief of the galactic manor fell from a single blow. The heavenly sect leader's strength was so great that it was difficult to even follow his martial arts. "Here she is, the true power of the heavenly schoolmaster," thought the son, watching his father. Chokjingon started to stand up, his teeth chattering with hatred. His anger seeped out, and he cursed his opponent through clenched teeth. His warriors looked at their leader as if waiting for a signal to help, but Chok waved his hand. "This is not the end of the battle yet," the heavenly sect leader thought as he kept his vigilance. Chokjingon, realizing that his opponent was the same as before, recalled their past encounter. He decided that this time he should show his strength to the fullest extent. Returning his sword to his hand, he used the demonic energy to levitate and prepare another strike. A dark aura emanated from his body that seemed uncontrollable but dangerous. He threw his sword forward, imbuing it with red energy that blinded everyone around. With an ominous cry, he absorbed the energy around him to give his attack incredible power. The sword moved in the direction of the opponent, as if controlled by some demonic force. This technique, called the two-handed spirit sword, was dangerous even for experienced warriors. Chokjingon expertly maneuvered, causing the sword to spin in the air like a deadly storm aimed at his enemy. Chokjingon's demonic sword suddenly changed direction, flying past the leader of the heavenly faction and heading towards his son. The son did not even have time to realize the danger when the sword hit him directly in the chest, causing him to be covered in his own blood. In pain and shock, he felt an overwhelming force engulfing his body. creating an unbearable pressure. From a distance, Chok Gong controlled the sword, causing the young man's blood to flow out with each movement. A moment later, this deadly sword began to spin through the air, slicing through the other heavenly faction warriors like a storm. One by one they fell. It seemed that their resistance was doomed, those who could try to escape. However, Chok Gong continued to destroy everyone with his own hands, as if the enemies were only powerless puppets. The leader of the heavenly faction could not understand how Chok Gong, once weaker than him, had become so powerful. Has he reached a level that surpasses even me? He thought as he watched the carnage unfold. The heavenly warriors fell under the blows of the sword that Chok Gong wielded from a distance, expertly controlling it. Finally, the sword returned to its wielder, leaving the battlefield covered in blood. The remaining heavenly faction warriors wheezed and choked on blood, their resistance fading. The rumors that the dark side had reached perfection seemed more than true. The leader of the heavenly faction realized that the tide of battle had changed, and the situation had become critical. All this time, Chok Gong had been waiting to see fear and desperation on his opponent's face. And now his expectations have come true. He was left with only a handful of quivering hairs, and he ordered his soldiers to attack them. The demonic warriors, burning with incredible auras, marched forward, ready for merciless massacre. Their fighting spirit had changed. They were now full of confidence and determination to destroy their opponents. "This bunch of pathetic bastards deserve no mercy," Chok Gong said as he led his men to attack. However, the monks, despite all the difficulties, decided to fight to the last while they still had strength. Their resistance was desperate, but their every strike was intended to destroy their enemies or die with honor. Li Yuzhong, one of the 10 strongest martial artists and the former leader of the heavenly sect, had spent most of his life in endless training. His training continued without interruption, despite the years that had passed. A few days later, he felt a surge of incredible power that brought his spirit back to life. Exhaling heavily, he completed another training session, preparing himself for a new challenge. That day he opened the door of his house, deciding to go outside for the first time in a long time. Li Yuzhong went in search of his granddaughter, Solomon, who was his pride. The heavenly sect had always been famous for its power and influence, and he knew where to look for it. When the girl saw that her grandfather had finally left the house, her heart was filled with joy. They hugged, radiating incredibly good energy, because they had not seen each other for a very long time. Li Yuzhong guessed that she was having a hard time all this time, but his smile calmed her down. Solomon began apologizing, admitting that she had disgraced the heavenly sect, but the grandfather just shrugged his shoulders. "It doesn't matter what happened. Your safety is more important to me than any image." Solomon was still worried about her father, who had gone to battle against the human cult. She sincerely hoped that everything would be fine with him. Li Yuzhong tried to calm her down, stressing that her father was the leader of the heavenly sect, and there were no masters stronger than him. But the leader of the heavenly sect himself would not say so now. As the heavenly sword of demonic power pierced through his defenses, the blade raced toward his neck, and he felt the tide of battle turn against him. Tensions were rising. His men lay wounded on the ground, and the situation looked hopeless. Chok Gong, on the other hand, was feeling great, his strength and excitement peaking. He laughed as he watched his opponents fall under his blows. Looking at the leader of the heavenly sect, Chok Gong scoffed, saying that this enemy was no longer capable of surprising him. The heavenly sect leader couldn't believe that Chok Gong, once weaker than him, had now become so powerful. He looked around, trying to assess the condition of his men, but saw only blood and the dead. Almost every one of his warriors lay dead, and no mercy was shown. The demonic warriors mercilessly destroyed everyone, leaving no chance for salvation. The leader could not accept the fact that even the elite of the Orthodox Alliance died so easily on the battlefield. He understood that this was unacceptable, but he was powerless to change anything. Despite his mistakes, he decided that he must save at least those who remained. The leader called on all those who were still fighting to retreat immediately. "Save yourself, even if one of you survives," he shouted, trying to convey his order. His son supported the order, urging the soldiers to leave the battlefield and return alive. Quickly regrouping, the remnants of the detachment began to retreat, putting all their strength into escaping. Their only task now was to survive and preserve the remnants of the honorable sect. But suddenly the door of the sect opened with a loud bang. Like an ominous whirlwind, Chok Gong's sword flew towards them, chasing those fleeing. "Did you think you could just leave?" Chok Gong laughed, enjoying their desperation. "You will all perish," he said ominously, wielding his deadly sword. And suddenly the sword fell on the leader of the heavenly sect, leaving him with no chance to defend himself. The blade cut off his hand, and it fell to the ground with a thud. This event happened right in front of the eyes of the young master, who froze in horror. His gaze was fixed on his father, who was now facing imminent death. The young master looked in horror at everything that was happening, not believing his eyes. The heavenly sect leader had received a fatal blow, and his injuries seemed hopeless. Grabbing his father, the son tried to keep him conscious, urging him not to give up. But the demonic bastard wasn't about to let go of his prey, reveling in their desperation. "I will not only take Warsword's head, but also his son's head," Chokjin said. With an ominous hiss, his sword flew straight at the young master. The son, looking at the blade, realized that it could be the end for both him and his father. But at this crucial moment, the monks intervened in the battle, trying to stop this horror. They rushed forward, shielding the leader with their bodies from the fatal blow. One by one, they took on the power of the demonic sword, sacrificing themselves for salvation. The last of the monks, pierced by a sword, managed to whisper before his death, "Take the leader and run away from here." But the young master refused to retreat, considering it a betrayal of those who had already died. "Someone must return to the Orthodox Alliance and prepare for a new battle," Tak Gomyung shouted, using all his power. He used the technique to push the host along with the Alliance leader away from danger, taking the blow on himself. Masterback also decided to sacrifice himself to save them. He took the sword strike on his body, standing like an unbreakable wall. As a result, the demonic sect destroyed 4 high-ranking elite warriors, but at the cost of their resistance. So Gomyon held back the sword with his own strength, preventing it from advancing further. His body shuddered from the sword's ominous energy, but he held on, steadfast in his task. "This darkness will be cut by the sword of goodness," he proclaimed, concentrating the last of his strength for the decisive blow. The dark bastard's sword began to weaken, its power gradually fading, losing its power. Feeling his loss of control, Chokjin blamed Tak Gomyung for his predicament with an angry shout. "I'll have to end this myself," he thought, deciding to personally approach Gomyon as his life faded. Stepping over the corpses of the heavenly warriors, Chokjin disparagingly called them pitiful rats. "Let them run as much as they want, but they will not be able to escape death," he said ominously, confident of his superiority. His squad, named Blood Revenge, had already begun their brutal mission, leaving no way for the enemies to escape. A falcon soared majestically in the sky, delivering an important message. His wing cut through the air like a blade, and his eyes burned with confidence. He shot down to one of the bases, like an arrow finding its target. The landing was as precise as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. His craftsmanship was impeccable. No one could fail to note his efforts. He deserved praise. The falcon handed over the letter, which the warrior immediately tore open with impatience. His hands shook as his eyes scanned the lines. The message contained an appeal to the Alliance to submit to the human sector. Every word is like a heavy blow to the chest. The enraged warrior slammed his fist loudly on the table. This story was repeated again and again, and patience was at its limit. This time it was enough to throw the entire martial arts world into chaos. The victorious Alliance was no exception. Rumors spread like smoke on a windy day, filling the air with anxiety and confusion. The leader of the Heavenly Alliance lay seriously wounded. Doctors fought for his life, but even they could not heal the wound. As a result, he lost his hand. Alina barely recognized him, exhausted but still alive, despite everything. Li Yuzhong pondered for a long time, but the chaos in his thoughts did not give him a clear answer. The decision he had to make seemed incredibly difficult. He understood that there was only a brutal war ahead, where victory would require sacrifices and uncompromising struggle. The scene changes. Arjun. In the silence of the clinic, every step resounded with a loud echo. The boy Yomunbek, who participated in the suppression, was also in a serious condition. His face was pale, and his breathing was heavy. The boy's life was out of danger, but the internal wounds required a long rest and recovery. Brothers and mother looked at the beaten eldest son. Their faces froze in painful silence. The mother recalled how she let her son go without worry because the leader of the heavenly sect was nearby. But now her soul was consumed by the thought, what happened? However, her grief only increased when she learned of new problems. She was informed of new complications that dragged the family into an abyss of uncertainty. She asked to keep quiet because Yomunbek's condition was critical. It was hard for her to believe that this storm had arisen because of him. Events were developing rapidly. Everything seemed extremely urgent. The reason for the urgency turned out to be serious. The mercenary union announced that all trade unions were now under their control. Their organization stated that sects and variants were no longer allowed to set foot in the mountains under their rule. This decision surprised everyone. Such a strict rule was hard to even imagine. Why does the mercenary union go so far? What are they guided by? Perhaps they are using the Henan Province Mercenary Union for their plans? In any case, the trade union under Varian's protection in Henan Green Forest was outlawed. Yunjo explained to his sister that he was going to resist the decision, although his words sounded grim. But what prompted him to accept this challenge? What was he trying to prove? Meanwhile, in the mountains, the young master reveled in his self-confidence, as if the chaos around him did not concern him. The wind that night was special. Cool, fresh, and intoxicatingly peaceful. His tenderness enveloped everything around, making this night quieter and more beautiful than usual. But the silence was broken by the old man, who reminded them that they were forbidden to set foot on these mountains because they owed him 1,000 coins. The boy just smiled annoyed. Yonjoha did not listen to words, but acted. His punch, embodying the power of flesh and blood, threw the enemy to the ground, tearing his confidence to pieces. He believed that if the old man continued to wander at night in such a foggy state, his Kai energy would never return. However, the old man, sitting next to him, was convinced of the opposite. His calmness remained unshakable. Perhaps the boy should confess to the old man, because who knows when he will go to another world. But Yonjoha only gave a mocking smile, taking it as a joke, noting how slippery the old man was. And yet the old man's words did not give him peace, forcing him to think. He remembered that he should take everything from that woman to ease his soul, but then changed his mind. Because he knew, an indifferent person doesn't share even a dumpling with a child who has been locked in a barn, and that woman was just like that, heartless to the very core of her soul. The old man was shocked. Is the boy ready to cover their earnings so that there is not even a drop of food left on the shelves? But should we agree with this method? The boy was sure that in this world people put profit and wealth above all else. They are ready to sacrifice even their children in order to achieve what they want. The time-consuming method of suppression felt right, but the old man worried if the other alliances would remain on their side. Yonjoha did not understand the old man because he was the head of the oldest union, and his word is law. And although the truth is on the old man's side, the inconsistency remained. Could the one who wears the sign of the head forget that it is a symbol of great responsibility? Yonjoha, although young, already stood above the world as the destroyer of the heavenly demon lord. He didn't ask for permission. He made the decision. As the head of the main gang and union, he dictated the rules for everyone. If Yonjoha really thinks so, then he has forgotten about Starkan, and he is ready to tell him everything that hurts. Meanwhile, the news quickly reached Seok Mu-hai, who couldn't fathom what exactly the head of the guard had done. They discussed it at the table, the tension rising with every word. The citadel of the mercenary union was shocked by the boy's actions. His act caused a wave of indignation. The cat lord laughed at Yunjo, thinking that he had finally done something serious. But Seok Mu-hai only smiled upon hearing these words. After all, how did this brat even dare to call the head of the guard an idiot? Arbitrarily, Yonjoha forbade any trade union under Varian's protection from entering the mountains. He even stated that if the mercenary union continued the conflict, they could lose control of the situation due to the caravans. However, the leader decided that this was not such a bad idea. This was Yunjo's first unexpected move as head of the guard, and so be it. They decided not to interfere and let events take their course. The cat lord was shocked. The situation in the region had heated up to the brink, and tensions were rising. But Seok Mu-hai sensed the boy's potential and realized that he was far from a fool. The Lord saw in his eyes a strength that suggested weeks of hellish training. Realizing the consequences, he fell to his knees in submission to his leader. But in the depths of his soul, he vowed to get rid of this cursed one day. Seok Mu-hai decided to keep a close eye on Yonjoha because he promised many surprises. The leader realized that Varian seemed like a ridiculous organization, but he suspected hidden connections. They decided to find out what the relationship was between the head of the guard and the Varian sect. At that moment, his daughter hit the table loudly, breaking the tense silence. Her eyes burned with noble anger and desire to protect her father. She silently asked for permission to act without uttering a word. The leader was breathing hard, feeling his own guilt for the situation. Maybe when the sun is at its zenith, you better go for a walk, he thought, watching her. But deep down, he understood that she, as his daughter, would understand all the connections and protect his honor. She drank the glass in one gulp, as if preparing herself for a great test. Her father asked her out, promising to discuss everything after she sobered up. He wondered if he had done the right thing by sending her down this dangerous path. The sun has just risen above the horizon, flooding the earth with the warm gold of a new day. Konyaka rushed forward, neighing loudly, as if sensing the future path. Reisha completed the last preparations and was ready to leave. She gave her father a warm smile before leaving him behind. Sok Muhai, her father, silently watched her walk away and only waved her goodbye. Doubts gripped him. Was it right to send Reisha on this mission? She jumped on her horse and galloped forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind her. Her eyes shone with excitement. The spirit of adventure called her to leave her native home again. Thoughts were focused on Jonah Joha. She hoped he would wait for her in peace. Seok Mu-hai sighed as he realized how much his daughter was infatuated with the head of the guard. She is no longer the uninitiative girl she used to be. Reisha quickly left the house, leaving her father in silence, and thought. Seok Mu-hai thought. Children always find a moment to break out into the world, and this moment often leaves parents with sadness and joy at the same time. Yon Joha surprised everyone with his first order, forbidding ties with merchants. As the new head of the guard, he began to act unexpectedly. Seok Mu-hai believed that Joha never succumbed to greed for profit or self-interest, and this made his actions even more mysterious. Javarian apparently provoked him. What did they do to provoke his anger? Their action brought them into disfavor with the head of the guard and brought upon themselves great trouble. Seok Mu-hai thought, if it wasn't for our strength, we wouldn't have achieved anything in the Mercenary Union tournament. He now sent Reisha to investigate the situation and hoped that justice would prevail and a solution would be found. To the Varian leader, it seemed that their sect was going through its darkest period, turning Joe into an enemy. And it was hard not to agree with this, because everything pointed to the seriousness of the consequences. Joe's order was harsh but reasonable. The head of the guard, together with the Mercenary Union, was ordered to cease cooperation with the Varian sect. Members of the Varian sect were now forbidden to even set foot on the mountains. Trade caravans passing through these lands were ordered to bypass them to avoid destabilizing the region. The warriors who posted the prohibition signs did not fully understand the meaning of the order, but they followed it, understanding that Joha wanted to leave Varian without resources. We returned to the large meeting of the trade union where the situation was discussed. The participants of the meeting, among whom there were also ants, could not understand what was happening and why the events took such a turn. They believed that it would be difficult to continue working with the Varian sect due to their tarnished reputation. The majority advocated the complete cessation of their participation in any joint projects. Trade caravans will no longer be accompanied by an army, and the Varian sect is officially suspended from trade operations. Auntie was aware that even the human traders had decided to distance themselves from the Varian sect, adding even more pressure. The disciple sects were left with only one trade union to protect, but their numbers and capabilities were limited, and the situation remained difficult. It was proposed that all of Varian's disciples would leave the union they had guarded for centuries, leaving the sect in isolation. The Vikovi trade union stated that this was not the case, and urged not to take their words as a refusal to cooperate. The trade union could not afford the losses, and sought to find a compromise if things were handled correctly. At the same time, the union expressed its desire to continue cooperation with the Varian sect, but only under the condition of expanding certain agreements. Sohu, one of the participants in the discussion, was surprised by this proposal, calling it mutually beneficial. The ant, however, understood that the girl was naive. The age-old trade union will suffer no losses and show no mercy. One of the union representatives offered to take the merchandise from the Sanji merchant and hand it over to the union as promised. Only under such conditions will the union and the Varian sect be able to maintain their partnership. Aunt agreed to these conditions, but understood that the situation was critical. The union pushes the sect into a trade war with Sanji, which the sect is not yet ready for. They need more time because the main warrior Mubek is still recovering. The trade union agreed to give time, but warned that they would not wait long. If the deals with Sanji solidify, the union may abandon the Varians. With sadness in their eyes, they left the negotiations, hoping that the next meeting would bring positive news. One of the brothers exploded with rage, calling the traders arrogant and insolent, and he tried to calm him down, although she was furious herself. Realizing that losing the support of the trade union could be a disaster, she soberly noted that if they lost the support of the union, it would be impossible to find other allies, and it would be the end of the Varian sect. The other brother said that together they would find a way to regain control, but now was not the time. He decided to go to Wuhan and destroy the enemies who had already fallen into his hands before. This happened when the head of the guard was outside the mountains, and the situation was unstable. The girl assumed that maybe Mubek could handle it, but she thought that his skills were not enough. These words led to a heated argument between them. The ant could not stand it. making the two brothers shut up with a loud bang on the table. Her voice like a blade told them to shut their mouths and stop arguing. She got all their attention, trying to put things in order. But the situation was really bad, and there was simply no other way out than to fight. Her anger boiled over the fact that their union looked helpless in front of these thugs. Rumors spread that the great swordmaster of the heavenly sect, Bek Muji, had personally decided to intervene in these matters. We returned to the heavenly sect. The master includes Yonik. He greeted the chief and looked intently into his eyes, as if he wanted to read his mind. The leader stood up when he saw John and noticed that the old master had not been asleep all this time. The old man asked not to get up, assuring that he was only worried about his health. He is glad that his father is still alive, even if everything is difficult. But he noted that the leader's hand should feel better by now. The leader replied that it really got better, but he did not know how to explain all the circumstances. The old man directly asked, "Tell me quickly what happened." The leader lacked the courage to meet his gaze because he felt he had tarnished the honor of the heavenly sect. He was very sorry. His daughter heard this and was embarrassed. She asked why he did not free himself from these thoughts. He agreed that his words were true, but it was a doubt he had in his heart. The old man angrily stated that he did not want to hear such a thing from someone who had lost his arm for the good of the sect. He ordered never to speak like that again, reminding him that he had almost died protecting the sect. Even Somon, with tears in her eyes, asked her father to stop these self-accusations, because it is nonsense. She remembered that the chaos demonic sword master was far beyond her father's level, and that was why he lost to him. However, the leader then felt terrible fear upon seeing him, and remembered the words that this imperial demon had spoken. His strength and fighting stance remained unchanged from their last encounter, but his ki energy was simply terrifying. He had reached a new level. When the old man heard about the power of the Imperium, he was amazed. Is this cursed human cultivating ki through the Imperium and using an unknown energy to plunge the world into chaos? Everything was exactly like that. The old man sensed a similar energy in Feng, so he decided to talk to Soman to learn more. From Soman's words, it became clear that the young robber from Fen has incredible energy for his age. The old man suggested that he also received the Imperium from the Yumen. This new level of achievement was only possible thanks to the Imperium. The old man asked Soman what she thought of their first meeting with that boy. She felt anxious and confused as she answered his question. Her insecurities were obvious, and she felt ashamed because she didn't understand how the boy had defeated her before she even got into a fighting stance. She realized that as a disciple of the heavenly sect, she should have displayed more confidence and experience. But the situation turned so that the old man, using his many years of experience, decided to take up this matter on his own. The leader of the heavenly sect did not understand why the old man decided to do this, but he could not argue with his choice. Nor was he going to ignore the problem, realizing that action was needed. As soon as the first rays of dawn touch the ground, Soman and the old man will go on a hike. First of all, they will deal with the human, and then they will personally destroy Fen, putting an end to this chaos. After some time, Risha reached the Boban region, which the locals called Ancient Haha. She easily jumped off her horse and began to look around, carefully assessing the area. Looking ahead, she confidently moved on, knowing that she would soon reach her goal. Her thoughts were filled with anticipation. Could this be the same thing she had heard so many stories about? As soon as she stopped, the locals immediately paid attention to her, studying the stranger with interest. At the same time, she felt hunger. But the villagers thought that there was another beggar in front of them. But where did the beggar get a horse? No, she went to the Four Seas Tavern. There, Risha made a large and generous order, surprising those present. She decided to try the local cuisine, feeling that it was part of her adventure. But her attention was drawn by the voices at the next table. They seemed interesting to her. Soman was sitting at the table, who seemed to have no appetite. Something was bothering her. She thought, deep in thought, her anxiety becoming more and more apparent. But her grandfather insisted that she eat like the good old days, reminding him of the cities that once angered him and now became a source of memories. The girl wondered what the grandfather was hiding, realizing that he wanted to explain. He was not born a master of the sword. She understood that his path was not easy and wondered how he overcame failures. He said that he had traveled the world and that it added spice to his life. He urged her not to be upset, because now Fen is a city of pleasant memories for him. Her laughter filled the tavern, and she suddenly forgot about her lack of appetite. Risha, watching them, realized that she would not have time to reach Fenya, because she felt a strong aura from the old man, which caused respect. Meanwhile, someone at the next table said that Risha looked like one of the 5 heroines of Woyan. They quickly settled the bill and went home, not even knowing that the girl had a connection with the heavenly sect. Next to Risha was indeed an old man whose glory shone like a legend. It was Ying Zhong, one of the strongest masters in their lands, the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword. This information stunned even the old man. Was this really the same great sword master? Even so, the old man decided that those thugs were idiots for daring to attack his granddaughter regardless of her connection to the Heaven Sect. The soldiers at the next table began to guess that they could be the same bandits and saw only one way out: escape. But it was already too late. The old man, in a bad mood, sensed their presence and intentions. He turned sharply towards them, forcing them to their knees with just one look. Under the weight of his incredible aura, the warriors fell to the ground, unable to withstand its pressure. The old man slowly rose, radiating a force that literally compressed the air around him. Walking towards them, he suppressed any resistance with his energy, increasing their fear. The warriors, in a panic, begged for mercy, justifying their actions. But the old man coldly replied that he had not even asked them to pray for mercy yet, only asking why they were doing it. He surmised that they were probably already expecting severe punishment for their actions against the Heaven Sect child, and was ready to send them to Fen along with the rest of the thugs. The old man raised a hand filled with demonic energy, threatening them with the ultimate slaughter. Risha held her blades in her hands, but her only thought was to finish quickly and leave for Fen. However, it was difficult for her to remain an observer of what was happening, and she threw her spears in helplessness. The old man immediately repelled the threat, protecting his granddaughter. But Risha did not stop. She drew her sword filled with dark energy and rushed at him. The old man did not even flinch from this unexpected attack. His calmness remained unmoved. With a light movement, he yanked the sword from her hands and tossed it aside in a display of absolute superiority. Her strength was clearly not enough to stand up to him, as he too had a sword. With a light movement, he blocked her strike, forcing Risha to step aside. His movements were smooth, but full of hidden menace that made the girl think. The old man did not expect to have to retrieve his sword before the planned adventure in Fen. Watching her, he wondered if she belonged in the Green Forest. Risha excitedly explained that she was a daughter of the Green Forest sect, and although she was afraid of the glorious Great Sword Emperor, she dared to challenge him. Bandit warriors who were nearby rejoiced at her courage and, laughing, declared that everyone in the Green Forest is one family. But Risha could not show respect. She pointed her sword at the old man, saying that if he is so strong, let him teach her a lesson. The old man looked at her carefully, realizing that she was not like ordinary bandits. In her thoughts, the girl persuaded herself to calm down, because all cheap tricks only worsened the situation in a fight with such an opponent. She knew she had to give herself completely to the battle, giving it her all. Her only hope for survival was Asura's Dark Heaven sword. Summoning all her strength, Risha delivered a powerful blow using her impressive technique. This blow caused admiration among the visitors of the tavern. They realized that the girl was impressively skilled. The Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword appraised her technique, recognizing it as legendary. However, his sword easily blocked her attack, showing absolute superiority. In one movement, he knocked out all of her energy, leaving her defenseless. He even emphasized that her energy is not bad but needs improvement. The old man added that her life might have ended there if he'd been less merciful. The warriors watching the battle could feel his power, perceiving the girl's defeat as a complete failure. Ariesha defended herself with her last strength, trying to avoid a fatal blow. She'd been training non-stop since the General Assembly in the Green Forest, but the Grand Master easily repelled her strongest attack. Her confidence in his strength only grew. The old man noticed her skill, noting that she was surprisingly skilled for her age. She belongs to her father, the ruinous Heavenly Demon Lord. Ariesha, trying to show respect, thanked him, noting that he was overestimating her. The old man, out of respect for her father, decided to let the two stupid bandits go and not take their lives. She saw the two running away in a hurry without even saying thank you. She was somewhat disappointed by this, because she expected more gratitude. The old man turned to her and told her sternly to tell the 10 heroes in Fen that he would be at the top of the mountain at dawn tomorrow. If even one of them escapes, it will pulverize all of Fen. This news quickly reached Feng. The great swordmaster was furious when he heard the news. What should they do now? But why are they panicking? Pun Yangcho anticipated that the Heavenly Sect would seek revenge, but he did not expect that the Grand Master himself would come to them. The situation was extremely tense, but instead of giving up, they should have hoped for Yeonjo, the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword. Yeonyoa understood that they wanted to kill them again, and this time the enemy was incredibly strong. Earlier, the sage Chunji used to break in here, causing chaos. He then battled a ruinous heavenly demon lord who could destroy an entire family. The strength of these enemies was enormous, and now it was the turn of a new test. The boy felt fear, but something incomprehensible burned in his chest, forcing him to accept the challenge. However, this time he understood that he could not risk the lives of his brothers. His plan was completely different because not only his fate was at stake. He was just about to announce his plan when the door opened. Arisha flew into the room. Her voice sounded familiar to everyone. She rushed towards Yeonjo with her arms outstretched. Her embrace was full of passion and joy. They met again. Yeonjoa felt embarrassed, but her sincerity and warmth made him smile. He awkwardly asked Arisha how she felt and what she was doing here in this place. Risha replied that she had crossed mountains and rivers to find him, and as always, got into trouble while he was not around. She added that the great swordmaster had come for their souls, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. This news was categorically unpleasant for everyone, but Soa paid attention not to Rishi's words, but to the way she was holding close to Yoon. She should have moved at least a few steps away, but she couldn't let him go, being happy to meet her. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone understood that the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword aimed to destroy them. Risha noted that he looked serious, as if they had killed one of his family. She also reminded him of his words. If even one of them didn't make it to the top of the mountain in Fen, he would pulverize them all. The warriors remembered their grueling training with Yeonjoha since his return, and believed that now they might have a chance. But Yeonjoha stated that there is no point in dragging everyone into this battle. He is willing to go against the master one-on-one to be fair. Poon Yongcho, however, objected, saying that they had also put their heart and soul into their training, and if there was a battle they would fight together, even if it meant dying together. The old man intervened, warning them against foolishness. If they go to battle, they will all go to the ancestors together. He reminded them that their enemy was one of the 10 great sword masters, equal to the ruinous heavenly demon lord. The old man emphasized that if they joined the fight, everyone would die, and to save the gang, John would have to go it alone. Risha looked at them and realized that she didn't expect any other solution, but it seemed that Fanny had her own strategy. This moment became critical for Feng, and the tension reached its peak. As the sun set, Yeonjoha set out for the mountain, ready to meet the enemy. They met at the first of the 5 peaks of Fen. The great heavenly sword master, one of the 10 legendary warriors, stood before him. Yeonjoha, a master bandit from Fen, finally met his rival. Behind the master stood his granddaughter, who held his sword as a symbol of his steadfast strength. Next to Yeonjoha was Risha, who constantly followed him without leaving a single step behind. The boy kept wanting to ask why she was keeping up, but Risha declared that she was acting as a representative of the Green Forest. The old man turned to John, angrily asking why he had come alone, since he had ordered all the heroes to climb the mountain. But John looked around and realized that he was not alone. He and Risha, pointing at each other at the same time, said that they were here together, if that counted. The old man became even more angry when he realized that his demands had been blatantly ignored. However, the gazes of John and Risha directed at each other spoke of mutual recognition. The story is moved a day earlier. Then Poon Yongcho pointed out that the old man was exaggerating, although the only chance to survive was to fight. He admitted that the team's skills had greatly increased, but even under the current conditions, they would not be able to give the great swordmaster a single scratch. From his words, it became clear. If everyone joins the fight, then Yon will definitely lose, and the rest will simply die. However, if John fights alone, even if he loses, he will have a chance to save the rest. He assured that he would handle it himself, even if the situation got out of control. Risha asked what would happen if John wounded the master and he started chasing. The old man explained that such a scenario was possible, but reminded that the son of the head of the heavenly sect, Lee Yonik, had recently been seriously injured in a battle with the Yoma cult. This made the sect defenseless. If the yeomen attack the heavenly sect upon learning that the Grand Master is here, it will plunge the entire Orthodox sect into chaos and may even cause a state conflict. Understanding this, John decided to trust the old man's plan and take all the responsibility on himself. It seemed that the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword understood that the bandits had already calculated everything. With a flick of his hand, he drew his swords in a display of absolute skill. His power was impressive. He wielded his sword using only ki energy, leaving everyone in awe. Turning to Ion, he emphasized that it was he who annoyed him the most, because he dared to meet danger face to face, although he was trying to maintain a miserable life. Yeonjoa wondered if old Shim should be trusted, but the situation quickly turned into an inevitable confrontation phase. The Grand Master began expertly maneuvering his sword, displaying confidence and absolute precision. Finally, the sword was in his hands, ready to attack. Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at Yoha, starting the battle. The boy was amazed that the old man dared to attack him. If this bastard wants a fight, he's going to get it, thought Yoha as he prepared for battle. Risha, feeling waves of incredible energy, instinctively retreated. The power of the master was truly incredible. It caused both fear and admiration. At that moment, Yoha found himself thinking about his own strategy. The enemy acted incredibly quickly. It seemed impossible to predict his next move. The Grand Master remembered the rumors about the Master Bandit that were spreading among the warriors. But his swordsmanship far exceeded expectations. He wasn't going to underestimate Yoha. The old man wanted to catch Yoha off guard and finish him off with the third form of the heavenly sword. Yoha saw the master begin to attack and concentrated on his defense. He activated the 5-element technique to stop the attack. He looked around for a moment, assessing the possibilities for a counterattack. The 9 heavens. Black Fourth Formation technique was his answer. A whirlwind of fire filled with incredible power aimed straight at the master. Against the backdrop of a magical sunset, their battle unfolded like an epic spectacle. The rays of the sun emphasized the incredible brilliance of their confrontation, which remained in the memory of all who saw it. The granddaughter watched with admiration the boy who, without the slightest fear, stood up against her grandfather. Who is he? A martial artist whose energy seems to equal that of a demon lord. At first, the old man thought he was an ordinary bandit, but the boy's aura was incredible and incomprehensible. Feeling this powerful influence on his sword, he couldn't understand how this was possible. Yoha, despite his style, used a one-handed sword, showing extraordinary skill. Risha noticed how this young warrior was not only on par with her grandfather, but also worthily resisting the great heavenly sword. The old man noticed that for such a young guy, the level of skill is simply phenomenal. John had heard such words often, but now they sounded with a different weight. He looked at the old man with confidence, realizing that this confrontation was beyond the scope of a normal battle. The Grandmaster decided to ask the boy a question before going all out. "Why are you using a one-handed sword instead of a two-handed one?" he asked with curiosity and disbelief. Yoha paused, somewhat taken aback by the question, and wondered if there was a hidden implication. The Heavenly Master watched Yoha carefully, trying to understand why he chose this fighting style. He had heard that the boy had encountered Sage Chunji, but he couldn't believe that Yoha was not a member of the Wood Sect. Yoha was surprised by such assumptions, as he had never had a relationship with this technique or family. The master suggested that maybe Yoha came from a famous family, but stayed with the thugs to make a name for himself. The boy thought, returning his thoughts to his past. He remembered how his aunt locked him in the barn, depriving him of a normal life. Her actions left him with deep wounds that affected his choices. He knew that every story is unique, and everyone has their own reasons for doing things. He felt sorry for being rude to the master's granddaughter, but she was also involved in this conflict. Risha realized that Yoha was acting out of personal motives. His decision to forbid her sect from stepping into the mountains looked different now. Yoha continued by suggesting that the winner of this match would end the conflict and the two sides would no longer be at war. However, the master hit back with a powerful punch, making it clear that he disagreed. The Heavenly Master saw in Jose not only a bandit, but also a young lion, thirsty for power, in whose eyes there was a bright fire that made him not retreat even in the face of a strong opponent. The old man assumed that the boy might belong to the U-Men cult, but he realized that he was wrong. He directed his devastating aura at Yoha, reminding him that he was standing before one of the 10 Grand Masters. Of course, Yoha knew this, but what did he care? Even with this knowledge, he wasn't going to give up. The boy continued to fight, never taking his eyes off the master. The master's energy pressed down on him. Its power was incredible, but Yoha remained on his feet. However, the master threw him aside with a sharp blow. Yoha flew like a stone towards the abyss, and for a moment it seemed that this was the end. Yoha turned around, checking his surroundings, and realized that he was still alive. He rose to his feet, using his sword as support to steady himself on the shaky ground. He stood at the very edge of the abyss, feeling the wind rush down. His thoughts were filled with the realization of the opponent's power. The incredible energy of the Kai seemed invincible, and he thought that this might be the end of him. The Grand Master, looking at him, declared that he would pardon the other members of the gang if Yoha persevered. Yoha thanked him, but his gaze remained on the old man. The master, however, was up to something that was far from merciful. His granddaughter, noticing this, got scared. Is he really going to kill Yoha? With a shout, the old man attacked with the heavenly art of flawless foresight, laughing that he would not let the boy care about his life. But Yoha responded with the 7th level 9 heavens technique, Earth Rift, Dragon Claws, refusing to believe the old man's words. The master's power filled his sword, and its flow seemed endless. An incredible aura concentrated in a blow aimed directly at Yoha. The boy felt his hands begin to ache even from trying to block the blow. The old man admitted that for such a young man, Yoha had really good abilities. His sword technique was impressive, but his experience as a master gave him a significant advantage. Yoha countered every attack, but he himself was impressed by the skill and sophistication of the enemy's techniques. However, the experience of the old man began to put a lot of pressure on Yoha, gradually depleting his strength. The master continued to pretend that Yoha had a chance, but the real advantage was clearly on his side. The boy understood that something radical had to be done, and struck with a fiery sword, forcing the old man to retreat. Yoha noticed that the master relied only on his strength and experience, trying to win only through pressure. Zoha gathered his strength, preparing a counterattack. It's his turn to deliver the decisive blow and end the battle quickly. Using all his strength, he activated the 9th level of the 9 Heavens technique, Clear Terrible Blade. Sensing the seriousness of the attack, the old man was forced to use his technique, Perfect Blade, Heaven-Splitting Thunder. After their collision, one of the swords began to crack under the weight of the immense energy. Yoha missed, but his incredible aura remained unstoppable, giving the opponent no peace. He looked down to see that his sword had been destroyed, cracks spreading across the entire surface. The old man warned him with a mocking look that if he survived, he must return to him next time with a better sword. Yoha watched as the shards of his sword fell all around him, but his spirit was not broken. However, the old man did not stop, continuing to attack. He knew that Yoha would not survive this fight without a sword. Risha anxiously watched as her lover was in mortal danger. She glanced at her grandfather, noticing that he had completely lost his temper, getting angrier by the second. Yoha saw the sword pointed straight at his neck and realized that this might be the end of him. But an incredible jump at the last moment saved him from the inevitable blow. The old man looked ahead, thinking that he had finally finished him off, but he was wrong. He froze as he felt the powerful energy rise up again, filling the battlefield. Seeing the broken sword and the confusion of his opponent, Yoha whispered, "That's it," giving the words a completely different meaning. Meanwhile, in the sect of 10 Heroes of Fen, the evacuation began. They moved the gang to a nearby village, waiting for Yoha's return. Their hope was that he was still alive and unbreakable. They were worried that something fatal might happen, but they believed in his power. Despite all the fears, the heroes hoped that Yoha would find a way to persevere and return victorious. Fen's heroes couldn't stay away as they watched Yoha fight alone. They were ashamed to just stand with their hands folded, but old Sheen told them not to interfere and only to observe, even if it seemed wrong. Soon there was a sound that caught everyone's attention. Yoha appeared on the horizon, opening the door with a triumphant look. He was panting and visibly exhausted, but his gaze still held conviction. He turned to his comrades and said with a smile, "I'm back, guys." Their faces were filled with joy. They sincerely rejoiced at his return. It seemed a miracle, and the joy was so great that they almost started celebrating on the spot. Although Yoha was unable to defeat the Grand Master, to the heroes of Fen, his desperate struggle for their safety was more important than the possible consequences. As the sun began to set, the old man thought. He realized that the boy he was fighting wasn't just using brute force. He had something more, something special. In fact, Yoha turned out to be much more prudent than one might think at first glance. Blocking his shots even at this distance was not easy, and it was impressive. His skills became the basis for a new name that will follow him in the future. The old man didn't know where Yoha studied or what family he was from, but he was sure that when the boy found a better sword and put in more effort, he would easily reach the level of the Grand Masters and maybe even surpass them. Turning to his granddaughter, the master said that it was time to go back to the sect with her. Risha, however, noted that they never retaliated. But the master explained that Yoha most likely had nothing to do with the Yumen cult, and the outcome of the battle was already obvious. So there is no point in staying here. However, he could not get rid of one interesting thought. Watching Yoha fight, he noticed something special about him. His aura and strength were amazing even now at such a young age. The old man wondered how much this power would grow over time. When Yoha finds the second sword and fills himself with incredible ki energy, he will be able to change the entire balance of power in the world. All the gathered around could not restrain the joy. Exclamations and hobbies in honor of John were heard from everywhere. Finally, the young man joined them again. There were no boundaries around. The most important thing is that without losses. 10 heroes, along with Jono, successfully defeated the Great Master. But they took possession of a new dilemma. Suddenly the door opened sharply, and all those present heard the call to go outside. The Bexes trade union is now heading to the top under the vigilant protection of the Varian, and the same guy is in their company. It looks like they are ready to capture their souls. How did they dare to invade the foot of the mountain of Ufen? So they plan to finish what they have started. They will not feel fear because they managed to avoid the wrath of the great master of the heavenly sword with a miracle. The girl is wondering why everyone has disappeared so rapidly. Does no one want to rest a little? On the eve of Li Yanbach, he began to think whether it was necessary to appear here at all. John Mudd proudly told that he managed to turn out of the prohibition. However, Mr. Li begins to hesitate whether this plan is actually being able to realize. Mr. Li is visited by a red man, and they start discussing without delay. He does not have a clear plan for the prohibition, but the more confused the situation, the more brave their actions should be. Therefore, if he joins their detachment, he will be able to deal with the problem, faced with the enemy face to face. Could he really dare to meet Ufine in a duel on his own? They really gained glory, but remain ordinary bandits. He decided to take it with him because the scaffold did not doubt his abilities. But did Ms. Beck give this permission? Finally, they have almost reached Mount Ufen. During the last clash with them, the man felt that these bandits were a real failure. All you have to do is look at the part of their group to realize who their comrades are. Even if there are 10 of them, these characters will also be real failures. He heard that the ban is connected with the only daughter of the Varian sect. Is it just rumors? Suddenly the company begins. Fortunately, they avoided any injuries. The heroes of Ufen surrounded them, cutting off all the ways to retreat. So they finally came on the horizon. They appeared on the horizon, emitting incredible steepness, and all around were completely ready for battle. What brazers allowed them to come here? They announced that no trade union accompanied by the Varian sect would be allowed to go through this path. John Mudu, who heads the Blue Dragon of the Varian sect, welcomes the audience with a friendly smile, but his greetings go unnoticed. It requires to hand over all the available things and disappear immediately. Only in this way they will have a chance to save their worthless life. John screws Boyle from anger because of disrespectful attitude to their group. Johan noted that this person does not belong to his brothers. However, where did he see him before? The man looks surprisingly familiar. The guy remembered how he was offended as a child, and the red man watched it. This is the guy who watched helplessly how evil sectarian children were mocking him. John Mudo burned with anger for these scoundrels for their cheeky disdain. The giant sect of Varian will never bow to pathetic robbers like these monsters. In a moment, Yach rushes to enemies rapidly, starting a fierce fight. Joe was determined to be a clear victory. John Mudo was impressed with incredible speed. Johi boiled with anger. The Varian sect never belonged to the mighty. In the next moment, Yach strikes the enemy in the face, forcing him to spite. A fierce, bloody fight unfolds between them. The fight raged with unprecedented cruelty, inseparable chaos and rage. The winner was a mystery, overshadowed smoke and blood. John Mudo suffered serious blows. His breathing was difficult, and blood flowed from his nose. It seems that John Mudo desperately rose to his knees, but the advantage remained entirely on the side of Joey. John Mudo, anger, broke into a cry and poured curses to Jochi. He ordered the Blue Dragon detachment immediately to fight and destroy them. Without hesitation of a second, they rushed to the enemies to strike them a decisive blow. There were many of them, but Joey's detachment stood on his own. After the tournament and training under the wise mentoring of Johi, many important events took place. Thanks to these changes, they were significantly hardened, and a squad of the Blue Dragon could no longer compete with them on an equal footing. John Mudo was stunned by the power of his enemies. He did not hope that they would have such impressive power. Joe is clutching from the Blue Dragon, stating that they remind him of a snake. John Mudd is angry with such images. Plans to apply the first level of the 9 heaven called Flying Dragon to the young man. However, the gap between Janoja's Ion and John Mudo was simply enormous. Our hero avoided a powerful attack without much effort, skillfully bouncing sideways. In a moment, our hero with all force strikes the head of the enemy, leaving him frozen from surprise. Their strength was as striking as the day of the night. The young man felt some disappointment in his rivals, because they were much weaker than he expected. Finally, John Joch gave up his single blade and moved to a real sword. The mercenary gang could easily overcome the squad of the Blue Dragon. In order not to starve, the gang grabbed all the goods that belonged to the Beck's trade union and staged a real feast. Everyone was incredibly happy. Finally, it's time to relax and eat well. Mayor Varian may be in the hands of Johi. a fairly unusual weapon for someone who is not different in skill. The girl noticed how the sword captivated the heart of our hero. The young man said he would leave the blade from now on and prefer the sword. Now the young man realized how boundless the potential that opened before him is. Only now did he realize how much the vast opportunity opens a real sword. The girl in the blue suit came and sat next to the main character, although there were many vacancies around. The girl was interested in why Yak is so hostile to Varian, because their styles of martial arts are extremely similar, and hair color is the same. Maybe he also belongs to their sect? The protagonist does not speak a single word, only sadly looks away. Judging by his reaction, something clearly happened, but he is unlikely to share it with a young lady. The girl has already accepted that she would have to find out this information on her own. Suddenly, Sobk reports that Joe was a younger son from Varian's home. However, these scoundrels mocked the guy without any reason, and later renounced him. The young man for a long time demolished their ridicule. After that, the girl covers even more questions. Why did this fate fall on our hero? C.O. Beck intended to continue her story, but Joe was suddenly stopped, saying that it was not necessary to mention the past. The guy also found himself here, wanting to listen to their stories. Did Jochi prohibit the past brought Varian any inconvenience? However, the girl assures that everything is fine. The guy only wanted her to understand the situation. The old man in a tiger hat is in vain to get it away. It will not move it from the place. The decision is made, and it will not retreat. Although the girl does not know all the details, if so, she has no reason to ask him to remove the restriction. So Bei jumped. The Green Forest gave them good, so they just have to repay the Varian sect. Everyone at once supported her idea. It was time to pay off those who have offended their Joe. Immediately afterwards, they started a hot discussion to develop a plan for destroying a terrible sect Varian. It seems that the leader of the guard is so passionate about his new family that it is literally buried in the Hall of Love. Once it happened, then a manifestation of good manners will be revenge on these freaks as it should. The protagonist just looks at the girl who has just expressed this phrase. But here, just after a moment, a gambling has a gambling on his face. He wants to give them a decent repent. In a few days, 9 significant sects gathered in Luyana together with all the virtuous clans of the Orthodox school. Responding to the call to the battle from the Orthodox Alliance, they gathered together. They all gathered on the main square. The head of the Orthodox Alliance, known as the Bladder Blade, John Hanho, was put in front of them. A man was ahead, preparing to make a short speech on behalf of the Alliance. The chief advisor, Gzegel Sonvan, enthusiastically took the word. On the agenda of today's meeting was the battle against the cult of Union, after which only the leader of the Heavenly Sect and a sword from the Varian Sect returned from the battlefield. So their commander was a master of the demonic sword of chaos, John Jingyan. Deads ago his skills did not pose any threat. However, when the Heavenly Sect leader met in battle with Jingyan, he was stunned by how much the Jingyan's power increased. Even his subordinates could now be compared to the elders from 9 large sects. That is why the Orthodox Alliance is certain that he has sacrificed the monks. After that, all subordinates began to whisper together. If this is true, the Orthodox Alliance must show its indomitability in opposition to such a powerful power. The Orthodox Alliance is extremely necessary to organize the martial arts tournament immediately. This is necessary to magnify justice and demonstrate the true power of goodness and wisdom. The tournament was fervently encouraged by Orthodox sects, awakening in them a passionate desire for battle. In addition, he called young heroes ready to embark on the path of struggle against the dark threat of the Yumyan cult. The woman was catching from the fact that this level shows an Orthodox sect. Most of them are just talking, unable to confirm their words with real actions. However, if Varian is able to turn the sect to the path to greatness, then everything may not be so bad. For the well-being of the Mubek family, it must give everything from it in this duel. However, the young man remains silent, which is incredibly annoying the woman. As a family leader, he is obliged to make additional efforts to revive the Varian sect. However, their situation has recently changed for the better. They have already contributed to the merchants in the abduction of treasures, so he asks the mother not to be too critical. This has improved their positions somewhat, but there is a lot of work ahead before they can completely get back on their feet. It insists that the tournament needs to show excellent results. Although Mubek has only recently recovered, her demands sound again with new force. They were looking forward to who would become the next battle participant. The mother told her son to go there and show her strength. There was nothing left for the poor young man to agree. He jumped instantly and was gracefully in the arena. All present were impressed with his so striking appearance that their eyes were lit by knowledge. A warrior with a sword from the notorious sect of Varian stood in front of them. People's response was quite positive. The young man loudly states that he wants to demonstrate a great fight today. It is said that this young man has an extraordinary skill in his own sword. However, their sect recently was defeated by mountain bandits. Meanwhile, a woman with gorgeous long hair appeared at the opposite end of the arena. The girl looked incredibly charming, with her hair, which gracefully fluttered in the wind. It became clear to all present that the Queen of the Sword, the Flower of the Tison, the wonderful Nangon Ion, the Master of Telepathy. With the advent of this girl, the atmosphere of the tournament has changed dramatically. When the audience sought to see the martial arts of the Nangon clan, their first open duel began. It is rumored that its beauty is compared to the exquisite flower. It can handle any call. They say that no one can compete with her in mind. The woman with annoyance noticed how quickly all the audience switched her attention to this girl, and now her husband remained unattended. She is angry because this girl appeared and completely destroyed everything. The guy asks how the girl has a matter because he has not seen her for a long time. Can her presence mean that her father is here too? Mubek noted the annoyance on the girl's face, but could not understand what it had caused such a reaction. Suddenly, from the crowd of viewers, someone started waving his hand, greeting Mubek. It turned out to be a Chun. They came here replacing their father. Her insightful look immediately forced him to die and silently shake his voice. The sister believes that greetings are enough. She is eagerly waiting for a fight with a guy. The guy did not understand what his interlocutor was referring to. Naganjan did not waste time. She immediately aimed her sword on the enemy. She sighed to get rid of tension and gather thoughts, after which she strongly moved towards the young man. She made the first blow without hesitation, tapping the boy with her sudden determination. It looks like the girl decided to immediately show all her power. It would be impolite on his part to simply avoid her strokes. The guy did not waste time and immediately went to the attack, jumping high for the task of the blow. Thus their battle broke out, and it was difficult to predict who would win. The blades of their swords intersected with a loud bell. The audience kept breathing, watching their struggle. Everyone had to admit that both soldiers were unsurpassed. The girl remained as strong as Mubek remembered from his childhood memories when they often trained together. It is clear that Nangonjan could not remember it. The guy and all the inhabitants of the estate skillfully implied that they did not know anything, although in fact they were well aware of what was happening around. In particular, Mrs. Beck and her dark things. They were aware of all the disasters who met the child who, deadly frightened, begged for forgiveness. The girl recalls how the boy chokes in tears. We sobbed with deep pain and despair. She still remembers every detail well, though it has been 10 years. Naganjan is determined to win. A storm of anger and indignation are boiling inside. It looks like the girl plans to use the technique of Nangon's clan during the tournament, but Mubek does not understand the meaning, because it is just a regular match. Chun exclaims to the girl, reminding that it is only a friendly match, so you should not react so hard. Naganjan is aware that it is just an innocent duel. Many years have passed, and what once happened does not affect it in person. Why does the rage, born of children's sadness, does not quench at all? The girl, for this, resorts to the power of boundless heavenly technique. If the lady is so determined, the boy does not have a different way. And so the guy uses secret technique, the second heavenly form of art of 9 heaven, directing it to the area. Enchanted viewers were enthusiastically monitored by the incendiary battle. Suddenly, a new figure intervened in their fight, stopping the battle at one point. It was the alliance leader himself. He was delighted, watching the young fighters stirred up in battle. However, this holiday only symbolizes the unity of the Orthodox Alliance, so the fight should be stopped. Of course, they obey his orders. The tournament for them is a great opportunity to prepare for confrontation with the cult of Yumyon. The performance caused a wave of inspiration and raised the morale in every listener. Mubek was going to express gratitude to the girl for her fighting efforts. But suddenly his language was interrupted by a sharp, loud cry. The voice sounded surprisingly familiar. We were visited by the students of the Nangon clan. They all look like they had just survived the battle, wounded and exhausted. But what is the reason for their condition? Chun immediately rushed to them, wanting to find out about the cause of their condition. He began explanation and noted that he was faced with the lunar goddess Yumyon and the mysterious fox of the Vushan. She completely captured their clan and conquered all its members. As the head realized the situation, he ordered the young lady and master to warn, so they were sent here. But even then, all of Hefe was surrounded by members of the cult who blocked all the ways of retreat. Therefore, there is still no confidence whether the parents of the ruler and his wife are alive. Hearing this news, the young Mr. Chun is exhausted and falling. It seems that his inner world turns upside down. It has passed for more than half of the day and there is little time. The girl must return earlier than something happens. It is unknown whether parents are still alive, so you should hurry to return to the city. As soon as the assault detachment is ready, they will be sent to the rescue immediately. In this case, they immediately go back to their clan. So, the brother and his sister took only the most important and immediately went with the detachment of the soldiers to their clan. As soon as they got the outskirts of their lands, they came across the illusory waves that were fluttering in the sky. But when they returned to their detachment, everything stopped instantly. Last night, Nangon's clan covered terrible events. The residents of the Nangon clan were devoted to their business and are ready to sacrifice even life for his protection. Despite the unfavorable course of events, they remained true to their principles and did not retreat. Many people have lost their lives in this battle. No one could imagine how powerful the Yumyan sect would be. There is a threat that the clan will be destroyed if it continues. The man decided that it was time to get his people out of this danger. He orders his soldiers to leave the battle and entrust it to him, and to prepare for the retreat. However, a woman is strongly against. She cannot leave him to his or her own. They will stay here and will fight with him until the last breath. But the man asks them to leave. He will only be able to fight in full force when he knows that they are safe. Other warriors urge the lady to trust the master and go to a safe place. However, the attacker assured, to escape from her is a futile business. They have nothing to avoid her persecution. They assured them that attempts to escape in vain. It seems fun. She declares that today escape is impossible for them. All awaits death in the depths of hellish darkness, where they will suffer for centuries. The man collects all his strength to stand against her powerful blow, because he knows how big and dangerous they are. Both rivals showed outright boldness, and almost no doubt about their inevitable victory. This scoundrel decided to first deprive his wife's life, demonstrating great cruelty. The man realizes that if you do not intervene, she will truly fulfill her terrible intentions and deprive his wife's life. Therefore, he lightly strikes the sword on his enemy. Without delaying a second, he rushes to the rescue of his beloved. Suddenly, a powerful explosion. The warriors dropped back and they slipped to the ground. As they were suffering from coughing, their thoughts turned to the fate of their leader with anxiety. Fortunately, the man had time. He beat the blow, thus saving his wife. However, it was not easy for a man to keep her powerful blow. It was difficult for him to realize how the power of this old fox could grow so rapidly. In the meantime, another opponent does not waste time, and using his difficult situation, preparing to strike a deadly blow. She directs sharp blades, but his wife desperately defended him with his body. If not, the man would have died. The sword was ruthlessly passed through it. The life of a man flew into the wreckage in an instant. He was unclear why she went to such an act. She dreams of surviving a man because he is important to the world of martial arts and their children. Before leaving, she calls him her love. Second, and the woman falls on the ground, dying directly in his eyes. His mind is ignited by a storm of rage, pain, and despair. The loss is irresistible. This whirlpool of feelings prompts him to strike his opponent. His blow hit a woman who was not ready for such power. The husband is full of courage and determination to pay for the death of his wife, destroying the scoundrels who took her life. The woman was stunned by his boldness about her. A man with determination directs his sword to this insidious enmity. After that, rushing to the body of his dead wife, he lifted her in his arms, whispered quietly by the wishes of a peaceful sleep. Gentle and dedication, he lowers it to the ground, assuring that he will soon join it. With tears in his eyes, he solemnly assures that he will not perish until he cuts his heads with these monsters. The man strongly rushes to the attack, resorting to his most sown technique, the sword of an endless blue sky. Their swords once again encountered a ruthless duel. Hate, sadness, and pain were burning in his eyes. Today, something deep inside him died. Two will oppose him, so he became more careful and vigilant. The head did not look out of their eyes. They are not worried about the skill of possession of the sword of the king, because they are convinced that he is unable to overcome them in a duel. In an instant, they strike him with powerful blows from which a man zooms in agony. Suddenly, there is a powerful explosion. Finally, their long-awaited revenge of the old enemy came true. Even such a swordmaster would not have resisted after such a devastating blow. The leader of the sect is waiting for their news, so they have to return to the citadel as soon as possible. Soon, the brother and his sister return to the clan, seeing that everything around remains in ruins. The son felt deep despair, making himself for the inability to find at least some traces of parents. The warriors were desperate. They lacked words to tell the guy this heavy news. Naganjan tries to comfort his brother, assuring him that their parents must have survived. They just take a danger, hiding in a safe place. In fact, the girl even doubts her words. The tragedy when their clan was completely collapsed in just one night, stirred the whole world of martial arts. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Alliance, they are convinced that it is necessary to act immediately and to resist Yumyeon. In honor of the Orthodox Alliance of the world of martial arts, they will undoubtedly ask for disrespect. While the whole alliance solemnly swore on revenge and began preparation for the destruction of the sect, another important event appeared that angered the world of martial arts. At the same time, within the imperial residence, the emperor himself, His Majesty, came to this place. He asks, "What power does the emperor seek this time?" The head of the Yumyeon sect, who remained in the shadows for a long time, combined the forces with the imperial estate. The guy asks the emperor what power he wants to get this time. The emperor replies that he seeks to gain power, which will remain adamant and will not extinguish over time. The emperor already considers it his proper right. Taking the sect, the emperor achieved a dreamy, eternal influence. Its eternal influence will continue to shine for many years until it stays with them. The emperor assures that the moment he leaves Yumyeon will never come, even if something incredible as the sky falls to the earth. Despite the fact that its presence was indisputable, finally the head of the sect was within the walls of the imperial estate. Her brave statements were not just vowel promises. After the conquest of the king's clan, horrible events began to take place. The sect chose the right moment and started a large-scale offensive on the alliance sects. As a result, people began to obey and ask for a sect of Yumyeon. It all started when several students were pressed. After that, the events of many sects of chaos, as well as warriors who adhered to neutrality, began to hurry to join the sect. Soon in the storage of Ufen, Yoha took up training. Suddenly, the call of the old, addressed to him, came from the depths of the repositories. The old man wants to find out what impressions the young man experiences. First taking a real sword. The young man confesses that the feeling is unknown, but the impression that he takes over the sword is better than a blade. Probably because he is so used to old weapons that he still feels that the body and combat skill exist independently. It would be great if someone could send a guide to the right way. Suddenly, they witnessed how the juice easily moves heavy stones, which literally struck them. It turns out that the girl moved this heavy stone to help our hero improve her fighting skills. The moment went, and the acceleration juice sent a stone to flight just to the guy. He needed to crush him with one powerful blow. The protagonist accepted the challenge and decided to try his hand. A moment, and he rapidly goes towards stone obstacles. Joe, with a fighting call, is preparing to split a huge boulder. The boy is determined. His sword is already shining in the air, ready to strike a decisive blow. In a moment, the hill envelops a thick cloud of dust. The juice began to cough, because the dust went into his throat and irritated his eyes. The grandfather was worried about Joe. Anxiety was growing in his soul, because it was not clear whether he was all right and whether he was still alive. Fortunately, the young man has completed the task. Behind him remained a huge boulder, spread in half. The juice was delighted with the fact that John could do it. She confessed that at first there was some doubts about his abilities. After solving their difficulties, Jonah Joe and the elite of Ufin was finally able to focus on training. Time missed unnoticed, and finally winter came. Frosts bite without regret, and the snow circled continuously in the air. Sinking into the evening dusk, the sun was slowly setting, and he suggested that a friend hide in an old shelter to avoid frost. The boys declared the old shim loudly, already moving back to a safe shelter. However, his grandfather did not respond to their words, fully immersed in their own workout. The guy decided that his grandfather may have immersed himself in meditation and fell asleep. So he decided to wake him up and bring some food. The hero carefully stopped his older brother and said that they should not bother the old man at this moment, because he seems to have reached deep meditation. This is a method that revealed to them a sage. The Renaissance process, which leads to complete transformation. One incorrect step, and everything can go as a dust again, as it happened earlier. So the protagonist decides to stay to watch the old man. After that, the boys leave Joe to watch for his grandfather. Meanwhile, they go to the repository. What became a decisive test for Youngak's Shim in his desire to increase the strength of ki lasted continuously for 3 days and night. On the 4th morning, when his breathing technique reached his maximum level, he finally stopped his meditation. In the old man in the heart, an incredible stock of strength burned. Shim Youngak underwent a deep transformation and was reborn in a new quality. The grandfather solemnly promises to thank the young man for his kindness, even if he has to sacrifice his own life. He assures that he will be loyal and faithful for being a guy for him. The guy advises him to return faster, because during this time he ate bad. The grandfather had no crumbs in his mouth for several days, so he felt a great hunger. Having learned about the transformation of the old man, everyone around you felt genuine joy for him. However, it seemed that nothing had changed for the shaved option even after this event. Is he not able to feel an atmosphere of rest and ease around his grandfather? Everyone gladly exploded with laughter. It was visible as the grandfather overwhelmed the inspiration, and it pleased them. Now that his grandfather has restored his power, the young man seeks to start a serious conversation on a very important topic. The young man stressed attention by perceiving the words of his brother. It turned out that he had already abandoned the duties of the gang head, so he should get this mountain soon. Hearing this news, everyone was frostbite. It was hard for them to imagine that it was true. Does he really leave them? Co. Beck was deeply impressed with the news. It seemed to her that it happened too unexpectedly. Joe is wondering what really happened, and why this brother's brother made a decision so suddenly. The young man says that he has recently become bad sleep because of constant anxiety about possible troubles with his family. The bald man supports a friend, promising to leave the mountain with him. If he has such a good reason, then no one objects to his departure. However, everyone hopes that he will still return. The pun is not sure whether he will return, because he has no distant plans. Now the young man is focused on protecting his family. If not for his effort, gangs and elites would not be able to exist, so they all grateful to him. From now on, he will be hoping that the pun will be able to come to life and enjoy happiness next to his family. Inspired by the support of friends, he confidently states that he goes to the family with a light heart and without hesitation. Unexpectedly, one of the boys raises his hand and voices his decision. He also leaves his former life. He decided to go on a different way, ending the bandit affairs to do the restoration of tractors and enjoy a peaceful life. All were stunned by such striking changes. The man announced that he would take the post of head, and Cho would become their chef. It seems that everyone has their home except Ufenya. Co. Beck strongly wants to stay with our hero, but the life of the bandit promises to be difficult. Suddenly, Cho Yan notes how the expression of her girlfriend's face has changed dramatically. It seems to be bothering her. She believes that Co. Beck will handle his work in the tractor, so she tries to raise his mood with words of support. Is the sister really planning to bring her with him? The girl noted that, no doubt, they would go together as a real family. The girls happily hugged, full of enthusiasm. They decided to create the most prominent tractor in the world. A week later, the friendly, seemingly forever, 10 elite Ufen finally decided to go everyone. The pun decided to return to the family, but the paths that have dispersed have become a new stage on the way to another fate. Co. Beck, saying goodbye to our hero, hugs him firmly and asks him to visit from time to time. Co. Beck notes that our hero is extremely lucky, because now he has many places where he is always desirable guest. It turned out that the juice was also returning home. Her father is already eagerly waiting for her. Co. Beck advised her to hurry up not to interfere with others. After that, they slowly disappear behind the visible wheel, leaving behind only memories. Farewell to friends caused sadness, but joy overwhelmed the hearts when they went in search of brighter prospects. Yoha felt both joy and sadness, which caused him a strange spectrum of emotions. Grandpa says that workout can heal even the most humble heart. So, his grandfather advises not to lose his chance and to test his technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword. The main character is surprised, hearing about this technique. It seems to him completely unknown. Subsequently, they go to workout. Grandpa demonstrates his strength, dividing the tree in two. Once on the ground after the jump, the grandfather sits on his feet. The guy enthusiastically monitors his every movement. Grandpa Shim believes that against his strength, most followers of the Orthodox sect will look weak. However, the young man seems to look at everything with some skepticism. The grandfather is interested in what the young man did throughout this time. He recalls how he tried to master the technique of the sword of spiritual telekinesis. But the young man does not quite understand what his grandfather is referring to, communicating with the sword. It turns out that Yoha took it literally and in fact just stared at the sword, conducting a conversation with him. Grandpa, smiling, notes that the technique does not work only because Yoch just looks into the sword. At first, he needs to direct his CI, focused in the center to harmoniously connect it to the sword. Half must be released and directed to the sword, and the rest to be used to control this merger. The grandfather advises the young man to calm down and approach this situation prudently. Yoha looks into the sword in silence, thinking about his grandfather's words. He recalls the words of his grandfather about the need to merge with the sword, as with a part of his own body. The protagonist almost instantly successfully mastered the art of fighting the sword. The old man always marked his talent in martial arts, but did not even suspect that the guy would master the foundations of skill so quickly. Meanwhile, in Layana, in the trading community of a chance, The Nangon clan was accepted into the community, and for this support they showed deep gratitude. The brother and his sister assure that they are always glad to thank and are ready to help. They claim that being surrounded by Nangon's clan, they feel surprisingly confident. Jules' dream notes that from the moment as the Yumyan sect began to commit crimes, the bandits began to act more actively, and because of this, they have no other way out. The boy was only in favor that the caravan would pass through Ufen, because he had a personal matter to these scoundrels. From a young age, he has been closely linked to the Mubik, so he cannot ignore the situation that happened in their sect in the region. The brother then asks the sister whether she will join their journey. John states that she does not matter what happened to the Varian sect. Moreover, even if their sect is on their own free will, it will be indifferent. Meanwhile, our hero persistently improves his skills. The young man seems to show a striking skill in his business. The sword obediently followed his will, like the continuation of his hand. Everything went exactly for his plan. Yoha had a sword so cleverly as if this weapon was a natural continuation of his hand. Many people are not able to show all the skills at once, but this guy was able to accomplish it the first time, even without preliminary workouts. In a moment, he completes the workout, and the sword is in his hand again. Now he felt in his own experience the power of technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword. However, in the imagination of our hero, there was an assumption that something went wrong, and he lost some important detail. Grandpa Shim could not believe in such a criticism of the guy. In fact, he did everything flawlessly. However, Yoha considers otherwise. The skill of the old master was much higher. This is a completely different level. The young guy cannot understand how it was possible to give the sword of such incredible power. According to traditional criteria, the main character reached the level of the master in the possession of the technique of the sword. While John Choka persistently mastered the art of the spiritual telekinesis of the sword, the Nangon clan guarded the caravan of the Shanzhou trade union. They kept the course directly to the mountain of Ufen. They were amazed that it was possible to cross Pindin and dangerous territories of bandits without unnecessary complications, remaining beyond any problems. In the end, even bandits cherished their own lives. The representative noted that they were not attacked due to the excellent reputation of the Nangon clan. They say that the bandits are obedient, but does he really believe that they will be able to come without obstacles this time? Yong notes that he cannot guarantee, but will do his best. According to the rumors he heard, the evil of Varinon caused 10 elite warriors of Ufen. It is said that among these elites, there's a young talent that assumed the role of a leader. Suddenly, a lightning attack flashed in front of the horses. It seems that the enemies are here. The horses were anxious and began to burn, and the riders tried to quench them with all their forces. One of the riders did not stay in the saddle and fell down, but John immediately rushed to the rescue. He flew in time and supported the man with a sword so that he would not hit the ground. The guy of the girlfriend was when it was needed, and saved the representative from the collision of his head with the ground. The embarrassed man does not even realize that the event has just happened. It was our hero, who in anxious exclamation reported that his forces became unmanaged. He warned everyone to stay away and not interfere with the situation, trying to avoid any dangers. Another similar situation happened soon. The guy completely lost control of himself. Soon, John decisively ordered everyone to free the passage. Suddenly, the unknown power directed directly to him. The sword blade was almost chosen by his head, ready to strike. Suddenly, on the blade, he saw the symbol of the Varian clan. The young man rapidly reflected the attack. Meanwhile, Yoch is making every effort, trying to catch up with the sword that escaped from his hands. The guy almost caught up with the sword. He strains all his strength to take possession of the sword again. The audience was amazed at what happened before their eyes. Is the young man really able to control the sword at a distance? In a moment, the sword obediently returns to the young man, and he skillfully puts him in the vagina. After that, the young man exhales with fatigue. The guy sincerely thanks the strangers, who they may be, explaining that the sword suddenly stopped obeying his will. The representative instantly guessed that there were 10 elected warriors of Ufen. John instantly became seriously asked the representative to entrust the case to him. They say that a young man with such a rare talent appeared in the elite circles that even high-ranking tanks tremble before him. It seems that he was finally discovered. A moment later, the young man decided to talk to say hello and name his name. The young man is recommended as Mr. Clan Nangon, named Nangon Khan. Hearing this news, the elite was shocked. It turns out that it is a clan where the King of Swords is. This legendary clan enjoys extraordinary respect among all sects. If these people belong to the Nangon clan, it means that the girl who has always been good and gentle from childhood is also part of this clan. He immediately remembered Sister Ion. However, the John does not stop and shares that his visit is caused by only one purpose. The guy leaning his knee asks Yok to teach him. He sincerely hopes for consent. The main character is somewhat confused because of such an unexpected request. This is not really what he expected. The old Shim was stunned by the boldness with which the Nongon clan went to confront the confrontation. Maybe some connection between them? How did John dare to challenge their duel so unexpectedly? The John, not wanting to waste time, perceives silence as a sign of consent, so he immediately enters into preparation for the fight. In a moment, the guy literally broke away from the ground like lightning with incredible speed approaching our hero. The guy used the technique of a great natural sword and struck a decisive blow. Instantly, he relentlessly struck, but Joe was cleverly evading, waving in the air. The Nongon clan did not cease to impress with its extremely scary equipment. His rival was so skilled that it was not easy to evade his attacks. It is difficult to get out of this, and so John Joch accepts. On his side, the skill of 9 third-level heavens, which is felt as a combination of a cloud dragon and a wind tiger. Yang reacts instantly and directs his sword against the enemy. In a moment, their swords with a loud bell came together in a sharp collision. John instantly realized that before him the technique of 9 heaven, and the young man had a sword of Varian. The young man sought to unravel the mystery of the Rudy boy's connection with Sectoy Varian. He replied that his name John Joch, and unfortunately the connection with Varian was so strong that it could not be broken. Only at this moment did the young man finally realize who was standing in front of him. This meant that the young man was in front of him was really the younger son of Uncle Joni. This news was quite impressed by Mr. Chan. Can it be the baby who once clung to the arm of the Ion? Did he really have time to grow up during this period? Chan could not hurt how this young man was among the bandits. Yoha notes, this is a long story, so he offers to stop the duel and discuss everything inside. Yang would really like to discuss everything alone, but as a true warrior is very intriguing, how far this match goes. Joe covers excitement, and a cunning smile appears on the face. Yang believes that the guy will not regret his sister. Yoch is urging not to mention it. The hero strongly states that he does not intend to show any sympathy for his opponent. Observers catch themselves thinking that these two are already familiar, but remains a mystery where it is. Our hero decided not to delay and ready to start a real match. Chong excitedly admires the battle and eagerly awaits when the enemy will finally decide to attack him. This duel started without the slightest misunderstanding. It seemed that the finale of this match was provided. John Choka fought with the ease, accumulated over the years of numerous clashes and multifaceted experience. The enemy, without losing any opportunity to attack, was the heir to the Nangon clan and the student of the King of the Sword himself. At the same time, Chan uses boundless heavenly technique. However, Yok skillfully reflects a blow with his sword. Although Joe was able to repel the attack, the power of the impact still forced him to fly back, losing his balance. Our hero never realized that his opponent would be so powerful. Feeling the challenge, Joha decides to keep up. He focuses to apply the technique of spiritual telekinesis, directing the sword in the dance. The guy rushes to the enemy like an arrow. Everyone around them was watched by their duel. It was the true skill of the spiritual telekinesis of the sword. Now John knew for sure that he was a real talent. Immediately a powerful blow smashed it, instantly throwing back. With pain, he fell to the ground, and his sword stuck in a stone basis. The hero was worried, thinking that he probably overdo it a little. A detachment of the Blue Heavens is ready to fight if some trouble happens with the Shan. Even the elite was ready to join the fight if a real battle unfolded. Yang climbs on his feet and assures his detachment that everything is under control, urging them to reduce weapons. For the guy, it was just a friendly training battle. The guy with a sincere smile looked at Joe. His eyes radiated warmth and kindness. However, our hero could not get rid of strong excitement, because he saw that the guy was injured. The young man explained that he could have avoided attack, but at that moment, he was covered by a passionate desire to meet the technique of spiritual television of the sword with his head raised and challenge. Yoch cannot understand the purpose of this act, because the technique is not so impressive. The guy realized that John's seeking to present him in the eyes of others as careful as his sister. From now on, this person has turned for our hero into a real brother. John took a few steps, but in a moment fainted, and with a deaf knock, he failed to face into the ground. A frightened young man rushed to his brother, trying to come to the rescue. So there was a long-awaited reunion of the Nongon clan with John Joe. The guy assures everyone that everything is fine with him and should not be worried, because such a wound will heal quickly. Our hero already calls him his brother and confidently states that he cannot die in his arms. Everyone around was amazed as these two were rapidly understood, because a few minutes ago they competed with each other. Now it has become obvious that the clan would not charge for the fair. Thanks to the assistance of Joe and Chan, The Sanja Trade Alliance and a squad of the Blue Dragon overcame the way through the Ufine Tract. Chan decided to stay with the detachment for a few days to restore the strength and heal the wounds received. That evening, after a chaotic day, Yoha decided to share with the boat all his history. He shared the memories of the abuse he had to tolerate in the clan. Grandpa also introduced himself, noting that he decided to stay with our hero until his last breath, so you should not pay extra attention to him. Hearing the guy's story, he finally realized that it was the sister to act in this way. Hearing these words, Yoch covers anxiety because he suspects that something could happen to the girl. He notes that Johns recently began to act as if he intended to completely break all the relationship with Clan Varian. Apparently, her behavior was due to the fact that she learned about their actions about the boy. Despite many years of abuse in his native walls, the guy did not break and grew up with a worthy heir to Uncle John. One who inherited the martial arts has to represent the sect, and this is what makes him an heir. Yang seeks to find out how this new moon has reached such a high level of skill at such a young age. He remembers how he accidentally came across a shed on a book about family martial arts and, feeling boredom, plunged into a workout, training with insane dedication. Yang could not believe his eyes. The guy achieved impressive results himself, without a mentor. This means that a real genius is in front of him. Undoubtedly, our main character lied in this situation. He entertained him how easily his brother believed in a fictional story, perceiving every word for a pure coin. The guy also thinks of how long he will have to stay here. After these words, the guy plunged into reflections. John warns that because of the return of the secret cult Yumyon, Django is in danger, and now it is extremely important that everyone acts well. Every martial arts master in their detachment is indispensable, and he offers our hero to forget about the thieves' past and start living in a new way. A few days later, when John finally rested and gained strength, he went to catch up with his detachment. He notes that if Yok dare to leave this place, he can safely visit them. He is convinced that his sister also missed him. This new moon was able to plant the grain of thought about getting out of the gang in the guy's mind. This grain has the roots and slowly blossoms in his soul. A few days have passed. The protagonist lied on the fireplace, admiring the starry sky. The old man approached him, but the guy immediately noted that he was busy with meditation and strictly asked him to leave the place. Shim proposes to reiterate the technique of the sword, but Joha refuses to cause harm to someone. Instead of isolation from others, he should focus on building healthy relationships with them. He suggests a guy to stop in Loyan to a delicious snack on the road. Returning back, he can look at Sanja's merchants because he has been looking forward to him for a long time. Yok has a different opinion, because the girl does not even suspect that he is here. The protagonist does not tolerate the nailing of Grandpa Shima. Can he really want to leave the mountain? If Yok finds the opportunity to learn something in Ufini, the situation will not be so bad. In addition, our hero has a home where he can always return. The most important thing is that Johi has someone whom he is incredibly seeking. Yok has no other way out. He must leave this place for the sake of Grandpa Shima. However, his grandfather decided to support Joe in this decision and stated that he was ready to go with him in any adventure. Together with the young companion, he will be happy to go on a journey, wherever she has led. Soon John Yoka left Ufin, gathering all his property. They enthusiastically moved towards the underdeveloped horizons, ready for exciting adventures on this new life path. They said goodbye to their friends, promising to return soon. Everyone, with tears in their eyes, will say goodbye to them, knowing that they will be very sad for them in their absence. Even the most courageous among us do not hold back tears. After all, they believed that Yoch and Shim would stay with them forever. First, their journey will bring them to Mount Wooden, to the wise master Chunji. After that, Yoch will definitely go to Luyan to meet the Ion, a few days ago in Loyan. At night, the girl contemplated the radiant full moon that greatly decorated the night sky. Suddenly, two drunk men came to the girl who began to persistently invite her to join their company with a common glass. However, John did not think to answer them. Instead, she quietly reached out to her sword. The indignation of men was threatened, but they did not feel the fear of it. Her eyes with cold determination walked through their figures, immersing men into a tense silence. The young lady made her hand easily, leaving their clothes torn on the flap. She was approached by other men, politely introduced and reported that they had arrived with an important mission to give her an invitation to meet from the head of the Orthodox Alliance. However, the girl was already aware of the activity of the Yumyon cult. John hoped that, having come here, she would be able to make a connection with his head. As soon as Joe and Shim Tone came off the mountain of Ufin, they headed to the central regions. There were significant transformations in the Varian sect. John Mubek, the senior heir to the Varian sect, and young Invas, the oldest daughter of the Jang clan, combined their fates in marriage. Finally, Clan Varian united with a native of Young in a marriage union. In this way, they were able to solve their problem. Now the fate of the Varian sect was completely dependent on both of them. She instructed to support Mubek and get a well-deserved respect for the family. Young and Veni humbly bowed her head, assuring the request. Mubek sincerely adored his wife. His face was ablush with one look at her. A brother with his sister cannot believe that Mubek is red. Today can be considered historical. A moment later, the mother turns to Salt Ju in a sharp voice. The mother advises to imitate the daughter-in-law, keep her polite, and get rid of it until they find a worthy man for her. Ju Salt only yawns, demonstrating complete indifference. She loudly states that she is going to send someone to the commercial alliance of Shinpion to discuss important issues. Mother's words caused a wave of irritation in the soul. Ju Salt will have a little more patience because the wedding ceremony is about to end. John smiles slightly, saying that this is an extremely emotional moment. 20 years ago, their father, the chairman of the Nangon clan, stopped the Moon Fair. Because of this, he became very ill, but thanks to the efforts of his mother and Mubek, they were able to restore his health. Despite its rudeness, the mother also made efforts for the welfare of their family. So, brother advises Solju to avoid dangers and focus on preparing for the wedding. The girl was annoyed that everyone around her voice was constantly raising her. The brother has succeeded in concluding an alliance with Clan Young, and his ban on the crossing of the mountain ranges will soon be cancelled. In a moment, the mother lifts a glass and makes a toast. She wants everyone to be genuinely happy and enjoying the moment. They lifted glasses for the grandeur of the Varian sect and the invincibility of the Young clan. Mubek and Induction looked in love, their cheeks covered the gentle blush. Obviously, the mother was extremely satisfied with her actions. The man admires her diligence, adding that her hard work promises them only a better future. In fact, a woman is indifferent to the death of her husband. She feels that with his departure, the sect will finally forget her dark pages and flourish in their hands. The woman was extremely evil and ruthless, ready to go for any action to achieve her goals. Suddenly, Jusol turned and went in an unknown direction, leaving her brother in guessing. The ceremony was coming to an end, and the girl intended to return to her room. She was outraged that the family sincerely believes that she would stay at home, will be locked in the room, and will safely marry before she can leave her mark in the world of martial arts. Although her father's blood flows in her veins, she was left without a chance to show her combat talent only because she is a girl. Ju Salt dreams of getting rid of home and joining the heroes of Liana. This will be the key to her name sounded all over the world. Suddenly someone addresses the girl to the question of why she went at such a late hour. Suddenly the enemy emerges from the shadow, rushing to the girl with the words that the ceremony is just beginning. Suddenly, during the ceremony, everything covers a powerful explosion. All present were frozen, shocked and full of anxiety, and directed their views directly into the swirl of events. As it turned out, they were a monthly fairy who arrived in order to disrupt their ceremony. The woman was boiling with rage because this villain was torn off their ceremony. It seems that the woman was concerned only with this, and the fact that her daughter is now barely alive seemed to her unimportant. The monthly fairy noted that her retribution is just beginning. She provoked real chaos, and people were forced to leave their homes immediately. The enemy waits at the moment when it comes across powerful resistance. In a moment, the Ion enters the battle. He attacks, but a mysterious stranger skillfully reflects his blow. The guy puts all the power in the blow, and seems to be extremely difficult for her to restrain him. However, only a moment later she repels his blow, and the guy rapidly bounces back. John is completely embarrassed. Who is this mysterious stranger and why is it so cruel to their sect? The woman was even more angry. Could they be so easy to forget about her after the sword wizard died in their area? When the guy wondered, she took advantage of this moment and struck. She was ruthlessly cut off her hand. The Moon Fairy made it mocked for the fact that he did not evade such a primitive attack. Compared to a powerful father, the ability of this scoundrel looked just comical. The instrument of massacre turned to an exhausted girl who lay down on the ground. The woman exclaimed with despair, urging to save her children immediately and establish a connection with the Orthodox Alliance. The woman was completely puzzled. Why did this monster decide to appear here the lesson today? Suddenly, Jusol. Her indignation was caused by the fact that the Moon Fairy dared to appear here on this outstanding day. Paying attention to red hair and the ability to be a continuous chatter, the fairy suggested that it was probably a daughter of a famous sword master, and immediately the girl was clamped by her throat with steel grip. The woman intended to ruthlessly cut her into pieces. The girl lost the ability to speak. The forces were constantly leaving her, and breathing became almost unbearably difficult. Mubek appeared in the battle. His purpose was to save his brother and sister. Mubek attacked the abomination from above, but it turned out to be quite fast and was able to repel his blow. Following this, he rapidly approached the enemy and cleverly freed his sister from her arms. The Moon Fairy was convinced that only the weaknesses gathered here, but it seems that small tigers already appeared. However, it didn't matter for the Lunar Fairy. She was convinced of her ability to win in all circumstances. The woman is distinguished by her self-confidence. She is absolutely sure that there is no person in the world who could overcome it. The hero used the technique of the 9 heaven of the 3rd level, the Valley Dragon and the Wind Tiger. But this attack was reflected with mild ease. Moreover, the enemy did it with a smile on his face. The distance between them began to increase gradually. However, tension did not disappear from the face of the hero. He was annoyed that the enemy stores calmly. However, the girl on the side of the enemy doubted whether there was a need. Need is a keyword at this moment. In addition, reflecting the attack, she even called his reception quite useful. Faced with the power of the cult of Yumo, he realized that he should complete the battle with his strongest technique, the technique of 9 heaven of the 7th level. Dragon claws that cut the earth. The bright ray that attacked it grew in size, and he asked, "How is you?" The Moon Fairy remained unmoved, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, she mockingly called it a pathetic attempt and rushed into a counterattack. Now a powerful energy impulse was gathering around him. It seemed impossible to him. The attack in which he put all the power of his 7 stars was futile. She acknowledged that she overestimated their power, did not even know that they would be so pathetic. Having stated that he was not even worthy to keep his sword, she rushed to the attack again. Grasping his teeth, he tried to repel her pressure. But this attack was much more powerful, and he could not restrain her. With a painful expression of his face, he fell on one knee, clenching his teeth from unbearable pain. But it was not the end, because it continued the attack, and even more ruthless. Everything around began to be filled with a purple glow. All without exception were worried about his brother. The heir to the heir and another family representative rushed to him. Even the one who was still standing away was now ready to fight. However, he pleaded with Beck's dream not to do so, explaining that it could not be defeated. But for Beck's dream it did not matter. Without the heir, the sect was waiting for death, and he was ready to give his life to protect him. It seemed funny to her, she only mocked them mockingly. In the end, she stated that she no longer intends to continue this circus. But what did she mean? It was at this point that all the cards were revealed. She ordered them to burn them all to the last. Those who were on her side unconditionally agreed to execute her order. In their sect, they rushed into battle, destroying everything in their way. Bright tongues of fire began to appear on the walls. Together with the flames, the bell of the swords was heard. These were the sounds of swords that cut human flesh. The heir could not even rise. It was extremely difficult for him. No one could imagine that their sect masters were defeated so quickly. At that moment, his wife appeared behind his back, begging to order the soldiers to retreat. She warned that if the battle continued, there would be many unnecessary casualties, and suggested to escape to her parents to take care of the future. But how can he now respond to this request? To refuse or admit that the sect really was defeated? The tears were shed a lot, but he just wanted to stop this madness, to stop the chaos, which was increasingly covering everything around. That is why he decided to order to retreat, even if he had to hand over the position in Varinon. Just as in the family of the King of the Sword, the story in Varion has already been defined. The story remained under the tongues of the flames, which was sown here by the Lord Fairy. She was not going to chase them, believing that she could destroy them at any time. Now she had a much more important thing, and this thing was the one who appeared right in front of her. She waited for this meeting for so long that she did not restrain herself, and instead of words immediately released a powerful ray of energy in his direction. The explosion came with a deafening force. The earth shuddered under the shockwave, and against the background of the graves, a fire was visible that burned somewhere in the far mountains. Her hatred of Ion Murion, a swordsman capable of cutting the moon itself, was incredibly strong. So strong that she pulled all his bones out of the grave, and ruthlessly threw them into a bucket with dirt. This cruelty has become a topic of discussion in one of the bars. The bartender turned to a young owner who was sitting in front of him now. He waited patiently when Choka would say the word, but he just asked the bartender, "Where did she throw them?" In his eyes, the fire of anger and hatred of it was burning in the heart. He turned to them and asked, "What did you just say?" The answer was shocking. The Moon Fairy, which everyone was considered dead, suddenly appeared. It destroyed the Nangon clan and crushed the lands of Varian. Nangok White, one of the most powerful masters, disappeared. The sword, capable of cutting the moon itself, has undergone posthumous beheading. John wondered if at least one of the family members who were there managed to survive. In response, he learned that one managed to survive, but only a pile of ash, which no longer restore. Suddenly, a loud knock came. The vessel hit the table. The old man, who stood behind the back of Chan, said that he should only be ordered, and he would immediately bring the head of this old witch. But in response, he heard an unexpected question. Why? Yang did not want to burden himself with thoughts about revenge. He explained that it makes no sense to revenge for the destroyed estate. This is not their business. And he justified his anger that he was a little angry, thinking that the Yumyan sect had killed all family members. Like, if he wants to take revenge, it is only his personal business. Even when it comes to posthumous beheading or a pile of dirt, it does not apply to it. I hoped he would look at me at least once. Despite my pain, I dreamed that he would at least turn. But if he only saw my condition, he was still my father. Maybe then he would show me at least a drop of attention. Such thoughts raged in the head of Chan when he remembered his childhood. He could describe everything that happened to him in one word. Got lost. It seemed to him that there was no one who would look in his direction nearby, whatever bitter this truth is. But this was its story. They continued the path with an old mun, which repeatedly suggested that the Yumyan cult test. Moreover, the moon fairy had a deep image on the clan ion, and he was worried that it could affect Choni. But John did not even look at the opportunity to lose this old witch. At this point, a woman ran out directly to them and explained that the registration rack was here. She asked them to record their names. However, it seemed strange to them, because they just walked by. Then she apologized, explaining that she had confused them with members of the Orthodox sect. But Mon became interested and asked what was being said. Logically thinking that even if they were martyrs from the Orthodox sect, why did she decide that they came to participate here? Noticing that a lot of people gathered around, Yang suggested that they were preparing for war. The girl explained that all this happened because of recent events. A group of merchants with whom they had previously cooperated, betrayed them, and started working with the Yumyan cult. An unwavering rock called Winning Alliance is about to collapse through a small fragment called the Cult of Yumyan. The situation was reminiscent of how the Union of Dating gradually gained its power. And it was really so. Factions that had claims to the victorious alliance, seeing that the Cult of Yumyan began to gain an advantage, ignited conflicts, and many of them joined the Jumyan cult. Everything on the surface looked completely different. But if you dig deeper, the battle took place between the victorious alliance and the Cult of Yumyan. Because of this, many factions were affected by the Yumyan cult, and the Orthodox sect came to the aid of the Sparking Pavilion. Finally, the old man realized why she accepted them for others. She saw the sword of the young owner and thought that a mighty master was not able to hide her relief. The sword really looked impressive, especially for her, and it was clear even one pattern on the blade. Zhang looked at the sword carefully, remembering the skills of the guy who had previously owned him. They were, honestly, terrible. Now he was pleased at least that the sword itself was wonderful. However, it was more important to decide what to do next. MUN proposed, given the present situation, that the collision with the Yumyan cult is not avoided. So why not join the Pavilion of Sparkling and not use the opportunity to evaluate their strength? And it is true. Wherever we go, they just talk about Yumyan everywhere, John agreed. He also decided to ask the woman whether they would pay them if they were fighting with the cult. She answered in the affirmative. Depending on his achievements, he could be offered from 100 to 300 mun per day. Hearing that amount, John immediately said that she would record his name. However, when he named his name, clan and father's name, she froze on the spot. After that, she was suddenly happy. It was just incredible for her. John, without paying attention to it, insisted on his own. I want to get at least 1 silver a day. A few conflicts arose in a few minutes. The masters were indignant at the woman, accusing her of missing the fraudster. She justified, saying that he went down without asking permission. All this was because of the same silver she promised him. Of course, this did not suit them at all. They insisted that the real descendant of the Varian clan could not be here, especially after recent events when the clan left Lian. 5 heroes of Lian have decided that they should give him a lesson so that no one dares to deceive people in this way. One of them opened the door and gently asked who dreamed of making themselves for the other. Chong calmly introduced San from the School of 7 Seas. He was sitting very easily, and John was silent. Mon, seeing them, smiled warmly. It's nice to see familiar faces. How do you eat? Their faces were expressed as a surprise. More precisely, they were shocked to those whom they saw. They were once close enough, and now, when all 5 heroes of Liana gathered here, John put another condition. 1 silver jan on the day plus all the money that had to get to these guys. And those guys only buried their tongues, stood silently, and could not answer. With tears in the eyes, they recognized a great idea. Chan felt quite boring here. He was only interested in one thing. Did the moon fairy appear? Mon knew nothing. Everything remained vague, and given that Lian is now under the rule of Yumyeon, the chance to see her was scanty, despite all the loud words of Chan about indifference to his family. In his words, there was hidden concern. He was constantly thinking about revenge. Hatred and thirst for revenge eaten it from the inside. But there is one but. Everything was difficult with his father. There was a time when he was boiling from anger because of his father's indifference. But what he felt when he heard about him at the hotel was a pure rage. He did not understand why he felt it. Is it because of a cold father who never gave him even his gaze? He could not understand it. Meanwhile, near the ceremonial entrance of the Nanian Trade Union, Yumyeon representatives stood before the gate, threatening that they would not only join them, but also humiliate the pavilion. To give them a lesson, many soldiers gathered here. They demanded that they come out and pay for their sins. Through the gap in the gate was observed this scene. One of those who stood behind the gate believed that it was necessary to go out and fight without help until the help from Yumyeon arrived. However, the other realistically noted that they would not be able to win them. After a number of defeats, the Orthodox Alliance lost its honor, so they undoubtedly sought to win the absolute victory over Yumyeon. The people who gathered there were masters of famous sects ready for the last battle. Some of them even sent their elders to personally take part in this battle. This man insisted, "Now is not the time to go against them. We will have to turn to Orthodox, so it is better to sit quietly." But suddenly a mustachioed man appeared. He immediately began to demonstrate his strength. The energy around him boiled a bright red glow. He formally stated that the next time this boldness would not get off his hands and asked. A large crowd of Orthodox sects gathered from the outside, yes. The expression of the man's face has changed sharply, but the mustachioed ordered him to silence and open the gate. The gates began to open slowly. Behind them were incredibly strong Yumyeon warriors. As soon as the gates opened, each merchant was ordered to prepare. Others were ordered to stand behind the head of the head. This detachment was called a detachment of a black shade. Looking at the numbers of Yumyeon, it seemed that you were looking in an infinite barrel with rice. Their number has increased significantly. The merchants tried to keep calm, but at the same time listened to the abuse of enemies who said that the same were guilty of not reaching the level of Yumyeon. You forgot how you kneel before the pavilion, begged for protection? Now you will pay for the harm caused to us by your images. Yumyeon was heard. It is not pleased with a whiskey. This noise even stiffened his thoughts. Have gone to fight, so be afraid. Why so much vanity? He again reminded that when it comes to Orthodox, talking to them is a futile business. It is foolish to talk to them. They will tear the nose until they see the true difference in strength. The mustachioed, being one of the 12 kings of demons, rushed forward. The opponent, squeezing the sword in his hands, reflected how best to start the fight. In every movement of fighters there was an incredible power. Suddenly, an elder school appeared. Her visit caused a real admiration. The battle between Mustache and Elder broke out with new force. Holding the sword over her head, the elder asked, "Did you really think that I would behave at such a primitive attack?" In response, the mustachioed boldly said, "You didn't even have time to release the stream, but you already admit defeat?" In a few seconds, everything was over. They began to worry behind the elders. The mustache ended with her and moved on, preparing to get the next. With a smile on his mouth, he reminded, "Didn't I say that the closed mouth is the best protection?" Doing it, he was ready to move on. He saw the old man to the left. The old man carefully assessed the situation. Only one king of demons. How much force in it lies. It was difficult to believe that such a power is at least the slightest chance to survive. And everything could continue in the same spirit if he did not appear. The one who struck the mustache without a warning directly into the cheekbone. The blow was so strong that he flew to the side, choking in words. It was difficult to imagine who else but Chan could do the same. Other representatives of Yumyeon looked around confusedly, worrying about the almighty demon. The elder of the merchants, too, could not believe in what was seen. The speed of the attack was so incredible that the demon did not even have time to react. The young man left behind only one question: who is he? The mustachioed demon, a little more flying away, crawled on his knees, trying to climb. He thoughtfully thought that there were only worms here, but now he acknowledged that there was one capable of standing his blow. As he climbed, he asked, "Who are you?" Yang looked at him silently without spending the words on empty chats. He did not even name his name, but only coldly asked, "The Moon Fairy." Was this bitch here with you? Chan asked directly. She's here? Did you bring her here? However, the enemy did not take him seriously, believing that one blow did not threaten him. He smiled smartly. Chan, are you mocking the weak old ones to climb at their expense? Wiping the dust from his mustache, this freak was going to give him a lesson. John, of course, warned that he did not cry after that lesson, but once again asked, "The Moon Fairy is here or not?" The enemy explained that she is the Queen of Demons, whose head is hunting, and that she occupies the highest position in Yumyon. "Enough words," said a mustachioed, inviting Chan to fight. At this time, the elders went away. Some of them believed that they lost their face, losing so quickly. However, the merchant reassured them, they say. Who would have thought that Yumyon was so strong? One of the elders drew attention to the young man who won the demon. The young man, noticing this, asked for permission to speak. He began to talk about Chan, calling him a notorious figure in the world of martial arts from the mountain of UV, but he did not have time to register how Mun appeared nearby and strictly reminded, "Your tongue is your enemy." Mun asked why they were so safe and self-confident, and he added, "And if the Shan will hear, do you handle his anger?" After that, they began to describe the Chan in front of the elders in a completely different way, as a son of a swordmaster who cuts the moon itself. The head of the merchant sincerely thanked him from the whole heart, and the Trinity, who earlier looked at him, has now quickly changed his mind. The elder ordered them to gather and warned that the almighty king of demons began to act. And indeed, that freak flew directly on his Shan. "Let me not serve her direction, but you have sinned, offending the 100-headed queen of demons. We will not ill," John said in surprise. "I just asked if she is here. Where is the insult?" The impact of the almighty demon flew at lightning speed, and the mustachioed waved a sword, ready to crush Chan. John looked at him as someone who always climbs on the swarm. And at the same moment he heard, "There is no moon fairy here." It was a moon that appeared nearby while the demon was in the air, and calmly added, "Leave this small bipod on me." "The butcher does not bring the sword to Skotobi," Mon said closer. The demon felt a piercing pain throughout the body. He flew far back without even realizing what happened. Only now did he realize that the power lies not only in the Chona, but also in the old one who came with him. Yong asked Muno, "Are you sure you will not get on the forehead speaking for me?" But Moon was completely confident in his abilities. Moreover, he called the demon a second-rate, which became more angry with the enemy. Mon, without resting, added a little truth, reminding everyone that this demon is a pathetic bandit, an almighty demon only in words. The demon was decorated, ready to tear them into pieces. But at the same moment he was roughly asked to silence. John wanted to end Moon quickly. The demon only managed to call Muna old crazy, and rushed at him with his sword. But the old man did not even try to kill him at once. He had to evade the attacks. Moreover, he put his sword under the strikes of a demon, as if playing with him. And after a few seconds he began to evade and shout loudly as if from fright. A few senseless movements from Mun, and in a moment he looked like a completely helpless old man. Traders stood with open mouths, not believing their own eyes. It seemed to them that the old man was not at all the level of this demon. Monday, bending over, said, "Have you been getting hatred that is considered a force in Yumyon? Now you deplete it like an old puddle. Ha, even the sword is difficult to lift." And the mustachioed only shouted again and again, "What a power is in Yumyon!" The demon wimped his sword again, exclaiming, "Poor tears too late." The old man barely climbed, leaning on his sword, looking exhausted and helpless. On all sides he was screamed to be careful, but suddenly, like a lightning, his blue eye focused in one direction. The demon flew at a lightning speed, suddenly fell out of his hands and stuck in the ground. The old man had already hanged over his head. He coldly explained, "The thought of beheading the fragile old man is a vain illusion." "Don't think so," he added, and decided to give a lesson. As he decided and did, his body cuts into one blow. "You fought self-reliance, relying only on your imaginary forces," Mon said, looking at the pretty demon. "Sin to underestimate your opponent. And this is a clear example. Without exception, anyone who was here did not believe their own eyes. Yumyon's representatives seemed to just not happen. They all thought one thing. It's impossible. And John only exhaled, thinking that the old man is ready for everything to attract attention. Although this time he really did it heroically and beautifully. It was a worthy delight from the audience. The old man looked truly impressive, calling his trick only a drop of skill. But John sniffed his language. They appeared from nowhere and also disappeared. The merchants only shouted them after trying to find out their names. After that, they approached the so-called almighty demon, contemptuously calling it pathetic. One of them even disagreed with his body, and perhaps it was this disdain that made his hand move. The hand began to change. Long, threatening claws grew on it. Again, a fright appeared on the faces of people. Moon and Chan turned sharply to see what was happening. The faces of the demon became truly horrible. Long fangs grew out of his teeth, and a thick saliva flowed out of his mouth. It looked like a scene from a terrible dream. He was no longer a man, but became a real monster. Its energy has increased several times, radiating an incredible power. Even Yumyun's representatives who came with him could not understand what was happening. But Moon knew, by this so-called force, the terrible truth was hiding. "There are no places on this earth such creatures," Mon said and rushed. John shouted after him, "Stop! You will not be able to overcome this uncleanness." "Don't worry, Chan. I'll deal with this pathetic monster with ease." These were the last words of Muna before he flew back from the devastating blow of the demon. The blow was so strong that even a hat flew. This time he did not pretend. It was obvious that he was defeated. John saw it and calmly said, "Just stand and look. Don't interfere." After that, he reached for his sword. The monster responded to the outside world completely differently. His eyes were burning with wild famine. John, standing on the side, calmly asked, "Do you know how to speak humanly?" Only a loud growl came in response. "A rude way of answering," said John, laughing slightly. "Okay, then I will answer as roughly," he said, preparing to use the technique of 9/3 heavens, a valley dragon and a wind tiger. The attack hit the demon directly into the shoulder. It seemed that she should break him in half, but nothing happened. The technique did not even leave on its scratches. Instead, the demon began to grow more louder, making horrible, inhumane sounds. He sharply turned and tried to strike his paw, the size of a person. John immediately retreated, deciding to follow the distance. "You need to consider a strategy." He quickly realized, "This freak is extremely strong and terribly durable. It is only necessary to use the technique of the 9th heaven of the 9th level," he decided. The expression of a storm blade is an attack that passed through the body of the demon through. But having gone forward, John froze in place, and even this time the demon was indifferent. He attacked further, as if nothing had happened. "What devil?" John was surprised. To win a little time, he hit the demon with a foot in a peak. But strangely enough, there is no trace left of this blow. But there was a chance to push off and get out of the attack line. Nevertheless, the demon did not even shudder. One of the audience has seen something like a VOD in this creature. It can't be. Mono. Even the cockroach of heaven, demonic lord, would not withstand the attack of the Shan. And now the demon is stronger than then. Meanwhile, the growth of the monster became increasingly louder, annoyed. But John still looked at him like an animal. Although without brains, but strong as a rock, he summed up. If the technique of 9 heavens did not work, there is only one. And it was to this one version of the NEC. The first technique of the master of the sword of 9 heaven. The mysterious diva is a silhouette of Virgo appeared behind his back, and he sent the sword directly towards the monster. There is only one thing left, to splash it through. And it was after this blow from the mouth of the demon. Attack, people were finally able to breathe. Mon did not doubt that the technique of Chan was happening. But this relief came something unexpected. What they saw on was absolutely unpredictable. To be more accurate, it seemed like crazy. Barely closing his eyes, John felt a strange deja-vu, as if he had already encountered something like that. There was no doubt. It also happened during one of the battles with their sect. He even managed to remember that moment. But now everything was different. There was neither pain nor a depressing feeling in the soul. In other words, even if it is another illusion, you need to break through it. This is exactly what he decided to make a Chan, standing before this monster. The monster only did what he growls, showing his sharp fangs. Suddenly, John sharply waved his sword and cut the silhouette of the monster in half. It seemed for a moment that it had completely disappeared. It was a mystery. The monster just evaporated in the air. What is happening? This question was disturbed by everyone. What was it for the monster and where did it come from? People have already begun to rejoice, believing that John won this monster. The level of skill of the young man impressed everyone around. A moment ago, Yumyan's scum was boldly, and now their arrogance disappeared without a trace. Especially the coward that covered the backs of others now did not know what to do next. Other sectarians have considered what to do next. If they escape, they would receive punishment. But is it worth going into battle at all? One of them made the decision. We retreat. After the 12th king of the demons, their chances of victory decreased sharply. They decided to escape to report a strange reincarnation. But their escape lasted for a long time. They were approached by John. He approached the sectarians and quietly asked, "What are you whispering there?" Yang was ready to end with them to check if they would turn into a monster. But they began to justify themselves, begging, "Our sect is not capable of such. We are nothing." And, without waiting for the answer, all together rushed to flee with gallop. One of them also tried to escape, but he was stopped by a cold hand on his shoulders. He frozen in place and shaking, slowly turning his head back. The voice that trembled as if in a frightened dog, he asked, "Is there a chance to renew a contract?" Of course, there was no chance. Meanwhile, other sectarians ran to the temple, hoping to find shelter there. They believed that the walls of the temple would be safe. But on the way to the temple, they were suddenly stopped. "You will not have forgiveness," said coldly those who met them on the threshold of the temple. They also belonged to this temple. The situation was gaining momentum. The tension was felt in the air. Meanwhile, John calmly hid his sword, believing that he no longer needed. They would understand themselves. I ran up to him and praised him. He worked well. He was amazed at the technique of the Nine Heaven sword and asked, "Why did you keep it secret for so many years?" Chong only shrugged. "Mystery. I didn't think that a secret." Then they continued the conversation and asked the old man, "Did you see me dragged into a dark cloud?" But Mon shook his head. It was even strange. None of the audience saw a dark cloud. Suddenly, a voice came behind their backs. The merchant offered them at least dinner in gratitude. Chan waved. "What a dinner? You want to thank? Come on." The merchant was puzzled. He knew that he was a descendant of the sword, who cut the moon, but said John, as if a robber from a mountain gang. However, his skills were impressive, worthy of the legendary ancestor. In the world of martial arts, which has lost both the sword that cut the moon and Nangon Byoka, one of 10 great masters, may have appeared a new hero capable of oppose to Yumyeon. This is the hope of a John. Mon asked, "Where are we going now?" Chan replied, "First we will find the old sage from the heavenly lands." The reason was simple, and Chan decided to explain it. If a pathetic follower of the sect can turn into such a mad monster, then a creature known as the Moon Fairy, in fact, much worse than the devil himself. Mon nodded, agreeing. "If you look from that point of view, it makes sense. And if you have to deal with it, you need to have ace in your sleeve," said John. "And the first step is to master the technique of a telekinesis sword." A few days later, in the province of Hogwan, on Mount Ufin, it was there to meet with the sage. He was met by a servant who immediately asked for evidence. To see the sage, it was necessary to have an invitation, but John simply asked to convey his name. It cannot be that the eldest allowed such a young man to meet him, the servant thought. It is difficult for the sage to see even high-ranking heads of sects, and this small seemed completely unimportant. Moreover, having reached the temple during his travels in the world of martial arts, the sage devoted himself to training. Even for the inhabitants of the mountain, to meet older was rare. In the end, the servant reluctantly agreed to convey his words. At this time, the sage was engaged in training, standing under an icy waterfall. Suddenly, he heard a barely audible whisper behind his back. It was a request like a cry of a distant bird. When the bird flew to the sage, a note was tied on her paw. He cautiously thwarted her and read the content carefully. Meanwhile, the servant told Chan, "I sent a news to the older, but if there is no answer for an hour, I will go." Yang did not even doubt. If he really received a message, he will come immediately. The servant added sarcastically, "And what kind of nonsense do you say? You, a swordsman, imagine yourself an important person." He barely uttered it as a familiar voice came behind their backs. The servant turned sharply and opened his mouth with surprise, seeing who was standing in front of him. The sage, smiling at the ears, ran towards Chan, happy as a child who saw an old friend. The sage was so hurried that he ran even without clothes. The servant quickly corrected this inconvenience by throwing a mantle on him. "Thank you, boy. Because of you, I got well," jokingly thanked the sage. Chan noticed it was not necessary to hurry up so much. Was it necessary? "What did you miss me?" asked John with a barely noticeable smile. And the sage did not deny it. "I have heard nothing from you for a long time. I thought you forgot about me. And now, let's go to the top. You settled in my palace." The servant, watching this scene, did not believe his own eyes and ears. Meanwhile, the servant hastened to report it to someone important. This person was the head of the wooden sect, who, when he heard the news, only laughed. His brother, who brought the news, did not understand the chapter, so he decided to talk to him personally. Meanwhile, the sage brought Chan to the top of the mountain. He showed him a room where the most secret knowledge and manuscripts of the sect were stored. "You can study everything you want," allowed the sage. "And what else to discuss them? How not the martial arts?" Zhang mentioned the one who once tried to deprive him of his life. Since then, the sage has only wanted Chong to continue his way. This place was full of manuscripts with wise advice, deeper than everything that the wise man could give. There were really a lot of interesting things in these manuscripts. Chan viewed shelves, studying each scroll. He asked the sage to help find something about the technique of the spiritual telekinosis. This request surprised the old again. John did not cease to impress him. "Do you want to master this technique? To reach such a level?" the sage asked in surprise. Behind a cup of tea, the Shan told that he fought with the master of the celestial sword. The sage knew that there were only a few people in the world capable of withstanding the blows of his sword. The very fact that the John was exchanging with him was already impressive. "There is nothing to be ashamed of what you retreated," the sage said. But Chong only admitted, "I would not be able to win him." In that battle, he tried to use the technique of spiritual telekinesis, but she did not work as he expected. However, after a duel with John, he changed his mind. On the threshold of death, the enemy turned into an unknown monster, and after that no attack had no effect on him. Hearing about such reincarnation, the sages noticeably clapped. It was very scared. Fortunately, John continued the story, remembering that the second technique helped defeat the monster. But the problem was that he was only a 10-headed king of demons. If you meet with a 100-headed king, the situation will be much worse. "You need to become stronger," said John. The sage thought, Yumyan can be a much more serious problem than we expected. At the same time, the old Shim calculated how many members of the sect were sharpening his tooth. "So much water has escaped. I do not even remember all the enemies. They say in vain, he who got a blow will remember all his life, and the one who hit will forget everything." Continuing the conversation, Yang mentioned Mount Ufen, which also changed. Most of the older brothers have already left it, but he was more concerned about his own power. "If you have to face stronger enemies, I will not be able to protect myself," he confessed. "There is no doubt about your abilities. The uncertainty about good will not prove," the sage warned. He recalled Chan that he was still a young and, moreover, not one. To take his gang, which he defended, would now become his strongest support. The sage was convinced that even the coarse heaven demonic lord would help him, just as he himself. "I'm not alone." These words were nice to hear, and John felt relieved, but he understood that there was a burden that would have to be carried. The sage saw these doubts in his eyes. Then the sage asked Chan to show the technique of spiritual telekinesis. Chan warned, "I do not own it yet. If something goes wrong and you will suffer, I'm not answering it." The sword began to glow with a golden glow, like a magical artifact. Switching the sword up, John stopped him in the air. He was hanging, as if suspended by an invisible thread. "So far, that's all I am capable of," he confessed. But the sage, looking at it, could not believe that John was really able to perform this technique. Moreover, even at this stage, its implementation exceeded the level of those who are unable to control force. Did this guy aim at the same level of possession of the technique that the celestial master of the sword has? The sage thought in amazement. But John emphasized again, "I am badly controlling this technique. I'm still far to perfection." The workout began and John warned the sage, "Be careful." The sword flew right on him, but the sage remained calm. "Don't be afraid." Returning to Wooden, he devoted himself to training. At that moment, he put his sword under the rapidly flying blade of Chan, but the expression of his face did not express confidence at all. "What is the power?" said the sage when the explosion split everything around. From a thick cloud of smoke, he said, "Everything is fine. I was only saved that I collided with my back with the mountain." After that, the sage acknowledged, "Yang exceeded all my expectations. His level of equipment is already striking. I came here without much hope, but I'm lucky to see you. This is enough. And even if you can't give me any advice, it doesn't matter. Where the eyes are directed, there is an opinion. It is followed by Kai, energy born of thought. While the mind directs thoughts, Kai circulates in the body, grows, fades, divides, and reconnects again. And all this happens at the will of the mind. The mind is and is Kai. When Ki is in harmony with the world, the sword sets the sword." The fisherman sat on the shore, patiently fishing. This fisherman was Mon, who could not wait when the John finally returned. Yesterday he got drunk, today he decided to fish. Such was a plan of Muna, and suddenly he pecks. The catch promised to be successful, and the smile appeared on his own face. Fast cut, and it began to pull the fish on the surface. Looking at her, he saw that it was a great fish, which was even more pleased. But as soon as it fell to the surface, there was one problem. The fish was incredibly strong. It was difficult to pull it. She showed who was the owner here, and eventually cut off the line. "This is so, uncle," Mun swore, not believing his disadvantage. And at this point, a John appeared, which, with the help of telekinesis technique, sent the sword directly into the fish falling into the water. The sword got exactly the target, sliding it through. Ideally controlling the sword, Yang lifted fish to the Mun, like a gift. Mon looked at it as if he saw a miracle. His eyes almost climbed out of orbits, and behind the way was a Shan asking, "Well, will we fry or cook?" The head of Sect Wooden approached the sage behind. He noticed traces of training on his body, and immediately understood the result of the duel. The head worked one thing. Why is the sage so sincerely accepted a stranger, while his students desire knowledge? Does this not sow the sadness in their hearts? He did not blame the sage, but simply wanted to understand whether this young man was really so important to break the rules. The sage reminded the head of the task that he instructed him last year. Having said this, he no longer explained. The head understood everything himself. He recalled the bandit from the Union of Mercenaries who won over him. The name John Chong-ha was so impressive that it remained in memory to this day. The sage once confessed that he was able to reach these lands through the help of this young man. In addition to 10 great masters, few people could withstand the battle with the sage. But then this boy, still very young, defeated him. However, the head recalled the mistake. "You brought a bandit from the Union of Mercenaries to the palace, the sacred place of our sect." The sage reassured him, "Don't worry. The warrior Jonah learned for the Taoist arts and will never go the way of evil." The sage also shared his anxieties about the rumors about Yumyan who have worried him recently. If Nagon Book, one of 10 great masters, died in such tragic circumstances, the power of the sect of Yumyan is becoming more threatening. That is why we especially need a powerful hero, capable of uniting us as a whole, just as the sword and swordmaster who cut the moon. Such was the modest thought of the sage. He believed that John Chong should become the hero who would unite them all. He assured the head that Yang did not read any book in this palace. Initially, the sage wanted to show him the manuscripts, but changed his mind and taught Chan the most extraordinary technique he knew. It was the technique of the celestial evasion of the sword. The legend testified that the immortal sword of Nick Liu Dan Bin learned this technique from the sage Hualon. Although his students conveyed the knowledge of the Wooden and Hua mountains to sects, no one was able to master it, so the technique gained the reputation of the unattainable. After this explanation, the head confessed that all his anxieties were in vain. The sage also promised that it would continue to be more careful in his decisions. However, the head did not know that there were no restrictions for the Jonah and the sage. Yang reached such a level when he no longer needed manuscripts from the palace. The head did not even suspect that John had already mastered Katrin of the technique of heavenly evasion of the sword. And since the head of the sect was most appreciated by Wooden, the sage decided to remain silent. He did not say that the John had already reached the second end of the lands of the swordsman, and now honed the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword. Hearing Katrin and reaching the absolute clarity of the mind, John seemed to be enlightenment. After that, they went further on the carriage. Mon was still amazed at the technique that John demonstrated. Mon constantly pleaded to teach him this technique, but John calmly answered, "This technique cannot be studied. The human body simply will not withstand such power." But Mon refused to believe that John had mastered her for the first time. Yang explained that what he understood could be very different from what others hear. He just heard Katrin. "I didn't come to study this technique, but thanks to her, I have adapted better to the TV sword. That's enough." They headed to the cafe and had to come there until the night. Yang has already anticipated a meeting with old friends. How much water has escaped since I saw them for the last time? How did I miss them? He knew that when they learned about his travels, they would be surprised. The distance was reduced. It was closer and closer. But in the meantime, his brothers were in a difficult position. The father returned. "But he is all in the wounds," one of them said shocked. They were in a dangerous place, and the father asked the whole family to stay inside. 2 enemies stood in front of him, and behind them, a whole crowd of people. They were ready to kill him, but he looked at them calmly, showing all the appearance that they were creating problems themselves. His man was accused of attacking a woman when he broke into a brothel, and a guard hired with a brothel only stood away and watched. All this seemed madness, but such was a reality. The pun did not want to do this, so he protected the girl. A poor girl who has not yet turned 12 has had no other choice but to work in a brothel to survive. But she lost her life. However, the enemies saw only a cheap thing in it. They insisted that the warrior killed by the pun cost several times more than she. Outraged, they decided to break him into pieces and rush to him. The pun understood that the situation was hopeless. He could not overcome all these scum on his own. The wounds were too deep. The only thing that remained was to protect at least your wife and children. He could not lose them again after the long-awaited reunion. Squeezing the sword even stronger, he prepared for the last battle. But suddenly a second brother appeared, ready to help Puna. Now there were at least 2 of them. The second brother was angry with these scums, who dreamed of raising his hand on a member of 10 elites. It is better to make the last desire, he advised cold. But the enemies decided to kill 2 rabbits in one go. In a moment, when the second brother turned, he saw something incomprehensible. It was Puna's facial expression. The pun barely held back tears because his brother came to the rescue. Meanwhile, John was driving in a cart, anticipating a meeting with them, not knowing what horror was happening in his brothers now. A fierce battle unfolded between them. During the battle, the second brother realized that the enemies were really strong. That they wounded Puna was not accidental. Their coordinated interaction was so clear that they created more problems than most experienced caravan guards he met earlier. But each of his attacks, the second brother showed that he was not so easy to win. However, the enemies were mocking, calling him a pathetic mercenary, hired by a brothel. The sparks from the swords flew on all sides, leaving behind the traces of a fierce battle. At this point, he realized why the pun was so disappointed when he saw him. At the same time, the pun warned, "Don't be distracted. These scums are professional fighters." It was difficult to even guess who they really were. The battle came to the fact that the brothers got back to the back, ready to reflect themselves from enemies from all sides. The pun felt guilty, believing that the second brother was suffering from him for no reason, and at that moment he voiced his request. "While I distracted them, you have to bring out my family from here." "What do you say?" "We agreed. If you are destined to die, then we will do it together," the second brother replied indignantly. But Pun insisted, "Please do it for me, save them." Pun added, "One day you will marry, you will have your children, and then you will understand these feelings." But the second brother refused again and again, suggesting together to defeat all these scums. The Pun saw more than just his brother on his blood, which is why he pleaded with his family. And at the moment when the heart made another blow, the enemies again rushed into the attack. The Pun was forced to defend himself. He put his sword, struck a huge health. But he was not one. The others also came, smiling bloody smiles. In an instant, the Pun opened his eyes wide. But it was not the pain that pierced his body. The second brother just had time to turn and see the Pun fall to the ground. His body was filled with feelings of despair, and he shouted loudly, "Brother!" But one of the enemies, a scarecrow with a braid, said coldly, "Don't worry, you will meet soon." The tip of the braid ruthlessly entered directly into the heart of the second brother. He could not do anything. He only clamped his wound with his hand and kneel. The Pun still believed that it is not too late, that he would be able to leave his brother here and save his family. But the second brother couldn't do anything. He understood what was happening, but the forces left his body. The bald calmly threw the sword on his back and, glancing his brothers, recognized, "You turned out to be good opponents. I didn't think there would be so much hassle with brothel guards." He was already going to mock them, dictate the rules of death. But his distraction is a voice behind his back. "The smell of the shit here is just unbearable." "Who is it like that?" the baldness asked in surprise. He did not hear someone else to come here. Assessing the appearance of the arrivals, the boy and the old man, he decided that both were crazy. "Are there any last words?" he asked, but Mon just smiled. "Let's see who will be the first in the world." Mon asked permission to take them on himself, but Chan refused. "I will kill them." The Pun and the other brother looked at it with mixed feelings, trying to understand whether they dreamed of it all. Is that really their brother came? Is it just a vision? But no. There was a Chan in front of them. His eyes were burned with anger. He went to kill, promising the brothers, patient a little more. "I will get rid of these parasites and immediately come to you," he promised cold. However, Lisi did not feel any threat. "In front of me, a small one who has no milk on his lips," he mocked. But the wounded second brother smiled. "Laugh while you can. Laugh, because you will soon realize what will happen to you," he added, barely holding back the pain. Pun screamed from the pain that pierced his body, but even more he felt unclear relief. He was ready to die. But at the last moment the old Shim and his brother John came. Pun pleaded, "Do something with these scums." Chong calmly but coldly warned the enemies, "You cannot even dream of being alive." And at the same moment everything happened. They did not even have time to blink. Chan went from beginning to the end of the yard. Blood spilled throughout the yard. Only the bald left to stand, not believing his eyes. "It can't be." He defeated elite hired killers. In a moment of eye, he whispered. John calmly approached him and asked, "Did you hurt my brother?" Bald waved his hands, justifying himself. "I just met the orders." "Shut up. You will die with a martyrdom," said Chan coldly, and then struck him with his foot in his chin. Those who survived kneeling, raising their hands up. But they were not just hands. They lay a giant stone that made them shudder. Everyone understood that with the skills of Chan, he could easily cut these scum in half. Although he promised to kill them in a wrath of anger, John always tries not to take away life for no reason. It belongs to the Union of Mercenaries, but will not be avoided fate. Control of force, which allows to keep prisoners in consciousness, cost him expensive. In the meantime, these scums were begged to stop the torment and kill them. Finally, Pun could hug his wife and whisper to her ear, "Now all is well." Looking at this scene on the side, it was safe to say that all this was worth the effort. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, MUN knocked out information from the Bald One. He kneeled him on the very edge of the mountain and asked, "Who hired you?" But Bald, all in bruises and scratches, only asked, "What happened to others?" Mun asked the same question to everyone else, but they were silent as donkeys. "Unfortunately, my patience is a little," Moon said cold, getting ready for harder methods. Bald tried to threaten, "You will become a gang of assassins. From that moment your life will turn into a solid nightmare." Chong only reminded him of his words. "I said I had little patience." The look of his eyes was cold as an ice floe. Initially, Chan coldly inserted the sword directly between the fingers of the Bald. He did not even have time to notice at what speed the sword flew. "Oh, I plan to start with one finger. Probably at night my vision is no longer the one." After these words, he even apologized, promising to cut off his finger as it should. It broke the Bald. He shouted and promised to tell everything he knew. Meanwhile, the mercenary who learned about the failure of the assassin was in rage. Even the servant who brought this news received nuts. "I paid them 30,000 silver and they couldn't kill 2 guards?" he exclaimed, stuffing his hand on the table. He did not understand how it could have happened. They used to cope with any tasks, and now they failed. He scolded himself for relied on them. At the moment when his anger was at the peak, a cold voice came before him. "It seems you are disappointed that I was alive. Did you seek my death so much?" I couldn't imagine. It was a Pun that came in, knocking his door knocking. Now he had some questions about this scum. The second brother added, "You have no conscience at all. You tried to pick up Puna's wife, hiring assassin." But he rose and denied everything, refusing to recognize the truth. Moreover, he brazenly stated, "It was robbed." The bastard reminded Puna how 5 years ago he committed a crime and left the village, asking him to take care of his family. I swore to defend her and children. I provided them with everything they needed to make them feel worse than others. I gave her flowers to make her smile. I patiently waited for her to open her heart and vowed to make her happiest. And then suddenly you returned and began to play the role of a good father, he said bitterly. The second brother could not stand and mockingly added, "But you just fell in love and stuck in your own fantasies. You demolished the roof." The rage was overwhelmed by his second brother, and he was already ready to attack, but the Pun stopped him. "How can you stop me? He almost killed you." The second brother was indignant. However, the Pune recognized that not everything was a lie. "I am sincerely grateful to you for taking care of my family until I was. I will return this debt, whatever the price is, even if it will be my life. But after today, I no longer consider myself your debtor," the Pune added. His eyes were burning with cold anger. He warned, "From now on, if I see you at least once, there will be no mercy. Remember that." However, that scum decided not to give up so easy. He said mockingly, "It would be worth disappearing. I will do everything to her and the children come back to me." At that moment, the Pun could not stand. He swept through his lightning, and in the next second, the enemy's head was already flying in the air. The idea that this scum would never see his wife and children again has fallen all doubts from Pun's heart. He remembered the truth he mastered as a bandit, the law of the jungle. You will show weakness. You will be devoured. If you are weakening, you will not be able to protect anyone. She was lightly approaching frogs, sitting quietly and gently hugging each other, not even knowing the approaching danger. But she raced them at a frantic speed, glad that Fortuna finally returned to her face. On the eve of her, she lacked money to create a new base in the Varian Minori, so such payment was a real gift of fate. On the planet, Yuumo rule the 7 of the Stoglav kings, supernatural creatures that hold the world in the iron fist. They say that their strength is enough to conquer not only the planet, but also the whole known universe. Considering the death of her, she felt not fear, but admiration, calling it a spectacle of perfection. The man who was in his hand was already dead, and it said a lot. This girl reminded her in her youth. She was named Jean Ha-11, and she called her a 10-headed demonic general. At that moment, she remembered how once the head trusted her when she was still no one. She was training days to justify that trust. Now, no general could compare her. She decided to take the opportunity to gain even more trust, because the path to the title of Groaning King no longer seemed unattainable. With the thought of another possible miracle, she moved on without looking back. Landing on a tree above it, she lifted such a gust of wind that threw his basket with things. "Who are you?" he asked in a rude voice. And did she already choose her last desire before death? Jinha stopped for a moment, something old, familiar in her gaze. She felt the boy's aura and looked closer, remembered a teenager with bright red hair, a friend from the past. However, he needed neither apologies nor explanations, only a clear answer without unnecessary words. Her silence lasted, but in this silence she understood the main thing. It is its goal that she was waiting for. He showed his finger down and suggested that she lift something, hinting that he may then let her go in peace. But she just laughed and quit. "I saved time on the road. Thank you for acceleration. A baby? Where's your old man in a bamboo hat? Too bad you are one. It would be fun to remove you both together." The guy immediately felt something strange in the air. The smell of death, blood, or the danger that was approaching. It was not necessary to think for a long time. In the movements and gaze he realized that he was in front of him. And he also called her Aunt, who won't get angry. She wondered. Where else will you find such a young, beautiful, and deadly aunt, ha? Calmly, based on her beauty, she remembered that he is one of the 10-headed demonic generals of the cult of Yumo. Of course, John Kan knew about this cult. It was led by the Moon Fairy itself, insidious and ruthless, like a poisonous flower. Hearing this name, Jean-Ha was already exploding, and squeezing his fists, screamed, "How did you dare to offend her in my presence?" But the greatest humiliation, apparently, would be to dig someone from the grave and throw the body into a stinking compost pit. She only guessed that this guy was hinting at the legend of the posthumous abuse of the sword that cut the moon. If you think, they say, all the straight descendants of that old have red hair. That is why she reached for the sword. But John decided to clarify. "Why do you take away, pre-cute? Didn't heard of diplomacy, aunt?" With the phrase "word here," she has already swung his sword. The conversation ended. The battle began. Attacking, she stated that from now on, it is his main enemy, although it seems to him as a joke. And further, another argument. Once we have the reasons to kill each other, there is no point in restraining. But even so, he had time to sweep. She looked quite attractive next to those guys. Hearing the compliment, Auntie only smiled mysteriously, as if it were part of the plan. But immediately after a smile, she released a weapon. The sword fell from her hand and flew forward with a frantic speed. The blade flew just into the eye of John Ha, too close to think of thinking or scared. He was rescued by an incredible reaction. He managed to knock his sword knocking, reflecting it at the last moment. This speed even stunned her. She froze for a moment without waiting for such a turn. John had changed in his eyes. Now there were no jokes in his look, only focus and determination. He also spoke more seriously. "Aunt, you really surprised me." However, he knew, to get her out of balance, there was only one word aptly said. She immediately answered in her style. "They say in vain you are so bent. You still think that I am a beauty." "Clearly," she added. "You are still too young, such as I have not seen. I am the most luxurious woman who happened on your way." John Ha was silent for a moment. All the girls he knew before, and no one had a red sword in her hands. It seems that the words here were really superfluous. Everything is said by actions. Although not, a few words were found. He again called her old man as if he wanted to get it. In a few instant rotations, she was standing again near her sword. Everything was following her plan. To think that she will leave a weapon is a newcomer. She never refuses to fight. Her body broke out with energy. The flow of force broke out, and she made it clear that it was time to look carefully. He had to see the technique she was preparing. Not a regular blow, but somewhat much higher. It was a technique that could impress the imagination, change the perception of reality itself. The essence of technology was the absolute unity of the soul and the sword. Nothing had to be superfluous between them. The spectacle was really stunning. Shine, movements, voltage in the air. Everything was merged into magical harmony. It seemed that this blade could cut not only the body, but the world itself. He had a look, but John Ha still did not understand. Why did she draw a circle as if she were engaged in calligraphy? But the essence of the technique is in the remote control of the sword. It was difficult for him to grasp this skill. Thanks to continuous workout, it reached the level where the sword listens to it, as if the extension of the body. From now on, he learns what a true horror is, a horror generated by a cold blade. Having released all the power, she aimed a sword simply to him, without hesitation, without regret. To her, whether she was really ready for the next round of this battle, the question remained open. Let her readiness be doubtful. But the John was already available. More than certain that even the old shim would be reflected. Indeed, with incredible ease, he reflected her attack, as if it were a workout for beginners. In a second, her face has changed. Fear, panic, something went wrong. With a tense expression, she tried to evade, and too late she understood the threat. But what to do? Just 2 fingers that he came from below. It was with these fingers that he got closer, and it was a surprise for her. The beauty she believed herself did not even predict that she would have to defend from something so simple. John Ha was blowing on his fingers as if cooling them after a frantic attack, a complete disregard. Then he activated his sword and, inherent in boldness, again called it Ant, as if achieving. And in a few seconds, there was an explosion. The space around the strike from the force of the impact. Their battlefield expanded. The scale of the battle came to a new level. She retreated, thinking that something incredible was happening, and still tried to escape. It was indeed incredible. He already controlled the sword with the help of telekinesis, and she realized that the level of Chona could not. But in addition to his skill, he also has a devilish character. He did not forget to shout in a puddle that it was evading like a rat. She bounced again, avoiding the attack lines, and time to evade rapidly melted. Jong-ha decided to end this fight. The brothers were waiting for the grass, and he did not like to be late. She looked at him from the bottom. He was already hanging over her, and she understood that she would not have time to defend herself this time. A horrible sound came. The trees shuddered. The birds flew into the sky. This sound came from her body, which hit the earth with all force. John Ha raised his hand. He called his sword back. At this point, the sword was still sticking out in the tree, but it was not for long. In a second, he found himself in his hand, and in the meantime she begged for a mercy, at least this time. But he knew well that after the death of one of the 10-headed demonic generals, and even without waiting for the answer, it struck. Its story ended instantly. Although John Ha avoided murders, the cult of Yumo has always been an exception for him. Several times met with them face to face, he realized irreparable. They have lost all human for a long time. They have neither heart nor soul left. At first he doubted, but later he became convinced. His expectations came true. And after her death, it appeared. A giant monster that appeared before them from a nightmare. The fire on her head was flashed, but the difference from the previous monster was not so great. The previous one was slow, though strong, and this creature is a completely different matter, fast and unpredictable. In a second, John Han realized his expectations came true. She was moving at such a frantic speed that he immediately found herself behind his back. But he predicted everything. It did not catch him by surprise. John had already had a bitter experience, so today he decided not to scatter in vain. He was not going to spend energy on nonsense, as it happened last time. It is not necessary to spend more than it should be included in his plans this time. She again rushed to the attack, hoping to catch him by surprise. He, calmly reacting, easily repelled, without unnecessary movements and panic. And with irony, he noted that in the Yumuan sect, no one seems to be endowed with the gift of prediction. Meanwhile, the red energy layer in front of it continued to increase rapidly. The sword of John Ha touched the earth. It was a sign that a real battle is yet to come. Whatever she does not reach her level. It still remained lower in force, but it seems that it did not stop it. She continued to attack it blindly without hearing anything around. Within a second, John Hao confirmed his advantage. In one movement, he cut off her hand. In a moment, he found herself behind her back, as if the time was slowing down for him. The next second, and his sword slid his air, cutting the space like a blade of fate. Another second, and her life came to an end. Silence after the impact was louder than any sound. To be more precise, her life faded over a few short but decisive seconds. John Ha again became convinced that everything happened exactly as he expected. Everything went according to plan. He guessed him. Having defeated the warrior Yumo, he found himself in another dimension. It happened. The reality has changed. But now the main thing is to understand where he got. The problem was that he had no idea where he was and what was going on. Last time he saw nothing like that. A real titanium stood in front of him. Do such monsters really exist? He began to doubt his own perception. Only the moment passed, and everything disappeared. The illusion was dispelled, leaving only reality. Whose fist with a loud sound hit the chair? The question in the air. Who is capable of such? The information collected came from this. Behind this stands an old known under the name of Shim Tone. And a guy named John Chong Ha is also known as Jo Ha, who fought no worse than legends. According to eyewitnesses, both used variant technique, art that not everyone can. But this situation unbearably blocked one of the audience. All this seemed to him an absurd and a manifestation of full idiocy. He was explained. They probably acted unconsciously, because no one knew that the general went to Nanyan at the invitation of the Red Gang. However, he stood on his own. Even if the murder was not planned, It does not relieve responsibility for grave sins. Others also sought revenge for the general, but about young Joe Ha, they were unambiguously warned. It is better not to touch him. But did he want to listen? Obviously no, he did not recognize such restrictions. As a result of the incident, the Citadel lost the general and dozens of demonic soldiers. And now they are also told, do not touch the culprits. To their excuse, they added that the thing is not in fear, but in the fact that acting against them contradicts the direct instructions of the sect. But he did not understand since the human sect orders appeared, that forbidden to take revenge on the dead comrades. The order was to avoid conflicts with other sects until the Orthodox sect was destroyed. This order was conditioned by the fear of the growing force of chaos, especially through the leader of the Union of Mercenaries, one of the 10 great masters, a demonic lord that covers heaven. He was angry. It was unclear what it had to do with true revenge. But in the course of the investigation, it turned out, Joe Ha was personally noted by Lord himself and appointed by the second face of the Union of Mercenaries. More precisely, the head of their guards, a man with full power. At this point, he remembered the events that happened 20 years ago. The memory broke out in his mind languages. At that time, the head of the Citadel was the King of Demon himself, the Lord whose glory was frightened by even allies. In those days, the Choka was in the top 3 of the strongest masters of the whole Union of Mercenaries. Bringing his advantage in the duel, he expected the order, because he considered himself the strongest among the Trinity. He openly declared his desire to become the second in the Union. They say, you will still not find the best candidate, and the head agreed with this, recognizing him the most worthy of all 3 masters. But despite the approval of the long-awaited title, he never received. Choka the Gene was confused. Because he fulfilled the order, 1, proved his power in battle. Was it not enough? Instead, the head asked him to look at himself from the side. The only one is measuring the status. In his opinion, the second in rank in the Union should not only be strong, but almost equal to the head. And the victory that the Choka gained with such difficulty, on the contrary, proved that this distance between them was still great. But the Choka did not give up. He insisted. Let it be difficult. But he won. And now he waited for the head to hold back the word. The condition, as he resembled, was a victory. Isn't he right? He even suggested that if necessary, he will prove right now that he is able to reach the level of the head. Hearing this, the head did not hold back. It seemed just funny to him. He liked the morale of Jen's Choka. The fire in his eyes promised great things. But nevertheless, he decided to climb and clearly remind who was actually the top step. And when he asked if he would regret his boldness, fear was already in his eyes. Because there was a real tiger in front of him, one of 10 great masters. No matter how much the Choka was trained, their level seemed unattainable. Now, returning from past thoughts to reality, did he think, how could everything be different? After all, he is now the head, and his people ask for permission to inform other Stoglav kings about revenge. But he decided otherwise. It is not necessary to act. The situation may be even better than expected. Stoglava Queen Li Mei Fa is currently engaged in expanding the influence of the human sect in the Union of Mercenaries. In addition, rumors claim that the 7 10-headed demonic soldiers resumed their titles during the Union tournament. And you can be sure, the demonic lord which covers heaven knows everything to the smallest details. But the alliance lives on a different principle. The leader becomes the strongest, and Lord does not have a good reason not to get rid of them. For many years, the demonic lord sought to find the head of a guard that could not be relied on, and he did not find a suitable candidate. And if John Joe Ha really has all the skills for this role, then the failure of 10-headed warriors becomes only a question of time. So said Choka Jen. The failure, under the leadership of Li Mei, threatens a whole group of 20 soldiers. It may be time to put them in place. And when the servants heard these words from their master, everything became crystal for them. As a result, he proposed to temporarily postpone revenge to act at a more profitable moment. Returning to his room, he thought, the head of the sect has long disappeared, and all the power of the Yuomon now belongs to the mighty 7 of the Stoglav kings of demons. If the head does not return, one of this 7 will become a new owner. A question only in time. The conquest of the world by the forces of human is becoming more real. For the sake of the future, it is necessary to keep a close eye on the rest of the Mons, and keep your ear acutely. He decided to check if John Joe Ha would be useful in a big game, and without delay, he went on the road. The way was far, but the goal was worth the effort. At the same time, Joe Ha and old Shim were in the province of Hainan, in front of the place where the old man once spent decades of training. The guy mentioned their long-standing conversation, in which he mentioned the 3 demons of Hainan, a terrible legend of the area. Shim remembered how Orthodox sectarians have repeatedly received a puffy out of these stagnant demons. Joe had just smiled, guessing that Shim has made many enemies and now hides his face under the wide fields of bamboo hat. The place where they stood is known as Paradise Bushes, the shrine of martial arts. Sometimes even someone of 10 great masters appear here. Joe Ha threw in the side of Shima, they say, let him be hiding. But if he is beaten in the lane, do not wait for help. In the meantime, they decided to go to the best food in the surrounding area, because it would not hurt anyone to eat after the road. It looks giant, so much that it was more on the brothel than a regular dining room, but they mentioned that food was served on the ground floor. They went there and went. At that moment, Joe Ha felt something strange, anxious and incomprehensible, as if instinct shouted about danger. This feeling completely overwhelmed him. Something was wrong, and it could not be ignored. Shim noticed his alarm, and surprised, tried to find out what had happened. But Joe Ha was silent. No word, no explanation, just a look full of tension. Shim Tone was confused. He was not used to seeing his companion so broken and nervous. From the moment of their acquaintance, it was the first time Joe Ha looked so disturbed. Even when he encountered one of 10 great masters, he remained cold and collected. Then he was adamant, as if a rock, without fear, no doubt. And now he looked like a frightened child who saw the ghost. Shim watched the gaze where he looked. What could cause such horror in someone like Joe Ha, one of the strongest? His eyes fell on the usual look of a couple. A man and a middle-aged woman, so everyday that their necks seemed to be broken, like a bar. She tasted the food leisurely. Dumplings seemed to be cooked with special care. And the man, pouring a drink, asked her opinion about the taste of the dish. The woman he called Mrs. Beck replied that the food is delicious. The aroma is wonderful. But it is uncomfortable that he treats her lunch, because she asked for help. He just smiled in response. They say it was nothing. He was sincerely happy, learning that she had succeeded. But she was convinced that all this was only possible thanks to him. And his advice on the 9th circle was struck. She promised to thank for help, and he did not even think to refuse. It was not in his style. However, he still destroyed his curiosity. What made her go to the Moon Fairy and enter into an agreement with it? It was the Varian sect destroyed and disgraced her husband. She confessed that it was not easy to make such a decision, but over time she understood. To resist the will of the sect of Yumo, and it is impossible to survive. After meeting with the Moon Fairy, she only became convinced of her hopelessness. There was no way back. Then the fairy forced her to kneel, and once again asked if she was really ready to give the sacred artifact of the sect as a symbol of allegiance. Beck almost kissed the floor, answering yes, so was her will. The pole that she brought was enveloped by a mysterious glow. But the Moon Fairy valued not the gift, but the very willingness to reach out to the enemy. She wondered, what exactly does a woman need? Money? Service? Atonement? But Beck asked only one thing, so that her enmity with his late husband did not affect their children and the future of the generation. Her voice was thin and unpleasant. She begged to help revive the Varian sect, though a little, though in some form. 2 years have passed since Joe Ha left the damned Menor Varian, a place that became his childhood prison. The image of a 6-year-old helpless boy seemed to be erased from his memory for a long time. And all this, thanks to the people he met in his way, which gradually changed his life. But it is at this moment, and despite all he survived, Joe Ha was now strong enough to break the source of all his childhood fears into pieces. Only an instant, and the head of the one who chased him in the nightmares was cut off without hesitation. But even then he was aware. At this moment he was no different from the 6-year-old boy who was broken. Shim proposed to change the situation and eat elsewhere, away from memories. Joe Ha said, apparently, an incredible landscape opens from the 7th floor. The spirit is intercepting. He suggested climbing there and, without waiting for consent, moved forward. Walking past the same table where his stepmother sat, he did not even look at her, just walked through the void. She continued to mock, hammering her nasty mouths with dumplings. Nothing changes. After reaching the 7th floor, they were faced with the problem. There was only a special permission. The guard shouted, trying to stop Joe Ha, but he just walked past without even paying attention. The guard of the guards suddenly lay on the shoulder of the guard, restrained but confident. It was a Shim that calmly explained, the House of Pleasure is about to open, and you can just imagine that today they opened a little earlier. However, the guard did not give up. The 7th floor is only for special guests. And do they imagine how much it costs? Shim silently got a bag of gold and without blinking asked, would it be enough? The guard was silent. With great interest, he agreed to go to talk to the owner of the first tower. Joe Ha was already standing at the edge, looking down. His look was empty, but at the same time difficult. From the first point, it was clear. Something was wrong. His condition was alarming. But when Shim asked what happened, Jo-ha answered the question. Isn't it a wonderful landscape? And he added, you won't see such landscapes every day. The feeling was as if someone had opened his chest. In fact, the beauty was exciting. He saw something like once in his life, something even stronger than that moment. Then, when for the first time in 10 years he stepped beyond Minori, perhaps that is why the picture at the time seemed to him a real miracle. Hearing his words, Shim insisted again. He wanted to ask an important question. It was about the same woman. Jo-ha nodded. Yes, it was she who locked him in Minor for 10 years and tortured as she could. Shim immediately asked for permission to go down immediately and bring her head. Without regret, without thought. But Jo-ha calmly refused. He explained that he would handle it. He did not need help in this matter. He added that he just didn't expect this meeting. He has frozen for a moment, but now he is ready to raise the sword against her at any time. And the main question, will it be revenge, or maybe just a release from memories? At this point, the girl approached them, apologizing for being interfering with the conversation. She introduced herself as Jang Bo was the owner of the first tower. She explained that she was honored to accept them as guests. But today, an important event with high-ranking visitors is held in the tower, and finding a place for them will be extremely difficult. She apologized to the voice without hiding the coolness, suggested that they leave the premises. Against the background of her words, a scornful sigh of sighs. What a pity. I liked it. Shim has agreed without denial. They say, everything is clear, we will go immediately. But before leaving, she emphasized again, this place keeps a lot of treasures. Any incident here is an unacceptable luxury. And by the way, she reported that they will be brought to both of them. If everyone pays 10 silver lions, this incident will be considered exhausted. Shim did not even try to hide the facial expression. For him, it sounded like an absolute beacon. He gestured on an empty table, and around him, no order, even water was taken. But she just laughed, they say. You don't seem to know what the 7th floor is associated with. With the expression of inflated disappointment, she explained that at this level, the members of the imperial family themselves are often resting. And just come here, as a tratother. No less than a crime for their reputation. Then he finally spoke Jo-ha, calmly but coldly asked what she was leading. She sighed, shaking her eyes theatrically, and agreed to explain everything. Exclusively for them. The essence is simple. This place is so prestigious that even masters of 7 orthodox sects and 2 large schools only dream of getting here. Their appearance here is a spot in honor of the establishment. And since an extremely important guest is expected today, they will show unprecedented generosity. They will release them for only 10 lions. By the way, she persistently recommended not to resist. After all, the guests of this floor, persons of exceptional weight, and every guard here is a prominent master of their own combat style. Shim, laughing, just warned that these people dig a pit, and deep. He consulted Jo-ha how to do next, already getting a sword and hinting that it was time to give a lesson. Jo-ha shrugged. As you want. He was almost ready to pay the required amount. But he had to hear how he was approached, and he immediately changed his mind. As soon as he got a little better than these idiots were spoiled. Now the mood has disappeared, and he warned them. In addition, he added Shim, we do not go anywhere. He liked the place, on the contrary. Just a request, not to destroy it completely. It remains only to see that there for respectable persons hiding among its high society. She just waved her hand, they say, get rid of them. Deft strokes, screams of pain, exclamations of Jo-ha, and even call to Shim, do not spread everything here under 0. The chaos began instantly. It was at this time that someone else arrived in the first tower, the presence that immediately changed the atmosphere. Looking at her, he acknowledged, she is really beautiful as the reputation of this place. However, the old man, who was with Jo-ha, had not been able to understand, and it was alert. Their offensive did not even have time to begin, because he already appeared on the 7th floor, surprised by noise. The guard who had to stop him first replied, they say, a stranger does not apply. But then he looked at his face, and froze. Seeing the owner, he was glad, thinking, now he will decide, and with those bastards finally is over. One of the guards began to complain. They say, the 7th floor was blocked, everything went a scraper. However, the reality was simple. They underestimated the opponents, and the situation came out of control. The owner, without losing peace, said only one word, lead. Everyone was happy. They decided that the power of the authorities would finally solve the problem. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Shim was happy to get her pleasure, offering a little laughing, although her people have been lying on the floor for a long time. Behind him, Jo-ha calmly asked him to stop. It seemed that only one of it seemed fun. There was no one left on whom the shim could be anger. All have long been neutralized. However, the images did not stop. They were called again, this time with special enthusiasm. But now they were not threatened with their own power, but to those who arrived. A guest who had to change everything. Shim stood confidently. He believed in himself and was not going to give way to anyone. New. Let's see how you talk when one of 10 great masters will appear before you. Jo-ha has lifted his eyebrows. Now it's really interesting. Both were intrigued. Who is this powerful guest that should appear? And so, he was approaching, step by step, noticeably for everyone. Shim tensed for a moment and asked Jo-ha, "What will we do now?" But Jo-ha, on the contrary, remained completely calm. This situation did not scare him at all. When he saw who before him, he just asked with a mockery, "What? And you got here?" The head of the Union of Mercenaries himself stood in front of him. He turned to him with a familiar tone. "Look, who is here? Our rising star of the Union is the head of the guard, John Jo-ha." Jo-ha was sincerely wondered. He was curious about how the head was here. He explained everything simply. He could not ignore the call for help from the swarm Shaolin monks. The woman finally began to understand something. Her facial expression changed every second. She realized that she staged a match against the other in the influence of a person in the whole Union. And here, everyone who was still standing on their knees, pride faded like a candle in the wind. They begged for a mercy, in a pose that was very familiar and subject to them. And Jo-ha recalled that they have recently accused him of shame for reputation. And now they are lying. Do they really think that he will close his eyes? The woman crawled on her knees, acknowledging that she had committed a fatal sin. Now it sounded like a mantra. The head of the Union asked Jo-ha not to be buried. She was already broken. Then, considering that it was still enough, he suggested going down and drinking a glass. Jo-ha initially suggested staying on the 7th floor, but the head just laughed. They say not to be attached. On the 6th look is nothing worse. For the drink, he noted that their meeting took place very on time. After talking to the monks and solving their problems, he was about to go from Jo-ha north to the city of Fen. He then turned to the old man, specifying his name. He remembered his past, and added that now he was not at all like the former. Shim replied that he had taken over a few technicians from young Jonah. But there is much more to learn. Everything ahead. The head did not restrain laughter. Their meeting with Shim and Jo-ha, in his opinion, was a real luck. But Jo-ha clung to this conversation. He was enough. He wanted to find out that he was a meeting with Shaolin's elders. The head replied that he received an extremely interesting proposal, so attractive that he overcame all the way here instantly. He recalled that Shaolin is one of 7 sects and 2 major schools with ancient history. To call it a pillar of the Orthodox world is not an exaggeration, and it was these proud monks that invited the head of the most powerful sect of chaos, the Union of Mercenaries. His heart was killed faster, and he arrived 2 hours earlier than the agreed time. Shim was alert immediately. Shaolin never works without a serious occasion. If Orthodox sects are learned, a noise will rise. But the head was ready for consequences. If someone needed an excuse, then they would receive it. And he added, though not long, he was once part of Shaolin. According to him, then he was not even noticed, like ghosts. And now the same monks themselves turned to him for help. Doesn't that care? Jo-ha again asked to close the topic, and returned to the head of the head that he was looking for him. He asked directly whether the head was planning to pull him into some adventure, but the head answered seriously. He only wants the head of the guard to fulfill his duties, and this concerns the concern that is growing around the sect of Yumo. Jo-ha was immediately interested. He recently noticed strange things for the sectarians, and he told how he recently fought with 2 10-headed soldiers who suddenly turned into real monsters. As during the battle he was dragged into some strange and distorted space. The space in which an unknown, unclear figure appeared is absolutely alien, as if from another dimension. Hearing this, the head asked again, clarifying, "Did you destroy 2 10-headed soldiers?" The head struck his hand on the table, finally convinced he was not mistaken, choosing John Jo-ha of the guards. And then he asked directly, will he help him destroy the Yumo sect? Jo-ha have admitted that he had the reasons to dislike Yumo, and he asked, what did they do to you, uncle? The head always knew what dark things were spinning around this sect, and that is why they did not endure them. And when he heard that they had been called the strongest warriors in the martial arts world, anger. Here in the conversation intervened Shim. Did he ask if Yuman now directs his sword against Orthodox sects? And he added, if these 2 camps are depleting each other in the war, Will it be a great opportunity for the Union of Mercenaries to intercept the initiative in the world of martial arts? The head of honestly confessed. He already had such a thought. That is why he was silent, watching the situation. But then everything went down. These scums released the roots within the Union of Mercenaries. They stole people, sold them, arranged bloody massacres. They even talk about cannibalism. It is far beyond the boundary of good and evil. The limit has long been erased. Joe Ha asked, why did he still descend them all from his hands? The head replied that at first he thought to just wipe them off the face of the earth. But it took time to understand who was behind it. And most importantly, it was the only rule of the Union against it. In the Union, it does not matter how someone gained power. If it is power, then it is right. And if the head is crossed by this rule, through the law that created itself, the unity of the Union will fall. And this is exactly what seems to be the abominations from Yuman. It would be difficult to believe in it, but the fact remains. If Yuman was able to destroy the Nangon clan, they really pose a real threat. The head remembered how 30 years ago, he crossed the swords with the legendary King of the Swords, Nangon Bek. At that time, no one could stop Bek. He was like the lord of the whole battle world. Both were ready for wounds, but in the most elastic moment, Nangon suggested retreating. They say a wiser move. But the head just laughed in response. He does not make such decisions when the sword has already been extended. He noted that Nangon's words diverged from his actions, and they still came together in battle. It was a clash he remembers to this day. But now they say that the King of the Swords disappeared, and the whole sect of Nangon fell under the pressure of Yumen. It was difficult to believe even now. Shim mentioned one of the 10-headed soldiers. His equipment remained the same, but the strength has grown 10 times. It seemed suspicious. The head heard the same. Their energy is growing abnormally, and even the 12 demonic kings celebrated the same. Now their main task is to find out how the sect Yumam gets this power. Joe Ha clenched his fists and firmly said, he agrees. In other words, he accepts his uncle's offer. Moreover, it still had a tooth on these scums. And now the chance to decide everything officially. But he had one condition. He demanded to stop any attempt to revive the Varian clan. The head replied that, as far as he knows, that clan was already destroyed by Yumo. The hearing is said to have caused catastrophic harm. But Joe Ha was unwavering. He wanted to exclude even the least probability. Everything related to the Varan should be destroyed. This is its condition. Uncle was ready to fulfill his request, but at first he wanted to hear the answer. Why did Joe Ha so fiercely hate this sect? Shim asked permission to tell everything in person, from beginning to end, without decorations, and how the tone began his story about how Joe Ha found himself in a hairdryer, including events related to the actions of the Yumen sect in the last 3 years. There was so much pain, betrayal, and confusion in history that even Joe Ha himself could not understand it. The coarse heaven demonic Lord Ju Muex has long guessed that Jonah's shoulders are a difficult past. But now he realized that the truth was even more scary than he could imagine. After hearing this story, his rage came out of control. These freaks really deserved death. And now he believed that even eating them alive, insufficient punishment. Even if he had to attract everyone without exception, he vowed to make them pray for the fast end. Then the head reported something more important. Some representatives of the Nangon clan are now here. For a few seconds, Joe Ha froze. The breath caught the realization that Brother John and Sister Ion are quite close. Without delay, he asked where they were. The head indicated the direction and told where to go. At this time, the girl sat in her room, in the light of a candle, thoughtfully leaning over the table. And right in front of her building, Joe Ha stood. His presence was felt before she saw him. He asked Shima to check if she was really there. Shim came closer to the door and peered into the gap. His gaze looked inside. And Joe Ha himself breathed deeply, slowly opening his eyes, ready to meet a part of his past face to face. And in a moment, Joe Ha found himself in the warm embrace of his sister. The hugs that he had been waiting for. She had to see him through the door gap, as she instantly escaped, like a bird from a cage, and rushed to him. Brother John, noticing her, fell out of place, went out to see where she was so hurried. And he saw John hugging someone. Joe Ha was one that someone turned out to be. After a few minutes, they all sat at the table sharing stories, as each of them found themselves here. Joe Ha was surprised. It took so much time, but John was still so well remembered for him that there were no for 9 years of separation. 9 years. A lifetime, and at the same time one moment they could finally overcome. He even shared the most secret. In the night when it was scary, he always turned to her thoughts. And one day he met a fairy who looked exactly like John. Then he even thought that she may have really turned into a fairy to come to his aid. Her palm lay in his hand, warm, alive, real. Everything else was no longer important. But John coughed, attracting attention, and translated the conversation to more seriously. He mentioned Joe Kinney's words about the fight against Yumuan. He wanted to learn more details. He explained that he concluded an agreement with the Crushing Heaven, with a demonic lord, and agreed to deal with the screws of U-men, who had penetrated into the ranks of the Union of Mercenaries. Chan could not believe that Orthodox sects would seek help from the Union of Mercenaries. And he warned, if he took the initiative on himself, he will find himself in the front in the war between the forces of order, chaos, and the sectarians of Yumo. Joha honestly acknowledged he never agreed to participate in such large-scale and dangerous things. Shim joined the conversation, explained that if the negotiations between the head of the Union of Mercenaries and Shaolin monks will be successful, it will create a very expressive impression. Now that the Yuman sect is actively capturing the world of martial arts, the sects of Orthodox order are most affected. Shim asked not to think about the Stoglia kings of Yumuan. Most cannot cope with even 10-headed soldiers. The losses are terrible, and the main sects are now just trying to restore their strength. They are afraid. If Joha also enters the battle, and Yumuan grows even more, it can cause a catastrophe. And most importantly, what do people think? Zhang picked up the opinion of Shim. If Joha intervenes, people may think that the swordsman himself is returned, which cuts the moon. We need to realize that Joha will become known to everyone. It will be on the mouth of the whole combat world. Their concern was sincere. They were afraid of him. After all, U-men turned out to be so strong that even their father defeated. If the sect is aimed at it, it may be trapped from which it will not be taken. But Joha answered briefly and firmly. He is indifferent. He had already decided to destroy them all. Their actions were too reminiscent of the horrors of childhood. The way they belies the weak is disgusting. But for the first time in his life, he has the power to repel. He no longer wants to hide, obsessed with fear. This era ended. As John protected him 10 years ago, he will now protect others. With power, he is obliged to do so. Shim knew well that Joha was not familiar with the power of demonic soldiers. And he understood. As the head of the guard, he can eradicate their rot from the inside of the Union, destroying one by one. But if the sect sends several masters after it, it will be a duty to cope with these scums. But unexpectedly, John interrupted Shima and stated she would go with Joha. John was amazed. He did not expect to hear it from her. Yang wanted to say something else, but when he saw the smiles of Joha and John, he decided to remain silent. The words were no longer needed. At the same time, Shaolin's monks, slowly, but with significant tension, came on the 7th floor. They were dissatisfied with the fact that they were invited to this place, the House of Delight. For them, it looked like a mockery. The monks called to where secular pleasure prevailed, but they were explained. It is the most prestigious institution in this area, where even high birth members of the imperial family hold tea ceremonies. There was nothing to be offended. At that moment, Joe Ha and said simply, "The place is only a place. As long as the hearts of present are full of honor, there can be no objection." The head of mercenaries rose and added, "What was the reaction expected from the head of the monks Shaolin?" They decided not to spend time on unnecessary conversations and moved to the main, the temporary alliance against the Sekyu Imumen mentioned in the letter. However, they had one condition to accept the offer. The head of the union immediately voiced his. Provided that Shaolin forbids the Varian clan, he undertakes to destroy the Yumo sect. The monks were surprised. They say, should they oppose the restoration of some clan there? Moreover, from rumors, once the union of mercenaries caused great losses of Varinon. So they wanted to know, what was the cause of such enmity? The head answered calmly, he has no personal insult. But the head of the guard has every reason to hate Varian, and it's not just words. Among all who can destroy the sect Yumo, it is he, John Ha, should be the one who completes it. Not me, but he. The head of the monks said that their vision of the situation will depend on the strength of Joha himself. If his level is really the same as they say, their position may change. And so he wanted to know one thing. How much combat skill Joha Big is when comparing it with his own. It is really strong. I was convinced of this when I personally came together with the head of the guard in battle. I think even if you enlist it to the great masters, it will not exaggerate. The head of the monks at this point was ready to trust his words, though he reserved the right of doubt. Orthodox sects have already suffered too much losses. Therefore, they had no choice. They were forced to agree on the conditions imposed by the coarse heaven with a demonic lord. This decision was immediately transferred to the management center, to the stronghold. The defeat of one of the 10 great masters, the destruction of Nangon and Varian clans, the fall of the Heaven School of Heaven, and an unsuccessful attempt to destroy the citadel. Orthodox sects were driven to a dead end. In the province of Nanshin, in the southern Jula, the heart of the alliance, the decision was made by the head of the Orthodox Alliance, the Blade of the Storm, Kan Ho. Kan Ho agreed with Shaolin's proposal to destroy the Yumo sect. This actually meant that the sects of order obeyed the sects of chaos, including the Union of Mercenaries. In order to get at least a temporary lug, I had to swallow pride. That is why most sects chose silence. Because if the world learns the truth, the alliance will be a smile. Only think. Now everyone is managed by that bold freak. However, the masters were curious. How strong did Johei? This was especially concerned about one of the 10 great masters, the master of the celestial sword. And if the opportunity happens, he would like to see it with his own eyes. A week has passed. The place of events is the city of Jeju. There was a salt of honor from the School of the Heavenly Sword, and next to it, Yu-Gin juice from the sect of a golden sword. They were not sure that the Union of Mercenaries would withstand the onslaught of Yumo. But, following the alliance order, they decided to join the expedition. Hearing these words, Jo-ha just twisted. He called all this great darkness. In appearance, these two were barely standing, not that they fought. It does not look at the chaos to tear your nose, one of the swordsmen was throwing cold. You are from the Union of Mercenaries, but in the end, only robbers. We are not here to believe that you are really able to defeat Yumo. It's just funny, Shim answered without a shadow of doubt. If the sects of order were weak and defeated by Yumo, then you really think that we are waiting for the same fate? His words almost forced those two swords. They perceived it as a candid image, but suddenly a female replica came behind their backs. God, seriously? Why do you behave as kids? Her voice continued. Isn't it a common enemy? Let's not spoil this historical moment with children's quarrels. We will do everything to prevent you. So calm your hatred. It is nothing. I am a Ginsol from the Changjin sect, and I do not wait for the beginning of our work. Time was flying rapidly. Another week has passed. A decisive day was approaching. In the evening, everyone gathered at the common table, the last time before the big road. The salt has already groaned well. Her cheeks were burning, and she tightened her song with raised eyebrows. She asked with a smile, "Well, how is you my song? Not worse than tea from the imperial table?" The attendees tried to reassure her, hinting that she may have been over. But for the salt itself, everything began. Cheeks are burning. The mood is wonderful. Life is beautiful. Jo-ha turned to Mrs. Gin, hinting that it may be worthwhile. Tomorrow is a hard day tomorrow. But she waved. They say, when there is still such an opportunity to drink with such a beautiful place in such a magic place, it seems that Jo-ha has finally met a rival who can give him a head start. At least in endurance. Friends decided to take care of her. Not let them fall under the table right here. She shouted, "What do you do? A little more, and I would win everyone." I absolutely did not want to go. And even when she was tightened, she repeated, "The moon is still in the zenith. The celebration should last." The boys and Noise did not have how she managed to quench even such a monster as John Jo-ha. They discussed it with each other, but she heard everything and answered boldly, "I didn't even try," and she added with a smile, "You do not know how the real demand looks like." They asked if everything was fine with her. She nodded, and instead of an answer, she stated that he had to drink. "It is clear now why you are not yet married," she wondered. "Martial arts masters and women are real newcomers. A week ago you were ready to beat him with his blood. What made you so quickly surrender?" They justified, "But he too strong." Even if it was only a training fight, even the heir of the genus Nangon could not stand against him. So what remains, huh? But she reminded that the Alliance would never entrust the destruction of the CQ Slumenslosskok. And although she had to retreat in this fight, she still acknowledged, ahead of a lot of chances. And it seems she will still show herself. One of the guys did not resist and asked, "Do you really interesting John Jo-ha?" "Isn't that obvious?" she replied. "How many times have I said that he was a beauty?" They suggested, apparently, he is also not indifferent to her. There is something for sure. "Imagine," said one, "she will become the wife of the head of the Union of Mercenaries. Who knows what the road will turn when a young soldier and a beautiful girl travel together?" But the other quickly stopped him. "Do not carry nonsense. Due to the threat of Yumo, the Alliance is forced to work with mercenaries. But how much will such peace last? When Yuman falls, the next target will be the union of mercenaries. A woman from the Orthodox Alliance and the head of the guard as the faces. Who will take this seriously? And at that moment, he stood near, like a shadow that heard everything. More precisely, he just walked past, overtook them in silence, without paying attention. For a while, Jo-ha sat with Shim at the table, and they discussed all this together. Shim did not keep up. He spoke again about the salt, that she may really like Jono. Remember how you were holding hands? He jumped. It's not just, yes, old. Not an interpreter is wrong. Jo-ha jumped. She took my hand herself. This girl is more frightening than the monster with Yumo. You want, I will show a stain on your back. I have a cold sweat from her. She is terrible. At this point, a guy entered the room, young, but with a serious face. He apologized for the invasion, and explained that he wanted to talk to the head of the guard. Shim immediately stood up. No one is allowed to cross this threshold without permission. Please, give me a minute of your time, said the guy calmly but persistently. Jo-ha cast his gaze on Shima and asked, Go, drink somewhere nearby. And himself, not to mention anything, a light nod gave the boy a sign. You can go. The moon has passed since the Course Heaven demonic lord has formed an alliance with Shaolin. After the alliance agreed not to interfere in the case of Varian, a canonical collection of 3 parts was reopened. The doctrine of the Buddhist hierarchy, known as a Tripitaka. But the consequences were serious. Everyone who hoped for the restoration of the clan and further cooperation, even Beck and Yang's birth, turned away from them. The fractions that are exhausted by the long-term war with Yuman, like the Alliance himself, in no way responded to this decision. Everyone was keeping silence and caution. Even worse, Clan Varian has once lost his commitment to the head of the guard, and now that the demonic lord himself intervened, only to wait for the end. And it was at this point that everyone understood. To stay in Varangan, no one will laugh. In the silence that hangs between them, the guy finally called himself. A name that Jo-ha did not hear for many years. My name John Mubeck, he said. Do you remember me? Jo-ha answered firmly, without the shadows of hesitation. And did I even want to? Could you forget? You are my brother. Mubeck nodded. So you already guess why I came. Well, I'm not a fool, Jo-ha replied. I guess, but why are you so polite and aware? And when we were children, Jo-ha added with a bitter smile, wasn't you like everyone? Didn't laugh at me, did not humiliate, did not mock. Now you pretend to be kind? After these words, Jo-ha no, waiting for the answer. But instead of the words, Mubeck slowly rose from the calf, silently, difficult. And suddenly, he fell to his knees in front of his brother, and with bitterness in his voice said, Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was young, could not distinguish good from evil, but I still carry this burden. I know, he continued, that no matter how I explain, everything will sound like a pathetic justification. But, despite who I am now, I just wanted to apologize. But Jo-ha stopped him in a cold tone. Don't try to lose guilt. It's not a game. Mubeck lowered his head even lower. He knew how humiliating and ashamed to come here and ask for forgiveness. But at least for the memory of our father, he whispered, give me a chance. Tell me what I have to do to make me forgive me? You know well what you were doing in Varanon, true? Asked Jo-ha, looking straight into his eyes. Mubeck nodded. Yes, I know. Jo-ha too began to get up. And even knowing this, did you still get arrogance and come here for forgiveness? If you are here for the sake of apology, his voice became colder, then where do everyone else? Are those who caused me pain are not required to appear in person? Aunt, elders of the John clan, warriors of the Beck clan. They're Master Beck, and Lord John is the one who helped the resurrected Varian. If they all come to me, if they fall on their knees and begin to demand forgiveness for their sins, only then will I think about the cancellation of Tripita. Mubeck asked in a trembling voice. That is, there is no other choice? But Jo-ha was unwavering. He saw an attempt to make a fool from him, and was not going to make it easier for those who once broke his life. If a person is ready to lose everything, Jo has said goodbye. It is not surprising that they will go to the extreme. Give them to manage your last chance wisely. Even if they agree, it will not be easy. I will be very busy tomorrow. Mubeck understood everything. Even the mention of the possibility of cancellation of Tripitaka was a step towards. Important, for both brothers. But when John Mubeck left the room, and Jo-ha threw his words after him, both were already confident in one. The guilty will never fall on your knees. And so each of them returned to his own way in silence, which was louder than any words. Hainan Province, Lancia Village. In this cold place, horses were knocking on the frozen earth. The Salt looked out the window, sincerely rejoicing in the snow. It looked different here than at home. She smiled enthusiastically, and in the meantime someone was grunting, asking her to sit down, they say, and so tight. Her good mood was contagious. She complained that everyone was busy, and as a pity that you could not just stay off the shore and drink on a glass. Meanwhile, Kushur was not at all fun. He prayed hotly for them to get the destination as soon as possible. Inside, the Vestiges began to discuss it. The Salt confessed that she did not think of inconvenience, and agreed to sit down the next one. Joha was also ready to swap with old Shima to align the balance slightly. Hearing him, others also expressed a desire to join. They say, why not? But John immediately intervened. If you change, then only me, and not Ion. Why not? He asked, looking in surprise. The answer was simple and straight. Because it's cold, and you don't like it when she is freezing, Jo-Hu said. But the girl answered calmly. All is well, Jo-Ha. I can handle too, don't worry. At the same time, everyone could not but look at the face of Salt. Its reaction cost more than 1,000 words. Province Endon Tain, the village of Klandu. There was something terrible here. Murder and fear prevailed. Rage was heard everywhere. The strong humiliated the weak, leaving them neither the chances or mercy. For someone, this horror was a sweet tune. Like the rider, who, sitting on a horse, was glad that people finally felt the horrors of the Gang of the Storm. It was he who, the head of the Storm Gang, Sima Dan, ordered the destruction of the village to give an example to others. His order is to erase everything. The people of the clan did not allow this beast to do the same, but they had to admit that they were too weak. Everything they hoped for is that the coarse heaven demonic lord will ever intercede for them. But in a short time there are only corpses and fires left in this place. They looked at this terrible picture. Arrived, it was only one of the bases, and the village of Dew was closest to the monastery of the Gang of Storm. Although in the winter, the bandits could not earn a tribute, the fact that they erased the whole village from the face testified that the gang lost their mind. It is unknown whether they asked themselves for a full-scale war. But one thing is clear. They killed even children. It was a wild, relentless desire for blood. Seeing this, Jo-Ha asked in Old Shim, "Is it like that, your union of mercenaries? Because in the hairdryer, this has never been." And he accused only of Yumo, not mercenaries. So, of course, the madness of the cult played a role in this tragedy. But Jo-Ha could not say that the union of mercenaries, in its essence, far from it evil. Shim recognized. Fen was really a gang. But, unlike the Storm, they thrived thanks to rich trade routes and could afford to hire strong security. But he emphasized, it was Jo-Ha who won them all, and he did it with his vast power. In addition, the leader of the gang, Fen, the Pun, was not greedy. He took only what he needed. Traders passed through their mountains without unnecessary problems, providing a stable flow of money. But if there were no traders, Fen would plunder the surrounding villages just as the Storm Gang is now doing. Then Shim asked with interest, "Do you regret entering the Union of Mercenaries?" "Now I know," said Jo-Ha. "The Union is a rotten place." Meanwhile, the head of the Storm Gang, Sima Dan's butcher, admired the gained gold. He dreamed, "If you continue in such a spirit, they will truly be rich. And if the situation suddenly gets out of control, you can always return to Yumen. Nothing to be afraid." His associates agreed. The more they disappear the name of the Union of Mercenaries, the less likely they would be on their direction when Yumo came to their souls. The butcher lured the thought here forever. This idea warmed him more than gold. But suddenly a voice came from the door. "We have big problems." Someone reported, some freaks staged a fight at the gate, but they didn't know who they were dealing with. Meanwhile, Jo-Ha just warned, "Don't be better in my way, and bring the head of the Storm Gang to me." He said firmly and coldly, "I will destroy it, and I do not feel any drop of regret." The butcher came out, and seeing his people unconscious on earth, he said, "What are you, the hell you arrange here?" Going forward, he introduced himself loudly. "I am the leader of the Gang Storm, the Butcher of Yumo, Sima Dan. Once you came as a guest, you have to follow the rules. This is where I will not even allow the head of the guard. And in general, you are too young for such a role." In these words, he hoped to force Jo-Ha to prove that he was not lying. But the boy was more interesting to the boy. Is the true culprit of the slaughter in the village of Dew? But Sima Dan was just angry. "To the hell, you have no idea of manners, and do not dare insult me in my house." Something metal flashed in the air. At lightning speed, it flew directly towards the butcher. For Sima, it was a chance to see how strong this young man who dared to break his order. Reply, he sounded firmly. Is you responsible for murder in the village of Du, and 7 more surrounding? The butcher opened his palm on which the metal plate fell and looked at it with interest. Isn't that normal? He asked with sarcasm. In winter, the gang lacks food. And your gang, didn't you do the same? Jo Ha replied clearly. We only took part. Money, not life. And I heard about you that you have drowned out a few residents. Sima Dan threw him a plaque back with contempt. And what? Thanks to this, our wallets are cracking from coins. Isn't it profitable? But Joha did not retreat. He needed more truth, more answers. So he asked a question that made the meatballs shudder. You really ate those people? But Joha did not retreat. He demanded the answer, hard, without the right to remain silent. Then other bandits intervened, as if jokingly, but with a nausea sincerity. They raised their hands and said, yes, they ate a couple. And what? If you want a piece, so say. They picked up with a disgusting smile. We will cover the table. Everything will be from human meat. Oh, if you taste you, we can kill someone right now. To start with fresh, it was impossible to listen. Johei barely restrained himself. He cast his gaze on Shima. Kill them, he said briefly and cold. And Shim, without hesitation of a second. He seems to have just been waiting for permission. For the butcher, it was incredible, because it was his left and right hand, his closest, but at the same moment one could say one thing. Now he became unclear. Shim is lightning in one jerk, pulled out both head. Without pathos, simply, perfectly clean. The butcher could not stand. His pride, his rage, everything exploded. He rushed to kill the old man. It was a fatal choice, a mistake that cost too expensive. Shim in the same second gave him his teeth. Straight, clearly, no chance, and put it in place, in the truest sense of the word. It was at this moment that the butcher understood that it was not just 2 travelers before him. They are the killer of monsters. And he just felt it with his body. You're not 5 minutes a corpse, Jo Ha said. I think you understand it perfectly. And it is enough to make your power. You have arranged a slaughterhouse here. The head of the gang? But though the court clown, he added, and in his voice there was an undeniable disdain. Your blood is your guilt, and you seem to hide something. The butcher was raging. How is it? Someone who is allegedly called the head of the guard comes to my citadel and kills 2 of my brothers. For no reason? He turned to everyone around, shouting, Don't sit down, putting your hands, otherwise death will come to you too. His words were forced to alert. The atmospheres thickened. The whole gang started gathering around 7 arrivals. Men to kill, girls to let in a circle. This is how their rotten thoughts were heard. And so they could really expect that they would cope. Zhang addressed his brother. I'll take care of them, take the main thing. But there was no need for it. Because to kill them now, it meant to get angry with the cockroaching heaven of the demonic lord. And Jo Ha and others came here for hunting for the followers of Yumo, not ordinary bandits from the Union. Yes, it Basilo, but such a job. Jo Ha raised his voice. I arrived here by order of the head of the Union of Mercenaries, and he came to punish the freaks from the Yumen who hid among you. I do not want to hurt my brothers on the Union, but if someone really wants to fight, try. Attack. But keep in mind, everyone who goes against me is against the will of the head of the Union. You will be recognized by the accomplices of Yumo, and you will be destroyed without regret. Jo Ha's voice was loud, convincingly. Most of him listened. But behind their backs, the butcher again incited, Do not listen. Don't be afraid. Come on, rather. And so some have won common sense, and in others, madness. In the end, it was not common sense, but bloodthirsty. Osathani fighters decided to take revenge on the killed comrades. They rushed at him together. About a dozen strong, hardened fighters surrounded the old. The chest was burning with revenge. But Shim already knew, it is just dogs of Yumo. They were released to bark, no more. Everything that remained is to unite with their brothers in that world. Others watched with horror how several fighters died from one kick. The old man was too strong. Kreen, cried the butcher. Do you just stand and look? How do your friends die? I lead, the rest after me. For me! He shouted again, gathering his strength, trying to breathe the last passion into the gang. Then he rushed forward, in the attack, in an attempt to prove that the Storm Gang has not broken yet. Shim only sighed. Yes, he says as a real leader. But in reality, only another Yum on foot. Are you definitely a 10-headed soldier? He threw sarcastically, evading the attack. These words only annoyed the butcher. His pride exploded with fury. From the side of John looking at it, leaned to Joe Ha. Why didn't you tell me before that the old man is so cool? It's not power, Joe Ha waved. It's just a butcher is too weak. And in general, he added calmly, if you compare, that's weaker than me. The face of the butcher was drawn from pain, not physical, but humiliation. He could not believe that he loses the old man, not even the head of the guard. Feeling his feet, he struck to the rest. What are you standing? Attack! But this time their common sense was stronger than the words leader. They listened more to what they saw with their own eyes than to his orders. And when he recalled that he was their leader, and they should help, he heard only cold words. We obey you only through the law of the Union. But if the head is guarded here, you are no longer needed. The presence of Joe Ha crossed his power. The latter, who spoke with him, was a real monster, the vertex of the mountain force of Yumo. And he said, you think it's revenge for taking my seat? But then he added calmly and sincerely, I'm indifferent. I just can't turn my eyes on your actions. Others picked up, maybe we are thieves, but even we have limits. We do not kill the villages. We do not take hostages. We do not eat people and do not divorce slaves. The butcher broke. Where were you, huh? Didn't we catch so much gold thanks to me? He sent a sword in a fury simply to his opponent. But he just smiled slightly. He was sincerely funny. And even now, holding the sword near my throat, he said, you think it was part of the Union of Mercenaries? Now everyone sees that you are no different from the cult of Yumo. These words became the last nail. Now everyone has already recognized the butcher is a weirdo and alien. And even he himself, Simadan, finally began to understand the situation became truly strange and hopeless. Hey, Pishko of the cult of Yumo. Joe Ha calmly, without emotions. To dig you further is somehow boring. And I am hungry, so die faster, he said closer. The butcher understood. This person is at times stronger than the old man. If he lost the old man, there is a chance here at all. So he threw the sword, kneel and began to justify. I do not serve the sect of Yumo. Fair. He was already ready to bring the cult members one by one. Only Joe Ha would like it, but in his thoughts he constantly claimed himself. The main thing is to survive. And then there will be a chance to return to cultures. As the head of the guard, I must probably forgive you, once you pleaded guilty, Joe Ha said. The butcher was already cheerful. He was happy. I thought he had deceived. But Joe Ha continued. Only one. Aren't you a 10-headed soldier? No, and again no, he faded. I swear, not me. But Joe Ha was not one of those who believe in words. He was a realist, and he made a choice. To kill, not to listen. Even if you were a regular member of the Union of Mercenaries, I would still do with you, he said. And the blade did his business. There was only one blow to a warrior such as N. Observers in silent surprise spread their mouths. His combat force was so striking. But it was only the beginning. Joe Ha himself said, the death of a 10-head is only the first stage of battle. Because after death, he turns into a real monster. The eyes are poured with blood. The muscles are inflated. And such a powerful aura rises that the couple is falling from the whole body. The monster stood up and howled so that the earth trembled under his feet. But Joe Ha did not move even half a step. He immediately felt, from this freak comes the same heat as the ant he fought with earlier. Although it looks more like the first destroyed monster, but never think for a long time. People already rushed in a panic to just not be between them. And Joe Ha is on the contrary. He shouted himself, calling the monster to himself. Once a 10 had decided to turn into such a freak. What is all this scene? Joe Ha Huntley, and this is also detained. And he still needs to get around 6 gangs. It is a luxury that Joe cannot afford it. So he rushed forward with one jump so that he quickly end it. Meanwhile, in Vaniana, the citadel of the Union of Mercenaries, the head just brought a letter from Jonah. His daughter, all in smiles, was the first to report this news. My father only sighed and recalled dry. I asked to call me formally, for people. Who will take such a carefree girl for his wife? He grunted, as usual, but she pretended not to hear and ordered to read the letter immediately. The head quickly ran through the lines, and the smile slowly stretched on his face. The head of their guards is a truly smart guy. The letter was written, the first gang has already been destroyed. He is a real treasure of our union, the head murmured, not looking away from the paper. To restore the village that suffered great losses, Joe Ha gave the residents all the money selected in the gangs of the storm. He also released all the hostages and released them at home. Yes, it is not quite in the spirit of the Union of Mercenaries, but it does not harm. On the contrary, these actions are perfectly proved that the cultures of Yumo were behind everything. Because if it weren't for Joe Ha, These assholes from the Storm Gang would have finally tarnished the honor of the whole Union. The only thing that was a little embarrassed is the picture that John added to the letter. It depicted how 10 had turned into an internal monster. It is hard to believe without seeing with your own eyes. But it turned out to be true. The battle ended rapidly. Since Joha has been bypassing, in less than 3 months, he has successfully destroyed the impact of Yumo in 2 gangs, and confidently giving out the pilgrims to all who stood on the way. There were a few more gangs ahead which had to be committed. Meanwhile, his comrades have already helped to congratulate, even partial, but significant. But as always, there were those who tried to escape, and that did not surprise. The sect of Yumen always acted that. But thanks to the Shim, no one could escape alive. That is why Yumen has not yet guessed a large-scale roundup. But for a long time, the incident soon happened, which became an alarming call for them. A new battle broke out on the lands near Zetzian Mountain. Joha just cleaned another gang related to the cult, and this time the enemies perceived it no longer as an accident, but as a direct threat from the Union of Mercenaries and the declaration of war of Yumo. But this is not an alliance of mercenaries. These people from their sect penetrated inside and sowed chaos in gangs. They started the first, therefore they have the first to answer. The head of the sect of the Cycle of Life, which Joha was talking, tried to convince him that they were not involved in the events in the Union, but he could not persuade, because they are some of the Yumo, so they could not but know what was happening. Then the patience Joha came. If you do not work out humanly, you will have to speak the language of fists. The enemy was certain. The guy was too self-confident, and this self-confidence blinded him. So the battle will be easy. But he did not know the main thing. Joha had every reason for confidence. He first rushed into the attack and dropped his massive hat on the boy, but he showed. He missed. The blade crushed the asphalt, but did not affect the hole. Joha was already standing behind him. When did he make me out? Thought. And in the next moment the young man struck him with his foot in his stomach, knocking out of him the whole spirit. The enemy flew a few meters, lifting a cloud of dust when he was grinding into the ground. In just a few seconds he managed to climb, and only then did he truly realize that Joha did really say as they say about him. But he did not gather. Yes, it is almost impossible to fight Joha alone. However, the man was not the only 10-headed soldier who was sent here. Joha's face remained unmoved, but if both opponents turn into monsters, it will be inconvenient. The one who was standing in the shade by this moment smiled slyly, and finally came from his position of observation. Shimtone asked if they should intervene, but Joha replied that he would handle himself. In front of him, the land was landed to Yang, demonic murderer from the Southeastern United Methodist Church. And then Joha first appeared on the face. It seemed to him that he had already seen this essay to John. At first he denied. They say they never met. But then he stopped, looked at, and he also recognized this face. Yes, it was the guy who recently brutally beat him in battle, and even disrupted the performance of his technique of hundreds of the King of Demons. And it was then that S.A. to Yang realized, even the two will be difficult for them. The soul went into 5, and confidence evaporated. He almost lost the gift of language. But at this point, acquaintances appeared on the horizon. The mocking male voice immediately commented on how our heroes looked confused. Black and white demon brothers joined the battle. They were called the former masters of the Chaos sect, equal to the power of 3 heroes of the Union of Mercenaries. Because of this, they were called 5 Kings of Demons. They say when these two fight together, it is impossible to defeat them. And now they belong to the cult of Yumo. The duel between Yonjo and his burly opponent reached its peak. To everyone watching the clash, it seemed the bruiser was winning. And no wonder, as this giant had the reputation of being one of the greatest swordmasters. The hero himself was triumphant, having not met a worthy opponent capable of resisting his deadly weapon for so long in a long time. However, at an unexpected moment, when the giant raised his sword for another devastating strike, the main hero swiftly dodged. Standing upright, the young man sincerely praised his opponent. He was truly strong, forcing the boy to push himself to the limits. After these words, our warrior went on the offensive, but he quickly realized that the enemy skillfully mastered the art of blocking strikes. Therefore, the young fighter decided to make a different maneuver and test whether the mighty opponent could block his new attack. But at that moment, a gray-haired old man intervened in the duel, categorically ordering the bruiser to retreat immediately. The main hero had to step back and the young man was outraged. 2 decided to attack him, and the bruiser himself was angry at the old comrade, as he had promised not to interfere in the fight. The man had met a worthy opponent for the first time in many years. The old man was convinced age was adversely affecting his friend, since he could not even recognize the level of his enemy. This young guardian was only holding back, allowing the giant to land blows. Of course, the big guy couldn't believe it. After all, he was one of the legendary black and white twin demons. However, it was for this very reason that the gray-haired warrior intervened in the fight. If his comrade couldn't handle one of the black and white demons, then perhaps this boy was on par in strength with the 10 great masters. All this time, the young fighter only pretended to be weaker to deal with the enemies one by one. Undoubtedly, the boy was very disappointed that his deception was uncovered so quickly. The demon, however, could not believe that this green youth had been toying with him all this time. But the old man saw. It was no simple game. If the young warrior had shown all his strength from the very beginning, victory would not have come so easily to them. And although it was still hard to believe, the gray-haired fighter's intuition had never failed him. Obviously, now was not the best time for games. The old man had to call for help from the bloody and the demonic assassins. They immediately joined this pair. 2 of his loyal comrades also approached the main hero to help him in the upcoming battle. Yeonjo was incredibly grateful that they appeared, as he himself was about to ask them for help. However, the young fighter saw that the 2 old men were significantly stronger than the others, so he decided to take them on himself. However, these opponents turned out to be a bit more powerful than the 10-headed soldiers they had fought in previous gangs. The warrior was worried. It was necessary to take down the enemies one by one. If they all gathered together in a terrible form, it would not be easy to achieve victory. Therefore, it was best to take 1 monster per brother and beat these scoundrels individually. However, Yeonjo understood. If they grouped together, the sister could come under crossfire. He swore to deal with the enemies as soon as possible. The task of his 2 friends was to delay the demons longer and keep their ears sharp. Thus continued the battle raging on the training ground of the estate. Those who watched the clash from above did not even know what to do in such a situation. Should they help? But it was obvious. Even if they wanted to intervene, there simply wouldn't be enough space in this hurricane of steel and blood. At that moment, one of the demons finally remembered his opponent. The old man had simply aged too much, making him barely recognizable as his former self. However, the monster recognized him at a glance. Long ago, they had fought this gray-haired warrior, and then the old man was defeated. Immediately, the young man intended to demonstrate that he would destroy the enemy using his entire arsenal, for he knew the old fighter could not deflect every one of his attacks. Of course, the demon noticed that since last time the opponent had become significantly stronger. However, this was still not enough to defeat him. The old man hastily retreated, realizing that he would have to seriously consider the strength of this young man. The gray-haired warrior believed that, possessing the current techniques, he would easily defeat him. But this young man turned out to be one of the strongest 10-headed soldiers. The strong man at that time was enraged by his opponent's behavior. He constantly fled, creating the impression that he was not fighting seriously at all, but only trying to buy time. However, the giant knew that the enemy would not succeed. The young man himself, continuing the duel, was impressed by the power of his opponent, realizing that the 10-headed demonic soldiers did not bear such a terrible name for nothing. However, as the heir of a renowned clan and a recognized genius of martial arts, he could not defeat the enemy by playing around. This meant that he would have to fight very seriously. Until he killed his enemy, the problems would not end. Obviously, the bruiser immediately felt a sudden change in the aura around the opponent. The next moment, the youth already lunged at him, using the technique of his clan, the vanishing entry yin-yang. Soon the giant froze and screamed from losing his arm. The others realized, although the technique was not performed perfectly, it was still the renowned technique of the legendary clan. So the question remained, what was an outcast from the Orthodox clan doing in the Mercenaries Guild? At that very moment, Yeonjo had already dealt with that big guy, after which he pounced on the old man who had intervened in their fight, ruining his plans. The gray-haired warrior fully realized, this boy was a real monster. He did not flinch even after all their combined attacks. The young man admitted that their teamwork was quite good. It was really not easy to oppose them. If the enemies had not lost vigilance, he would have had serious problems. However, the old fighter understood. Even maintaining vigilance, he would never be able to constantly dodge such powerful attacks from the main hero. The old man remembered how for more than 60 years he had not met a fighter outside the 10 great masters who had reached a level of skill surpassing even his own power in his youth. And yet he was destined to meet his death by the sword of a boy who was barely 20 years old. The main hero was already about to behead the old man when suddenly the Crusher stepped in to defend him, causing a huge wound to bloom on the giant's chest. Even the gray-haired warrior screamed in fear, not understanding what the black and white demonic twin had planned. However, the wounded giant realized his mistake. He should have ignored this duel and left, but he did not listen to his old friend. This is what it led to. Therefore, the giant asked his old comrade to flee. He had to survive. Yeonjo felt uneasy in his soul. Although he managed to strike the enemies, now some unpleasant residue remained in his chest. But the old man became angry, swearing that he would never forgive Yeonjo. Even if his life ended, he would kill this boy anyway and avenge his friend. The young man did not understand why these demons kill innocents left and right in the name of their cult, and now pretend that the lives of their comrades are sacred. Perhaps the old man simply did not yet know what retribution awaited such people. Soon he will understand what fate is prepared for those who chose the power of the human cult. However, suddenly Yeonjo was distracted by the frightened cries of his old comrade. He explained in panic that his opponent turned out to be stronger than expected. As a result, the gray-haired fighter had no choice. He had to kill the enemy. The main character became angry, warning the old man that he himself would soon die as a sign of punishment. At that moment, the opponent with whom our warrior was fighting took on his demonic winged form. Honestly, Yeonjo did not expect the enemy to have wings. Apparently, the power of the terrible form depended on their own combat might. Seeing this form, all the wounded old man could do was simply watch the black and white twin brother, not believing what he saw. He had no idea what image he had just taken. The young man calmly reminded about the retribution for those who succumbed to the power of the cult. The subordinates of their sect of Yeonjo were not human, including this old man who was an ordinary demon. However, given the circumstances, and even though this man had become a monster, for the sake of his fallen comrade who tried to protect him, the main hero could allow the old man to survive. However, he strictly warned that there would be no second chance for a normal life. At that moment, the frightened old Shim was running around the arena, reminding his former enemy that they were no longer opponents. However, having taken on a demonic form, he continued to attack the gray-haired warrior with powerful blows, mercilessly throwing him away. Honestly, the battle with the monster was extremely problematic. Their strength multiplied many times after transformation, making the monster too dangerous. However, old Shim had to hold out until Yeonjo intervened in the fight. Then the old fighter saw the second demon, not understanding why this scarecrow decided to intervene right now. After all, they were literally doomed to death. At the same time, the main hero was outraged at his demonic cowardly opponent, who still would not come down from the sky. If the monster were on the ground, Yeonjo would already be able to come up with something and act. If he used the Nine Heavens technique for the decisive strike, the demon was still too far away. However, if our warrior did not finish him off as soon as possible, the problems would only increase. At that moment, old Shim continued to run around the area, begging the main hero to help him. And honestly, Yeonjo had the feeling that it might be better to really let the old fighter die. At that moment, the demon was already attacking, and the old man realized he would not have time to dodge. The gray-haired warrior just closed his eyes, ready to accept this deadly attack. But, fortunately, at that moment a lady arrived who cut off the paw of this monster with her sword, making it bleed. Old Shim could not understand why the young lady was here. Yeonjo awkwardly praised the girl for the excellent strike. Now everyone present could relax a little. As he had said more than once, Yeon's little sister Nangon was simply the best. In a moment, the clan heir approached the old man to discuss what had happened. He thought that the old fighter had sent this monster to Yeonjo to catch the other fighters by surprise. However, the old man explained that he had made a deal with the main hero and promised to take on the opponent, for which he would be spared. And although at first the heir found this quite unrealistic, such a decision by Yeonjo really made sense. If the bandits also turn to monsters, they will have no reason to laugh. It will be a real disaster. Just as they were talking, the heir heard old Shim desperately calling Yeonjo for help. At that very moment, the young man realized he had delayed too long. He should have watched the old warrior more carefully. Probably the enemy had already taken a terrible form. Unfortunately, the hero was too far away. Even if he had used acceleration technique, it would not have helped him arrive in time. However, what happened next happened in just a moment. The heir of the clan spilled blood and sweat all his life, trying to follow in the footsteps of the Great Father. And yet, in the main technique of their family, Vicini Yin-Yang, he failed to succeed, because this title was taken by his younger sister. As a result, the monster became enraged, and the girl immediately entered the fight, continuing to battle the beast and leaving it with deep bleeding wounds. After that, the young warrior also used the technique of the Imperial Sword, which threw the monster far away. The giant rolled on the ground, raising clouds of dust. Even old Shim was shocked that the monster took such a blow and could still stand on its feet. Although the young lady's technique was incredible, the bodies of these creatures turned out to be absolutely impenetrable. The brother was sincerely impressed by his sister. Although he had vague suspicions about her strength, he could not have imagined that she had already reached such a high level of mastery. Even the heir himself had difficulty performing the Yan technique, and she not only used it flawlessly, she also applied the Imperial Sword immediately after it. The sister immediately hurried to explain to her brother that she did not deliberately hide her strength from him. There simply was no time to tell everything. However, the elder brother did not want to hear her apologies. Now he was filled with anticipation, seeing a true hope for their clan. For him, it was real happiness, like a sunbeam breaking through the clouds of despair. Therefore, the heir proposed to his sister to fight together. trapping the monster in a vice to get rid of this beast once and for all. At that moment, Yeonjohu finally managed to throw his blade, piercing the opponent's head from bottom to top with such force that the blade went through the skull. The warrior himself was outraged that it took him so much time to fight this monster. Therefore, he simply beckoned the monster to himself with a gesture, and explained that he did not want to waste the time given to him by the young lady in vain. So he wanted to figure things out quickly. Of course, the mad monster immediately began attacking indiscriminately anywhere, like an enraged beast. And the main hero took advantage of this chance and struck the monster from top to bottom, pinning it to the cold ground with force. It was time for this creature to fully pay for the chaos it had caused around. Immediately summoning his sword, Yeonjo decided to use the 5th level of the legendary Nine Heavens technique. It was a technique known as the earth-shaking tremor, a destructive force capable of splitting the very firmament. At the same time, the events shift beyond the Kunlun Mountains. There was a place considered the abode of immortals, a sacred land where time seemed to have frozen in eternity. There, the head of the Kunlun sect and the master of the 3 immortals convened an urgent meeting, calling back the wandering immortals from the world of ordinary people. They also saw that the 8 trigrams plate of the sect had begun to move. After all, it had been at rest for many centuries, as if frozen in silent meditation. There, the sect leader explained that this was precisely why he had summoned the immortals. The world was about to be engulfed by chaos and disorder. The pursuing demon's plate was a sacred relic and a compass guiding to demonic chi. Legend said that the plate only begins to move when such a powerful demonic chi awakens that it can destroy the mortal world itself. For several centuries, the plate did not even twitch. But since last year, it began to tremble. And now it trembled with incredible force, as if foretelling a future catastrophe. Of course, the assistant noted that such a problem could not be solved by only 3 immortals. And the old man himself was well aware of this. Therefore, he first decided to wait for the arrival of all the masters and start a thorough investigation. However, if the end of the world is approaching, then even the combined efforts of all immortals will not be enough. Therefore, he entrusted them with the sacred relic of Kunlun, the sword that repels evil. With its help, the 3 immortals were to find the source of demonic energy and put an end to it before the darkness swallowed all living things. As a result, the demon was mutilated after the main hero's attack. Numerous wounds gaped all over his body like holes in a cursed sieve. When the old Shim felt this explosion of energy, he, frankly speaking, was surprised. As expected, the skill of Yeonjoha was truly unprecedented. He managed to destroy such a powerful monster with a single blow. However, there was still something strange, almost ominous in his attack. At that moment, the heir together with his sister continued to fight their opponent. The boy could not even believe that the enemy had such tough skin. He used everything he could, and the monster did not have a single scratch. His sister, however, believed that the demon itself was not that dangerous. But its resilience was simply astonishing, bordering on the impossible. But if Yeonjo's attacks could wound these creatures, then they were not invincible. They had to use everything they had and attack together, combining their forces. Old Shim clearly understood that they could not match the young warriors in strength. Even the great masters who had honed the clan's secret techniques for years did not inflict enough damage on the enemy. Somewhere at the same time, in Shanxi province, near the foot of Mount Hua, a fierce battle with demons was underway. As a result, the young man managed to wound the demon. A bloody line crossed the entire body of the monster. However, the boy, breathing heavily, could not believe that the information received from the Orthodox Alliance would turn out to be true. If you kill the 10-headed demonic soldier, he really turns into a monster. So, apparently, even on Mount Hua, one will have to turn their gaze to the influence of the cult spreading like a creeping plague. Moreover, it seems he was told that after transformation, monsters became about 10 times stronger. Therefore, descending from the height, the young man decided to check if it was really so. He used the 5th level art, Wide Sword Leading Plumb. However, his art did not leave the enemy a single deep wound. It seems there was not enough strength to pierce the monster's hide, comparable to thick metal. After the transformation, these warriors truly became completely different beings. They moved slower than before, but their strength was immense. One precise strike, and a guy could die on the spot. As expected, things were bad with the cult. But as soon as the boy releases the bright bloom of the Plum of the Peaks, the 24th level technique sword art will change everything. However, to his great disappointment, even after this devastating attack, the monster was fine, as if it was only touched by a breath of wind. As a result, the boy had to retreat hastily, indignantly wondering, how strong was this miserable 10-headed soldier? As far as he knew about sex, the number of such monsters was enormous. So it was even frightening to imagine how powerful the 10-headed demon kings were. Therefore, the fact that the disciples of Manhwa did not see his fight was a true blessing from heaven. After all, he did not want one of the 10 great masters to be brought to such a wretched, miserable state. As a result, the master of infinite sin, one of the 10 great masters, was able to defeat the 10-headed soldier who turned into a monster during a bloody battle that lasted a whole hour. The heir of the clan still failed to overcome his enemy. They could not figure out how to defeat him. The young man had already used all the techniques he knew, so he had no idea what to do next. Moreover, although his sister did not reach the level of their legendary father, the techniques she used were high class even by the standards of the clan's most outstanding masters, and even she failed to wound the monster. At that moment, Yongjo was already rushing to them, apologizing to his comrades for the annoying delay, after which he promised that from this moment on he would deal with the monster on his own. The main character defeated this opponent with a single strike of the 9 heavens technique. Boundless earth trembles. As a result, a huge hole gaped in the monster's torso, after which it exploded on its own and was destroyed in a cloud of blood and flesh. Everyone found it hard to believe that the monster, whose skin was like an impregnable shell, was destroyed with a single strike. And, looking at the strength and skills, even the clan's technicians, who matched the mastery of the 5 great clans, proved powerless against the monster. But Yonjo managed to kill it with just one swing of his sword. If you think about it, when he first fought the 10-headed demon after its transformation, he used several powerful attacks of the 9 heavens technique. However, no scratches remained on the skin of those who transformed then. This means, if he could now easily defeat them, it was somehow connected to the special technique of the 9 heavens sword. If the warrior was a direct heir of the family, he could not fully master all the techniques. Only by fully learning them, all 9 levels, could one proceed to study the special sword technique. Moreover, old Shim was sure, if you searched all the central lands, he doubted there would be even one person, besides Yonjo, who had perfectly mastered this technique. If the old man was right, then the special 9 heavens sword technique was originally meant to counterbalance the mastery of the human cult. 20 years ago, the only reason the moon-cutting swordsman defeated the cult was the special power of the 9 heavens sword technique. And maybe the boy did not like it. However, he was already following in the footsteps of his famous father, repeating his legendary path. Despite the fact that people hardly survived the encounter with the 10-headed warriors, this event was reported in the smallest details to the ruling heads of the sects. And Yuman, having revealed to the world his desire to return to the world of martial arts, received for the first time news of his own devastating defeat and massive losses. The lady could not believe it. After all, it was very strange that they so easily lost 2 10-headed soldiers behind the Allies' lines. As is known, each gang has about 10 first-class warriors along with 10-headed soldiers. The ruler could not believe that none of them survived. The subordinates offered their deep apologies to the lady. When they arrived personally to verify everything, there really were no survivors. Moreover, according to rumors, the sect of the Cycle of Life also suffered. They lost 2 10-headed soldiers, including one of the black and white twin demons. Apparently, the mercenary alliance led by the chief guard began a large-scale campaign to cleanse their cult. The lady was impressed by this audacity, and believed that they should gather the 10-headed demonic soldiers who had not yet been dispatched to the gangs and wipe out the enemies with one devastating strike. The problem was that even when 4 10-headed demons from the sect attacked them together, only 2 managed to survive. There are persistent rumors that the power of the chief guard was similar to the might of 10 great masters. They also heard that he was supported by numerous clans. Even if they send more warriors, they would obviously fall like mown wheat. Of course, the lady was troubled that the skill of Yonyoha was enough to strike several 10-headed soldiers at once. If their report is true, then they can no longer afford to suffer such catastrophic losses. Every fallen soldier is years of training and invested effort turned to dust. Of course, it is problematic that the Nangan clan got involved, but they had every reason to hate the cult and its accomplices. However, fortunately, the subordinates had already killed the Sword King Nangon Bek. He definitely could not have survived, considering the severity of his wounds. They were truly mortal. Blood gushed like fountains from numerous ruptures. And even if he had deliberately fallen off the cliff, with such injuries he would not survive. Moreover, the mercenary personally dealt him the final devastating blow. And although they failed to bring his head, if the Lord of the Otherworld does not decide to personally bring him back to life, they will never see him again. But honestly, the lady confessed, she hoped that when they killed the Sword King, their cult would be rid of the main obstacle in their path. But now these bastards continue to sow chaos and destruction around. They could not turn a blind eye to this, so she ordered to gather all the warriors from each gang and bring them to the citadel. The ruler planned an absolute and bloody revenge, and would confront these people personally to wash her sword in their blood. At the same time, on Mount Wudan, where only a few chosen ones can enter, a man sat alone on a remote mountain ridge. It was the very same Sword King, whom everyone considered a dying ember, but he flared up again with a bright, untamed flame. Soon the fight continued in the citadel of the Phantom River Ensi gang, where the main hero arrived with his loyal company. As soon as the bandits noticed him, they immediately attacked their boat to bring the head of the chief guard and be promoted to 10-headed. One of the mercenaries, attacking the hero, informed him that besides the promotion, they even give a round sum as a reward, so he asked the boy not to be offended that he would die by his hand. Yeonjo smiled, how confident these bandits were. They even made him smile. Not even a 10-headed soldier was his equal, and these guys decided they could tear his head off his shoulders. If they came here with such intentions, it could only mean one thing. They did not value their lives, for which they had to pay with their own blood. Of course, the mercenary got angry, thinking the hero underestimated the Black Shadow squad. He attacked. However, as a result, the young warrior easily avoided his strikes every time, as if playing with a child. Only then did the bandit realize their opponent was much stronger than expected. Of course, he had fought countless times against warriors of renowned orthodox sects. However, he had never encountered such a monster before. As a result, Yeonjo defeated this guy with a single strike of his sword, sending him straight to the bottom of the river into the embrace of death. At that moment, old Shim joined him, amazed that there were so many mercenaries here. He did not expect them to attack like this, right from the threshold, like a hungry pack of wolves. However, looking at such a number of persistent flies, Yeonjo considered it a friendly greeting. However, he was tired of them attacking small groups. So, drawing his blade, he ordered these people to direct all their fangs at him without hiding. At the same time, the remaining mercenaries informed their goddess that the enemy was approaching them. They were about 5 kilometers away from them. All squads and reinforcements were disabled. Obviously, the enemy could break into the citadel at any moment. However, the woman was not frightened in the slightest. She wanted to see, was Yeonjok really that strong, since all this commotion arose because of him? At that moment, everyone noticed how a couple of people on a boat crossed the entrance to the harbor. Therefore, the guards remained in position. After that, one of the mercenaries closed the gate so that the enemies could not escape. The archers were also on alert. As a result, they began a fierce barrage. However, they were surprised because those sitting on the boat did not even move, as if petrified. Only then did the guards see that these were actually scarecrows, not living people. Therefore, everyone panicked, not understanding where their enemies had gone. They urgently needed to find their location. It turned out that a week earlier, the whole company had stopped in the forest to spend the night under the starry sky. The heir of the clan decided to discuss what had happened a week ago when the main hero left the 10-headed soldier alive. Given the situation, he had no real choice. However, the boy was worried that this might harm them, considering that 2 sects had united. Old Shim shared the same opinion. It was dangerous to continue pursuing them and fighting elite units. And considering how much trouble the 4 10-headed soldiers caused, fighting them at full strength was simply impossible. And if the 100-headed demon kings appeared, then instead of victory, a bloody massacre awaited them. And at its head would be the cult of human itself. The main hero perfectly understood the old man's position. Reckless actions would only lead to senseless casualties. To be honest, he really wanted to see with his own eyes how much stronger the 100-headed demon kings were. But if hordes of 10-headed demonic soldiers come with them, there will be serious problems. Moreover, if they kill one king, they have no data on what monster he will turn into after death. However, Lady Nangon Yona understood. Regardless of whether their patrol continues or not, the situation will not change at all. The citadel and Wudan are located quite close to each other. Even if they change course, they will not avoid pursuit. So it's better to pretend that they continue the patrol, deceive the enemy, and allow the Orthodox Alliance to strike from the rear. The plan sounded quite good. Besides, one of the men received a response from the Alliance a few days ago. They reported that they were on the brink of war. Led by 3 great masters, hundreds of battle masters who responded to Murim's call had already been distributed into divisions. And if both cult squads focused their attention on their squad, they most likely do not know that the Alliance intends to enter the fight. This proves the importance of them acting as bait. Old Shim still doubted. Would they be able to hold out until the Alliance succeeded in their mission? Given the current circumstances, the chances were slim. But considering the specifics of the geography of the Enzi River, where the citadel stands, governed by a goddess, they had chances. This area has long been known for its dense fog and poor visibility, and the thick forest near the river would allow them to hide. That should be enough to hold out until the arrival of the Alliance. But until they cross the threshold of the citadel, the enemy is unlikely to show their true strength. They will try to trap them inside the citadel to kill them in the trap. The main part of their squads will probably try to infiltrate the sects. They will need to split up at the entrance to confuse the enemies and force them to redistribute their people during the chase, and hold out in such a state of affairs as long as possible. Everyone understood. The lady's plan was to weaken the enemy during the pursuit and capture him. But if they split up, as Nangon Yona suggested, it would be too difficult to hold out until reinforcements arrived, according to the heir. Then the main character suggested, in that case, invite support from the Union of Mercenaries. And indeed, Old Shim remembered that the shelters of the Naiman Union are scattered across all the central lands. Therefore, they will be able to send help without any delay. Moreover, if the request came from Yeonjo, they would send the best fighters without asking unnecessary questions. Since they had been a week away from the river by that time, they decided to contact the Mercenaries Union and make sure they would send reinforcements on time. It was at this very moment, the next morning, after the patrol regrouped, that the wings of the Falcon messengers once again sliced through the sky, as if a sign of the beginning of a great war. Of course, the man was surprised, as he had recently received a report. So he thought that perhaps the conflict with the third gang had been resolved. However, when he began to read the message, his face was flooded with anxious worry, as if thunderclouds had gathered overhead. At the same time, the Bishop of the Orthodox Alliance also received an urgent message from his assistant. Having familiarized himself with the plan, the old man understood. If everything went according to it, the circumstances would be in their favor. Of course, he was not very happy that the representatives of the Chaos sect would be at the forefront, but they had no privilege to refuse. The mercenaries' leader was glad that Yeonjok turned out to be just as clever. He expanded the scale of the war so much. Of course, the man was not particularly happy that he would have to fight side by side with the Orthodox Alliance, but he could not leave the chief guard without cover. As a result, the Orthodox master warned that the first strike would fall on the citadel and the refuge of Mount Wudan, so he ordered the troops to be mobilized within 2 hours. The Naiman Union also agreed to help the hero and has already sent its troops towards the boy. 7 days have passed by this moment, and the main hero will finally clash in a duel with the 100-headed kings. But honestly, he still could not understand how fate had arranged it so that he ended up on the front line in this war against the human sect. The main thing is that if they close their eyes to the vile and dirty depravity of the cult, then it could lose those it wanted to protect. Of course, it will not be easy, but he had to become even stronger to save everyone. If he cannot kill the 100-headed demon kings, it will be a real failure, an unforgivable defeat. That evening, Mrs. Jane came to visit the young guard. She asked him not to go outside in such cold. For if a person who has the strength of 10 great masters catches a cold, the rest of the squad will not endure without him. After that, she led him to her tent and suggested returning there together to warm up. Of course, Yeonjo resisted. This painting was seen by Mrs. Nanganyona. She clearly liked it. Therefore, the girl immediately, to the surprise of others, turned around and headed towards the forest. The young warrior wanted to know, how does Lady Jane manage to so seduce Yeonjo with her sweet speeches? When the elder brother and old Shim heard what she was worried about, they were literally beside themselves with embarrassment. However, they both understood. In this case, it was better to pretend that they had seen nothing at all. A day before arriving at the citadel, the main hero decided to talk to Lady Nanganyona. He noticed that the landscapes along their road were incredibly luxurious, as if created by a heavenly artist. But they were completely unsuitable as decoration for the upcoming bloody war, and she agreed with this. So it was even a pity that this hurricane of war would pass through such beautiful lands in the battle against the sect. Moreover, she was surprised that the hero seemed not at all interested in tomorrow's fight, and she was very worried that for Yeonjo this was an excessively heavy burden, an unbearable burden for one person. However, it was not the battle that interested the young man. He was upset that Nanganyona would not be in the same group with him after the division. Smiling sweetly, the girl reminded him that her elder brother, one of the strongest warriors of the clan, would be on her team. So nothing would happen to her, she was completely safe. And then reinforcements from the Orthodox Alliance and the Mercenary Union were also expected to arrive. The main hero was not worried that something would happen to her in battle. However, his heart still clenched with anxiety at the thought of the upcoming separation. Then she handed him a small gift. It was truly an ancient artifact, at the sight of which Yeonjo immediately blushed with embarrassment, like a young boy who received his first confession. The girl explained that 4 10-headed demonic soldiers had arrived at the tomb of the Earth God precisely in search of this small artifact. And the main hero heard rumors that for the sake of this trifle, the sect members were ready to kill indiscriminately. It was the plate of the 8 trigrams. Nanganyona was not sure that Yeonjo needed this thing, but at least if he kept it close, it would not fall into the hands of the minions of the demonic sect. And that was already quite a good thing. And yet, despite her logical words, the young man said that she handed him this artifact as if it were a talisman for luck, a charm against all troubles. Therefore, he promised to look at it and remember Nanganyona when they would be far from each other, separated by battlefields. Unfortunately, the boy had no gift in return. If he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would definitely have brought something worthy. However, the girl did not need a reward. Not after the hero saved her from the 10-headed soldier in that tomb. It was priceless. Thus passed another day filled with anxious anticipation, and the group found themselves already in a dense forest near the citadel. They rushed at full speed through the forest thicket, breaking branches and raising clouds of dust. Those running after the main hero were deeply impressed by his incredible speed. Running alongside the boy would be difficult for any person. It required superhuman endurance. Such was the true strength of the head of the Union of Naiman Guards. After all, this person stood shoulder to shoulder with 10 great masters. Legends of Murion. The main hero asked the two who were following him to hurry up. Otherwise, he would leave them here and not wait like a nanny. In fact, he was a bit harsh on his subordinates precisely because he was not on the same team as Nangonyona's sister, and these slow turtles only added fuel to the fire of her irritation. At least he wanted to believe that everything would be fine with the girl. Since Nangonyona, the clan heir, and even old Vodim were together, their group would handle even a deadly chase. They were the strongest warriors. At that moment, even Lady Jane was outraged, as she also did not want to be on the team with the swordsman Yonjoho. Her thoughts echoed somewhere far away, in clouds of regret. Seeing that she was distracted, the heir asked her to gather her spirit. After all, they were at war now, and their lives were at stake. So she had to focus on the upcoming battle, not indulge in dreams. At that moment, old Shim felt that a tale had caught up with them. Pursuers seeking blood. However, they arrived much earlier than he expected. Moreover, everyone understood. Considering that they were tracked despite their high speed, the opponents were truly strong and experienced hunters. Soon they saw those two followers whom Yonjo had spared. At first, the mercenaries planned to meet the guests on the road to the citadel. However, they ran in the opposite direction, as if frightened. But it did not matter what they planned there. Their plan would not succeed. After all, escape was not destined. Of course, the old man thanked them for sparing him in the tomb. However, it was impossible to postpone their fight any longer. The time for reckoning had come. Seeing these two, old Shim panicked a little, realizing that perhaps the 100-headed demon kings had already joined the main forces. The old warrior realized that the terrible leader Yonjo was not with this company. Then there was no need to give them a signal. The mercenaries themselves warned those trapped that they would not get out alive. After all the forces of the citadel were concentrated in this forest, a whole army seeking their blood. After that, everyone immediately armed themselves with swords to teach this company a lesson about how pointless it was to provoke their sect and challenge death itself. Of course, the heir initially assumed that everything would not go smoothly. However, the situation became much more complicated than he assumed, as if the heavens themselves had armed against them. Well, if they had not been able to solve it, they would not have started this war in the first place and would not have challenged the cult. After all, the boy ordered his men to give the signal. They fight them as it should be, in an honest battle, blade to blade. At that moment, the goddess ordered to bring the boat and showed the effigy that was there. And honestly, she was extremely dissatisfied that Yonjo decided to flee after making such a long journey to them. It was an insult and unheard of audacity. Moreover, now thinking about it, it seemed they were trying to trap her. After all, now the mercenaries who were supposed to meet the enemies near the walls first will meet them face to face in the forest. And although it was a cunning plan, the woman could not allow Yonjo to fool her and defeat them with cunning. Therefore, she ordered the shadow soldiers to leave the citadel and go in search of Yonjo. She herself will personally reward whoever informs her of his whereabouts. Furthermore, those who capture him alive will have the power of the demonic 10-headed soldier. An incredible gift that every fighter dreamed of. However, everyone understood perfectly well. If it were so easy for the young man to fool them, he would not have been able to make such a long, bloody journey to their lands. Recently, the lady met with one of her colleagues, the mighty 100-headed king, to discuss the boy named Yonjo. That is how she found out that he really was incredibly strong, almost terrifying. As he once told the lady, no one can stop the expansion of the 100-headed demon kings in Murion, except the 10 great masters. But even then there was one monster capable of destroying the dark demonic art that seals the soul. Many years had passed since their meeting, so the man found it even hard to imagine how strong Yonjo was now, after all these years of training. The lady could not believe that her assistant had tucked his tail in fear like a frightened dog, and it was even shameful that he was a 100-headed demonic king, one of the strongest in their ranks. The man himself said that if it came down to destroying the enemy, it was better to do everything to kill him at any cost. His people and he himself were ready to join this battle, although they did not want to risk their lives much. Right after the story of that very king, the lady was filled with curiosity about the hero. Since the day of the battle with the Sword King, her days dragged on very boringly, as if a colorless veil had covered her existence. Therefore, she hoped that the warrior Yonjo, who was quite exciting, could make her heart beat faster, to give her those sharp sensations she craved. The decisive clash was about to begin, and if the hero was truly equal in strength to the 100-headed king, then their battle would be much better than she expected, a real feast for her bloodthirsty soul. At that moment, whole hordes attacked the clan heir like a hungry pack of wolves attacking a lone traveler. But what troubled the young man the most was that he could not tell which of the attackers were 10-headed demons. In such a chaotic situation, obviously, without Yeonjo's help, they could die. Even if only one of them turned into a monster, it would be a catastrophe. At that moment, all the mercenaries rushed toward Nangonyona, laughing at the girl who possessed martial arts. They decided to make her their puppet to have fun and mock the beautiful warrior. However, she did not fall for these pathetic provocations. The girl created the technique of invisible steps of yin and in an instant cut down her enemies like a sharp wind cutting dry grass. Fortunately, she was the strongest among them. Thanks to her, they could give a worthy rebuff to the attackers. But everyone had their limits. Even she did. Moreover, even old Shima's affairs were not going very well. He had to fight enemies while simultaneously protecting Lady Jane from deadly swords. Therefore, his strength was depleting much faster than he would have liked. At that moment, the mercenary fiercely lunged at the air to avenge the fight when his hand was cut off. He was incredibly strong and fierce, like an enraged tiger. The bandit demanded that the opponent not retreat but show him true strength. Fortunately, at that moment, old Shik came to help, knocking the enemy away with a powerful blow. He also asked the boy to be more careful. After all, if even one of the three of them falls, it will be the end for all. They are like a thread holding a fragile balance. Fortunately, no one was wounded at that moment, which was already a huge success in this bloody mess. At that time, the mercenary with the severed hand explained that there were about 7 10-headed demonic soldiers among them. They could not handle all of them. It would be suicide. The mercenary reminded them that it was enough to kill just one 10-headed soldier, as he would become a monster. And most likely this group would not be able to handle that monster alone. Perhaps that is why they continued to fight and simply bought time without delivering decisive blows. And although the old demon did not understand why they were doing this, he warned. On the path chosen by Yeonjo, the 100-headed king of demons was already waiting. Soon, even the mountain lady would head to him. And he would not withstand 200-headed kings. That would be too much even for him. And indeed, if the mercenary's words were true, it was not a fact that even Yeonjo could have won. Even the Sword King, the strongest of the 10 great masters, could not now defeat 2 kings. There was only hope for reinforcements from the mercenary union, but they were too far from the agreed meeting place, as if on the other side of the world. All they could do now was hope that the union would notice the strangeness of the situation and quickly head to the citadel before it was too late. At that moment, this king had already met the boy Yeonjo. The demon was horrified at how strong the youth had become in just 3 years. It was incredible, as if a completely different being stood before him, tempered in the crucible of countless battles. The main hero carefully listened to the words of this scoundrel and realized that, most likely, Nangonyon's little sister was now in danger, in the very epicenter of a bloody slaughter. Then he had to quickly deal with this opponent and set off to her. Every moment was worth its weight in gold. At that time, the lady herself was watching everything happening in the forest from her impregnable fortress, and she was very worried that the other king might take all the fun, so she decided to go to visit Yeonjo personally and enjoy the spectacle of his demise. At that moment, Yeonjo himself was already standing, surrounded by 4 demons ready to attack him like predators cornering their prey. At that time, the 100-headed king froze, stunned. After all, he had heard rumors that 10-headed demonic soldiers become monsters after death. However, he was not 100% sure of this. Perhaps the appearance of these monsters was the reason for the great power of the 100-headed demonic kings, their true terrible power. The main hero was outraged at the king. So what if it was then or now? His thirst to kill people had not changed. That time, 3 years ago, the hero let him live, showing mercy. However, today was not that day. He decided to show what happens when he truly becomes genuinely evil, when his patience is completely exhausted. As a result, he attacked using the 2nd level 9 Heaven Sword technique, cutting enemies into small pieces like autumn leaves under the wind sword. Everyone was stunned because they could not believe that in one moment it was possible to deal with such a number of monsters. Of course, they knew that Yeonjo was strong. However, his strength turned out to be more terrifying than anything they had seen before. It bordered on something incredible, almost divine. It felt like the boy had been holding back all this time and only now is showing his true talent, his real terrible power. And the main character only scolded the members of his team for standing behind him like fools. They had to hurry to the destination point and join another detachment before it was too late for everyone. But the demonic king was not going to let anyone go after that old incident. He felt that the hero began to overestimate himself and his powers. Therefore, he intended to show how truly mighty he was. As a result, he attacked 2 assistants of the hero and threw his throwing weapon with deadly force. Yeonjo, of course, easily cut the weapon into pieces. He reminded that if he ordered his people to go, then they would go, and no demon would stop them. The demonic king was simply shocked that the hero managed to block his attack from such a great distance so quickly. It required incredible reaction speed and sharp eyesight. The main hero calmly explained that he was a bit busy right now, so the demon had to either die or die. This choice he generously gave him. However, he considered himself quite strong. so he was going to teach the hero a lesson and convince him to stop being so audacious, as always. At this time, in another group, the fight continued with relentless fury, and the clan heir was barely holding on with his last strength, like a candle in the wind. Even his sister understood. If this fight dragged on, the situation would become very tense and could become fatal. There were many more enemies than they expected. Most of them had reached the level of demons, so they wouldn't last long. Their strength was melting away every minute. Moreover, they were now quite far from the gathering point. Even if the mercenary union came to help, it would be too late. They would bleed out first. All they had left was to break through the tight ring of enemies and personally ask the mercenary union for help. Only this way could they survive. The heir decided to clear the way for his comrades. He ordered everyone to follow him, not lagging behind even a step. The young man attacked the opponents using the moonslash technique, and immediately a wide gap formed in the enemy ranks, as if lightning had split the clouds. This was a chance to escape from this deadly trap. As a result, everyone immediately rushed to run with all their might, so as not to waste this precious opportunity in vain. The demonic old man sighed heavily, realizing, even if they escaped, they would still fall into their trap. Moreover, he had no choice left but to chase after them to grant them the death they deserved. However, despite the heir helping his comrades escape, he himself stayed in place to keep anyone from reaching them, a living shield of flesh and steel. Even the enemy was struck by the boy's selflessness, who was ready to sacrifice himself for his comrades without hesitation. However, it was quite pointless, considering the forest was already surrounded by the squads of their sect from all sides, a true web of death. At that moment, the old man was attacked by Nangonyona, who returned, powerfully striking him on the back and throwing him away like a dry leaf. She understood. It was too dangerous for her brother to fight these people alone. It would be certain death. Moreover, the two of them could buy time. Then Lady Jane and Old Shim would call for help and be able to ensure the squad's survival. Of course, Old Shim really wanted to stay here with these two lords. They could escape together, covering each other. However, the heir himself reminded them this was a tactical retreat. They needed to reach reinforcements as quickly as possible, and Lord Shim excelled in speed techniques. Even if the area was swarming with members of the human sect, with his skills he would manage to hold out and slip through their ranks like a shadow. As a result, the old man understood the logic of these words, so he immediately ordered Lady Jane to follow him without falling behind. He asked his comrades to hold on a little longer. They would return with reinforcements. Even if the old man broke every bone in his body, he would return no matter what. That was his vow. At this time, the opponent Yonjo was outraged. After all, having used so many powerful techniques, he didn't even knock the opponent out of the saddle. Moreover, considering everything, his strength had significantly increased since their last meeting 3 years ago. The growth was terrible. However, the man still couldn't believe that a person without the support of a sect and the power of the 8 trigrams had advanced so far in such a short time. It bordered on impossible. Even Yonjo thought that his opponent would be quite easy. After all, in the past, he easily resisted him in battle. Perhaps then the king simply did not fight at full strength. Otherwise, the main character could not explain it. The mystery remained unsolved. At this time, the demonic king himself explained that about 14 10-headed demonic soldiers, thirsty for blood, were prowling in the forests. By that moment, his allies had probably already welcomed the king of the other world in his gloomy halls. Meanwhile, as expected, the old man and Lady Jane ran into mercenaries who set a trap. Predators waiting for prey. The old man ordered the lady to stay close to him. After all, they had to get out of this trap alive, at any cost. As a result, the man used his technique of the Sword of 9 Heavens, heavenly ascension of the dragon, soaring. Even Lady Jane was impressed by his incredible strength. Instantly, he destroyed 6 warriors of the Shadow Squad, like a mower cutting down ears of grain. At her current level, she could not compete even with a couple of them. At that moment, a mercenary who desired her blood attacked the lady from behind. But fortunately, the old man managed to protect her by deflecting the deadly blow. In the end, he only asked the lady to try to protect herself as much as possible. While he was defending the girl, he did not notice another mercenary approaching him from behind, cutting his back with a deep strike. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Immediately after that, the bandit rushed to attack further, and the lady grabbed her sword to fend off the attack of those scoundrels. But as a result, she could do nothing. Her skills were too weak for such a fight. The old man was badly wounded and could not fully resist the mercenaries. He managed to push one of them away. However, the next one immediately noticed this and pierced his chest with his blade. The steel went through, hitting the lung. But despite this, with that last attack, the elderly man killed them all. He pulled out the sword that was hindering his breathing and approached Lady Jane. The old man reminded that because of traps they were late for the meeting with the mercenary union. They needed to leave immediately. The girl was worried about the old man's condition. Considering his wounds, he tried to pretend that he was fine. However, he coughed up blood. Red drops sprinkled the ground. And the lady realized that he could not be moved with such injuries. First, he needed to stop the bleeding, otherwise he would die from blood loss. However, they could not stay here for long. Every second counted. They were almost at the place, and the old man could treat his wounds after the meeting with the Union. As a result, they ran. But the girl worried for a long time about the old man's wound. The fact that he could move was already a miracle bordering on the impossible. She understood. The problem was with her. She was a burden to the squad. After all, she was too weak, pitiful, helpless. Finally, the two of them got out of the forest, but they found not their own rescue squad there at all. These were enemies who realized that a victim had run straight into their paws, like a sheep to the wolves. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the old man decided to clear the way. He ordered Lady Jane to run towards the Union without looking back. She had to cross the mountains behind the Shadow Squad. The Union was supposed to be there. Only she could go for help. Only she was the last hope. Of course, she tried to argue, protesting through tears. However, the old man only got angry, ordering her to flee immediately and call for help. As always, the girl burst into tears, not understanding why they were shouting at her, and clearly not realizing how miserable and pitiful she looked compared to the others, only creating problems with her helplessness. But in the end, she had to run forward while the old man cleared the way for her, fighting with his last strength. However, suddenly one of the mercenaries attacked the lady, knocked her to the ground, pressing her face to the earth like an animal. He hoped that now she would finally understand how to make their sect their enemy. What a price for audacity! Suddenly, when they were about to behead the two, they heard a loud drum sound echoing through the valley. Then they saw the huge forces of the mercenary union standing above the cliff, an army of avengers ready to crash down like an avalanche. Their leader was very angry that these people dared to harm their family, their brothers and sisters. Now they could not expect an easy death. He ordered his men to attack to take revenge on the scoundrels who dared to attack their relatives, and thereby declared war on them. Honestly, from the number of mercenaries running at them, even the enemies opened their mouths in amazement, retreating fearfully. It was a real avalanche of death. As a result, a bloody battle began between these people. A fight to the death. However, they were roughly equal. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Moreover, old enemies met there. So they decided to settle the score for what happened at the Union tournament and finally carry out their long-awaited revenge. The lady was clearly glad that the mercenary union came to their aid. After all, now the old man could rest and heal his wounds. However, what kind of rest could there be when he was so wounded that he simply began to lose consciousness and die from blood loss? His body had reached its limit. Fortunately, the chorus of the demonic lord, who laments the heavens, managed to catch the man in his arms, not letting him fall to the ground. He immediately explained to the lady that she needed to report the enemy's strength, the location of the head of the guard, in full detail without missing anything. The girl, crying, reported, "They encountered opponents in the forest, and there were 2 10-headed soldiers. The head of the guard was fighting against the 100-headed demon king on the other side of the river." Unfortunately, the girl did not know what was happening to their comrades now. They had separated quite a long time ago. Perhaps they are now in a difficult situation, surrounded by enemies. The head of the mercenaries understood. Since the old man had fainted from deep wounds, he could no longer fight. There was no choice left. Therefore, he ordered the evil spirit to take the 4 best warriors and help the Nangon clan. He also ordered Ginyun to take care of the healing. After all, he was a master of restoration. Everyone counted on his healing help. And since the 100-headed king targeted the head of the guard, the leader decided to go to his aid himself. Only he could stand against such a monster. At that time, the battle between the hero and the king was at its most intense. 2 titans clashed in a deadly confrontation. The boy understood that he needed to deal with this enemy as quickly as possible. However, he was a formidable opponent, worthy of respect. But suddenly he heard the loud sound of a drum, signaling the arrival of the mercenary union. Immediately after that, the boy's mood changed significantly, which did not go unnoticed by the 100-headed king. Right then he noticed that this boy had developed a terrible thirst for killing. An aura of death enveloped him like a black fog. Once the main hero stopped doubting his decisions. Therefore, he attacked with greater fury, believing that the enemy should not have mocked the Nangon clan, and the price for humiliating his brother and little sister was the king's own life. The hero was already ready to kill the 100-headed king outside. Suddenly, someone attacked him from behind. It was the same lady of the mountain, who, moreover, was impressed by the hero's liveliness, already anticipating their battle. Yeonjok panicked as he did not notice the approach of this woman. She was also a 100-headed demon king, another deadly threat. She introduced herself as the goddess of the mountain and declared that she wanted to personally teach the boy manners. He clearly forgot his place and needed a good lesson. However, suddenly they heard a voice that chilled them to the bone, making their blood freeze in their veins. It was the head of the mercenary union, who believed that these people had completely forgotten where their place was. He was very angry at these audacious newborn puppies who dared to bark at a tiger, so he decided to eradicate them once and for all. Moreover, he realized that this so-called goddess of the mountain probably dared to send a spy into his ranks. The woman did not answer his questions. She only asked the head of the mercenaries to ease her disappointment that she had failed to fight Yeonjok. She so longed for that battle. The 100-headed king did not understand how the mercenary union reinforcements arrived right now. And moreover, led by the very heavens, the destroyer, the demonic lord, one of the strongest warriors of Murion. This meant only one thing. A real storm was approaching. The clash flared up fiercely. The demonic heavenly ruler quickly realized. Underestimating opponents could cost him his life, even if he closed his eyes. First of all, the speed of his opponent posed a deadly threat. The warrior sarcastically mocked the Dark Lord, who called himself one of the 10 great masters, but could not even give her a worthy fight. The King of Darkness openly became angry. The girl, blinded by her audacity, dared to underestimate his true power. The bishop decided to act accordingly and teach this upstart a thorough lesson. He intended to demonstrate to the audacious opponent why the art of the dark heavenly sword was considered legendary in this world, and why a warrior who possessed such a technique was called one of the strongest under the heavens. The demonic master pierced the warrior in the stomach with a devastating sword strike. She immediately began to bleed profusely. Despite the severe wound, the girl retreated, finally realizing that her enemy indeed had sufficient strength. Yes, he called himself the strongest of the mercenaries, but it still seemed that in power he did not even come close to the level of the 100-headed kings. So it was too early for him to boast. On the other side of the battlefield, the second 100-headed king felt how with each of his strikes, Yeonjo poured more inner energy and ferocity. Soon the two lords retreated and stood back to back, hastily discussing how best to proceed. Both understood perfectly well. If the battle continued in this manner, it would turn into a senseless war of attrition. Realizing this, the mountain goddess decided to retreat, leaving the fight to her comrade. Meanwhile, she could deal with the remaining opponents. Naturally, the head of the mercenaries followed her closely, while Yeonjo stayed in place to deal with the enemy left face to face. As soon as they were left face to face, the warrior asked the demonic lord to stop prolonging the fight. In this way, he was only making their lives harder without any need. The King of Darkness was struck by the words of this audacious one, and immediately unleashed his true energy. The aura around changed instantly. Clouds appeared as if from nowhere, thickening over the battlefield with a sinister cover. Meanwhile, the Stogolovi king decided to demonstrate to the boy the difference in their powers, which was so colossal that Yeonjok could not even imagine it. After that, the demon took his true form of the Stoglav king. The transformation required more than half of his internal energy reserves, but in this phase he became incomparably more powerful. The boy only grew angrier. The enemy had spoiled his already hideous face with this vile demonic form. Apparently his appearance changed as rottenly as his soul was. The demonic ruler was struck by the opponent's arrogance, but even praised him for not falling into terror upon seeing the true form. Immediately after these words, the king pointed his finger at the warrior and used the sinister demonic art of phantom souls. The ground beneath the youth's feet instantly began to suck him down somewhere, into the unknown depths of hell. Looking at the hero's fright, the demon smugly explained. This was his godlike state, which Yeonjok or any mortal could never achieve. Soon the boy found himself locked in some unknown space resembling a distorted nightmare. The warrior had to feverishly figure out how to escape this damnation. At that very moment, behind him materialized the same demonic king, who immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. While the youth was fending off his clawed strikes, the King of Darkness also struck him with a devastating lightning discharge. The flashes of heavenly fire were instantly noticed by the mercenary leader. He immediately understood that it was the work of that demonic king who had cursed the hero. The man became very worried. It was unknown whether the warrior could cope with such destructive power. Meanwhile, the opponent demanded that her enemy not be distracted, otherwise he would die so swiftly that he wouldn't even have time to understand anything. Immediately after this warning, she used a deadly technique, employing a lethal poison that instantly enveloped the man in a poisonous fog. The demoness revealed her true face to hastily shorten her enemy's life in the most painful way. However, the mercenary only laughed contemptuously. He expected to see something more impressive from the opponent who so loudly exalted herself. She calmly explained, if her deadly poison penetrated the man's body, it would burn his intestines from the inside. Maybe then he would finally shut up and stop speaking so arrogantly. But the warrior only smiled. Such a pathetic dose wouldn't even affect him, since in the mountains he had drunk more than 10 barrels of poison from various wild animals, hardening his body. Thus they met in combat. The fierce demoness desired to personally bury the pride of this man under her heel and show the full power of the 100-headed demonic kings in all their glory. The opponents clashed in a fierce battle. The mercenary hastily deflected the first attack with his claws, but failed to dodge the second. The demoness rejoiced triumphantly. Now the man would have such a flabby, powerless body that he would not be able to block her next strike. The warrior delivered a devastating cross-shaped blow to his chest. The man, bleeding profusely, fell heavily to the ground. The 100-headed demoness mockingly laughed at the fallen. She had only just begun to fight seriously, and this one was already falling apart. She did not like it when victims died too easily and quickly. However, she was ready to pardon this man in a special way, to cut his poisoned flesh into small pieces, prolonging the agony. The mercenary was outraged, not understanding what cursed poison had ended up in his body. After all, the toxin was truly powerful, considering that the warrior had immunity to almost all poisons. Apparently, these demonic freaks are capable of even the impossible, breaking the laws of nature. The man lost his vigilance due to his own overconfidence. Meanwhile, in the capital of Hell, a real large-scale war was beginning. The Orthodox Alliance launched a decisive offensive. Honestly, the mercenaries who remained on site panicked greatly. The Orthodox fighters clearly calculated the moment when the demonic forces were most defenseless, and at that moment dealt a devastating blow. To them appeared the legendary master from the Blooming Plum clan, who cuts down enemies left and right with unfathomable ease. The warrior proclaimed to the fighters, "This date will become the most important, turning point day in the history of the martial arts world." Two factions, once sworn enemies, formed an unprecedented alliance, united by one sacred goal: the complete destruction of the common enemy. From this historic day, Orthodox sects and Chaos sects march under a single banner. They have reborn as a new, invincible force of this world. Therefore, the Master ordered the warriors to glorify this great day to the entire martial arts world and achieve a triumphant victory in this fateful war. But at that very moment, one of the wounded fighters suddenly began to take on a demonic appearance, writhing in painful convulsions. The warriors were convinced. The rumors circulating about the terrible monsters were true. The strength of these creatures varied depending on the class of demonic beings, which made them unpredictably dangerous. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Master of the Heavenly Sword came to their aid. He grimly realized these terrifying nightmare creatures were a stark reality. The dimensions of the transforming monster turned out to be colossal, towering over the warriors like a mountain. They had to prepare for absolutely everything. The boy from the Blooming Plum clan filled with confidence when the great master stood shoulder to shoulder with them. He had already fought these beasts before and roughly understood the essence of their nature. Now he intended to demonstrate the results of his work. As soon as the monster got close enough, the youth used the legendary art of the Blooming Plum sword, unleashing the full power of the blade on the opponent. The strike threw the monster away, but failed to pierce its body with a single thrust. The tough, impenetrable skin made the task too difficult. The young warrior tried not to panic, focusing on sharpened techniques. At that moment, the old man who was acting as reinforcement for him used the technique of spiritual sword telekinesis. Dozens of blades rained down on the monster like an invisible hurricane. However, even the sage could not pierce the demonic body through. Only cracks appeared, but nothing more. Nevertheless, although at first glance everyone thought the monster survived, the master saw much more than the others. He discerned the enemy's weak points with unfathomable clarity. Therefore, the veteran attacked exactly these vulnerabilities, sending the demon back to hell from which it had crawled out. As is known, those who lost all semblance of humanity and turned into monsters always met a miserable, inglorious end. When the monster fell as a lifeless carcass, the young man from Blooming Plum was struck by the incredible power of the Master of the Heavenly Sword. There was truly a huge gap in skill between them. Moreover, this monster was many times stronger than the one the young warrior had spent a full 2 exhausting hours fighting continuously. The sage explained. The situation was too critical, so he did not hesitate. It was awkward that he snatched victory from under the nose of the glorious young warrior. However, the boy immediately began to thank the old man. Only thanks to his timely help did he avoid the most serious, possibly fatal wounds. The master understood perfectly. He managed to defeat this demon solely thanks to the sword given to him by an old comrade. This blade was an ancient relic called the Sword of the Flower Spirit, which subjugates demons. His companion assured him that this weapon devours evil by itself. Although the old man had been skeptical before, now he believed in the mystical power of the blade, and knew that this weapon made a colossal contribution to the destruction of demonic filth. Meanwhile, the young man could barely move under the devastating blows of lightning. He desperately tried to reach his sword, hoping that the sword would give him strength. The demon only sneered contemptuously at the weakness of the fallen enemy. All his boastful talk about invincible power turned out to be a pathetic bluff. Yonjo was enraged by such loud mockery from the proud deity. The warrior vowed very soon he would slit this freak's throat as soon as he regained even a little consciousness. The demon obviously understood. The opponent could do nothing to him in his current state. He could not even properly resist. The next moment the king attacked the boy with cruelty. 3 aimed strikes pierced his back, piercing his chest with bloody holes. It was awakened demonic art. which penetrated the victim's soul, digging up his memories and forcing him to watch them again and again until the unfortunate one died in torment from his own past. Though very little, Yeonjo managed to please the Lord of Darkness, so the demon decided to be merciful to him in his last moments. When the king said goodbye to the boy, he began to slowly lose consciousness, still not believing that he had lost so devastatingly. Finally, the hero came to his senses, being a smaller version of himself. He quickly realized in which chamber he was, and even thought that he had simply fallen asleep during exhausting training. However, he could not recall what he had dreamed, but the feeling remained extremely unpleasant, disturbing. When the young man looked in the mirror, he saw an adult version of himself, cut with scars and ravaged by time. He instantly understood. It was himself, only from the future. With the help of this revelation, the warrior remembered. He had fought the demonic king, got into some strange distorted space, and was struck by lightning with incredible destructive power. Anyway, he had no time to sit and ponder. He had to immediately return and fight the 100-headed king. However, the boy still could not understand how exactly to defeat such a powerful opponent. Even if he escapes from this vision, he is not sure he can win. Even the legendary sword of the 9 heavens does not work properly against this terrible enemy. However, unexpectedly, another version of himself materialized beside him. It was also the young Yeonjo from the past, whom they had met more than once in similar mystical visions. Obviously, the grown warrior was curious. Why, when he could leave the mirror, had he remained locked inside the reflection all this time? Moreover, the boy confessed to the little boy. He had long understood that he was a true admirer of the 9 heavens clan. At first, he assumed that it was just another version of himself in the mirror teaching him martial arts. However, very soon he realized he was the soul of the clan. When the boy was hanging by a thread from death, it was this reflection that allowed him to break out of the storeroom and gave him a reason to live on. Having lost courage, the young warrior faced the vast world outside his prison. After 10 years of continuous training, the boy finally found himself in the big world, and for the first time in his life he thought he was glad to be born. No matter how much time passed, he continued to cowardly hide here, in this cursed place. Now he was scared to the bone because he did not even know how or why he should continue to fight. The warrior simply desperately wished for all this to end as soon as possible. The pain, the fear, the endless struggle. However, suddenly the silhouette changed, transforming into a familiar man who only good-naturedly laughed at the hero who had just shed tears of despair. Immediately after this, the young man found himself in the company of a huge number of people who joyfully greeted him, thanks to all his countless merits and exploits. Meanwhile, in reality, from the very beginning of the attack, the warrior weakened under the devastating pressure of lightning and knelt down, completely exhausted. The demonic lord, looking at the fallen opponent, saw the boy was dreaming pleasant dreams in the last moments of his life. The king rejoiced at this circumstance. Now that he could take Yeonjo's soul, there would be no one left who could threaten their cult. Obviously, for his young age, the warrior was extraordinarily good and talented. But he had already demonstrated the maximum of his abilities, so now they could say goodbye forever. At this critical time, Lady Jane was rushing to help her friends, extremely worried about their fate. Near the place where the battle was unfolding, the forest was suspiciously quiet. Something terrible could have happened to the clan heirs. Therefore, the girl remained only to pray for their well-being, gripping the sword hilt until her fingers hurt. When the rescue squad penetrated deep enough into the thicket, the warriors consulted and decided to exercise maximum caution. The enemy could be anywhere. However, when they ran closer to the epicenter of the battle, they immediately stopped as if rooted to the spot, seeing many mutilated bodies lying on the bloodied ground. Obviously, the first thought was, the clan heirs had taken down all these people 2 at a time, in a fierce clash against higher powers. At that moment, the warriors noticed fresh tracks on the ground, so they followed them to verify the truth of their alarming suspicions. Soon after following the bloody tracks, they found a wounded lord who was kneeling on the ground, barely conscious. The lady immediately ran to him, sighing with relief. The boy was still alive and intact. However, seeing these terrible torn wounds, she immediately began to help to restore the circulation of his internal energy and stop the bleeding. Only then did the girl notice. Lady Nangonyon had disappeared without a trace somewhere. She became very worried. Something terrible could have happened to the warrior. When she looked at the face of the wounded heir, she saw it was drenched with tears of despair and grief. At that very moment, although poisoned with a deadly toxin, the mercenary leader continued his uneven fight with demonic power. Even the 100-headed demoness was genuinely surprised. After the effect of the deadly toxin, he could still continue to stand and fight. Truly an impressive endurance for a miserable mortal. However, the Dark Warrior, deflecting all his attacks without the slightest effort, disdainfully warned, "Before the mountain goddess, he was nothing more than a minor blood flow and mortal flesh." And indeed, with each passing minute, the mercenary received more and more blows. The poison was too destructively affecting his body. undermining his strength from within. As a result, the warrior had to increase the distance to focus on neutralizing the poison that was devouring him from the inside. However, it was clear that the demoness instantly understood what the doomed fighter had planned. But with such a soft, weakened body, he would not even be able to retreat properly, let alone neutralize the deadly poison. However, suddenly, when the Mistress of Darkness was already about to knock the man's head off with one elegant swipe of her claw, she felt someone attacked her from behind. Immediately jumping back, the demoness became alert, looking around in all directions and trying to identify the audacious culprit. But seeing the silhouette, she grimly understood. After returning, she would have to have a very serious talk with her incompetent subordinates about vigilance, after which she sarcastically greeted the Sword King, whom the entire world of martial arts considered dead. Honestly, even the head of the mercenaries was deeply shocked. He thought his old comrade had long ago been playing chess with the king of the underworld somewhere in the otherworldly palace. However, he, smiling radiantly, explained he really had been near the gates of hell when he was asked to finish unfinished business on Earth. Therefore, the Lord of the Underworld Kingdom generously returned him to the world of the living. Much more important was to find out what kind of terrible creature was before them, since it did not resemble at all the beautiful woman he had fought in the past. Moreover, on the way here, the resurrected master encountered a couple of warriors who had turned into disgusting monsters, losing their human form. As a result, the heads of the mercenaries had to explain the truth to the icy soul. The demon kings and the army of demonic soldiers led by a sinister sect used the physical abilities of other people to gain transcendent power that goes beyond the ordinary world of martial arts. After death, the soldiers become mindless monsters, devoid of reason. But the demon kings, despite everything, retain the clarity of their minds, while gaining power that far surpasses what they previously possessed. It can be said that they have transcended all humanity, discarding the remnants of the soul. The demoness did not even argue with these words. With the help of the acquired dark power, she became closer to deities and saints. Ordinary people with their miserable, fleeting lives could not challenge the new era that was coming under the banner of the cult. Obviously, after these ominous words, the old friends exchanged meaningful glances and decided, instead of 1,000 words, it would be better to arrange one honest, ruthless duel. Using the mystical power of his sacred sword, the Sword King dispersed all the poisonous vapors of the adversary, purifying the air around. Now the task of the mercenary leader became much easier. The warrior immediately rushed into battle with renewed fury. 2 men swiftly surrounded the demoness and began showering her with numerous blows to make this creature pay for her countless misdeeds with blood and suffering. And indeed, now that the legendary Sword King had joined the battle, the situation for the Mistress of Darkness became very complicated. However, she only continued to disdainfully mock the miserable attacks of the people, who posed absolutely no threat to her. Moreover, breaking such a fragile toy as human life cost her absolutely nothing, just ordinary entertainment. Therefore, the demonic mistress proudly ordered, "Let the people stop getting underfoot." When she was already ready to decapitate the mercenary leader with one devastating blow, the Sword King protected his comrade by blocking her deadly attack at the last moment. Honestly, the demoness was even surprised at how selflessly the Sword King exposed himself to the blow. He did not look like a person who would save the head of all chaos sects, his eternal ideological opponent. However, for the resurrected master, this meant nothing. Since that cursed day when this creature attacked his clan, he craved revenge and swore to the heavens to put an end to all this bloody madness. However, the demoness only became even angrier upon hearing the pompous talks about revenge, for she had dreamed of this moment since the very day they first fought a decade ago. As a result, the warrior of darkness repelled the enemy with the strongest blow, and both men immediately realized a harsh truth. This so-called goddess was not only ugly in the face, but fighting her was incredibly difficult, as if against the forces of hell itself. Since the head of this chaos sect lost his blade in the clash, the Sword King generously gave him his sword, which he had carried on his back all this time as a precious relic. The weapon looked somewhat suspicious. It was too bright, as if radiating an inner sacred light. But the mercenary had no other choice, so he decided to fight with this sword. However, very soon the aura of his own combat energy merged with this sacred sword into a single whole. It turned out to be the legendary sword that Shaolin monks had long ago passed down from generation to generation. The sacred sword of 3 drachms, obtained after an epic battle with demonic kings in ancient times. While the Sword King was hiding in distant mountains, recovering from severe wounds, he met 3 immortal sages. They told him a prophecy. During the upcoming War of the Alliance, he could save the Murion from a catastrophe of apocalyptic scale that was approaching. If the immortals directly appeared in Murion, the world order would collapse, disrupting the balance. Therefore, they entrusted the resurrected master with 4 sacred swords. 2 swords from this quartet. The sword of 3 drachms, and the sword of pure wind and bright moon, which was in the hands of the Sword King himself. They did not yet know exactly why these blades were so devastatingly effective against demonic beasts. But one thing was clear. If used correctly, the tricks of the monsters, which until then had no harmful effect on warriors, would finally begin to kill even the warriors of darkness themselves. To tell the truth, these were the best news the head of the mercenaries had heard all bloody day. So he decided to go all out, wielding the sacred sword with renewed fury. Understandably, when the man attacked, the demoness became furious. A pathetic sword of some human would not change their fate. They would still head straight to hell. However, when the human weapon, in which she had not believed before, truly wounded her for the first time, the Mistress of Darkness became even angrier, and immediately began to attack recklessly in blind rage. The Lord of Chaos only laughed contemptuously at her. From just one strike of the holy sword, she completely lost control of herself. Apparently, even the mighty demon kings were mortally afraid of these blessed swords that drive out darkness. Moreover, preparing to deliver a devastating blow, the man grimly reminded, he was not a pathetic little man. He was a tiger among heroes, a legend among warriors. When he unleashed a strike on the demoness with bare fists, enhanced by the sacred energy of the sword, she immediately bent threefold, writhing in unbearable pain. The mercenary was pleased to confirm. The most stubborn rams respond best to steel fists and merciless strength. The Sword King was even pleasantly surprised. His new companion uttered something remarkably thoughtful and wise. After which the resurrected master grimly explained to the demoness. Here and now he would, with his own hands, put an end to her existence and her boundless, vile insolence. However, when he attacked with devastating power, a blinding explosion of energy occurred. At the site of the attack, there was no one, only a smoking crater in the ground. At that moment, the poison had already caused serious damage to the body of the Lord of Chaos, undermining his strength. So the warrior explained to his companion. He needed some time to stabilize the energy and expel the toxin. He asked the Sword King to handle the rest alone. He confessed with a slight smile. He had never in his life thought he would see the legendary head of the Green Forest Mercenary Guild suffer in such a way. So now he understood. He had not lived in this world in vain, since he had to witness such a spectacle. However, the master asked his companion not to worry about anything and to rely on him in this battle. At that moment, the woman, furious to madness, promised to personally kill these men one by one, in the most painful way. After that, she fiercely attacked the resurrected warrior. However, she did not even notice how she exposed herself to a devastating counterattack. As a result, the sacred sword pierced her demonic body through and through, causing her to scream in pain. The king of the sword himself cold-bloodedly reminded her how 30 years ago he still could not finally finish her off. He deeply regretted that oversight back then, but now his regret had come to a long-awaited end. Today he would finish off this creature and put an end to the existence of the mountain goddess Wu. She would pay for her countless sins in the afterlife before the Court of Souls. In fact, the man's memories of the distant battle had considerably faded over the decades, but there were moments he remembered in all vivid colors. Then, 30 years ago, this woman wept, begging the warrior to have mercy on her and forgive her mistake. For the first time in her entire sinful life, she begged for salvation like a miserable mortal. Obviously, the man was not going to forgive the one who betrayed the Murim, joined the sinister cult, sacrificed countless innocent lives, and boldly called it just a regrettable mistake. No matter how she justified herself, the future king of the sword was unwavering in his verdict, understanding this person did not care about anyone's life except her own miserable skin. The woman did not understand why she should be killed. After all, she only sacrificed weaklings who would have perished uselessly in the sea of human masses without leaving a trace. Therefore, the demoness sincerely did not understand why killing those who were already doomed to a senseless death was an unforgivable sin. But the king of the sword still was not going to listen to these blasphemous speeches. He had to mercilessly punish the person who so devalued human lives. For this, she had to pay with her own cursed soul. However, the woman only became even angrier earlier because they dared to consider her a sinner, and immediately pulled out the blade that had pierced her chest. But she hadn't even managed to launch a fierce attack when the master struck her with a blow from his sword, filled with sacred energy. He left her bleeding on the cold ground. The warrior did not want to take her life instantly. It was no accident that he wanted her to suffer in agony on her last breath, and pay fully for all the innocent lives taken. After that devastating blow, she remembered nothing of what had happened. Upon waking, the woman found herself in the gloomy halls of the cult. If one believes the Moon Fairy, she survived solely due to the whim of the cult leader who saw potential in her. Since then, she lived in anticipation of that blessed day when she could find and kill the Sword King, so that he would feel the same all-consuming fear and helplessness she experienced on that fateful day 30 years ago. But now he still, as before, towered over her, alive, powerful, and without a single scratch. That cursed man still looked down on her with the same contempt that she physically could not endure, choking on hatred and powerless rage. The only chance for the demoness to save her miserable life was to release all her energy in the form of a colossal explosion. Hiding under the cover of the destructive wave, she desperately tried to flee the battlefield. The warriors immediately gave chase to the fugitive. The wounded mistress of darkness was outraged. She was so close to taking the head of that freak from the Chaos sect, but the Sword King once again hopelessly ruined everything. She even awakened her transcendental form and fought, putting all her strength without reserve, but still could not overcome that cursed Blade Master. The demoness intended to gather the remnants of her army to slaughter them all to the last one. However, when she approached the troops' deployment site, she immediately realized something terrible was happening there. But the warrior still continued to rush forward, understanding that in the worst case she would have to sacrifice 12 demonic soldiers and forcibly turn them into terrible monsters. When the queen finally arrived at the place, she saw members of the Orthodox sect who were just waiting for her arrival. The enemies mockingly assumed, probably, she rushed here because she was incredibly happy about the upcoming reunion with the Sword King. Soon the King of Neglect caught up with the demoness along with the leader of Chaos. Now the woman was given a ruthless verdict. From this moment, the Alliance will destroy the threat of the Yumion cult, and also finish what their predecessors failed to accomplish in the past. Therefore, the warriors ordered the demonic forces to prepare for the total, merciless destruction of their sect. Obviously, the mistress had no other choice but to put her life on the line in this war. She was ready to fall in battle, but she definitely had to kill the Sword King and all who supported him before taking her last breath. Meanwhile, Lady Jin was leading the young heir, begging him to hold on a little longer while she found a doctor. Of course, she understood. It was hard for him to speak due to severe injuries. However, the woman was very worried about the fate of the young lady. The boy reassured her. Everything was fine with his sister. When they were already preparing to face death face to face, the King of the Sword appeared. He appeared as if out of nowhere and destroyed the 10-headed soldiers instantly with unfathomable ease. It did not matter how he survived or where he learned where to go. The children realized it was real when they found themselves in his strong embrace. They were immensely happy to realize their father had indeed survived, no matter what. And as for Nangon Yona, unlike her weakened older brother, she still retained her strength after a short rest. The girl declared that she would help their father wipe the enemies off the face of the earth, so there was no reason to worry at all. At that time, the hero was still among his comrades inside the illusion. They reasoned. They had become who they were only thanks to him alone, since he solved the problems with the Cat Lord and the Great Master. However, the fighters were shocked. Why did he suddenly decide to become such a pathetic weakling now? They all treated him like a brother because he was a valiant warrior, but now he behaved like a weakling unworthy of their friendship. They explained to the boy, if they had known what an idiot he was, they would never have followed him. Apparently, the family abandoned him because of his blatant foolishness, as his brothers could not possibly love such a pathetic weakling. However, the boy hastily covered the man's mouth, explaining a harsh truth. If someone was going to pretend to be his brother, they had to try much harder. After all, Yeonjok knew his brothers well and understood perfectly. They would never have said anything like that to him. Thanks to this demonstrative performance, the warrior finally understood what was really happening here. Just a disgusting illusion, a demonic technique that was incomparable to others in terms of treachery. However, the boy became angry that this illusion dared to mock the images of his dear brothers, and he swore the demon would pay cruelly for this sacrilege. The demonic entity itself believed that it had almost achieved its goal. Apparently, it was not easy to trap Yeonjok's consciousness, but the king decided he would definitely do it. It would just take a little more time and finesse. At that moment, the hero finally came to his senses. The demon smugly explained. The boy had no choice left but to submit obediently. When his mind falls, the body will be only a matter of time. All that remained for the warrior was to freeze here and become a walking corpse because the result would always be the same, inevitable. However, the boy only became angry at the enemy's arrogance. He had never given any reason to think he would surrender. He had people he had to protect at all costs, so he could not give up. After all, the warrior had sacred reasons to live and fight until his last breath. As soon as he spoke these words, a dazzling light enveloped his body in a protective cocoon. The darkness began to rapidly evaporate, like fog under the rays of the sun. Then the young man saw. The amulet given to him by his older sister began to shine with a mystical glow. The demon became enraged, not understanding how the hero dared to resonate with the three facets. After all, to draw power from it, the energy of the four demonic kings is needed simultaneously. Yeonjo himself did not fully understand how it happened. For him, the main thing was that this artifact was given to him by Nangon Yeon, who said that this thing could help in a critical moment. Incredibly, but truly, with its help the warrior will still be able to win. The demon stubbornly believed that he would win anyway. The hero's soul would never leave this cursed palace. He simply would not allow it to happen. But no matter how confident the king was in his power, soon his entire illusory world began to crack. The barriers were falling one after another. Although the demon was unwaveringly sure that his creation literally could not fall, it turned out. In fact, Nangonyeon's sister had been beside the hero all this time. The girl kept calling her brother, desperately begging him to come to his senses. She pleaded with him to regain consciousness, because she needed him so much right now. At this critical moment, the demon's body materialized nearby and immediately began attacking the girl who dared to target his prey. The warrior grabbed her sword, ready to protect Yeonjo at any cost, even at the cost of her own life. But at that moment, the young man finally came to his senses and instantly protected the beauty from the deadly attack rushing at them. After which, he sincerely thanked the girl. Without her timely intervention, he would have remained in the halls of his mind for a long time, trapped by the demonic illusion. The warrior asked to wait a little while he dealt with this fool once and for all. After that, the young man headed to the demon and sarcastically greeted him. The one the king twice made the hero believe he really could die here. However, now Yeonjo was unwaveringly confident he would indeed win. For some inexplicable reason, he was filled with incredible power that pulsed in every vein. The demon panicked. He had no choice left at all. He had to fight with full strength without holding back. The king believed, no matter what tricks the hero used, the mortal was still no match for the one who had been accumulating power for an eternity in the depths of hell. Immediately after these words, a giant tornado crashed from the sky to the ground. Clouds of dust and lightning flew toward the hero with devastating speed. However, he did not panic, using the legendary technique of heavenly sword crushing. The colossal blade tip made of pure energy aimed at the demon, pressing him deeper and deeper into the ground with every moment. The king tried desperately to resist, but the hero knew perfectly well it was futile. The demon would perish and return to his cursed world of oblivion. The explosion after the strike was so powerful that even poor Nangonyeon began to be pushed far back by the shockwave. However, Yeonjo hurried to hold it back, not allowing himself to be blown away anywhere. He also apologized for using this destructive technique and slightly miscalculating the power. But the girl with this warm smile explained that she was perfectly fine. She thanked the warrior for Yeonjo protecting her at the critical moment. At this time, from this crater where the demon fell, semi-transparent spheres began to emerge, resembling the souls of the 100-headed demon kings from the distant past. Yeonjo distinguished 9 souls, and similar fires also rose into the sky across the entire battlefield. After this, the warrior knelt down to catch his breath. He was quite tired from using so many powerful techniques in a row. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, the final battle continued. Probably, the demoness was already close to completely losing her mind and falling into madness. However, she could do nothing. Countless swords pierced her body from all sides, not allowing her to escape. Immediately after this, the warriors began methodically cutting off her arms and legs to put an end to her miserable existence. The final blow was delivered by the Sword King. He tore off the demoness's head, as he was supposed to do long ago. Immediately after her death, the same mystical fragments of souls began to appear around. Did everyone think these were the souls of the 100 Chapters kings, or the souls of unfortunate monks sacrificed in a demonic ritual? Be that as it may, the Sword King reverently prayed that the souls of all the victims might find eternal peace in the afterlife. Moreover, at that moment all the warriors felt a sharp change in the wind flow, precisely in the direction where Nangonyeon and Yeonjo were located. It was then that they saw from afar the execution of the very legendary technique of heavenly sword crushing. A dazzling pillar of light pierced the sky. The warriors did not know exactly what had happened there, but immediately ran to check on what had happened to the two. At that moment, the hero noticed something strange. The blue souls did not disappear without a trace. They began to flow towards the 3 edges, as if being absorbed inside the artifact by a mystical stream. Nangonyeon had never seen anything like this in her entire life, and had never even heard that an amulet could collect the souls of the fallen. The young man thanked his sister for running to his aid and handing him this life-saving artifact. He was firmly convinced he survived only because the girl always saved him in critical moments. At that moment, she tightly embraced the hero and solemnly promised, in the past, present, and until the end of days, she would continue to protect him at any cost. Clearly, this touching scene of embraces was seen by the warriors who arrived to ensure their safety and well-being. Of course, it was especially difficult for the father to accept such a union. However, the wise head of the mercenaries reminded, when children are happy, the best way was to secure it with the sacred bond of marriage. Moreover, Yeonjo will remain the head of the Chaos Sect Guard even after the wedding on Nangonyeon. However, the man did not care who the young man was. He was not yet ready to give his precious daughter to anyone. But of course, there was no father who could become an insurmountable wall on the way to his child's happiness. So the King of Swords did not resist strongly, resigning himself to the inevitable. As a result, the battle ended in triumph. Tatatavtovlvt demon kings were completely destroyed. This was the first officially registered victory over the cult since its sinister resurrection, and also the first unprecedented case in the entire history of the world of martial arts, when orthodox sects and the sect of chaos united together and achieved a devastating victory. This historic victory served as a sign. The final battle, the great war with the Murion cult, had already begun, and there was no way back. Soon the heroes were bandaged after receiving wounds. The boy was very worried about the condition of old Shim. Fortunately, the orthodox sects did not suffer particularly heavy losses. However, the condition of old Shim became critical due to the duration of the battle before the arrival of the mercenary union and the scale of the use of his destructive martial arts. Now it was even impossible to say for sure whether the old master would survive or not. Therefore, everyone prayed to the heavens for a miracle capable of saving the legend. At this time, the Sword King came to visit his children. Due to the urgency of the situation, he managed to properly greet them earlier, but he was sincerely glad that his children were safe and unharmed. Honestly, after the sect's attack on their clan, he was extremely upset that he could not contact his children, as he was recovering in the Wudang Mountains. The man did not even have time to confess that he was most proud of his children in the world when two of them rushed at him, hugging tightly. All they could do was cry with happiness and thank their father for returning to them alive. Yeonjo watched the family reunion, not hiding a sincere smile. The head of Chaos, who approached, was also struck by this picture that pleases his old heart. However, he came not to rejoice in the family's reunion, but to ask the head of the guard to spare a minute for an important private conversation. Meanwhile, on the streets, everyone was whispering that one of those who defeated the 100-headed kings turned out to be just a youth from the mercenaries' union. No matter how much people recalled, they had already heard the story about the boy nicknamed the Swordsman. It was also known he was the son of that legendary man who belonged to orthodox sects and defeated the Moon Fairy. Like that swordsman who cut the moon, the hero's hair was like a red river at sunset. Finally, Yeonjo appeared on the public stage. Immediately, they began to praise the great hero of the martial arts world. It was impressive that such a young man had defeated the 100-headed king. It seemed incredible. Of course, the boy was stunned. Only a few hours had passed since the end of the battle, and his name was already echoing throughout the district. Orthodox fighters congratulated the hero for managing to overcome the Demon King, a creature that 5 great masters united in the past were able to kill. When the master received news of this feat, he initially did not believe it, even thinking that the demonic lord who destroys the heavens had gone mad from old age. However, seeing Yeonjo, he realized the boy was indeed incredibly strong. He not only destroyed the deeply rooted fear of demons in the martial arts world, but also opened a new glorious chapter by becoming the wielder of the Sword of Heavenly Ruin. From this historic moment, every step he takes will become part of living history. He will become a bright flame that lights the way for all others in the darkness. Therefore, they all came with a solemn proposal to the hero, that he become a member of their vanguard. As is known, to unite the sects of the Orthodox Order and Chaos, they need someone who will become a strong central figure capable of uniting everyone. And since Yeonjo is the son of the swordsman who cut the moon, and the head of the Mercenary Union Guard, there is simply no better option. Therefore, they hoped that the young man would accept such responsibility for the sake of the common good and the entire nation. However, Yeonjo politely refused, since this proposal seemed too exhausting and burdensome. Moreover, he only participated in what the Demon Lord who destroys the heavens asked him to. However, the brother and his other friends were outraged that the hero was trying to shirk such an honor. They asked him not to disappoint them all. Yeonjo, of course, was surprised. How did the brothers end up here? It turned out that even those he had not seen for many years, all of them arrived here at the call of the head of the Mercenary Union, because they could not remain indifferent when the fate of the world was being decided. Someone else arrived, the Heavenly Master, who was struck by the boy who encountered the heavenly crushing sword technique, and now was thinking of giving up his honorable job as a mentor. The hero's brother accepted the boy, reminding him how he first came to their gang. Seeing Yeonjo then, they asked him, does he want to be the one who takes, or the one from whom they take? And then the boy answered firmly. He no longer wants to lose anything and will become the one who takes away, not the one from whom things are taken. But now the boy became neither one nor the other. He became the one who gives people things like hope, courage, and faith in victory. So he must enter the world of martial arts with his head held high and become a hero of the new generation. Just like that memorable day when he became the king of their gang. At that moment, memories flashed before the young man's eyes like lightning strikes. Looking at the people inspired by him, Yeonjo confessed, he does not really know what it is like to be a hero. However, with the support of so many devoted people, fleeing would be unfair and cowardly. Therefore, he solemnly promised to join them and fight side by side until they destroy all the demonic freaks to the last one. The events moved to the cursed lands of the sect, to the main citadel of the cult. The demon was outraged that even by combining the forces of two mighty kings, they were defeated so easily and disgracefully. Apparently, they were simply blinded by a couple of insignificant victories, so they imagined themselves the strongest and invincible. Other kings hurried to humbly explain. The events that happened because of the mountain goddess were in no way connected to them. They did not even know about her reckless plan. However, the head of the sect was extremely dissatisfied with their pathetic excuses, as he already regretted giving these worthless people demonic power. Now they had to fully repay this debt to him with the blood of enemies. The King of Darkness ordered to pacify all divisions in all regions and gather colossal forces in the main citadel. He will personally destroy all the miserable people who dared to boldly oppose his almighty sect. Everyone gathered lightning fast, each rushing to see the fresh news that was rapidly spreading throughout Jianghu like a fire that relentlessly devoured the air. Scattering papers on the table, one of them exclaimed that thanks to the joint actions of the Orthodox sects and the Chaos sects, they managed to destroy the 200-headed kings of the human sect. The fire of war relentlessly slipped deeper into the heart of Jianghu, leaving behind only ashes and the cries of ruined lands. Only a few days had passed since the deaths of the goddess of Mount Wu and Wang Jie-gul, but already the alliance of Orthodox sects and Chaos sects announced their inevitable campaign against the human cult. This news became a blessing for all who suffered losses at the hands of the cult. So the attention of all Jianghu was focused on the joint struggle against human, and even the cult itself heard about it. Each branch of the human sect immediately strengthened its defense, expecting a strike. But among those who raised the sword again was Nangon Bek himself, the legendary Sword King who returned from oblivion. Together with him stood the remaining 10 great masters, warriors whose names caused trembling even among the elders. The united sects now acted as one whole, and everyone understood that the fate of the entire Jianghu world was at stake. And beside them shone a new star, the one who managed to break the iron chains, young but already famous Yon-Yoha. Yon-Yoha easily surpassed all limits of human capabilities, proving that for true power, there are no boundaries. Jianghu had never seen such a rise. Watching the victorious campaign of the Alliance, the morale of their army reached the very heavens. And so stories turned into legends that spread across the world. And after the lightning victory over the 100-headed king, the fame of Yona blossomed even brighter. Every day more and more people came to support him, believing that he alone would lead them to ultimate peace. Under his influence, countless warriors and travelers joined the alliance, unhesitatingly sacrificing themselves for the common goal. Thanks to this, the army's numbers grew rapidly, its ranks became denser, and faith unshakable. Meanwhile, the branches of the human cult retreated deep into their lands, gathering all their forces in the main citadel known as the Valley of Death, where they prepared for the final battle with the alliance. "Load!" he shouted, his voice ringing over the entire field, reminding the warriors that their enemies were merely pawns in a foreign game. His shout drowned out the noise of battle as he once again proclaimed their numerical superiority, inspiring everyone around. And it was then, amid the roar of war and the flash of swords, that he appeared before them. One of the 10 great masters whose presence made even the wind freeze. He was known by the name Master of the Heavenly Sword Li, a warrior whose fame spread far beyond Jianghu, and whose very appearance caused awe even among the bravest. But upon stepping here, he saw a completely different picture. A calm, quiet atmosphere sharply contrasting with his expectations, for all the branch's troops were already here, ready for a bloody clash. But upon stepping here, he saw a completely different picture. A calm, quiet atmosphere, sharply contrasting with his expectations, for all the branch's troops were already here, ready for a bloody clash. But no one could understand what this cursed human cult, which was silent and waiting in the shadows like a beast before a leap, had planned. Then suddenly, emerging from the ambush, they rushed forward with a roar, shouting that these very lands would become their common grave. The old master ordered everyone to remain calm. His voice sounded confident and firm, calling to prepare for battle without fear. He smiled, admitting that he was glad to meet, although he could not believe that the opponents had come here without battle experience in such places. He even mocked them, calling them naive hares who had themselves fallen into the tiger's lair, not realizing what threat they were heading into. And yet he reminded that they had probably forgotten, due to their own foolishness, who they were standing against. Before them stood the united alliance of Orthodox sects and Chaos sects. He added mockingly that it seemed the enemies did not remember that among their ranks there were also masters capable of fighting in such conditions. And at that very moment one of them appeared before everyone, a true fighter whose presence made the ground tremble. On the slope, watching everything, stood two, silent but alert, as if sensing that something great was about to happen. And then Yon suddenly felt someone was coming. The steps of this warrior were heavy but confident, filled with powerful energy. He realized that someone extraordinarily strong was approaching, so much so that even the air around began to tremble from tension. It was none other than the 100-headed demon king Kan Sanpai, whose presence itself seemed like a storm. Glancing from above, he contemptuously called all those present cursed insects, worthy only of being crushed. Master Li calmly replied that he had long awaited this meeting, and sincere satisfaction sounded in his voice. He slowly reached for his weapon, admitting that until this moment he had truly been bored among weaklings. But now everything had changed. A real duel was beginning, on which the fate of Jiang Hu would depend. The energy rising between them was so powerful that all the others barely stood on their feet, gasping from its pressure. The 100-headed king looked at Li and immediately guessed. Before him was one of the 10 great. Li calmly said that he could not even imagine how mighty the power of the 10 great masters was, and that the very fact of their existence already exceeded human understanding. The 100-headed king mockingly replied, "Oh, I thought you were just boasting, but it seems the 10 great masters really stand on another level." Then Li touched on the topic of his power, saying that the art of the 100-headed king relied on strange, unnatural energy that aroused suspicion. And then the demon revealed his true nature. Behind him appeared a terrifying creature, at the sight of which even experienced warriors felt their hearts chill. He ominously admitted that even now he had not revealed half of his true might, hinting that the real battle was still ahead. But suddenly, right during their conversation, Li was forced to dodge a lightning-fast attack that came from the side like a whirlwind. He barely managed to avoid the blow, but one of his allies was caught in the attack and was seriously injured. The warrior, spitting blood on the ground, only coughed hoarsely, but in his eyes blazed the flame of unwavering courage. Li said coldly, "I heard that owners of supernatural powers acquire a strange form when their life is on the edge. If you don't want to die, transform now." His voice rang even louder. "Either attack, or call your 100-headed brothers, because otherwise you won't even touch me in your dreams." Orthodox warriors watched, holding their breath, captivated by the heavenly power emanating from the Swordmaster. Then Li calmly declared that the outcome of this battle was already decided, and advised the enemy to submit to the will of the stronger and atone for their sins. The 100-headed king slowly rose, laughing, and declared that the entire cult had already gathered troops, so it was they who would achieve victory. In response, Li raised his sword to the sky, commanding it to look around and see the true scale of their power. Around stood masters from 10 sects and 5 clans, allies from the Green Forest, even Shaolin monks arrived to support the alliance. Li loudly proclaimed that all these people had gathered here with a single purpose: to destroy the human cult once and for all. Millions of warriors, consumed by anger over the cult's crimes, formed the Great Alliance, which would be remembered for centuries. They gathered this day to punish the guilty, and swore that human would pay for every drop of spilled blood. In response, the 100-headed king addressed his subordinates, urging them not to panic and to remain calm. He proudly declared that numbers do not matter. As long as they remain in the Valley of Death, this land belongs to them, and the Alliance will be powerless against the Masters. Smiling, he said he had long wanted to test how strong this legendary warrior is. For Li, this picture looked pathetic. The 100-headed king, holding on to the simplest techniques, resembled a student who never managed to surpass his teacher. This only proved one thing. Over the years he did not become wiser, but remained an arrogant fool blinded by his own pride. But the demon only smiled and said that he had just been playing along with him so far, showing not strength but amusement. He disdainfully said that Li was celebrating victory too early, forgetting who was really standing before him. And immediately, without restraining his audacious smile, he suggested testing his words. He raised his sword, preparing to strike. "Let's see if you can parry this strike, Swordmaster," he said, gripping the hilt with demonic strength. And then he added coldly, "After this attack, no one will survive." His eyes blazed with fanatical madness. The next moment the valley was torn apart by a deafening explosion, so powerful it seemed the very earth was groaning in pain. But when the smoke cleared, the 100-headed king saw Li standing before him, and admitted in surprise, he was indeed a skilled master. He even honestly admitted that it was his signature attack, and that he could not believe his own eyes. Li withstood it. Then the Swordmaster said coldly, "As before, you cultists are using dirty tricks again. Weren't you taught to respect the enemy?" To which the demon replied without a trace of shame, "In a fight to the death, it doesn't matter whether you are orthodox or demonic. The only thing that matters is who is stronger." He dismissively waved off his words, adding that he hadn't even started his real tricks yet, and this was just a warm-up. Then he took out a small object from behind his back, which immediately caused alarm in the eyes of those present. He held it with particular pleasure. It was dynamite. He pulled it out of a hidden pocket and raised it up, and the lit fuse was already smoldering, throwing red sparks. The 100-headed demon stood proudly, declaring that a true fighter must do everything to win, because the law of the jungle is the most honest of all laws. But in a moment it became clear. It was not dynamite at all. He had lit a signal flare, not an explosive. Lee could not understand why. Outside the valley, everything was controlled by the Alliance, so an ambush seemed impossible even in theory. But why this volley? Its meaning remained a mystery that pressed on the heart of everyone present. And at that very moment, when the tension reached its limit, suddenly for everyone, someone among those present met their death. Lai could not comprehend why his ally acted that way. The treacherous strike was so sudden that even an experienced eye did not have time to notice the movement. But he calmly replied that Li should no longer consider him an ally, and a cold determination flashed in his eyes. A fierce battle erupted between them. Not only physical, but also moral. Because the trusted friend betrayed with a sword and became an enemy. Lai could not comprehend what was happening. His thoughts were confused, and his body acted only on instinct, reacting to every blow. Looking around, he heard only the roar of battle, the clanging of swords, and the cries of warriors, mixed with dust and smoke. The 100-headed Demon King laughed mockingly, calling them fools who had fallen into their own trap, and mocked their former pride. When it became clear that chaos reigned among the Orthodox warriors, the demon declared it his chance and ordered all subordinates to attack. Wasting no time, his warriors surged forward like a wave of darkness engulfing the light. Lee tried to take control of the situation, suppress the panic, and restore the fighters' faith to hold back the enemy's onslaught. He shouted, ordering the traitors to be destroyed and the ranks to be immediately reorganized before chaos tore them apart. It was obvious, the situation was critical. Only a step away from total defeat and the fate of the Alliance could change forever. Traitors appeared within their own ranks, and the enemy, taking advantage of this, began to advance even more decisively, tightening the siege ring. Heavenly Sword of Infinite Shadow, 5th phase! A voice sounded, and the sky was cut by a shining blue beam. Full Moon Slash! This technique belonged to only one person, and its appearance signaled a turning point in the battle. Seeing it, the Orthodox warriors froze in admiration, whispering that this was undoubtedly a representative of the Nangon clan. And indeed, he appeared simply from a high mountain ledge, speaking with a smile that he hadn't stretched so well in a long time. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the enemies began to scatter in different directions, unable to withstand the pressure of his incredible strength. Lai exhaled with relief and quietly whispered to himself, "I worried for nothing." Then he turned to those warriors, saying, "Do not be afraid. This is only the enemy's despair. 10 great masters stand behind your backs." His voice sounded confident, inspiring all the fighters. He urged them not to give up, to believe in the power of the Alliance and in those who lead them to victory. As soon as the fighters realized that true great masters stood nearby, their desire to go on the offensive sharpened to the edge. Fear crumbled. Instead, faith flared in their hearts, hands gripped swords tighter, and each was ready to give everything for victory and the salvation of their home. Stogolovy, observing this change of mood, understood that there would be no simple and quick triumph. His eyes narrowed. He felt that a completely different force stood before him, and the struggle promised to be harder than he had imagined in his boldest plans. He calmly pulled another thing from a secret pocket and mockingly announced that the real fun was just beginning, hinting that he had a few more surprises up his sleeve capable of changing the course of the battle in the direction he had long planned. The sky above their heads seemed to catch fire. It reddened like a distant sunset. But this color was born not of beauty, but of the anticipation of blood and explosion, which enveloped the space with anxious tension. Standing here became unbearable. The air compressed the lungs and every breath was like a challenge, because the tension in the air was growing, mixed with smoke, the smell of burning, and echoes of the battle that was already advancing inward. Suddenly the head of one of the bastards began to change shape, where the face distorted into a terrible monster. The skin hardened, eyes flashed, and the warrior, who a minute ago was known, turned into something else. Unrecognizable and frightening. He screamed at the top of his lungs, begged not to do this, asked not to bargain with his flesh. His voice broke with despair. There was a plea for mercy in his eyes, but around stood only an empty hum of cruelty that knew no mercy. And in a moment, this distorted head exploded in blood and flesh. Fragments flew, and the body fell lifeless, leaving behind only the smell of iron and a trace of rage, which further intensified the struggle within the ranks. Lee could not believe his eyes. What he saw before him contradicted everything he knew about war and the limits of human flesh. His face froze in an expression combining shock and cold understanding that this opponent's decision was not mere aggression. At the same time, the very scoundrel who created this horror began to grow to gigantic proportions. The muscles on his body swelled like rivers during a flood, and instead of a man, a monster stood before them, whose mass and strength frightened even the most steadfast warriors. The 100-headed smiled, watching as the battle line broke into chaos. And in his smile was a hint of pleasure, for the vision that was once predictable now took on an even more sinister shade. The game was becoming even more interesting. And although these events unfolded years earlier in another place, their echo resonated here. for those standing before him remembered ancient battles and knew how thin the line could be between tactics and uncontrollable chaos. The boy watching from afar was struck by how much concentrated inner energy each warrior possessed. He could not believe that so many masters had gathered in one place, and despite the absence of a tournament, he felt that something far more important was happening. For him, this became a clear sign. This clash was not a coincidence or a petty quarrel. Everything was carefully planned and aimed at destroying this desperate cult, and no one intended to yield here. One of the participants quietly volunteered to step back, handing over his post to another, and his request was barely audible, as if the understanding of the importance of the matter drowned out any personal emotions. The task required him to take on a different role, another step in the overall plan. He approached the one waiting for him around the corner. Their eyes met, and in this brief silence there were so many unspoken orders and requests that two people needed only a nod to pass the matter on. There, in the shadow, he quietly asked what was going on, his voice low and tense, for every sound could be important in this tangle of intrigues and strategies, and the answers could decide the life or death of many. The one addressed replied that the operation was going smoothly. The spies of the human cult were already embedded in the enemy ranks. Their network was expanding, and this precisely allowed for targeted actions and strikes at the most painful spots. He added that he had come here to deliver supplies specially granted by the 100-headed king, items which, according to their faith and trade, could play a decisive role in the upcoming battle and shift the balance of power at the most critical moment. And at the last moment he pulled out a small vial with the secret human elixir, which increases the power level 100-fold. The 100-headed king noted with cold satisfaction that if their warriors drank this, they would truly become different in battle, and the consequences could prove fatal. All this, as it turned out, was planned long before the battle itself. A plan full of treachery and deceit, played out according to a clear script, in which trust was only bait. And this scoundrel, without hesitation, betrayed his comrades, swallowing the elixir in one gulp, not suspecting that he was signing his own death sentence. Back then it was simply called a potion, which supposedly enhances strength, elevates body and spirit to a superhuman level, but its true nature was hidden behind false words. Because what was supposed to become a source of power turned out to be the beginning of their end, a slow but inevitable death waiting for each one. And all those involved in the betrayal saw in an instant how their bodies began to change. From human forms, monstrous creatures were born, terrible beings distorted by their own greed. One of the masters, observing this, only bitterly said that he knew. The 100-headed king and his followers were rare degenerates, but even he did not think they were so soulless as to sacrifice their own people like pawns on a chessboard. However, that was their essence. Such tactics, such cruelty is the true face of the human cult, in which life never meant anything. Demonic soldiers, who were recently humans, one by one turned into monsters roaring with pain and madness, obeying the orders of their lord. Meanwhile, Jan continued to stand on the slope, looking down at the battlefield where human bodies and monsters mixed in a chaos of blood. Through pain and fear, he understood. There was no other way. Either he would become part of this battle, or everything would be lost. Clenching the hilt of his sword, Jan felt the cold metal awaken his determination. He must enter the fight. But at that very moment, a figure appeared before him, raising a hand to stop him and quietly asked him not to do it. She said that he had other duties, those that could not be betrayed even for the most fervent desire to fight. Meanwhile, the great masters were already acting, each taking their place, repelling demon attacks and holding the line to prevent the enemy from advancing. The 100-headed king fully relied on the newly created monsters, convinced that their strength would ensure his victory. And he himself was already preparing to move to the second phase of his plan, the stage that was meant to erase even the strongest of the living. At that moment, Lee looked up, feeling that something huge was approaching from the heavens. And indeed, through the clouds, like a bloody comet, the 100-headed king was rushing towards him, cutting through the air with his terrible silhouette. He mockingly shouted from above, "Isn't this more interesting than before?" And his voice carried a playful cruelty. Then he added that the current circumstances were perfect for dirty tricks, and his eyes flashed with wild delight before starting the real slaughter. Lee understood. While reinforcements and the great masters fought their way through the onslaught of monsters, the path to the valley would have to be cleared by hand, and only then could they join the battle. If things continued like this, it would be costly. The vanguard units would lose many warriors because these creatures knew no fatigue and fought as if controlled by darkness itself. The 100-headed king noticed Lee's thoughtful gaze and laughed, savoring his restraint. He saw in it a weakness that only strengthened his confidence. Without hesitation, the demon lunged forward and delivered a lightning-fast sword strike. This time, the blade hit the target directly. Lee felt a sharp pain in his chest, but instead of crying out, he gripped the sword tighter, holding back the blood that was already flowing down his clothes. The 100-headed laughed mockingly. "Could it be that your pride and confidence were just a bluff? Look at yourself. What a state you are in. His voice sounded contemptuous. The human sect sent only one. Me. And your alliance, even with 10 great masters, cannot break through into the valley. He continued with pleasure. You cannot even step further. Your people are dying without understanding that they are fighting fate. Insects like you will not be able to defeat us even when you are 10 times more numerous here, he hissed, raising a wave of dark energy around himself. Meanwhile, the girl on the battlefield mercilessly cut down monsters, and even giants fell before her sword. For her it was as natural as breathing. Everyone noticed her strength. Both the 100-headed king and Li himself, who did not take his eyes off her, realizing that before him was not an ordinary warrior. The demon paused for a moment, surprised. She is too strong. I have never heard of a woman among the 10 great masters. He only knew about Yan Yoha, the Red Warrior, whose fame preceded him, but about this woman, nothing. In contrast, Li recognized her immediately. She was the daughter of the head of the Nangon clan, the heir of a family famous for its dedication to the sword. He recalled rumors. She was called the Beautiful, but few believed that behind this beauty hid a true master capable of surpassing even the older generations. And now he was personally convinced. Her combat skills surpassed everything he had ever seen, and there was something celestial in her movement. Every strike, every swing of the sword confirmed her talent. She was not just fighting, she was dancing amid chaos, as if fate itself guided her blade. In her hands shone the legendary artifact, the Immortal Blade, a weapon created to destroy evil, radiating a glow capable of cutting through even darkness. One of the masters, watching her, asked her father what he thought of his daughter, to which he calmly replied, "She is talented enough to be called the greatest genius in the history of our Nangon clan." Then another master admitted that he had long wondered why the Sword King himself had passed the sacred blade not to his son, but to her. Now he finally understood the reason. But everyone understood. No matter how much Yan valued his past, he would never have passed the legendary artifact of the Immortals without a significant reason. This legacy did not pass from hand to hand just like that. Moreover, considering his age, the divine energy of the sword was becoming too heavy a burden. So the Sword King, once called the hero of troubled times, himself admitted. His time had passed. It was strange for others to see him so fragile after all these years together. But the moment came when he had to pass the relic to the next generation, to the one worthy of carrying its power forward. The day before, he had talked with his wife. She gently reproached him for being too focused on training and advised him to pay attention to Yan, who needed not only a teacher, but also a father. She said that first he should care for his daughter, and only then for the students. But he answered honestly. He tries to care for her, but does not understand what girls her age like, and therefore prefers to raise the next generation of warriors. His wife's expression spoke louder than words. Obviously, such an answer did not satisfy her at all. And so the next morning he stood, confused, thinking about how yesterday he tried all possible ways, but still could not find out what truly interested Yan. He was tormented by this thought. He felt guilty for his own inability to understand his daughter, who was growing up every day, drifting away from him. But in the end, there was only one way out. A decision that seemed the only right one for a man who lived by the sword. He decided to teach her the basics of the Nangon clan's martial art, hoping that joint training would help them get closer, even if the girl showed no interest. By his own example, he demonstrated movements, showed strikes, trying to instill at least respect for the way of the sword in her. However, looking her straight in the eyes, he felt only heaviness in his heart and one thought that pierced him like a blade. My God, I am a terrible father, he thought. Yan was never interested in the sword. I am forcing this path on her in vain. He knew. Her heart was not at all in martial arts, and this activity was unlikely to bring her satisfaction. Yet he could not stop trying. And just then, while these words still echoed in his mind, he suddenly turned around. He heard a strange noise behind him. From where Yan stood came a whistle. She made a swing with a wooden sword, repeating his movement with impressive accuracy. And at that moment he saw something great in his daughter. Natural grace and the instinct of a warrior, which manifested not from training, but from imitation. She repeated this movement only because she once saw him teaching her older brother. This girl possessed an incredible talent for martial arts, a talent that surpassed even his own. Perhaps the greatest in the entire history of the Nangon clan. It would be a lie to say he was not jealous. Somewhere deep in his soul he longed to have that pure natural power that lived in her. But over time, Yan still showed no interest in martial arts. She not only disliked it, rather, she was completely indifferent, and that is why he no longer forced her. On one hand, he was saddened that his daughter did not share his passion for martial arts, but on the other, he understood that it was normal. Not everyone is born a warrior, and he accepted her as she was. The only thing he sincerely wished for was for Yan to be happy. Moreover, these were times of peace, the most peaceful period in many years, and the father's heart was comforted by this calm. However, the peace did not last long. The shadow of war slowly crept over the world again, destroying the fragile harmony. Soon the father was deeply upset by the events unfolding around him, and with each day, anxiety grew in his soul. Above all, he did not want Yan and her brother to be drawn into the all-encompassing war against the human sect, which devoured everything in its path. Then suddenly the ancient battle circle lit up. The 8 trigrams plate came to life, signaling danger. Following the signal, he moved toward the source of energy, feeling the familiar flow of chi emanating precisely from the place where the clash began. And there, amid dust and chaos, brilliantly wielding the techniques of the Nangon clan, she herself stepped into battle against the 10-headed demonic warrior. The father saw her true fighting spirit for the first time, the very fire that once burned in his own eyes. At that moment, time slowed down for him. Her movement seemed perfect, and every strike, a work of art. He did not know what caused her decision to change herself, but he saw how she blossomed, surpassing him both as a warrior and as the heir of a great lineage. And his heart filled with pride. Yan, without a doubt, was the best. In her hands the sword became alive, and her figure radiated calm and strength that was impossible not to admire. Meanwhile, the 100-headed king suddenly found himself weaponless. His sword was knocked from his hands, and he gritted his teeth in fury. But no one said that in war you are only allowed to use a sword. His fighting instinct said otherwise. So he, springing from his place, rushed at Li with mad speed. His strikes were airy but powerful, like thunderclaps. In his eyes burned desire. He wanted to see how this old master would manage without a sword, using only his fists. Yet to his surprise, Li held brilliantly. His movements were precise, his strikes accurate, and strength was felt in every disguised step. For a bastard of the 100-headed level, it would take at least several heavy blows to knock him out of arrogance and bring him to his senses. But hoping that he would stop after that would be a mistake. The demon only grew more furious with every minute. His next strike, heavy and fast, whistled just above Li's head, who dodged at the last moment, leaving behind a shadow and a flash of the sword's gleam in the enemy's eyes. Li saw that the enemy had unleashed himself too much. But he knew the foundation of all schools. True strength is hidden in relaxed muscles and precision of movement, not in blind rage. The one who loses his head and chases a show only reveals himself as a novice who does not understand the essence of the fight. When the 100-headed king fought, there was no skill in his actions. They were chaotic bursts, and for Li, these attacks became proof that before him was more a self-absorbed novice than an experienced hardened fighter, because true power is always hidden in endurance. But even slightly relaxing, Li made a mistake. Grabbing the enemy by the head, he did not watch the opponent's other hand, and that, tense, suddenly delivered a strong blow, throwing Li back. It reminded him that even a moment of inattention can cost dearly. Although he felt the brutal impact of the blows, Li coldly assessed the opponent's technique as surprisingly weak, because true strength is measured not by loud movements but by precision. And this swing of the fist, though shocking, lacked the depth of true martial art. He sternly declared that neither his sword art nor the hand-to-hand technique of that enemy met the expectations established over the years, and that these shouts and crude moves would never replace training, discipline, and inner resilience that cultivate true masters. Yet even after such words, this idiot, not understanding the dignity of defeat, asked the master to stop resisting and surrender, believing that the power of rhetoric and bribery would prevail beyond honor and skill. He even boldly insisted that even if the immortals united, the world of the warrior's path would be painted under the banners of the sect leader Human. But Li only disdainfully waved it off, because the true essence of battle is not in flags, but in the firmness of the heart and the truth of mastery. To Li, this sounded ridiculous. The enemy was too confident in victory. But the main mission had not even begun yet, and it was clear to him that the enemy's real plan only seemed convincing on the surface, because the truth is hidden in the further moves of the war. "Did you really think that the world of martial arts would allow itself to be destroyed so easily?" he said, reminding that preparation for the complete annihilation of the opponent requires time and harsh wisdom, not empty overconfidence. He exposed their vile tactic, to lure the defenders into the main base to hold off allied forces as long as possible, sowing chaos and forcing them to self-destruct. So the goal was not direct victory, but a long-term destructive trap. But the enemy missed one detail that was not taken into account in their calculations. And this was spoken from Li's depths as an insurmountable trump card capable of breaking their cunning plan. Because fate is often decided by a small thing that the arrogant do not consider. "We have the king of the mountain," he said quietly. And these words fell like a heavy stone on the hearts of the enemies, because they meant that against them were not just warriors, but one who possesses the power of the summit and the right to lead the entire alliance. Meanwhile, the king of the mountain was climbing the steep slope, each of his steps confident and firm, as if the earth recognized him as the ruler, because those places where character and strength were tested do not tolerate weakness. The terrain proved as harsh as the legends said, but he enjoyed climbing after a long break, savoring every moment, and only one thought ripened in his mind. After the ascent, to finally eradicate the cult of human. His people, following him upward, begged to speed up the pace. They asked to be a little slower because the climb was exhausting, and everyone felt their strength melting like snow in the sun after a long journey. They openly complained that not only he, but all the brothers felt the difficulties of this ascent, that their arms and legs refused to obey, because the road was harsh and required not only strength, but also endurance, which only hard work provides. But the tiger who commanded did not soften. He did not like hearing notes of weakness from his people, and he proudly declared that for their great alliance, conquering such a mountain was a simple matter, because they were tempered far more than those who liked to complain. He mockingly asked if they had learned nothing at all after those hellish trainings they had undergone together, and emphasized that age and years of experience made him stronger than the young rascals who were lazy to harden their body and spirit. "I am over 50, and I am full of strength," he proclaimed. "And you, who are younger than 40, show weakness. From now on, the last one to reach the top will receive an even harsher trial than the one you have already endured." His words sounded like a judgment. From now on, whoever is late to climb must expect even harsher training torment, because only through physical trials is true resilience born, necessary to overcome what awaits below. The tiger decisively ordered to speed up the ascent, because he understood that time was counted in minutes, and every delay undermined the chances of the entire plan. So he loudly and briefly gave the command to finish what they had started, so that everyone would be in their positions before the mission began. He himself realized that very little time remained before the start of the operation, and in addition there was a promise to the Allies to break through to the main temple of the human sect and link up with them by noon, so pace and discipline had now become a matter of life and death. The plan was to connect with Allied forces from the rear and deliver a sudden strike on the sect. But in the main citadel, as is known, sat the cult leader himself, and he was guarded by awakened 100-headed demon kings, so the task required precise coordination and ruthless determination. Thanks to that gift from the immortals in the form of an elixir, the enemies could at least for some time equalize forces and fight on equal terms. But this only partially solved the problem, because the main threat was quite different and much more terrible. The greatest trouble lay in the awakening of the 100-headed demonic kings, because their awakening causes certain types of natural disasters, and those who do not have sufficient ki risk losing not only combat power, but also life itself under the weight of these destructive phenomena. Having passed a short path, the tiger arrived at the place and first of all began to carefully examine the terrain. Because whoever did not know the relief and tricks of the land doomed his people to unnecessary losses at the moment when the course of battle is decided by details. Before him stood a sanctuary for worship as a god, and this raised questions, because it stood in a strange place, seeming completely alien to the harsh mountain landscape here, and this very wonder prompted him to think about who and why had placed it. A strange oasis of the garden, which did not suit the rocky slopes and weathered outcrops, made the impression of a resting place for the head of the cult, and this inconsistency with the surrounding landscape added suspicion, and forced to look for traces of treachery among the beauty that was only a mask. With suspicion and a sharp eye, he noticed many strange details that confirmed his suspicion, and the more he looked around, the more confirmations he found that this place was carefully adapted for hidden rituals and tricks designed to deceive those who would come here with weapons. He was even more stunned when, among this strange ensemble, he noticed a child who should not have been in such a place, and the sight of her made the tiger wonder whether these degenerates intended to use the child as live bait, or as an element of their deceitful ritual that went beyond ordinary cruelty. He could barely comprehend the logic of the cultists. Did these scoundrels really plan to throw even such a small creature onto the battlefield as bait, or did their boundless barbarism require the most disgusting sacrifices imaginable? The answer was still terribly uncertain. In general, it was completely unclear what they intended to do with that girl, whether to consider her a trophy, an element of the ritual, or a key to something much worse. But the very presence of the child in that place was already a usual sign that the sectarian plans knew no bounds. At that very moment, it became clear that this was not an ordinary child, and a cold horror flashed in the hearts of those present, because what initially seemed helplessness turned into something completely different. The idea that before them might stand a being that hides much more than its appearance allows to guess. As soon as such a powerful and deadly aura suddenly burst from her, causing everyone to hold their breath, it became clear that there was a creature in this place not to be underestimated, because her inner strength reflected not childish weakness, but dark and frightening power. She declared loudly and without any fear that they were chosen at this moment, that the judgment was decided, and that her decision was final, and this command sounded like a cold blade piercing those who dared to be near her. "Everyone leave immediately!" she said in a terrifying voice, controlled not by childish anxiety, but by a sense of power over the situation, and those who felt brave stepped back a step, because every word of hers sounded like a verdict. The realization that she could conceal her presence, and at the same time possessed powerful ki and martial arts that did not correspond to her appearance only intensified the shock of those who saw her, because such skill rarely hides behind a child's face. This prompted the thought that before them stood not a simple girl, but perhaps someone connected with the very hundred-headed king of demons or even part of his power. So one thing was obvious. Extraordinary caution must be exercised here. In principle, if the human sect was already surrounded from all sides, it was logical that they would deploy their full defensive arsenal, sparing neither strength nor sacrifices to defend their citadel, and every move of the defenders had serious consequences. Looking back and assessing the situation as a whole, the tiger realized that solving this problem required not just a fist or a sword, but a huge reserve of ki and effort, and that currently only he had enough strength and resources to rush into battle with what was coming. Yet the tiger decided to try to avoid the clash. Smiling, he said, "Both the head of the guard and the daughter of the Nangon clan are a true new generation. Who would have thought we would meet right here?" His smile darkened. "But to know that such a rare talent is used as a toy by the human cult, truly sad. To watch such a precious power perish in the shadows is a sin against the very heavens." "I like your fighting spirit," he said, slowly placing his hand on the sword hilt. "I will make you a special offer. Leave the darkness of this cult. Come under the wing of our great mercenary union. There you will learn the true meaning of martial arts, without deceit and without chains. Better take this opportunity now than regret it later. This is your first and last chance to become part of the mercenary union family." His voice sounded calm but firm, like a verdict. After these words, he fell silent, watching the young man carefully, waiting to see what decision he would make, to yield or to choose his own path to the end. Meanwhile, in the main citadel of the human cult, an anxious silence prevailed, the calm before the storm. The Lord stood before the council and asked about the progress of the battle. He was informed that the 400-headed kings were positioned around the main temple, and the alliance forces were attacking from the east as expected. In that direction, the Bloody River was fighting alone against 5 great masters, among whom was Yonyoha. Given the absence of the demonic lord who splits the sky, it was expected that the mercenary union would take the second route. The cult leader coldly remarked, "These beasts always look for a bypass instead of a direct fight. Strengthen surveillance and prepare an ambush, and immediately." One of the elders assured that there was no need to worry. Everything was foreseen. The 100-headed king, with sharp presence sensing an extraordinary field of vision, was already positioned at the far edge of the main temple. The chief only nodded, his lips twisted into a barely noticeable smile. He expected that when the enemies set foot on the sacred ground of the citadel, they would already become rats in a trap. In his eyes was confident anticipation. Even if the allied forces understood the trap, it would already be too late. The mechanism of inevitability was set in motion. He foresaw that the enemies would gradually realize themselves. They were drawn into the tiger's lair, from which there was no way out, and every step now only brought the end closer. At the same time, far from the battlefield, within the walls of the imperial palace, events unfolded differently. She sat on the throne, crossing one leg over the other, and said coldly, "It seems you will get nothing more from me." Before her stood warriors, dozens of eyes full of fear and anger. Her voice sounded commanding, cutting through the air like a blade. "I personally changed your fate," she said. "Saved you from death that awaited you before you were 12 years old. How sad to see that you thank me with betrayal." But one of the warriors broke out and shouted that there was no mercy in her actions. She held their lives hostage and manipulated the imperial family for years. Now that would no longer have power. And then he finally uttered her true name, looking straight into her eyes. "The 1,000-headed demonic king." The words fell like thunder, tearing off the mask she wore before the whole world. Only when she released a shred of her will did the room instantly fill with movement. People scattered to the corners like papers lifted by the wind. For her single sign of will was enough to break the silent tension and make those present flee in panic. Everyone was outraged and stunned by how easily she allowed herself to speak to the emperor in such a tone, and this frank challenge to his status caused a wave of shock in the hall, spreading in ripples among those who still dared not raise their eyes. The emperor, agitated and confused, admitted that he had previously been obsessed with the idea of eternal life, which blinded him to the needs of the people, who were the true foundation of the state, and this very retreat dealt a blow to his past pride. Approaching enlightenment, he realized a simple truth: the will of the people is the will of the heavens, the foundation of any power. And this transition from greed to repentance instantly called into question everything that had held his power until that day. Realizing this, he folded his hands before him and promised to change his order for the Imperial Army's attack on the world of martial arts, for he could no longer endure past foolishness. His new vision commanded him to judge evil today and correct mistakes immediately. Shouting loudly, he ordered the immediate summoning of the head of the human sect so that she would stand before justice. And one of the fighters, rising, declared that her head would serve as payment for numerous crimes, and these words thundered in the hearts of those present. After this, standing before everyone, she stated that her downfall was inevitable, and asked the court to give due credit for all those crimes. But whether it had the strength to punish such a powerful and insidious adversary was a question hanging in the air and frightening even the bravest. Whether it would be possible to judge an enemy of such strength was a serious doubt, for the cult's forces were extensive. Their connections and secret mechanisms had long penetrated the highest echelons, so dealing with this by a single order meant a great risk for the Empire. For the woman herself, all this was even laughable. Her bold smile and cold gaze showed that she was indifferent to human fears, and this mockery irritated even more those who tried to find in her words even a drop of sincerity or reproach. She again addressed the Emperor, offering him to side with her and submit Jianghu to her power. And this attempt to attract the monarch's opinion sounded like an open humiliation for those standing nearby. For behind it lay the desire to subordinate the whole world. No one could believe that a person so thirsty for power and greed had suddenly attained enlightenment, and even this recognition by the Emperor, though sincere, sounded strange, as if the learned lesson had come too late to atone for past sins. She, not restraining bitterness, responded to insults and to those bold words with which she expected to be mocked. Her reply was harsh, intended to put an end to those who dared to take a hostile stance toward the human sect, and a verdict was felt in her voice. Meanwhile, Li did not cease the battle on the field. Each of his strikes and parries was aimed at holding the position and not allowing the enemy to exploit the chaos unfolding not only at the front, but also in the rear lines, where the Emperor's decisions created new vectors of action. The 100-headed king, who counted on an imperial attack on their rear, did not understand how it happened that timely news from the army was absent. In his plan, this support was key, and its absence called the entire operation into question and threatened his power positions. Now, given such a deployment, he had only the choice between using the Imperium, which would mean open escalation, or risking losing the favor of the sect leader who had chosen a different strategy, and each of his steps had unknown consequences. Li noticed fear in his eyes, that fear that burst out through moments of doubt, and the understanding that even immense audacity has its limit, gave him the determination to put an end to this here and now. He sought to end this quarrel immediately, wishing to uproot this threat, for he no longer wanted to watch plans crumble due to treachery and betrayal, and his intention was simple: to act quickly and decisively. However, when the 100-headed king launched the next strike, Li timely withdrew his sword, but the enemy knew how to block and turn the attack into a counter-offensive, transferring the blade back into his hand again and again, trying to exploit every open opportunity. This series of maneuvers ended with the enemy's strike aimed at Li being deflected and turned back, forcing him into a humiliated state, his body sliding on the ground, leaving behind a trail of suffering and humiliation in the eyes of the enemy. The battle continued, and this episode, where suffering and cunning intersected, only sharpened the feeling that much more was at stake than victory in a single fight. It was a clash for the future, both physical and moral, where every move could be decisive. He rose again, his eyes blazing with rage, and with a hoarse voice shouted that he would never be defeated, even if he had to stand against the whole world alone. To prove his superiority, the 100-headed king concentrated all his dark energy, preparing to unleash one of his strongest attacks, capable of destroying everything around. Meanwhile, she, wielding the sword with perfect precision, struck him with a blow that made this bastard truly feel pain in his own body for the first time. He did not understand who had dared to touch him at all. His face was distorted with anger and surprise at the same time. Lai watched this, and did not hide his admiration. The art of the Nangon clan school was truly flawless. Its techniques impressed even an experienced master. He said that, looking at her skill and achievements, he could not contain his sincere admiration. It was a spectacle worthy of legends. And she, lowering her gaze, apologized for being late, explaining that she was delayed by a battle with monsters, and expressed hope that Li was unharmed. He smiled, mentally acknowledging that only the new generation of the martial arts world could destroy so many enemies in such a short time. These young pillars of hope constantly amazed him. At that moment, the 100-headed king, feeling humiliated, focused all his hatred on the girl, whom he now wanted to kill first, and did not understand how he could have missed her presence earlier. He realized that perhaps his senses had dulled due to concentrating on the battle with Li, one of the 10 great masters, and this became his fatal mistake. But pride did not allow him to accept defeat. Even acknowledging her strength, he told himself that he could not be defeated by some girl. Clenching his teeth, he understood that the time had come. What he had saved as his last trump card had to be used right now. At that moment, Lee looked at her and asked directly, "Will you go with me? Let's destroy this bastard together, side by side." But before she could answer, the demon bit his finger to the blood, and red drops fell to the ground, generating a wave of dark energy. His power suddenly increased several times. He stood before them like a true element, and ominously rasped that he would show them true hell. But suddenly, both were distracted by something that flew past them, tearing up dust and cold air around. At first, Lee thought it was a stone falling from a cliff, but in a moment he realized the sound was not dull, but alive, breathing, as if a heart was beating underground. The girl looked down and noticed a small ball of fur lying on the ground and barely moving. Looking more closely, she suddenly remembered. She had seen this creature before, once in a completely different place, where she did not yet know the cruelty of war. And at that moment she found it hard to breathe. Her throat tightened, the air seemed to disappear, and her heart felt the cold premonition of something terrible that was about to happen.